was like, yeah, I'll get married, I guess.
When you
that was all I thought. I was like,
you got
cool.
divorced, was it a big deal? Was it a pain in the ass? Like, was it a big one?
I mean,
Or
yeah.
was it fairly?
I mean, it wasn't like, we didn't have kids, so it wasn't like, like.
But did you have to go through financial bullshit?
No, I didn't have any money.
That's good.
Yeah, I had absolutely nothing.
Bro, watching people get drained, watching like rich dudes get drained, and you see them going from not having to worry about anything to like, oh shit,
Yeah.
like how am I going to cover my bills?
Yeah.
I've seen that. I've seen that multiple times,
Yeah.
man. I've seen guys get divorces, just like Leon Edwards in the head.
Yeah, he just slaps.
Just get stiffened up.
It's a miserable endeavor. It sucks. Even if you're not losing money, it's
That's
pretty
when we
shitty.
met. That's when me and Matt.
Yep.
I was like, we started hanging out, and then he started getting a divorce, and I was right there for it. It was nice. It was
I
nice
moved from a marriage into a house of like 5 comedians. We all just on an air mattress.
Nice.
Did 2 years on an air mattress.
That's nice.
My air mattress would deflate, and I take it back to Walmart in the box, return it, get a new one.
Bro, if my wife ever leaves me, I'm buying a ranch and I'm inviting everybody to live there.
Yeah. Usually women
build you some houses. I'm gonna
women
buy
do
a
initiate.
giant chunk of land and I'll build everybody a house. Let's go.
It'd be like Stanhope's though. There'd be a fire eventually.
Yeah, eventually. Yeah, Stanhope's roof, its ceiling caught on fire. Like,
It was in his attic.
What was going on up there?
It was in his attic. It was an electrical fire.
Oh yeah, no, that shit
And
happened.
he has like this metal roof, so the roof didn't catch fire.
Oh no,
So
just
shit
the house.
just burned. Yeah.
Is it fixed? Or is it
I
fucked
doubt
for
it.
a while?
I think he's fucked for a couple
Is he
months.
still living there?
No.
I could see him living there with the big hole in the ceiling.
It would mean nothing to
Fucking viewed
It
the
would be
sky.
nothing to him.
It hardly rains out there
Yeah, but
anyway.
it gets cold at night.
It does get cold. Isn't it wild? It's like near Mexico, but it gets cold as fuck. The desert's weird.
Yeah, I've never been. I want to go.
Well, why does it get so cold? Is it not
It's the sand.
retain
It's
heat?
probably the sand.
Is that what it is?
I don't know. I'm guessing, but
I would guess
I
it
feel
is
like
too.
the sand is just
Sand, yeah.
doesn't do shit.
Didn't Francis Ngannou have a very similar story about crossing the Sahara? When he crossed the Sahara, didn't he say it was like really fucking cold at night?
Yeah, it's freezing.
I
I don't get it.
It's like sand doesn't retain heat. Is that what it does?
Yeah.
It doesn't hold the heat.
Water just passes through. It's fucking bullshit, actually.
Shit.
It doesn't do a goddamn thing.
You know
It's
what's
hot as
fucked?
fuck and cold as fuck.
What's that?
Lack of humidity.
Lack of humidity. Ah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
You know, the Sahara Desert used to be a fucking rainforest.
Really?
Yeah, that's like the normal path of things. We look at stuff through such a narrow window that we think, oh, the desert's the desert, the jungle's the jungle. But there's a natural path that goes back and forth between things becoming like rainforest and jungle, and then things becoming sand.
We talking about the ice caps too? How apparently that was lush. Someone told me that used to be lush forest. That became. We're in an ice age right now, technically. Is that correct?
I don't think so.
I heard if we have polar ice caps, that's technically an ice age. But I could be
really?
wrong. My cousin told me that.
Your cousin might be on Reddit.
My cousin-
go through our conspiracy.
Definitely on Reddit.
My cousin was reassuring me. He's like, dude, the ice caps will fully melt and they'll just be lush and we'll all move up there. Hundreds of years.
Well, if global warming does keep accelerating, that's the people that have the most optimistic view of it. They say all the places that are wicked cold will just move into those.
I was listening to that guy. He was talking about how like the Midwest, like Minnesota
Yeah.
and shit, like Canada.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It'll
it's
be
going to get a
nice.
lot warmer.
I'm going to recross the Bering Strait.
You gotta
Nice.
get back.
I'll go back
I think
to
it's the
Pangea.
opposite, though. It's going to get more water. You're looking at it wrong.
So I get my time.
If an ice
time
age
on close.
happens, then you can make that walk. Yeah.
That was my favorite Jones. He was like, fuck global warming, the ice caps are growing. And everyone was like, shut the fuck up. And then one quick Google, you're like, God damn it, he's right.
They're growing.
Antarctica is.
So Leonardo DiCaprio is wrong.
Leonardo DiCaprio can get
He talked to the scientists.
All these fucking scientists, even the scientists don't agree, because like there's a mass group of scientists that will tell you, and this is undeniable, that human beings have had a big impact on carbon emissions.
Mhm.
But you know that volcano that just erupted? Where'd that volcano just erupt?
I mean,
There's one
Iceland had a
that
big
just cracked.
recently.
Some guy put this, I would like to find out if this is true. Some guy put this on Twitter, that there was more CO2 released from that one volcano erupting than everything human beings have ever done.
Really?
I don't know if it's true. Sounds amazing, though.
I like it.
I've heard math in the
Shut
parts per
down some
million.
cucks with that kind of
Yeah,
talk.
I like it. I'll be at the cellar trying to dish that out. They'll be like, where did you find that? I'll be like, don't worry about it.
You see, people worry about all kinds of things, but super volcanoes is what you really should worry about. They've knocked humanity down to just a few thousand people in the past.
Really?
Yeah, 70,000 years ago. We've talked about it before. I think it's called the Toba. Is that what it is? The Toba volcano? It's a super volcano. I think it's near Indonesia. Fact check: volcanoes do not produce more CO2 emissions than human activity.
Reuters is on your ass, dude.
Yeah.
They probably typed that up in real time.
So this was June 8th of 2022. So this was one they were talking. God, I wish I saved it. It was one of those things I was looking on Twitter. I'm like, wow, better Google that later.
That one little burp by Mount Etna.
But he said he was going to release data that proved this.
I mean,
One little burp by Mount Etna has already put more than 10 times the CO2 in the atmosphere than mankind has in our entire time on Earth. Don't worry about a scam is in the works to tax your minuscule footprint. Oh, this is a meme that someone put out? I didn't see a meme. I saw someone's tweet. They might have stole the meme and tried to be clever. Or the meme might have come from this guy's tweet as well. Same allegation has been shared here in 2016. An iteration posted on Twitter June 2nd is retweeted nearly 9,000 times. Yeah, it might all be horseshit.
Yeah, I mean, but my
That's
thing
a
is,
lot, though.
That
Look at all
looks
that.
like a lot of
That looks
stuff.
like
it's
a
a
lot
big
of
ass
stuff.
cloud. I'd say that's 40% CO2 if I had to put my eye on
If I
that.
had to just one glance at it.
Well, it's just funny to be like, nah, the Earth's not warming up. Just to fight. No, does anyone know
No
the
one.
temperature of the
Both-
entire Earth?
Both
Doubt
people.
it.
Both people are silly. The people with limited research that say it's nothing to worry about, and the people with limited research that say we're all gonna die. Both
Yeah.
people are silly. The ones that make the most sense to me. I had a guy named Steve Koonin on the podcast. He's a physicist who got into that's what he is, right? Koonin, and he I forget how he was tasked with going about looking into climate change, but what he found was that the periods of ups and downs have always existed. Like this idea that the Earth has ever been at a stable temperature that stays like this, that's just not the case. It goes up and it goes down, and it seems like it's always done that forever, and it varies wildly. Like they have these big giant spikes up and down, but this is over thousands and thousands of years, right? Maybe millions of years, where they're predicting like how long. But for sure, we're having an impact. But the question is like, how much impact? Like, what is the difference? And would it be happening anyway? Would it be warming up anyway? If we didn't do anything to fuck up the environment, then we could look at the environment for what it is. We could say, oh, look, it looks like it's warming up. Well, we know we're not doing anything about that.
Yeah.
If we had no impact, but we know we have an impact.
Yeah, but the thing no one thinks about is we were like, we escaped from nature in like a blind rush out of just being constantly destroyed by like floods and eaten by predators, and we set up this whole system so we can like eat and not all die.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, fuck this, and it's like, I mean, we can definitely tweak it to be better, but Jesus Christ, man, a little bit of appreciation.
A little bit of
I'm a
appreciation of
classicist,
what we've done. It's amazing what people have done, but yeah, for sure, we could do a lot of the shit better.
Dude, like plastic bags, they could figure out different technology for something that doesn't sit in the ocean for, you know.
Well, they can make biodegradable plastic now.
Why don't? That's my thing. Why don't they?
Well,
That's
it's not
Get to it.
plastics as they are now. I think most of them are just made with fossil fuels, right?
Yeah.
Most plastics, but I know they're putting out like biodegradable plastics that are made from plant. You can actually make plastic from hemp, believe it or not.
Really?
Yeah, it was wild. I read that. I was like, what?
I don't like it. I got to bring my own bags to my grocery store, and I forget them every time. So then I
Mm.
buy one. Now
Like
I've
the
got a whole
canvas
fucking-
bags?
I got piles of bags.
Get
in
a
my apartment.
stick. Get a stick with a bandana.
I might, dude. Get some beans, dude.
It is a
Send
good
my girlfriend out for beans.
It is a good move that they just don't just give away bags anymore. Like, even though it's real convenient, it's probably better if you bring a bag.
It is.
Yeah.
You know,
But who's going to remember that?
nobody.
Yeah, but we've
I
never
walk
remembered.
outside my front door and go, fuck, I forgot a bag.
But isn't that a thing
I
that
don't
we
feel
can
like
adjust
unlocking
to?
We'll adjust to it, yeah.
Yeah, it depends on if you're a walking apartment person
Yeah.
versus someone who drives.
Yeah.
Like if you're driving to the supermarket, it makes sense to just leave a bag in your trunk.
Yeah.
But if you're a walking person in an apartment and you're in the city and you forget a bag, that's annoying.
Or just do paper bags and burn them.
Yeah,
What
but
about
then you kill
the
more
emissions,
trees.
dude? What about the emissions?
No,
What
they
about the
disappear.
emissions, bro?
Goes up in the air.
Oh, it goes away?
Goes straight through space. It goes out of space. I don't know what these fucking pussies are talking about, dude. Global warming is fucking not real. I'm sick of it.
I had Randall Carlson on my podcast. He's an expert in collisions, like cosmic collisions on Earth. And he said, he goes, global warming is not good. He goes, but what's really bad is global cooling. Oh, he goes, global cooling is terrifying. Ice ages, that's where everybody dies.
Yeah.
That's where there's no food. That's where you're fucking starving to death.
Dude, how do we make it? How do we make it through the Ice Age?
Well, you
How
have
did
to
we?
move. You moved,
okay.
or the hardiest of hardy people, they hunted and gathered, like the Inuit. They basically can't grow any vegetables.
What a fucking bullshit life.
What a scary life,
In a
dude.
fucking ice cave.
You're living in that ice house covered in animal skins.
Hopefully you stab something in the next month.
And you're just
You get to
looking
eat it.
for fat. You're just looking for blubber to eat. 'Cause
Yeah.
that's what your body uses for fuel.
Yeah, but imagine how much you could just like slide on ice though. Like you're
Yeah.
walking.
Probably
and
not sliding.
That's
Probably
probably
good
And
at it.
fucking in
You're
there.
probably nasty,
Dude,
dude.
fucking in there.
Oh, they're probably
Getting
God,
all
animal
the layers,
skins.
get in there together.
Imagine fucking
snuggle.
in an ice house that you made with a fire in the center of it, on animal skins of animals you killed, knowing that there's no doctors anywhere. So if your woman gets pregnant, like you're pulling it out of there in the middle of the tundra with polar bears around your ice house.
Oh, yeah, it's fucking crazy.
Yeah, but they had no concept of doctors.
They had no
I mean,
concept
of course,
any
there
other
were, of course, there were
Medicine
people
man?
that figured shit out.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, like, he wasn't like, fuck, I wish I had a doctor.
Dude, if you grow up like that, that's how you live. And
Yeah.
people are adaptable as shit. I had this dude on Sonny from Best Ever Food Review yesterday, and he went and lived with these tribal people and hunted with them and ate what they ate. He reviews like exotic foods from all over the world. And like he's like with these tribal people slurping blood out of the carcass of a goat that they just shot. They're slurping it up with their hands.
Oh,
And you can tell he's like barely getting through it on camera, but it's like that's their normal life. For them, it wasn't gross at all. It was totally normal. This is how you get food.
yeah.
You know, you don't let the blood go to waste. You slurp it out of the body cavity.
Damn.
Looking at this right. Neanderthals' healthcare
bro.
skills helped them survive through the ice age. What?
Damn.
Is that a trap?
No, they said like they found people with broken bones. They're not sure exactly how it did it, but since they were in such small tribes, if they lost someone, it would have been catastrophic to the group. So they all had to work to keep everybody alive closer too.
Dude.
Yeah, I mean, they probably eventually figured out how to set an arm, right, and put a stick there and tie it down. You know?
Sitting in a fucking igloo.
Yeah, but bro, they don't always grow back good. You know, there's a lot of like,
Man, you get some mangled arms, dude.
yeah, but there's a lot of like bones that they found of people. That's a hard life.
Oh, and then monsters like
Yeah.
tigers.
Oh, jeez, you getting shit bit off all the time.
I'm thinking more about your cave life.
Yeah, what
Before,
kind of
like,
life
women had words, and you get home, and they just be like, ah, and you'd be like, ah.
No words, just
No,
yeah.
just no words.
You gotta be like,
I bet they were horny all the time. I bet all they did was just fucking throw spears and go gather food.
Yeah, probably.
yeah. The more we're talking about it, the more I'm coming around on
Yeah,
this. How
because
sick that shit would have been,
They,
dude.
they,
Yeah.
they must be so primal, those people.
You don't know where the fuck
Like
you
the
are.
earliest early
You're just gonna
people,
die.
like people from like 300,000 years ago, whatever a person was back then, they must be so horny,
Yeah, well, that's why they had all those
hairy and shit, just
Yeah.
looking to fuck and throw spears and
smelling each
fighting
other.
off animals.
Well, that's why they had all those fucked up rituals, because they, in their world, nature, like violence, they just like put on a pedestal. That was like the coolest thing. That was like the ultimate life force back then, just getting squashed by like animals and rocks. So they would reenact it all the time.
Could you imagine if you can go back and get like one of them Neanderthal dudes and like enter him into a wrestling tournament?
It's
Right.
I'll just teach him a
Bite.
few
He'd
moves.
bite right away.
He'd bite immediately.
First guy to grab you.
Beast.
But like a Neanderthal is probably so much stronger than people. Their bones are different. They're built different. They're like 5'7", 200 plus pounds. They're built like chimps,
Yeah.
like big, powerful chimps.
You'd have to put him down, dude. Can't have them out here.
Do you think that they fucked us or we fucked them?
We seduced them. I think we seduced them for sure.
Yes.
Imagine
keep
me
it
laying in wait, dude.
One of those guys came by.
Plus, back then, like having a powerful woman would be very attractive because then you'd have kids that could survive. Like your gene pool, your gene line would keep going on.
Yeah.
Going for China. You want one night in China.
China the wrestler. You want a bulky ass bitch, dude.
She was probably the hottest, dude.
China would have been.
Dude, I did Fear Factor with China,
Cena.
and after she completed one of the stunts, she got out and like full flexed and goes, "Who's the man?" She said, "Who's the man?"
Yeah.
I guess it's just what you say.
Yeah.
She had a wild voice.
Big lady.
She did.
How tall was she?
I don't know. But when women take steroids like that, they develop a male midget's voice.
She's like, "Is that man?"
Didn't X-Pac take her down?
You shouldn't say midget, so.
Yeah, look at this.
Midge.
Julio was on it.
Nice.
Julio won it.
Damn.
Jeez.
There she is.
Damn, dude.
Dude. Hasselhoff.
Hasselhoff.
The thing
Hasselhoff
that
was thinking
sucks-
about it.
Dude, this squad is nuts.
The thing yeah, you know,
Hasselhoff.
3 of them are dead.
Yeah, dude.
3 of those
That
people
might
on
be a
that crew are
cursed
dead.
episode. Dude.
Oh my god.
What did
Yeah.
China die of?
Kelly Preston died, China died, and Coolio died.
What took China out?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Pile driver.
Kane broke into her house.
She did porn for a while.
Oh yeah, it was the one night in China. That was her porn.
Oh, that was the name of
wasn't it X-Pac who was? I think
You
X-Pac.
fucking love X-Pac.
Dude,
Who's X-Pac?
the wrestler, D-Generation X.
This
It's
is like my favorite story of.
It's
Matt
true,
told me the story. He was like, dude, I saw X-Pac once. He was in an airport.
dude. I was
standing there.
like 12.
I was like, yo,
I was 12.
X-Pac, what's up? And
I
he
gave
didn't
him
even
the. I was
look
like
at me.
X-Pac. I gave him the suck it.
He goes,
Dude,
he didn't even look at me. I was like, dude, every
He didn't
dude
even
looks
look
like
at you?
X-Pac. No,
Yeah,
it wasn't
a
him.
lot of dudes look like
That's
X-Pac.
he saw a guy that
What?
looked like that in the
Yeah,
airport. It
you
was like
would-
X-Pac.
I saw a
You'd
guy.
be dead. I know 5 guys that look like that.
Every dude looks
Just
like
from
this.
jiu-jitsu class.
Dude, I was 12. He had a cut sleeve denim
Bro,
vest.
if you live in a Mexican neighborhood, you see that dude every day. You see that dude every day.
Young Pac.
Oh, that was
X-Pac does rule though. The Bronco Buster. I did not
man.
think it was gay.
No.
There was not one part of me that thought it was gay.
What's the Bronco Buster?
The guy gets put in the turnbuckle and he's like sitting.
Uh-huh.
X-Pac jumps and puts his dick in his face. That's it. That's his closer.
That's
So,
a good closer.
It is pretty sick.
That's
And he gets
pretty
up and
solid.
says, "Suck my dick."
That's amazing.
Yeah.
So this is what he
There it
does.
There it is, dude.
He's getting ready.
Actually,
This guy's got his girl sitting on his lap, and she's nodding like, "Yeah, fuck his face."
he's gonna
Here you go.
assault this man.
Fuck, dude. This was the
Oh
ice
my
age. This
God,
was the
that-
ice age.
That is insane.
Suck it.
That is insane. That's his finishing move.
See Triple H.
Imagine your finishing
Hell yeah.
move. Imagine pitching that in a meeting. Vince, here's my plan. I'm gonna lay a dude against the turnbuckle. I'm gonna fuck his face, and then I'm gonna do like this here. Suck it.
Genius. X-Pac, you've done it again.
What do you think about the Saudis buying the WWE? The rumor, the unsubstantiated rumor that
I've heard
the
it.
Saudis are.
You
buying
met Lemaire.
WWE.
He's an autistic man. He loves WWE, and he's not happy about it.
Yeah, he was very mad last
He's
night.
upset
in the green
about
room. What all him and Tony would do was talk about it last night in the
Tony
green
likes
room.
wrestling.
Dude,
They
they're
were
gonna,
very upset.
are they gonna let like the wrestlers hit women and shit?
Well, that's the thing. They're saying they might not. Their conspiracy is no women. They're going to be able to bulldog all. It's going to be Attitude Era again.
Let's be pulling women out of cars.
Dude, they're going to 3D May off the fucking Jumbotron. Remember they did that? There was
They're
an
gonna
old
bring
woman.
him in to do that on chicks.
There was an old woman in the WWF, and these 2 dudes. You remember the Dudley? Was it the Dudley?
Dudley twins, yeah.
Dude, they tossed
Dudley
like an
brothers.
80-year-old woman off the Jamie.
I'm
What did they do?
That'd be sick if
Toss
they
her off the
made this
turnbuckle?
up.
You'll see.
No,
It's-
no.
No.
This is Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia saw this and was like, "We're in. We're very interested."
Oh
So this
no!
is she's got a neck brace on.
This is a long bit, so I'll kind of zoom ahead. But
There's Lemaire.
there's a match. They brought her out, so she's standing up there watching,
Oh my god!
and
Mark
She's
Henry,
yelling and
sexual
screaming.
assault.
And so they roll her.
The Dudley boys.
The Dudley boys are so nice.
Oh, Bubba Ray Dudley.
so granted,
What are they gonna do to this old lady?
He's on a power bomb.
Oh, he's trying to push her down the ramp.
Crowd, the crowd.
No, dude. They want it.
I wouldn't do that.
This is blood, dude. This is the arena. Spill her blood.
This is hilarious.
Feed her to the lions.
This is actually a great. This is a great idea. This is funny.
Says,
You'll see. It's really not that funny.
Everyone's thought about doing this. No! No!
What the fuck, man? What the fuck? He just did a lateral drop on a table.
Dude, power bomb
What
your
do they
grandma.
call that? What do
That's
they
a
call
power bomb. Dude. That was a power bomb through a table.
Dude, the fact that your brain carried this for 22 years. This has been in your brain for 22 years.
Bro, what kind of damage did it do to that lady's brain? I mean, I don't care what you say. That lady got impact from that. There was some impact involved in that.
Damn, what if it was like a nursing home pipeline?
He's not, like, she's not protected there. Look at her hands. That's
She's
a real
older.
old lady. Bro, that probably took memories.
You talking shit? Oh no, that's Mark Henry. He's saying,
Probably
I
like,
love
are you
you.
okay? Are you dead?
Dude, they killed an old lady.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
That's fun.
He's rubbing his head. He's like, I'm going to get this pinned on me. Fuck it.
What the fuck, man?
I'll get arrested.
Man.
Damn, dude.
So yeah, the WWE is not afraid to put hands on
It's
women.
coming
dude.
back. It's coming
Now
back.
they did get away from it.
Yeah.
Now with the Saudis, we might be back to the classics. putting geezers through tables. It's fucking crazy. That was probably in like Rochester, New York. Rochester, are you ready for Raw?
Fuck yeah.
Oh my God, that's so nuts.
You ever go to one of those? A wrestling?
No, Tony's been trying to get me to go to
It's so fucking
WrestleMania
fun. Dude.
forever.
It's so fun.
Forever. But now that the Saudis bought it, allegedly. Is that
Yeah.
real? What's the still not real?
Damn.
Did we Snopes that yesterday?
They were still investigating it.
It's going to be cool. If the Saudis get it, there's a chance it gets better.
Who owns it? Is Vince McMahon still on it now, or is he focusing
Well,
on
they kicked him out because he got busted with a bunch of floozies.
Yeah. he's-
What?
Paying a bunch of ladies with
Who would-
company cash.
Who would have thought all
Or
that money
something.
went to that?
Yeah.
Gotta keep people. Look, if you look like that, and you're 7 years old, and you're the head of the WWE, you're slinging dick.
Yeah,
What do you want him to do?
What do you want him to do? I'd be more disappointed if he wasn't slinging dick.
Yeah, dude.
If he was a
Vince McMahon.
faithful married man,
He's a gigantic barbarian man who's like 79
Yeah,
years
he's
old,
awesome.
works out with a chain around his neck. Did you ever see how jacked he is?
Yeah, he's fucking ridiculous.
Show me a picture of
He
Vince
was.
McMahon jacked. No, still jacked.
No, I watched him get stunnered at WrestleMania. It's tough, dude.
Did you see the,
Lemaire got me. Lemaire was hanging out with me, and he was like, "It's WrestleMania today," and I was like, "I don't give a fuck." And then he started like putting up old highlights to get pumped for the thing. And
Dude, I used to love Stone Cold.
it was
Look, dude, look at that.
dude, he's
No,
super
obviously.
jacked, and he's 150,000
it's
years
from the
old.
front, dude. See him from the side. He's got the fucking.
What does he got?
He's hunched, dude.
Oh my God, dude.
That's pretty new. That's with him and Mac.
Let him do his thing.
Obviously, I'm not
I know
truly
that. I know. Yeah, of
criticizing,
course not,
but
of
when he
course
got
not.
stunned,
I'm talking about I'm talking about his extramarital affairs.
oh,
You're giving him a hard time about his physique, Shane? Really?
Joe,
No,
that sounded kind of personal.
I'm stunned.
Yeah,
I mean,
got
he
stunned.
looks good. He looks good. I think he's 80 something years old.
Well, that's incredible.
he looks better than
How
Schwarzenegger.
old is he? Let's guess.
77.
I say he's.
You just saw it.
I didn't see it.
Did it come up?
I didn't see it.
I didn't see it.
I say he's 80 years old.
Review the tape. I didn't even
Yeah,
see it.
what's the Scott? You're saying you said he.
He said he looks like shit.
No, he was because back like 10 years ago, he was like
Yeah, he was
yoked,
yoked,
cover
yeah.
of fucking
Back when
Men's
he was
Health.
70.
Back when he was 70. And I thought that was gonna be the same guy that came out in WrestleMania. And now you can see its age. You can see it's wearing on.
Let me see.
He got stunned and he couldn't even.
You're
So
saying
what's
he
his
recovered
age?
from the stunner.
He got stunned and couldn't go down.
He hated Stone Cold, bro.
Here's
Stone
the
Cold
match.
stole his youth.
But Jamie, how old is he?
77. Yeah, you had it right.
How old is it?
77.
77.
Yes, he looks great.
Bro, he looks fucking great for 77. 77, you're supposed to be a dead man. You're not supposed to be pro
He
wrestler.
would whoop my ass. Obviously,
Yeah.
he would beat my
He's-
ass. Dude, he'd slap me.
Bro, he's older than my mom. Look at this. Boom.
Jesus.
Not a lot of fucking hit behind that.
Not much going on.
I'm telling
Oh,
you,
he threw him into the turnbuckle. Pat McAfee goes down.
McAfee goes hard on this.
He sells it very well for him.
What are you saying? This isn't real?
No.
What the fuck are you saying, Jamie?
Dude, when we saw him, he was in a neck brace. He'd just gotten thrown through a table.
McAfee?
Yeah.
Yeah, don't do that, kids. Those guys get busted up more than anybody. When I've had those pro wrestlers in here,
Oh, God.
like Diamond
Yeah.
Dallas Page, his body had been through fucking hell. That's why he invented that yoga. He's got his own yoga system, and he's like helped all these wrestlers that are all fucked up completely rehabilitate their body and get their motion back.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, it's like a hardcore yoga. The dude's in incredible shape, man.
I haven't seen him.
He can stand up, grab his foot, and do a split.
I remember DDP. He ruled.
And he's in his
What?
60s. Grab his foot, standing up right now, no warm up, and he holds it up like a split. I'm not bullshitting.
Really?
Yeah, he did it in my studio.
That's weird.
I was like, that's insane.
That's weird.
He was showing me
Also,
some
my
of his
dad did that. I'd be like,
exercises.
what the fuck, Dad?
Guy's in amazing shape, and his back is fucked. Like technically, he should need surgery.
Yeah.
Like it's all bone on bone and shit. But he does that yoga routine every day, and he keeps him healthy and mobile, and he's not in pain. The guy, it's incredible. He's so flexible. It's like, how did you do this? When you see him like move around, you're like, you are a pro wrestler. And look at you.
He hit Beetlejuice with a guitar.
Did he?
Beetlejuice from the Howard Stern show. He hit him with a guitar.
He smashed him with a guitar.
No.
Now he's doing yoga.
Oh my god!
I guess if you're dedicated every day to yoga, you probably help your body.
I think those guys, if you're that busted up, you kind
Yeah,
of
those guys
have
are
to do
fucked.
something every day.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're not going to be mobile. Like you really have to fix. If you just start eating pain pills, which a lot of them do, that's a dark road. And you got to think about how many times a year those guys were on the road. I talked to Jake the Snake, and he was explaining like his evolution in the game and how long it took him and all the road gigs and shit. And just like, dude, those guys were doing 300 nights a year.
Yeah, every day.
Oh.
Never helped.
Every day they're smashing into each other and slamming each other and fucking. And some of them, they don't like each other, so they want to hit each other hard.
I can only imagine the feuds going, like the real feuds going on.
Oh, dude.
I was just talking to somebody about it.
Seriously, fuck you, brother. I'm
Yeah.
not fucking
No, they're all fucking, especially back then, roided out, lifting every day, drinking every day, fighting every day.
Yeah.
They were for like 5 straight years. They hated.
Was it Jake the
they
Snake or was it
hated
the Undertaker that had the broken eye sockets? Was it the Undertaker?
Weren't there like
the
5
Undertaker.
He had a
Undertakers?
special mask, Edward.
He shattered his fucking eye socket in the middle of a match. This Mexican dude landed on his face. His move, instead of fucking your face, he'd drop his butt on your face. So he drops his butt on. Who was it? It was like a famous guy. Mysterio? No?
That's
The dude
crazy.
landed his butt on his face and broke his eye
Yeah.
socket. And so he's like, ah! He's got to finish the match. He's going to finish this match with
Undertaker.
Is that why his eyes started
broken eye
going up
socket.
like this all the time?
That was
Well, he actually said he ran into a clothesline. I'm reading a quote from him.
Oh,
But
he ran into
no,
a
it was that
clothesline.
guy, Mabel.
Okay. I thought the guy landed on his face. Didn't you
He
think
says
so?
he's like, he was 6'8", 500 pounds. I ran straight into what was supposed to be a clothesline, but he was so gassed, and I ended up in a spot on his arm.
Actually,
Immediately
Jamie, I think he broke his eye socket twice. I think if I remember correctly, he broke both eye sockets.
Well, this is him.
Jesus.
According to this, it says this is what he said on the Joe Rogan Experience.
Oh,
So
yeah, both
Basically,
eye
once-
sockets. Yeah. See,
But-
that's right. One was because the guy was completely out of shape, a lot of similarities. The other one, I think, was the butt to the face.
Oh,
I think he's saying he broke both because we showed another one that he did where the guy wasn't as big who landed on his face. I might be remembering this wrong. I have a very limited memory for pro wrestling.
Yeah.
I watched. I go, yeah, that's great. They threw the grandma through the table. That's
Threw the grandma
Yeah.
through the table was pretty
I'll
awesome.
delete that by the end of the week. By the end of the week,
No,
I'll
you'll
have no
never forget
knowledge
that.
that happened.
You'll never have dreams about
Dude,
it.
I remember.
you're right. Rey Mysterio did hit him in the custom.
There you go.
Yeah. Okay. So it was Mysterio, and
Oh,
he
he hit with
landed.
the Hurricane
I think
Rana.
he landed with his butt on his face. See if you
Rey
can find
Mysterio
it.
is super small. That's not the butt face. He got hit in the face by him. I think.
Welcome.
But Rey Mysterio would be hopping
You
around.
said
like
he's
that.
super small.
How you living?
That's
Yeah,
bony,
that's,
bony
I
butt.
think he landed on his face.
Oh, dude.
I think that's the reason why he got him that way, because he landed
What up,
with his
man?
butt on his face.
The dead man. The dead man.
Dude.
So
Right, he landed on Undertaker's head. He missed
Everybody
time the top
loves you.
rope senton.
Oh, you
That
came
you
He
here.
landed
landed on the Undertaker's head. Yeah, he landed on his head with his butt.
Ah,
What up, pimp?
Yeah, he mistimed the move and
Yo,
landed on his
how you
face and
living?
broke his face.
Like a pimp. Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods? Very cool. We're just watching some Joe Rogan, my man. All right. Well, if you want, feel free to sleep in here. I'll keep a podcast going. You can fall asleep to it. I sleep in here. All right, Sims. Well, with that, I hope you're aware that we're going to continue this podcast. Welcome.
How enthusiastic
Divas,
people get.
Yeah, it's
So
fucking
angry.
crazy.
They
It's
get
crazy.
so fucking angry at the bad guy.
It's crazy.
They fire him up. Those bad guys will come out and be like, Delaware, what a bunch of fucking retards are you? And they're all just like, no.
No, did you ever watch
They'd
the
have
Andy
Arabs.
Kaufman?
They'd have Arab dudes come out and be like, America fucking sucks ass. And these dudes are like, take that the fuck back.
Wasn't that the Iron Sheik?
Yeah, Iron Sheik. They had dudes come out for everything. There was Russians. They have everybody. Back in the day, like The Rock was part of Nation of Domination. They were like
Yeah.
black African extremists that would come out and be like, in front of all the white people, they were like, no.
Did you ever watch the Andy Kaufman films
Yes.
when he was doing pro wrestling? That was crazy.
Hilarious.
The fact that he decided that was what he's going to do.
There they are.
Bring that down to South
I think,
Carolina.
I think the CIA assassinated 3 of them, actually.
Yeah. 2 of them were FBI informants.
Jamie, see if you can find some of the
The
Andy
Rock
Kaufman
was a snitch, dude.
footage.
He
Rock
snitched
was a
on
snitch.
Farouk, dude.
He told me, we make you a movie star. Just got to give up your brothers.
You got to snitch on Farouk. He did it.
He put a bomb in Farouk's house.
Imagine if it turns out the Rock's working for the FBI the whole time.
How could he not be?
Yeah, at this point, how could he not be?
How do you think they made so many Jumanjis, dude?
Yeah, it's fucking intelligence written all over it, dude.
That's Mockingbird, bro. Jumanji's Mockingbird.
Jumanji was a fun movie, man. How dare you?
Jumanji.
Dude,
Wait,
hit the
the
record.
first one?
Hit the record. Hit the record.
Wait,
liked
the
it.
Robin Williams one was incredible.
No, I went to see the Rock one with my kids. I loved it.
All right, with kids, maybe, dude.
Check the
went-
record. I praised
had a-
Jumanji.
I had a rough-
I praised Jumanji.
You like
You
Jumanji? Yeah,
praised
you guys have kids.
It's a good movie.
I was
It's a good
in-
movie if you have
before.
kids.
Bro,
watched it
I was in
before.
Boston by myself. I was doing comedy. I had to kill a whole day. I had nowhere to stay. I went to a Panera Bread by myself. I had never drank coffee before in my life. I was like 30. I never drank coffee. I was chugging cold brews all day. I didn't know it would give you a panic attack. I had and then I went and saw Jumanji by myself at like 2:30 p.m.
Oh my god.
And I was in there just like, holy shit, dude, I'm a fucking moron. I saw Jumanji by myself.
I feel
And
bad.
then I called Matt and I was like, man, I want to quit comedy, dude. I'm so fucking sad.
I've been in a Panera for 4 hours drinking iced
bro,
coffee. And
10
I'm by myself.
10 hours.
Oh no.
I spent a whole day in a Panera.
Oh
I
my
had no
God.
money.
Dude. Yeah.
That's
I had
hilarious.
$0.
Why
I
told
saved
you were
up to
30?
see Jumanji. Yeah. it
You
was
gave
recent.
me so many fire movie recommends, and finally I came out of Jumanji. I was like, Shane's gonna like this, and he gave him a panic attack. I was like, fuck, my bad, dude.
That fucked me up.
How crazy
I was
was
in
it?
there by myself watching Jumanji. Just
Dude,
it's like, this is for real a low point. This is like a fucked up thing.
dude, I
I'm an adult. It was a weekday, 2 p.m. in Boston.
That is a weird thing.
and that was before, that was like,
I had
this could capsize. My whole life could capsize.
my life. It was capsized. I was swimming.
True.
I was, dude. My ex-girlfriend gave me her old laptop, so I had like a Chromebook that was like a $90 Chromebook.
Your laptop was
I was
dead.
by myself. I would find websites that had old games. I was playing like SimCity 98. Chugging cold brew. Dude, this is fucked up. Now I'm saying it. But I was like, oh, there's a movie theater in the parking lot. I'll go see whatever they have. Jumanji at 2:30.
Yeah.
I'm in.
Yeah, those days on the road in the early days, they can be, they feel
It was really sad.
And also, if you're working with people you don't like you show up in a town and the middle's a douche.
Dude, remember I went with him to Florida. He got booked to go to Florida, and he was like, I was like, I'll just come with you, and I'll like host. And you were booked to feature.
Yeah, we did
So
we
he
did a
brought
whole
me-
Southern tour.
The whole Southern tour, he brought me. I don't think anyone wanted me there at all. He brought me there. I forgot underwear first of all. I didn't pack underwear. I had no undies the whole time.
I was a feature, and I was like, I got a guy I'm bringing. That's great.
That's hilarious. The headliner stole his jokes.
Yeah.
The headliner was a guitar guy, and Shane would go up. I was bombing constantly, and Shane would go up. He was doing well, and the headliner started just like he was bombing on a guitar. Then he'd start doing callbacks to Shane's bits,
He did the whole.
and then he started just incorporating them into it. Was the
did
craziest
my
shit.
act. By the last couple
Dude.
shows, he was just stealing the
It
thing.
was crazy. Dude.
Whoa.
But it was when I was new, so I was like, that's cool.
Yeah,
You know, I was new enough to be like, at least, you know, he's saying that was good.
true.
But that was, dude, it was me and him and the headliner in a comedy condo in South Carolina. We just fucked with this dude. He sucked so fucking bad.
we were in the back green room, and there was like a plastic. You know, the plastic's supposed to look like crystal.
Yeah.
There's like plastic like table stuff with lunch meat, and this guy's just crushing bologna, being like, "Guys, I'm on the road all the time. I can get pussy anytime I want." We're like, "Okay, dude."
Because we were,
right.
he was like, "Man, if I was your guys' age, if I was single like you guys, I'd be getting pussy too. I could go out there and get pussy if I wanted, but I'm not gonna." Like, dude, he was standing eating lunch meat on a tray in a club in South Carolina.
A guitar act.
Yeah, we're in like a closet, like a Mexican bowling alley. He's like, "Dude, I could clean up out there, dude. You guys have no idea." I'm like, "Dude,
Oh
pretty
gosh.
sure you're just crying when we came in here."
He was absolutely. That was a fun fucking trip.
Dude, that was so fun.
It was so funny. Me and him were young and just bullying a headliner, just fully like, "Oh, is that what you said?" Back in the condo, and he'd be like, "Yeah, that is."
Those weird headliners that, like no one knows who they are, but they can kind of headline, and they go to some places and they've been doing it way too long.
Yeah,
They can achieve this very high level of toxic bitterness.
it's Sith,
Yeah, you're around them, and then they have a couple beers, and they start looking at you sideways.
dude.
And they tried it. They're like, "Oh, dude, that was the guy." He was like, "Oh, you guys are doing a podcast." I guess we'll see, huh?
Don't waste your time. Fucking dickhead, dude. Yeah, that was very funny.
He was just a bit.
What year was this?
Fuck, man.
16,
Yeah.
15.
But in his defense, back then, how many podcasts were there?
I don't know.
I think people had already figured out that you could make money off of it.
Yeah,
By 15.
yeah. There was enough. He just was saying, like, every comedian does it. Trust me, I tried it. It didn't work. It's not going to work for you guys.
You suck. I think the market's oversaturated now, but I still think people should do it. Like, if I was a new comic, like if you're a new comic starting out now, you should do a podcast, even if no one's going to listen. Just keep doing it. Just do it and keep doing it, and it'll grow. But there's so many of them now.
Yeah.
Like, trying to get an audience now, it's so much harder than it was 5 years
Yeah,
ago,
but
6 years
I
ago.
feel like if you're actively trying to get an audience, it comes. You just have to just talk. Like, I talk to myself when I drive anyway. I'll just talk. I'm like, "Damn, I should have recorded." It's so fucking good.
You talk out loud to
Yeah, I talk
yourself,
out loud
and you
constantly.
feel like, damn,
It's
I'm good.
fire, dude. While I'm
It's
driving,
so good.
I talk to myself all the time. My kid will be in the back seat, and I'll be talking to myself and turn around and be like, I can't stop.
You like that
I
one?
can't stop casting.
You're casting. You like
That's your thing always, is talking to yourself?
Sometimes I'll just talk. I don't realize I'm doing it. I'll be thinking. I'll just start talking. I'm
Jesus
like,
Christ, if I recorded what I was saying in a car,
classified.
it'd be a quick pocket. Yeah.
I don't think
Fine
I've ever
would have
talked
it.
to myself in the car.
Really?
No,
I
I
do
don't
it
think
constantly.
so.
It's good.
No.
It's fun.
I'm going to try it.
Yeah, dude.
Like talking out loud?
Yeah, it's talking to yourself.
It'd be a good way to do
That's
a
fucking
podcast.
crazy.
Like,
Yeah,
if you had a Tesla, especially if you have a quiet car, you could, like, set up a camera and just do a podcast while you're driving.
Dude, I'm telling you, you access.
Bill Burr did stuff like that, but it was like more like him driving around, like, God,
You
look
give
at
a
this fucking
tour.
guy. Yeah, he was giving a tour.
That was
Funny.
good.
Yeah, those
You
are
give
good.
tours of like towns
Yeah.
and shit. You driving and just talking must be
Talking,
for real terrifying.
fleshing out the ideas.
Well, that's the way a lot of guys come up with material. Like, that's how Dylan does it. He comes up with so
Podcast.
much material because he's podcasting all the time. He's ranting about things, and some of them you can keep. Some of them are like genuinely good ideas.
2%, I would say.
But that's if you fucking sling 10 around,
Yeah.
you get pickup too. That's pretty good. That's pretty nice.
I was trying the ones you and me workshopped a couple jokes this week.
Oh yeah,
The seller did not like them.
good.
The seller wasn't that excited about it because I couldn't word it. I don't know how to
How
word
many
it.
sets did you do down there?
It's like 5 or 6 a night.
And so each set, the audience was similar?
I probably tried it twice and then scrapped it because I was talking. Me and Matt did a podcast that day, and we were talking about if there was like a parent sex like pride parade. Like if you're see, it doesn't work.
If your parents flaunted their sexuality.
The way gay people do it at the pride parade. Like if it was your dad and your mom on a float, like, and even a gay guy would be like, ew. And then I was trying to say, like, look, I'm happy you guys are doing it, but that's how we feel. We're like, ew. I'm glad you're doing it, but gross, dude. And didn't work.
Yeah,
Still didn't work.
I mean, it's fun.
I see what you're saying. Yeah,
It's a fair point.
it's a good point.
I mean, again, do what you want to
The
do.
dog general worked.
Did it?
I might be onto something there.
The dog channel.
That fucking dude that retired in the military with the dog mask. I don't even know if it's real. This guy from the military retired, and he was wearing a fucking leather dog mask in his uniform, like in front of the flag.
What?
It might be fake. I might have got tricked, but either way. He was like, Commander Bow Wow's retiring. Arf, arf. Like that was the end of it. But they were using it on Twitter. They were trying to make fun of the U.S. military. They were like, here's China's military, here's Russia's military. And it's like skinheads that are like, eh. And then it was, here's ours. It's a bunch of trans people and the dog guy. And the joke is, for real, that's absolutely more terrifying. Like, that's a truly scary military. That we had a furry with fucking missiles behind him.
Yeah.
That's like an actual lunatic.
That's a problem.
If it's real.
It's probably not real, but I like
It
it.
might not be real. Dude, there's footage. There's footage that
Also,
comes
another
out
joke
of
said,
this war.
oh, for fucking 8.
There's footage that's come out of this war that is different than any footage of any war that I've ever seen because it's on cell phones.
Yeah.
There's so much cell phone footage from this war.
Dude, planes are flying low over like apartments and shit.
Yeah, but I'm talking about like one-on-one combat situations with guns.
Yeah.
Like I've seen a bunch of them now. And one I saw yesterday was this guy was in a gunfight in the woods. So he's hiding behind trees, and the trees have like chunks of fucking wood missing from them because a bullet just hit it. I mean, like a fucking movie, right? And he runs to these Ukrainian guys that are in a foxhole, and he's got the drop on them. And I don't know what he's saying. Like he's saying, surrender, give it. And the guy reaches up to grab his gun, and he ices the bolt of him in the head. Down, at close range. From 3 feet away. And you watch it's like, holy shit.
Jesus.
Like this is what they're going through over there. This is the real war.
God
this is
damn.
really what war's happening. And they're filming it on their cell phones.
Yeah.
Now imagine a furry. He's in a drone just like, what are they doing down there?
It's like Spaceballs. He's up in the ship.
He just sends a drone strike.
But that would be the scariest thing if someone had real drone, like those dog drones with guns on them. And they just sent those after people.
Yeah.
Yeah, why don't we just send like a bunch of we definitely have like war robots. Why don't we just be like, yo, here, use our war robots? I guess you can't. I
wonder if a friend, I don't know if this is true either. We'll find this out. What was the other thing that we were just trying to find out?
Dog General.
Dog General, is that real?
Come on, dudes.
I support the Dog General.
Well, my
I
friend
know Dog
was
General's out there.
telling
He's
me-
probably listening right now.
Ooh, row.
What my friend was telling me when he served overseas, because of the Geneva Convention. That's real. That's not real, bro.
That's
That
Dog General.
is so photoshopped.
That's so real.
They're not gonna let that guy wear a
The
dog
Dog
mask.
General.
That's scary, for real.
Exactly. They want to
Yeah.
make fun of us for having trans and furries in our military. Good luck fighting those dudes.
Maybe this is what he does during like formal events and regular times. He's just a straight up killer.
We should bomb other countries and make fun of our trans military members.
For real.
Yeah, fuck that.
You gonna fuck with us?
What was the other
DARPA.
thing that I was gonna look up? We're gonna look something else up.
I know what you're talking. Fuck. I don't know.
Jamie, I can't believe you're not finding Dog General, dude.
What was the other question I asked? There's the guy with the mask, and what was the other one?
Video stuff.
No, there's something. I know what you're talking about.
God damn
The last thing I had up was the Andy Kaufman stuff. But
No, there was.
Yeah,
We're
we're
talking about
going-
cell phone
we're all over the
videos.
road.
Yeah, we're all over the place. Talking about cell phone videos.
Talking about you talking in your car.
Oh, sending robots into
drone robots.
drone robots.
There he is. That's real.
Going to the dogs.
That's real?
No.
American conservative. What are you talking about?
Celebrate Pup Pride.
Oh, dude.
Wait a minute. So this is gay officers only wear these masks?
No, I don't know what
But
this
doesn't
is.
scroll back up.
This guy's
What does
stealing
it say?
valor.
Scroll all the way up.
Stealing
It
valor.
says celebrate pup pride with the armed forces. Gay officers pretend to be canines for sadomasochistic sex games.
This is the classic website, theamericanconservative.com.
Dude, that's like the Washington Post to me.
True. True.
This is
They're the
my
same. They're all the same now.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Okay, so the guy likes to wear a mask.
I know, that's the point. And then
Sure.
China and Russia were trying to make fun of us. They were like, look how weird we are. And it's like, bro,
Dude.
our guys will fuck you guys up.
There was
Look at guy.
another thing I
Fuck
wanted
that.
to ask, but I forget. But there is one thing. Someone told me that during the overseas war, during the Geneva, because of the Geneva
There you go.
Convention, you aren't allowed to have like hollow point bullets in your pistol. you have to have. It's an unfair advantage.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
You use musket balls?
No, you have to use like practice rounds that you use at the range. Is that true?
1899 prohibits use of international warfare bullets that easily expand or flatten the body.
Dumb
What?
dumbs.
It is a common misapprehension that hollow point ammunition is prohibited by the Geneva Convention, as the prohibition significantly predates those conventions.
But they still do implement that, though. My friend who served was explaining to me the rounds that they made them use over there.
What?
Yeah.
They tried to outlaw fucking
Court-
night vision, dude.
Now, I don't know if that was just his
What?
unit. I don't know. That's crazy.
They tried to be like, this is unfair, what you guys are
Do you
doing.
know how crazy it is?
Yeah, but-
Fair and unfair when it
I'm
comes
digging
to
through
killing
it. It's
people.
going to get weird. 2015 DoD law war manual returns hollow point bullets to armed conflict. So, I don't
Well, I think he
Imagine
was,
passing that
That's
bill.
overseas, you said, I guess.
Like,
Right?
get
yeah,
those back
he was
in here.
overseas.
It's time for some dudes' heads to fucking
Well,
explode.
I don't know if that's true, but that was what he had said.
When did they have hollow point bullets in 1889? I guess was what this.
Yeah, but doesn't this stuff go out the window when like guys start fighting for their survival?
It
Yeah.
certainly should.
They're like, well, I don't want to break those rules.
But when you're seeing a scene like I saw with the foxhole, and you know, like that, this is what these guys are going through today, and it's all done on someone's fucking Samsung Galaxy,
God
so
damn.
it's like clear video.
Yeah.
It's horrible.
yeah,
It's real close up too. It's like, oof.
it's kind of embarrassing at this point. It's like, dude, you guys are really, what are we doing? You guys are shooting each other in the
War?
face right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of, at this point, it's kind of
That's still
embarrassing.
happening.
It's like, come on, man.
Wow. Civilizations, when they evolve with war, you never kind of get them out. I think the only chance we have is if we keep like all moving to a new place with a new agreement. Like the reason why the United States was so much different than anywhere else is because the majority of the people just said, look, let's get the fuck out of here and start a new place.
Yeah.
Because this shit's crazy. And then everybody was like, hey, where'd you guys go? And then that place, the new place became the shit. And
Yeah.
that's really what America is. But then eventually it gets fucked too. Like we don't have the same like physical wars on our borders because we're luckily surrounded by water, but we're still engaging in it all over the place and ramped up. It's like we're involved in so many different conflicts all over the world. It's almost like the only way you're ever going to stop that is if people keep. It was like, all right, this one didn't work either. Let's keep going one more time. Antarctica, here we go, and take over that one, and then do that for a few hundred years, and then fuck that up, and then everyone learn. It's like the lessons that people learn in civilization. They take forever. They take forever.
True.
We're still doing the death penalty. We know how many people are innocent that are on death row. We know we're killing innocent people. We're like, yeah, but fucking win's a win. Win's a win.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
It is one innocent person's. That's
Oh, that sucks,
Imagine
dude.
insane.
being falsely accused the whole time. And you're like,
dude,
no.
I've had multiple men like that on my podcast
Oh.
because of the stuff that I do with Josh Dubin, who used to be an ambassador for the Innocence Project,
Yeah.
and then he went off to. He's released dozens of these people, and the stories are hard. Well, you're crying.
I might have heard one you
podcast.
had on here.
I've had a few.
The
of
guy
them
with the
on.
little girl, and it was DNA reversed it. Maybe it was on.
Yes, there's been a
Oh.
bunch of them.
They're like,
There's been
we
a
saw
bunch
you with her the last time. That was all it took.
Yeah.
And then they found he couldn't afford DNA testing or something.
Well, there's one guy who was an immigrant who walked into a trailer after this woman had murdered someone, and his footprints got everywhere, and they blamed him, and he was in jail for 20 years, like that kind of shit.
Why is he walking around?
Well, it's like, what the fuck's going on? Like, imagine
Oh, he's
you
checking
go
up on it.
check in on people, and you open the door, and someone's been knifed to death. And you're like, holy shit. And you're just realizing you're trying to turn the lights on. Like, what the fuck's going on? And he's an illegal immigrant. It's from another country.
Yeah, so he tried to hide.
And then the woman blames it on him, and it's just crazy.
Oh, it
It's-
fucking sucks.
And it's just such a flawed system. And the thing is, like, there's an incentive for a prosecutor once they're starting to try a case. They want to win that fucking case. They got a record. They have a reputation, and so they're trying to win. And when it's like a government prosecutor or, you know, a district attorney, and they know there's some information that would exonerate that person, they're just like, they don't give a
And
fuck.
also, that seems like a problem, making it like competitive
Yes.
for lawyers.
It's very
To
bad.
be like, I want to win, or like DAs that are like, I arrested the most people.
Exactly.
It's like, yeah,
Yeah. Then they run for office. It's like, remember that? And they're like,
I was tough on crime, and then all of a sudden, 10 years later, being tough on crime is racist. You're
Yeah.
like, I wasn't tough on crime. Now
I
I'm the
smoke
vice
weed.
president.
Yeah, man.
I didn't call them super criminals.
Yeah.
Super
Now I'm
predators.
Yeah, super predators
right.
is nuts.
That's
Nuts.
crazy. That's
Nuts.
crazy. He's getting jammed up on like manila folders when he was like kissing 12-year-old girls on camera.
I don't know
Joe Biden.
jack.
Yeah.
I don't
Hanging out
know
with Clinton.
jack shit about politics. But if I had to guess, they're trying to get rid of him.
Yeah.
That would
Yeah.
my guess would be they're trying to get rid of him. If all of a sudden his own aides are sending these, instead of like taking these classified documents, which you have located, and go, well, let's not do that again, and fucking locking them up somewhere. His own aides.
Self-reporting?
Dude.
Come on.
That sounds sus. Well, no one self-reported that fucking laptop.
I know.
That laptop.
That was Russian disinformation. That reeks of Russian
They
disinformation.
got a hold of the social media companies and lied to them. They did whatever the fuck they could to keep that from happening. And even this, they discovered this before the midterms.
Yeah.
So they didn't release the information until after the midterms.
I mean, dude, everyone said this a million times with like the news. If that was flip-flop, if it was, Trump's kid, that would have been all over. It would have been like, this is the fate of our democracy, rest in the sons of the blah, blah, blah,
100%.
blah, blah.
And the media would have gone right along with it.
Yeah, and it's like so obvious and it sounds trite, but it's like, dude, why did they? What's the incentive to be like, nah, fuck that guy, not that guy? It's like, that kind of freaks me out.
Dude, there's a bunch of us that are just unrepresented. It's the reasonable middle. The reasonable middle of the world. Unrepresented. You got radical left and radical right. You got people that are all in on the Republican Party and you should never get an abortion even if you've been raped. You got wild shit on that side, and on the other side you got men can get pregnant. You got all this chaos. You got FTX. So he was just making mistakes. No big deal. We should barely even attack him. We don't even need to bring him in. Come on, guys.
Yeah, why would they let that guy off the hook?
The number 2 donor to the Democratic Party.
Oh, duh.
Number 2.
Yeah, like
Just by George Soros. And they're like, whatever. No one's freaking out.
My favorite is the Republicans hanging on to that Santos dude.
That is why.
The Republicans are like, no, he's a good dude.
That guy should be in jail.
Santos is the guy who was like, I'm Jewish.
Oh, that
and they were like, you're not Jewish. He's like, I meant Jew-ish. I'm like a Jew.
He's a master of the English language. He
lied about so many things.
He lied about everything.
I found out about it on the podcast, and then I went a deep dive. I'm
It's so
this guy's wild.
Dude.
I was looking at him yesterday. The first article that came up was like, he lied about being a volleyball star. It's like, dude, that's the funniest
Well, you
lie.
ever see Biden lie about his education? Have you ever seen that clip? Where he lied about his education, they fact-checked him on the news.
What did he say he was?
Oh my God! He just flat out lied about his credentials.
I think it fucked him up in that debate.
For sure.
He was running a while ago, and he got.
Well, he ran for president in
He
'88.
plagiarized the speech. He did that.
Dude, we used to do Joe Biden night at Stitch's Comedy Club in Boston, where we'd all do each other's acts. That time, Joe Biden lied about his academic credentials. So watch this video because it's fucking crazy.
He was 76 of 85.
He was so silly.
He might have gotten it wrong though. He might have been like 85 to top.
Truthfully,
What's
a guy
that?
who finishes 76
No,
would
that's
get it
the
wrong.
video.
It just says it's the road to the White House.
No, this is the video. I've
There
seen
he
it.
is.
He argues with this guy.
And the other question is, could you quickly, I think
I probably have a much higher IQ than you do, I suspect. I went to law school on a full academic scholarship, the only one in my class that have a full academic scholarship. In the first year in law school, I decided I didn't want to be in law school and ended up in the bottom 2/3 of my class, and then decided I wanted to stay, went back to law school, and in fact ended up in the top half of my class. I won the international moot court competition. I was the outstanding student in the political science department at the end of my year. I graduated with 3 degrees from undergraduate school, 165 credits, only need 123 credits, and I'd be delighted to sit down and compare my IQ to yours if you'd like, Frank.
You rewind that and look at the guy who wants to fuck him so bad. You just see how happy that guy was. He was like, "You're doing it, Joe."
I know. Now,
I'm not questioning your IQ. It's nothing at all. I'm just saying that with the people that we have elected to office in recent years, I think that we have to question their credentials very solidly.
Well, I think you're right, Frank.
Damn.
But you know what I find kind of interesting? It seems to me if you can speak, you're at a liability in the Democratic Party anymore. It seems to me you've all become heartless technocrats. It seems to me that you forget that what happens is we've never, as a party,
okay, pause
we have
this.
never.
This is now nonsense.
Biden rules.
Yeah.
Now go
That's pretty
to
nasty,
I
dude.
go
fucking
to
love
the article where it says what his actual stats were. Because someone fact checked him on the news. It's not in that clip. There's one that they played that clip on the news and then fact checked it.
That'd be a nice edit, like cutting that to like now him just fucking bumbling around on stage talking nonsense.
He's actually 70th in a class of 85. So he wasn't in the top half. But there was a bunch of other stuff that he lied about in that clip too. In the news clip where they check it, this like hardcore news guy goes, actually, the true story is, and he just lays it all out. And
that blows.
It sucks.
Can you imagine if
yeah,
you're
there
lying
it
and a
is.
dork
Plenty
comes
to
in?
do.
Yeah.
The new questions stem from taped remarks of Biden during an April campaign appearance in New Hampshire.
I went to law school on a full academic scholarship.
Yeah,
the only one
scoot
in my,
ahead a little to the where you can't. Oh, okay. That's okay. Keep playing.
That's crazy.
in my class to have a full academic scholarship. Went back to law school, and in fact ended up in the top half of my class. I was the outstanding student in the political science department at the end of my year. I graduated with 3 degrees from undergraduate school and 165 credits, only needed 123 credits.
Biden now concedes he did not graduate in the top half of his law school class, that he does not have 3 degrees from college, and that he was not named outstanding political science student in college.
Newsweek says Biden actually went to school on a half scholarship, ended up near the bottom of his class, and won only 1 degree, not 3.
Joe Biden ranked 76th in a class of 85 at the University of Syracuse Law School. I mean, this guy comes off this whole thing as a flylate.
Now Biden says Newsweek is right. His memory had failed him.
His memory had failed him. My memory had failed me. But his
up.
memory seems so good right there. It was like that'd be so scary if you could maybe that was the early signs of dementia.
Yeah.
You could rattle off facts that you think are fact.
Oh boy.
Maybe he believed it. Maybe he believed it.
Yeah.
My memory failed me. Maybe his memory fails him all the time. Maybe he's just like hanging on, just has a prepared speech for if Bob asked this, I say that. He has to write it all
Yeah, I'm
out.
gonna ram it down his fucking throat. The guy's like, I think you're an idiot. He's like, actually, I got the highest IQ on earth, motherfucker. That does hurt when the dorks come after you, though.
Yeah.
You're up there lying. Can
Well,
you imagine
especially
if they did that?
those are the mainstream dorks.
Yeah,
I mean, that was Sam Donald.
it was back in the day. The real dorks.
The real dorks.
The heavyweight dorks
The
got 'em.
journalists.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I exaggerate when I'm angry, but I've never gone around telling people things that aren't true about
That's
me. That's not
An oxymoron.
You just lied right
I
there.
lie, but I
That's
never
crazy.
lie.
He just lied right there because he lied. He said he had 3 degrees. That's not an exaggeration. That's a lie.
Yeah.
You know, saying you're in the top half of your class is also a lie.
Yeah.
It's exaggerating. If you say I fucking killed it
Yeah,
in college,
exactly.
but then they find out you were in the bottom half of the class, well, that's an exaggeration.
Yeah.
Oh, that's kind of a lie.
He
too.
could be like, I was in a lot of clubs. I played, intramural sports.
Yeah,
But he fucked it up.
he went for
He
it.
lied. And he called black people super predators. And
No, that's Hill Dog.
he didn't. Did he say
I
that?
think it was Hillary.
It was
I
just
think it was
Hillary.
him.
He called him
I think
super
there's him on
predators, too.
tape. I think he's been on tape.
He's
Yeah.
had some rough ones. He had some rough
I think
ones.
they get these terms that they'd like to throw around, and then they start using them with each other, and it's like sort of a signal that we're all on the same page.
Oh, okay.
And whatever it is, whatever term they're using to try to push things across. Hillary Clinton, not Joe Biden, use the term super predator.
Reuters.
Damn,
Let's go.
son. Let's go.
Jamie. This
Let's
makes up for the
go.
lack of dog general info.
Joe Biden, let's go. Yeah, Hillary, boy. Oof.
Yeah.
I know women want a female president. You got one in Tulsi Gabbard. Go get her.
Yeah.
That's one that you could really get behind.
Who do you like, Matt?
In terms of,
Who are you trying to endorse?
I want Yang, dude.
Yeah, he's a beast.
I hope he starts. I just want a new party. I don't care what he does. I just want a new party to win. Be fun. Just like knock the other.
You were
two out.
Yang Early.
Yeah, I like the idea of just.
You like
fucking-
UBI at first.
You like universal
What are you, a
basic income?
communist?
No, I thought it was a cool idea.
It's
Try it. My thing is just try it. We should do wild experiments. Just
Dude,
try it out.
I thought it was a cool idea until people started getting money during the pandemic and then didn't want to go back to work. And I was
yeah.
like, oh no, this is what
Yeah.
happens.
Then you try to go to Starbucks at a rest stop.
Yeah, you'd have a collapse of
One
the service
person.
industry. You'd collapse of jobs that suck.
Yeah.
But you would also have a resurgence of people doing what they actually want to do. It wouldn't be everybody, but it would give a good chunk of people an opportunity to try something that they've always wanted to do, where they don't have to worry about subsistence, right? They don't have to worry about food and rent, and then they can go pursue a dream. But how many are going to do that? I don't know. Is it worth trying? It might be. I don't know. I mean, but human nature, the problem with human nature, like people, if you give them, make them so they don't have to do anything, they don't do things.
Yeah.
That's a lot of people. But a lot of people wouldn't. They would look at it as an opportunity. It's almost like you need people's like what gives you meaning in life. And I know being lazy is like very attractive. It draws you to it. It's so comfortable to just sit on the couch and play video games and do nothing. But you're gonna get depressed. You're gonna get depressed. You need a task. I think everybody needs a different task, and everybody has like a different level of need. But you need tasks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This
Forward
is
motion.
Have
This is
you
just
played
me
Bannerlord?
speaking.
Have you played Bannerlord?
Dude, if I played games, man, I'd have a fucking problem. Jamie can tell you, I have a problem.
Yeah.
I get psychotically
Bannerlord is
obsessed,
so
and
nice.
I'll play 8-10 hours a day, and I'll fuck up my life, and I'll look pale like a vampire.
What's wrong with that?
Dude, I was playing Quake. I would play all night long, man. I installed a T1 line in my house back when I couldn't get good internet because I was living in the mountains. I was like, what can you do? And they go, well, if you had a business, we could run a T1 line. I go, well, I got a business. Let's run a T1 line.
Just playing Quake.
They had to fucking dig up the street, lay pipes and shit.
Oh, they had to send like the boring missile drills.
I went hard.
Damn.
So I could play Quake.
How long did this last for?
Oh, I had to quit cold turkey. I realized it was a real problem.
Fuck, I'm not excited about that. I'm headed that way.
Games?
I plugged in the Xbox 360 this week and started playing NCAA 14. Took 8 hours.
There was my friend Rob was a manager at the Comedy Store, real nice guy. And one day he said, he played EverQuest all day. He had a real problem. And he goes, I'm so good at making money in EverQuest and so bad at it in the real world. And I was like, this is profound.
Yeah.
Like, because he was having this, he's out in public. He left the house because, like, for him, that's a big deal to, like, shut the computer off and leave the house. He's, like, so immersed in the game. So he's hanging out with us at the store in the back bar. And he's like, I got to do something, man. I got to do something. I'm like, you got to quit. Like, they're fucking great. I love them. Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I'm not an anti-video game person. I fucking love them. But I know for me, they're too fun. I was like, why am I just sitting around answering emails that I have to answer? When I can just be in a world of murder.
I gotta be honest.
Shooting rockets at people.
That's exactly where I'm at. Dude, I get emails and I go,
fuck out of here.
I literally put the phone down.
Yeah, man. It's a
Blade
time.
Bannerlord, dude.
It's a time suck.
Yeah, I get addicted. I can't do it. I get too, and I suck too. I suck at them.
That's
that UFC, the UFC is my favorite.
We lived together, and I was like, I'm gonna get good and beat Shane, and I played all day. He was at work, I was at home. I was just fucking like, I'm gonna kick his fucking ass. I'm gonna kick his ass. And he came home. I was like, what's this? Beat my ass, and I stormed up. I get so mad too. And I can't handle it.
It's so hard, man.
I can't handle it.
I play the karate game? Is it Dead or Alive? It's a fucking great karate game. Where you get to pick all these different, and my daughter kept jacking me up because she was using this little lady, and this little lady does this little fast move. She like spins around and kicks you in the head.
So frustrating. Yeah, we'll do a different move. That's fine.
My daughter kept fucking me up. She fucked me up like she was so happy, and I was so upset with myself. I was like, I can't believe that. That was that girl. She's hot as fuck. Yeah, and she Dead or Alive. That's it. Yeah, that's awesome. It's a fucking great game. It's so addictive. And you can like use some martial arts strategy in that game. If you know like good techniques.
Yeah, I'm the only one that can do ground and pound in UFC. I'm the only one that can do jiu-jitsu in UFC in our video games.
So you know how to hit arm bars and stuff?
I crush,
dude.
How do you learn? Do you learn like pressing certain buttons at the same time?
Timing, all that, stamina, all that. Yeah,
wow.
It's very fun.
Bro, doing the voiceover for that was one of the most brutal jobs I've ever had. It's so long. Because you have like these lists of all these things that can possibly happen, and all these fighters' names, and all these different scenarios.
How long does it take?
Hours and hours and hours, many, 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 many days. Yeah, you're working. You're in a fucking sound booth, and you're constantly drinking water because I'm screaming. So I can only do it because it's like, oh, you're doing shit like that. So you have to do. I'm trying to do it like a
you
real
weren't in
fight
the last one. It fucks me up.
I'm like, is it?
You weren't in the last one. I genuinely was like, damn, dude, I need the fucking
Daddy's busy. Daddy's busy. It's too much work. It's so much work. I was in the one before it, but they used my old stuff. So I only did like 2 of them. And I was like, that's it. I can't do it anymore.
Yeah, can't you just re-license the sounds, but just take the other ones? Yeah. Oh, you gotta use the new guys and stuff.
Yeah, it's new names, new people. So that means new sessions and this fucking thing, reading off the paper. Yeah, it's not coal mining. I get it. I mean, but guess what? I'm busy.
Yeah, but you get in your head. If you're like just like trying to say things right, it'll kind of spin you out.
Well, it's a huge strain on your voice. Because the way you're talking during the UFC fight, like if you're doing it's like you're pushing your
that was wild, by the way. That was actually weird.
That was a gear. That was a gear. You shifted gears.
That was
How wild is that car? Is it wild to feel that?
That's insane.
That's scary.
I took them on the ride in the Model S Plaid. Yeah, it seems so normal, right?
Until I noticed your fucking steering wheel.
Yeah.
Halfway through the ride, you're like, this thing's cool, right? Have you ever been in one? I was like, I think I've been in a Tesla. And I looked over,
it's a yoke, like
Yeah.
a Formula One car.
Yeah.
I don't like it. I wish it had a regular steering wheel. Steering wheel. But yeah, I like a regular steering wheel. Also, the horn's not in the center. The horn's a button. I don't like that. Everything else I love.
Yeah.
It doesn't have a blinker stock. Like, go to the blinker stock. This is so everybody knows this. It's not in the way.
It's an instinct.
It's not in the way either. It's hidden behind the wheel. Just do that. Everybody does it. It's normal. It's the best way to hit your blinkers. And instead they have buttons. Like, people want to get crafty. You don't have to get crafty. Everything is minimalist. Like, everything is done inside the panel. The problem with that is the panel dies, then you're fucked. You can't even roll your windows down. Like, you can roll your windows down, but you can't, like, there's certain things you can't do. Like, you can't adjust the temperature.
Does it just like turn off if it has like an electrical shortage and you're like flying? Does it just
never happened. I've never had a problem.
That's cool.
I had a problem with a windshield wiper motor once, but it was just a defective windshield wiper motor. Those cars are flawless. They're so well engineered. They just do what they're supposed to do. They suck in the cold though. A lot of these people that got them in these freezing temperatures in like fucking Toronto and shit, like it drains that fucking battery in the cold.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you got to think about that. But for like regular driving, they make regular cars look stupid.
I don't know. You ever see a Chevy Cruze?
You still have that?
No, my sister has it.
What are you gonna get? You should get something fat. You should get something nice. Fat with a P. Like fat.
I don't know. I live in New York. I don't need a car.
Just can't.
No, I want to get a car. I can't.
Get yourself a Mustang, like a Shelby GT500.
Matt got a CRV. CRVs are fucking sick.
Those are
Twin
sick.
CRV.
Honda
Me and my wife have
CRV.
CRVs.
That's a nice CRV. Black CRV.
Yeah, man.
Those things are fast.
Yeah,
And they're so nimble.
They're
Wait,
nice.
Honda CRV.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
nimble.
we talking about.
I wasn't sure. He was excited
Honda
about it.
CRVs are
That's why I
great
got it.
cars.
I sold them. I love
The
it.
gear shift
Those are
ratio.
my favorite car.
The gear shift ratio on them are crazy.
What is that piece of shit?
It's a Mustang.
What?
Yeah.
That's a Mustang? They
called
put a
Zimmer.
bodysuit on it? Oh,
No,
look, it does have a
special
Mustang
one.
rear quarter panel.
It's made by them.
Oh, that looks gross. Boy, that guy, bad investment advice. If
I
guy
don't
pulls
know.
up to your house,
Gatsby?
Shane, I want to make you money.
Is that the
You
GT
got the
Zimmerman?
Great Gatsby.
Yeah, but the Great
Mustang.
Gatsby
What a
was a
dork.
dope car.
It
back
killed a
then.
person in the car. It's the
Did
whole
they?
point of the
The
movie.
real Great
Or the
Gatsby
book.
movie?
That's kind of fucked up.
Oh, look, it's got a Mustang GT 500, 5.0. It's a Coyote motor on there.
Scripts are kind of sick.
It is nice.
Yeah, I like my.
But the regular Mustang looks way
Standard.
better, you fucking dummy. The regular Mustang. Now go to 2023 Mustang. What's the Dark Horse? I think they're called the Dark Horse. This is the newest of the new Mustang. You see, why would you fuck that up, bitch? Look at that thing. God damn, that's sexy. That's a sexy car.
We've had this conversation every time I'm on here.
I
Dude,
fucking
I can't
love
drive
cars.
this car.
Look
Hey,
at that.
can.
Yeah.
Why not?
That's
Jamie,
a
thank
500
you, dude.
Why
horsepower.
not?
Comes in a manual. You can get that in a manual.
You're an SUV guy.
This is it.
Suburban.
Yeah.
The Dark Horses comes in a manual, right? Doesn't it?
I've never even heard of it.
It's the newest of the Mustangs.
New breed
Yeah.
pony.
It hasn't even come out. 500
I
horsepower,
like that.
carbon fiber trim.
I like that talk.
They're gonna make a lightweight
pony?
package.
I'm interested.
Manual, 6-speed manual. Yeah, that's right. So you can get it in you can get it in a. Scroll back up, please. Sorry. What is this? Can you get it in automatic too? Nope.
Speed manual.
Nope.
10
Just a
speed
manual. Yes. No pussies. Oh, 10-speed automatic. Damn it.
You ever lie about being able to drive manual?
I bought a car without knowing.
Literally every time someone
I
asks me.
did it. I
Every
stole it
time
out.
someone asks me, I'm like, yeah. I do. I worked at I've only worked in cars. I worked in an auto auction. I sold cars, and then I worked in a garage in Philly, and I couldn't drive stick. And all the time they'd be like, you got to bring this car out back.
Yeah.
I'd just sit there and be like, oh, I'm going to get found out. Like year 2 into my job. Bro. I have to find someone and be like, yo, can you please drive this?
Just put it in fucking neutral.
Just
Just teach me real quick.
So many times where I've been in a car in front of everyone just
There's
Yeah.
you know La Cienega, where La Cienega connects to Sunset?
No.
There's, you know that, right?
It's why I no manual in LA.
Oh wait, that's
Yeah.
steep ass hill
It's
right by the
steepest.
store?
The steepest, right
Yes,
by the
I do
store.
know that.
I would take that in my Porsche, and it was a manual, and I'd always get stuck at the top, and I stalled out like 3 or 4 times.
Yeah.
Because you're like this.
Yeah.
It's like
That hill's
crazy
insane.
peach. So I had to learn how to hit the emergency brake and slowly let out the clutch while I let the emergency brake out. That's how bad the hill is.
That's how I did mine every time. My I had what was it? A Ford Contour. I bought it stick shift off some Polish dude.
That's why if you have a stick, you need a fucking real handbrake.
Yeah.
If you have a stick, you can't these bullshit fucking electronic brakes. Like, what is that?
No.
Electronic. Like, what are we doing? Everything's electronic. Like, at least some cars like this, like Fords, are making these cars that that's like an advanced muscle car. That's what that like.
Yeah.
You get a feel. You get a. That's the fun.
That's neat.
That's the fun.
I get scared.
I get scared. I got scared in that Tesla, dude. I was scared as shit.
I had 2% of me is like I might die right now.
Bro, I closed my eyes. I didn't want to tell you guys.
Did you?
For a second, I closed my eyes, and then I realized how fucking insane it was.
But I have it like this.
No, it was genuinely impressive to move that fast. My body was just like, I freaked out.
I wanted you to give me permission.
We gave.
You got consent.
I wouldn't be that guy.
You did give
want me
consent.
to?
No, we did. I wouldn't mind. I'd like to feel that again.
But it's bizarre, right?
It was very bizarre.
Because it's this 4-door sedan. It looks like a normal car. It doesn't look like a fast car.
I almost clutched your torso from behind. I almost fucking held on.
And that's what it is.
And then he's gonna have that little one that's even faster.
It's the start of an all-new.
Oh, Jamie,
let's get this
do
little
not
one.
let that happen again.
Let's take it to a commercial break.
These autoplay motherfuckers.
I was looking at new muscle cars. This is a new Challenger.
Yeah, but that's
Charger.
electric.
Is this one?
That's
I was
the
trying to look
electric
up the
one.
Banshee. I guess it's
But look, you don't see exhaust pipes.
No, that sucks.
It's electric, and it makes fake noises. It makes like rawr, rawr.
That's kind of funny.
Oh, it
It actually
terrible.
does that, though?
Yes.
Like
Yes.
audible outside of the car?
Yeah. Listen to this stupid shit. It's the dumbest idea of all time.
This
It's
is
so
just
dumb.
literally so you can
Yeah.
bother people?
Yeah, that's it. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Someone's making fun of it. Listen to this. That sound is all fake.
The speakers, I guess.
Yes.
That should be illegal.
That should be illegal.
Jesus Christ.
That's the fake butt of the car world. Oh. That's what it sounds like when you rev it. Listen, it's got this low rumble to it.
The low
It's all
rumble is
electric.
kind of ominous. I like
The
it.
only good thing about the rumble is it's good for like people walking on the streets and shit. You hear the
Yes.
car.
Yeah, true.
Or protesting.
That's so dumb. That's so dumb. It hurts my feelings. That idea. Yeah. Fake rumble.
They got to make some noise. Yeah, you can't have that.
With
Any dodges.
You can't have that thing on it. They will not replace us rally.
Just silent.
That's not great.
No,
You might have to edit that one.
You can't give them stealth. That's a fair point. You
Stealth's
can't
a
give.
nightmare for those people.
Can't give. Yeah.
Well, you know what the problem with that sound thing is? It seems like you could hack that and have it play whatever you want.
Definitely. Have you been to Jamaica?
No.
Wild.
What do they
Dudes
do?
just ride around. They have speakers on every car.
Outside?
Speakers outside. Blasting music, dude. Constantly.
That's what people are going to do with that thing,
Yeah,
or have
that'd
it
be nice.
talk.
The Jamaicans
It's gonna
get a hold of
say
this?
The Tesla, you could make fart, right?
Yeah.
Yes, inside the car.
But outside, you could too.
Oh, really?
And I think they had to cancel that because people were fucking up.
Well, that's actually very funny. Yeah.
Do you remember that movie, Scanner? Was it Scanner Dark? No, what was the movie with Alex Jones where they animated him? Like back before Alex Jones was persona non grata. He was in this like mainstream
That
animated
sounds like Scanner
movie.
Darkly.
Was it Scanner Darkly?
He's in Waking Life.
Waking Life. That's right. Play the clip of him from Waking Life because it's him driving around in a car with a speaker on the roof. Look at this.
Death and taxes. No talk about politics or religion. This is all the equivalent of enemy propaganda rolling across the picket line. Lay down, GI. Lay down, GI. We saw it all through the 20th century. And now in the 21st century, it's time to stand up and realize that we should not allow ourselves to be crammed into this rat maze. We should not submit to dehumanization. I don't know about you, but I'm concerned with what's happening in this world. I'm concerned with the structure. I'm concerned with the systems of control. Those that control my life and those that seek to control it even more. I want freedom. That's what I want. And that's what you should want. It's up to each and every one of us.
That's what I do when I drive.
What year was this movie?
It's with your daughter in the back. Like,
2001.
2001.
Richard Linklater.
Isn't that
I
wild?
mean, it's kind of killing it right there.
yeah, that was actually pretty good. Yeah, that was very good.
Yeah, one giant blunder.
It's a big blunder.
It's a big one. Yeah.
I'll get you.
Kind of the worst blunder almost.
The worst blunder you can make. It's the worst. It involves every bad thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Guns, kids, lies.
But didn't he take it back before they
He did,
got him?
but the problem is, those people sued him and won $965 million.
That's a lot of money.
And in Connecticut, he won a lot. They won a large settlement in Texas, but in Texas it's capped. So I think it's capped at like $700 and something thousand. So even though it might have been like $40 million, really he has to pay $750,000 per one. So it was like $1.5 million or something.
Mm-hmm.
But then the Connecticut one's not capped. The Connecticut one's different.
Yeah, isn't it like $1 billion?
It's close to $1 billion. Yeah.
It's a pretty funny way to end a
Is he
trial.
on a payment plan? Like, how's he?
Who was the judge?
I mean,
Fucking
how
Dr.
can-
Evil?
How can you ever come up with that number? That number's so crazy. The number only exists if you try to just put someone out of business, like completely and forever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he's still going, isn't he? Is he still going?
Yeah,
He's not going to be able to make a fucking billion, dude.
This is impossible. So, but the other question is,
True.
if it goes back to trial, do they reduce them? Like, how does that work? Are you allowed to appeal? Like, how does that
I would
work?
imagine you can appeal. I mean, it's probably pretty. I don't know. Who knows? I'm just like,
This could go on forever and just bleed them financially.
You should
just
get a
from
pirate
legal
ship.
fees.
You should go out to the seas.
True.
And broadcast from the seas. You should save up enough money to buy a boat.
You should buy Epstein's Island.
You should.
It's for sale.
what's going on with it?
It's for sale.
Nobody wants it.
Do you want it?
I
What are you
can't
trying
afford
to
it.
say? Trying to say you want it?
I just open like a sandals.
Yeah,
open up
I'd
a sandals,
fucking
dude.
buy it.
Open up. It's a waste
You know
of a good
what kind
island.
of ghosts would be floating around that
Yeah,
island?
young, hot ghosts.
Russian.
The best ghosts of all time.
You'd be chasing them like, no.
Come back, haunt me.
They come in.
I'm lonely. I'm over here watching Avatar by myself.
Whoa.
Bespoke. That's
No,
it.
that's it.
Dude.
It's $55 million.
Bro,
55
Scroll
mil.
back up so I can get it overhead again. Look at that.
there's the temple.
That's a
Can you
10.
imagine if I opened up a podcast studio where Epstein's Island used to be?
I mean,
Just imagine. So where do they fly them in? They fly them in
So,
somewhere else, and
I
then they have to
think
yacht
actually,
it out there?
Whatever it's called, the Big St. James has a airstrip on it, and then they take a boat over. So,
So
you own two islands, actually.
What's stopping you from
So
doing
this is like, did you see The Glass Onion? Did you see that, Jamie?
I did not
The
watch that.
Netflix,
No.
it's
I
the new
started.
Knives Out. It's
Yeah.
fun. It's good. But the dude is kind of like an Elon Musk character, and he owns an island just like this.
Fly into St. Thomas and take a private helicopter.
It's amazing. Nobody wants recording pieces of equipment. You have to tear down every wall. Every wall's bugged.
True.
Yeah.
Everything. There's probably every fucking picture. The eyes are filming you.
yeah, shit.
Crazy engine.
Man, I'd imagine you want to destroy, like, demolish everything anyway.
So you have to land on that one little island that's a landing strip, and then that's a helipad. It says, is that a landing strip too?
I thought this one did, but it said you land in St. Thomas, so I might be
Oh.
back here, and then you take
Dude,
a
you could.
boat. Or
Did they
helicopter.
bulldoze the temple?
No, that's not his island. That's not the same island. That's the island where you can land. So it's
Land.
close
No, this
by.
is the island.
This is
That's his island.
Yeah.
Oh, so
Ah.
he has a helipad.
Correct.
Oh, okay. Oh,
They
I'm sorry.
might-
I was
Or this
confused.
picture.
Or is that temple's
I
up
thought
there?
they were saying that this is the place where you can land. I'm like, how the fuck are you gonna land on this little
Yeah.
You
rock?
think someone would demolish the temple?
You should put your podcast studio in the temple, dude.
Well, why would they demolish anything? If it's valuable, somebody might want it as is. There's a lot of nutty fucking people in the world. You know,
True.
if you're like some Saudi billionaire and you're drinking whiskey and you're like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to buy that fucking island.
Yeah.
Just like they bought the WWE. I'm going to buy that fucking island.
It's pretty
I'm
funny.
going to stick it in Clinton's face. Look where I am. Do you recognize this room? You should.
Yeah. I know what you're doing there.
Yeah.
Think people,
Trump only hung out with the staff.
I only went there
Just a
26 times.
26 is a lot.
26 is not a lot of times.
that's incriminating.
There's so many days in the year.
Yeah, that was and no one talks about that
Yeah,
anymore.
really
that was
good.
a
It's
weird
only
one.
26 times.
You got a good Clinton.
It's not bad. I got to listen to him. If I listen to him, I can get it
Yeah.
pretty good.
What's he up to now?
Not much. Hiding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
the world's
done
turned on him.
Yeah, but he's also
Oh yeah, he had some rough
he's old,
ones.
bro.
Hill
Well,
Dog
he's old
had
as
some
shit.
rough ones.
He's not just old. He's old. He had heart problems. Then he got on a vegan diet. And the vegan diet is like, you got to do that. You got to be real good with that. If you want to do that and be healthy, you have to really dot your I's and cross your T's and make sure you get all your macronutrients and shit. And you got to take supplements. He just looks like this. You're ketosis, man.
I was. I had
out of ketosis.
So I started getting like restless leg for my whole body. I did a week.
Oh.
It felt awesome. I felt great. Then like the last night,
leg felt great.
No, I'm saying before that, I was like, I got out of the keto flu, and all of a sudden,
maybe there's something to restless leg.
No, I hate it. But I had it in my arms too. I was like a dead bug. I was in my bed and I was just like, kind of. I think it was an electrolyte thing. I looked it up. So I'm gonna try it again. I think I fucked up my electrolytes.
Yeah,
Dude,
do you take an electrolyte supplement?
No.
You should.
I was
Everybody
just
should.
Yeah,
so easy. Take this stuff called liquid IV. It's the shit. You dump it in water, shake it up.
We got a lot of it.
Tastes great.
Yeah, I got to do that.
Filled with vitamins and electrolytes. Like so many people are deficient in certain nutrients, and so many people are dehydrated.
Yeah,
it's so easy to be dehydrated. Like you really should be drinking water all the fucking time.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, I felt good though. I didn't realize how different you feel. First of all, you don't need really to eat them. I was crushing carbs.
Yeah.
And I went down to like not eating any. I'm like, oh, I didn't know I didn't need that my whole life. I've been primarily eating those.
I think different people react different ways. I have a buddy that's been on keto now for like 6 months. He's lost 60 pounds. He looks fucking great. He said, I'm never going back again. Dana White is another one. Dana White lost like 40 pounds. And he's like, dude, I'm eating like this for the rest of my life. He goes, it was all just sugar and bullshit and carbs. And he was having all sorts of health problems. Mm-hmm. But my buddy looks fucking great. John Dudley. He looks great. He's like thin now. Like I can hardly recognize him. He's 6'5" and now he's 200 pounds.
Oh, wow.
Like that's crazy. He was like at one point in time, he's like 250, probably even higher. He's a big boy. And now he looks fucking lean and mean. He's like, my joints feel amazing. My energy levels are great.
Yeah.
I just don't think it's for everybody. I don't think there's a one-size-fits-all diet.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people that just go vegan and they're fine. And I know a lot of people that try it and their body gets fucked up. I just think everybody's different, man.
You think that happened to Bill Clinton?
He looks like shit.
Yeah.
But I think it's also
how old is he?
He's a lot of guilt,
right?
A lot of sleepless nights. It's a lot of thinking about all the shit he did.
Yeah, imagine the internet coming out after you're like towards the end. That comes out and they're like, oh fuck
yeah.
Well, not just that, but having to live with being the president and all of the shit that you gave the fucking thumbs up to, and all the people that died, and all the countries that got invaded, and all the fucking black ops that we don't know about, and all the people that got assassinated, and all the people that, like, how about the Obama administration? How many people died from drone strikes that were innocent? A lot. It was in the 90% range.
Yeah, it's a lot
of civilians, of innocent people that died in these targeted surgical drone strikes. Isn't that an amazing term you could use? Surgical for a missile with a bomb on the end.
Yeah. You're very precise.
Surgical strikes.
Dude,
missed it again.
Silent dinner, silent like pot roast with Hillary Clinton, dude.
Oh, Jesus.
Your bill is a silent fucking, like you fucked up something on the news and she's not talking to you. She's in her pantsuit, just like.
They have some sort of arrangement. I can only imagine.
You think they don't even like? You think they're just like totally different wings of the house or something?
They're partners. They're business partners. That's
but she's still going.
Yeah.
She's still cognizant.
She's great. In terms of like who would have been a better president representing the country, her or Biden? Her by a long shot.
Yeah.
Even if you don't agree with her politics or you think she's a criminal, that lady's a stateswoman.
Biden 8 years ago. Biden.
No,
I liked Biden back in the day. I like that guy.
He's full of shit.
Yeah, but I like the fucking like, hey, fuck you. I'll get the highest IQ on earth.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
He had a good
You're talking
voice,
a lot of
man.
shit. You remember when you got confronted by that guy at the factory?
Yeah. He's an old man.
Yeah. It's like, old man. You're trying to take away our guns. This guy was like a fucking regular worker. Like, you don't know shit.
Yeah. He spazzes, dude. Biden gets hit with like
he gets spazzy.
Young dudes coming up being like, you're taking our guns.
I'll kick your ass.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Yeah, you're what did he call him?
Pony boy,
dog face pony soldier.
Pony boy,
dog face pony soldier. Here.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
you're full of shit. Here, he goes. What's that sound?
That is real bad. I don't have any idea.
But he used to be good.
I don't know.
It's not our audio. It's this audio.
Videos.
Yeah. See if you can find another one. Yeah, here we go. You're actually trying to stop. You're full of shit.
Shush. Danny, shush, lady.
Damn. Shush.
I support the Second Amendment.
There's a way better video of it, though, right?
I have a shotgun. He always talks about a shotgun. I've got a shotgun. As if he doesn't have, like, armed murderers hanging around his house 24/7. I got a shotgun. I'm an old. I'll take my 12 gauge and shoot it out in the sky, and he'll run for
He just
cover.
makes up everything.
Yeah, he's just living in a
He
fucking
does talk
movie.
confidently though. He sounded like he was actually
He
handling
does.
business there. He hit a fucking lady with shush, and he was like, "You're full of shit."
Yeah,
Do you think he's on Adderall?
something.
He's got, bro.
Yeah,
he's
he's
got
got to
to
be.
I think there's a lot of functional people that are on Adderall.
I think Trump dog was flying.
He was on something.
Trump was flying on something.
I think a lot of people are doing that. Dave Portnoy is pretty open about it. And
Adderall?
he told me he did it before the podcast.
Yeah.
And he seemed totally normal.
Yeah,
But he's like, if I don't have it, I just feel like I don't have my edge.
really.
Yeah.
Doesn't it like? I heard it shrinks your like while you're high on it, shrinks your
Your
bird
penis
big
is
time.
gone, dude.
Yeah, it turns like
Really?
gray. Yeah.
It's gone.
Oh, dude,
Like a
it's-
cocaine thing.
Almost worse because Adderall's all day. Your dick is, dude. Your dick is this. I take Adderall sometimes just to get fucked up. It's fun to drink on, dude. You take Adderall, you can drink all day.
You can drink all day anyway.
No, but I'll take Adderall and drink until my body shuts down. But
Yeah.
because of the Adderall, you're still there. Like we went to the World Series. I went to the Phillies Astros World Series. I was blacked out, but I was fully like, what's going on? Then we tried to leave the stadium. I was like, yo, I can't walk. Notre Dame, Ohio State, I left. I couldn't walk.
Yeah, it's like in Call of Duty when your
You
character
take
dies,
Adderall.
but you get the camera to float around the
Yeah.
whole thing.
You take Adderall, you can day drink. Because I don't, yeah.
I get crazy.
How
I
often
can't
you
drink on
take it?
Adderall.
How often you take it?
That was the 2 times I've taken it.
Damn. It
I went
seems
to Ohio
exciting.
State, Notre Dame, World Series. It's a big day. If I'm taking Adderall, it's a big day.
Dude, what's a
But
dose?
Whoever I'm with, there's always somebody around that is prescribed.
Yeah, it's 10 to 20. I would say it's like 10 to 20.
Always. It's crazy.
Yeah, 10 to 20 milligrams probably.
10 to 20 to sometimes you run into people that are like 30 fucking 40 milligrams.
Crunch the time
We
release.
Googled the
What's that?
number.
I think Portnoy said it takes a 30. I was like, I didn't bring it up. I was like, that's
Some
a
people
lot,
munch
dude.
the time release too. They have little balls and you can crack down on them and just get it all at once.
Bro, I tried to snort those things. Those are
Dude,
some dark
I
evenings.
tried. Yeah, dude.
It's like plastic balls.
Oh, dude. I tried.
This is crazy.
I tried drinking on it twice. The one time I was in college. I was on the Adderall. I didn't realize even like what it was. I was drinking on it. I got all zoomed out and I was like at the kind of not like a super high level of a concert. And I was like, I'm gonna jump down to the next level. And I tried to jump down and I got kicked out immediately. Fucked up. It was fucked up.
Yeah,
I was like, if I could time it perfectly where all the guards' backs are turned, I'll jump down to the pit, climb up, and jump into the other area. And
you try to get it up to the stage.
It just snagged me. Yeah,
of course.
it snagged me.
You're a mess.
I was like, I'll jump into the crowd, I'll blend. And the crowd just parted as I jumped into them.
Bro,
the guy just beat the fuck
I was
out
at
of
a South Carolina team. He saw you
Dude, knocked
jump
my
down.
one shoe off. Knocked my one shoe off. I got back in with one. I kicked my other shoe off so I didn't look suspicious. So I walked in my socks. And they thought my friend was me, and they started kicking him out. And I just let it happen. I was like, fuck it. My friend had to get kicked out, and then I got kicked out again. And then I snuck back in the third time.
Yeah.
No lie.
You're
In
fucking
my
Tom
socks.
Cruise. This is Mission Impossible.
I was on Adderall. That's why I cannot drink on Adderall. I snuck in. I snuck in with the Aramark workers. I just walked in with them, only in my socks. And I climbed up through under the bleachers, and I just emerged into like some seating. People were like, ah! I was like, dude, it was the Beastie Boys. Like, oh, dude, I love this song. It was like Intergalactic Planetary, and it came up. Oh my god, it's amazing. I can't have it, dude.
Speaking of,
I can't have that
dude,
shit.
Sneaking, you're gonna appreciate this. Sneaking at a stadium. I was gone. It was an all-day tailgate. I was at South Carolina versus Tennessee, SEC football. It's a night game in South Carolina, and I'm standing there, and there's just a tiny fence between me and the handicap section, and I just stepped over it. No one batted an eye, dude. I was standing there just. For real. I was all in the field. I left my friend. I was just shit-faced walking around. I was like, stepped in, and dude, people were like looking at me like, checks out. Fully checks out.
Yeah, if you just do that.
Yeah. I mean, that's my face when I'm blacked out. I was just. People were like, this guy, he's by himself.
Someone just brought you a blanket.
Yeah.
Thanks, man.
Oh my God.
It happened at you get like that. I was in a Bills. Yeah. Dude, swaying.
I'm just picturing you shit faced. It's some guy doing a handicap check.
Yeah, it's just. I was at the Bills game, Bills Steelers this year, And Gabe Davis, he's a wide receiver. He likes comedy and he likes podcasts and all this stuff. So he invited me to the game. I'm at the game, and I took Adderall there. There you go. There's another Adderall. End of the game, he's like, come down here towards the field. He took his jersey off, autographed it, and handed it to me up in the stands.
Whoa.
Dude, it's just me and children. Me and little kids are the only dudes like down there trying to get high fives from the players. This guy hands me his jersey, and people are like, "Oh, it's a guy." Like NFL Films was filming it. Like it was like a sweet moment for them to be giving me a jersey, and I was like,
"That's wild."
Yeah,
pushing
kids
out of the way.
I think they thought I was a special needs man.
Oh no!
It was just me and children. It was me and children
my
in the
God.
bleachers. Like, high five! Can I get your gloves? Good game. And then the guy gave me his jersey, and they're like, "Nice, congratulations."
Yeah, like that's what it's all about.
Yeah, they're like, "Folks, look at Gabe Davis giving back to the community."
The worst thing that can ever happen to someone is a baseball game where a pitch gets hit, a ball gets hit, it goes foul, and some guy snatches it in front of a kid's face while the kid's trying to catch it.
Yeah, that's brutal.
And then celebrates, like reaches in front of the kid, and then everybody looks at him like,
You want to know how fucking weird I am? I keep going to baseball games and I love them, but the whole time I'm like, dude, if there's a foul ball, I'm getting the fuck out of the way. I'm so like, dude, dropping a foul ball, you know how embarrassing that is?
Yeah,
it's
true.
scary.
You could easily
Foul
drop
balls
a
are
foul
scary.
ball. Catching one with one hand is crazy. I've seen dudes catch
Yeah, they
line
snag
drives with
chug
one
a beer.
hand.
Everyone's like, yeah.
Hero.
I get
Hero
hit.
move. I've also seen people try to save their friends. I've seen people dive in front of the ball to save their friend when it's coming out of a friend's head. The
That's
friend
nice.
was like on their phone and
Yeah.
shit. Yeah.
Jesus.
Taking it from a kid is
fucking crap.
Oh, dude.
Dude, they used to let go of there was no nets down the third and first base line, dude. Dudes would let go of the bat. There's a fucking hilarious image of this dude in the crowd getting hit with the bat. It's right here. His jaw is off his face.
I saw another one like that where a dude caught a bat. The bat went flying. The dude fucking snatches the bat out of
Really?
the air. Yeah, just
That's
instinctive.
exciting.
Yeah.
Because if you're at a baseball game, 90% of the time you're not paying attention.
Yeah,
You're
I'm one of those freeze and kind of watch something bad happen.
What is this one? This is the bat one?
There's a couple bad ones.
Oh, yeah. So this is the bat. The bat
Incredible.
flies and dude snags it.
Oh,
Look
and
at
it's
that.
sharp, dude. It was
Fucking
split.
hero. That guy's a hero. Look at him.
Oh my
That's the
god.
greatest moment of his life. He caught that bat.
Oh, he's
Yeah,
talking
dude.
shit.
Look at this
He's
bang.
talking shit.
Look at him. He's just
flying.
standing up.
And look at homeboy.
I think it was
Flying. Everybody's freaking out. These guys like, I got this shit. Snatch. One-handed it.
I mean, that thing could have hit a vampire.
That's our leader. That's our leader.
That's good. It's good. Vamp out, dude.
If we were a tribe, it was a tribe, that audience, that's our leader. That's the guy who caught the bat.
Look at that.
Animal.
Yeah,
You
he's
find
got.
that still image of that dude getting his fucking face smashed.
Do you know how good that
So
guy
good.
must have felt, though, to
I mean-
hold that fucking bat up, standing up like this, and the whole audience like, yeah.
That must have been incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially you didn't see it coming.
Right.
Like the closest thing we can get to adrenaline is like a good set.
Yeah.
That's
This guy was just
Oh.
watching.
Yeah, look at this.
Oh.
This guy saved this kid.
Look at the lady. Look at the lady.
Yeah. Oh, my
attention.
God.
Dude.
Oh, my God. That kid was
Look at the mom. Look at the mom bailing.
Damn, look how jacked that dad is.
That
Yeah,
dad's
man.
an animal. Look at the size of that dude.
Oh shit, dude.
That's what I'm afraid of. I'm gonna be the guy going.
Yeah, but imagine, look at the guy. Look at the guy on the right. Imagine a classical oil painting. That'd be a beautiful painting, dude. Look at the guy all the way to the right. Yeah.
That guy's still drinking his drink. Look, he's slurping. He's in the middle of slurping.
Dude, one guy's not even reacting. He's just sitting there like, whatever, dude.
Is that a drink or popcorn or both?
That's popcorn. He's got some
Yeah,
popcorn.
I think both, but it's just
It looks.
Now we're on to something. Yo, find that lady getting racked in the face with a basketball. It's so good.
Ooh.
Is that her? Broken bat at Fenway Park. Oh my God!
Yikes.
Life-threatening injuries. Oh.
Oh, look at the lady.
Oh, that
Look at
dude
the
took
two-year-old.
it.
Look at the little kid.
Took it. Look at the little girls like,
Yeah.
save me.
That guy didn't even.
No.
sees it happening.
Bro, he got cracked. How bad that guy get injured? He's a little old to get hit in the head like that, too.
Yeah.
That might have done him in.
Shattered jaw at the
Oh, for
fucking
sure. At the least. I mean, I'm looking at
Twins
that right
fucking
now.
Cubs game.
Oh,
That's like
man.
Anderson Silva hitting him with a left hook. Look at
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Snatch. That guy caught one. Oh, to the mug.
At the Indians game, dude. In Cleveland. You're in fucking Cleveland.
Look at that guy laughing. Look at the guy with the glasses. He's like, bro, this is sick.
Look at that lady just looking with like morbid curiosity.
Yeah, that lady's a psycho.
Yeah, dude.
Look at her. She's staring down that bat.
Oh, this like shows your true, your deepest layer.
God. Oh my
Solid
god.
photos of Snag too.
What's
Yeah,
that?
that's
Oh,
The
amazing.
photographer getting all that caught still.
Yeah,
without
it's-
all the movement.
Every single one of those photographers went, dude, I got that.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's-
yeah.
They have to be on point for that, right? They got to be ready. That does happen. Jesus Christ.
Dude, I mean,
That guy's a fucking
That
hero.
is amazing.
Look at the size of the John Cena arms on
I
that
mean,
motherfucker. That guy's a tank.
That blew it.
imagine if he was doing like, yeah, really, you got that, bro?
Well, that looks like it's his kid.
Oh yeah,
Here's our
it's
board.
definitely his boy.
Kid doesn't even see it.
Nah,
Look at the
dude.
kid's face.
He's playing Fruit
That guy's
Ninja.
using the force.
That might not be his kid.
No.
Yeah, there's a. Oh no, I think that's it.
There's two
That's his
kids.
boy,
Look at the
dude.
little girl. The little girl next to him, smart as fuck. Look at her.
That's his
She's
mom.
like, down.
Oh, maybe.
That might be the mom. Whoever it is, they just ducked. I doubt it's the mom.
Yeah, with camera.
True, yeah.
Oh, that's the row in front of them. That's what that is.
Right,
He's not
you're right.
next to him.
Yeah, his
The
mom.
dude is next to him.
They're black dude up there, like, oh.
I think moms have a thing innately where they can't, like, they genuinely can't get out of the way. Like, they'll
Yeah.
just stick their head.
Yeah. You ever drive with your mom in the car?
Yeah, dude.
Anytime?
Yeah, they put their hand over
Yeah.
it.
Every single time.
It's pretty
Yeah.
sweet, actually. It's very nice.
My
Yeah.
wife does that to me sometimes.
It's very sweet.
It's hilarious. Yeah, are you serious?
We've never
That
done that.
little, that little bitch ass move. How much strength do you think you have that way? Almost none. Like, how much resistance do you have that?
Did you ever
how good's
test
your
it out?
backstroke?
Did you ever test it? Did you ever, like, buck her arm? Like,
No.
dude, don't do that. You're going
She's
to hurt
only done
yourself.
it a couple times. But she does it with the kids. It's just a natural thing to do with the
Yeah,
kids.
man.
When they're hitting the brakes. But it's just like you have zero power that way.
Yeah, focus on the
instinct.
fucking road, dude.
Like,
Hold the
how-
steering wheel.
How much can you stop going in that direction with your arm outstretched like that and you weigh 130 pounds?
Yeah.
Like, what do you fucking
I mean, this
think?
could be a very dark statement, but I don't know.
What?
That means every single time a mom's in a car accident with a kid,
Yeah.
a severe one, she did go like this.
Yeah.
The last thing she felt was, "Oh, he's going out. He's
Yeah.
out the windshield."
Oh, when I was a kid, we didn't wear seatbelts. Nobody wore seatbelts.
No one did. We used to all pretend. We would laugh. My parents would be like, you guys clicked in, and we'd all go click with our, like, make the
Yes.
noise with our mouths. They'd be
Yeah.
like, ha ha, and they would laugh. My dad, my uncle, they cut their, when they started beeping, they just cut their seatbelts off and plugged them in.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Seatbelts were gay.
Dude,
Now they're not.
I
I
still
don't know what happened. Whoever did seatbelts
It
at
used to
fucking
be
PR.
if you wore a seatbelt, you were a pussy.
kind of a pussy.
Yeah, like if you're a cool guy in a muscle car movie, you didn't have a seatbelt.
When did that
dude.
change? What happened?
Even
Paul
today,
Walker.
I'll notice dudes would be driving in cars and they're not wearing seatbelts. You know?
Fast and the Furious might have been seatbelt propaganda.
Mm.
Might have been the CCP.
It could have
They
been.
manufacture all the seatbelts.
True.
They probably do.
This
Bro.
you come up with this stuff?
Bro, this is deep.
Paul Walker.
Seatbelt China. Hold on, Jamie, will you find that old woman getting hit in the face with a basketball?
No, we're done.
No, I want to see this lady get hit in the face. It's a very funny video, and then we can find a new topic.
There's nothing like rodeo guys getting stomped.
Well, that's actually like brutal.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or
You
running
wanna
the
watch
bulls.
someone get hit by something?
Yeah,
running
see,
the
it's
bulls
funny,
is
right?
rough.
Running the bulls, though, that's rodeo guys. You're at least like, this is a sport. All this,
It's
those
a
dudes
sport
have-
where there's only one person knows
Oh,
I'm
boy.
participating. So
running the bulls
she
has
gets-
it coming.
How does she get hit?
So it'll happen once, and then it gets zoomed in just so you can see it.
Okay.
That's in real time.
Right in the mug. Oh, she wasn't looking.
Oh, no.
She wasn't looking at all.
Oh. Oh, it was like a chain email.
Oh boy. Oh.
Dude, look. Oh, fuck. Fuck, dude. Oh.
Oh my god.
Oh, my God. Look at him. Look at him.
Dude, on the
Fuck.
beach. On the
Oh,
beach.
dude.
That shit hurts so bad.
He was trying to block it.
Oh.
She didn't even know it happened.
Oh, my God.
Took a shot well though.
Oh.
That makes me happy. She's all right. A basketball, you're all right.
Yeah, that's Marsha Brady at the worst.
Oh, she could have
Basketball, yeah.
whiplash. She could have whiplash easy. Let's see what happened. Did she stay in the game? She's supposed to stand up with her arms over here like.
Look at her. Look at her. She's smiling. She's already laughing.
She took it.
She took it well.
She took it well. She loves the
You're
Charlotte.
right.
She loves
You're
the
right.
Charlotte
Visit
Hornets.
basketball. One more time, Jamie. Really?
Yeah, it's the Hornets. And by the way, Hornets ball. Hornets ball.
Hornets get the ball back, dude. Fuck the Kings. Sacramento versus Charlotte. You get popped in the face. Trying to watch the Kings Hornets.
It's 6 seats too. She's not even paying attention.
6 seats.
What year
Yeah,
was that?
she was looking at her Facebook.
That was recent.
15.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
Cousins was with the Kings.
Sucks.
Running of the Bulls, though, those are fun dudes.
Have you seen an old person that's paying attention to their phone, they get hit by something, they're always on Facebook.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, you're saying
Yeah,
if? I thought you said
for
have.
sure.
Yeah.
It's Facebook. That's the platform. That's all old people.
Geezers love Facebook.
They
Yeah.
love it. Why is that?
Fucking rules.
I know, but
Dude,
why?
geezer,
But
dude,
why
just-
is it? Is it political arguments? Like, what are they
Political
getting into?
arguments, you're like, what happened to everybody I knew ever?
Yeah.
Oh,
And then
yeah.
all of a sudden it's like, holy shit, this is what they're up to? Nice. Your kids look great.
Do you ever catch an ex stalking your Facebook?
I don't have Facebook. I got
You
rid
don't
of it.
have one?
Yeah, I got rid
I
of it.
don't have mine either. I had one, I deleted it, and then I got a new one because I wanted to like see a group, but I never go
It's
on
important for open micers because that's the only way you can fight all the other comics in
Yeah.
the local scenes Facebook page. Everybody just fights in there.
Really? Well,
Yeah.
dude, when you go off of Facebook for like years and go back on, it's kind of eerie because then you see people writing the same kind of stuff like 2 years later, and you go, "Whoa, that's kind of fucked up."
Yeah.
It's kind of like a big time suck.
It's definitely a time suck. They're so addictive. All these social media
Yeah.
apps are so
Yeah.
addictive.
Watching people get fat on it's nice.
Yeah.
You get to go back in their pictures and watch the trend. You go, "Oh man!" You go back to 2014, like, "Let's go to the present." You go, "Ooh, boy."
Ooh, you got sad. You were sad for a few years, and I can see it.
Well, during COVID, how many people just developed heavy drinking problems?
Yeah, that must be kind of fun to watch during COVID. People's unhinged Facebook.
Idiots.
Yeah, I had friends who just were drinking wine every night. And they're like, I think we got a problem.
Yeah.
Wine every night's
Yeah, but they're polishing up
just
2
hanging
bottles a
out.
night.
Just no, I know that's what I mean. Just
Yeah.
crushing.
Yeah, by
That's
yourself,
nuts.
trapped in your house.
That was so fucked up. We got trapped in our houses.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
dude.
I mean-
I miss it. I loved it so much.
Really?
Did you?
Dude, I was at my parents' house.
That kind of rules.
Dude,
Yeah.
I got NCAA 14. I was playing Xbox in my parents' basement. Shit ruled.
You didn't feel like a loser at all?
How could you? No one's doing anything.
Yeah, no fair.
That's the best part.
That's the best part.
No
right?
one's doing anything.
Right.
You can be a loser.
You're allowed to fuck off.
Yes.
Yeah, everyone was fucking off. It's like the world got a vacation.
Yeah.
Turns out the economy doesn't work that way.
Turns out it is going to
Yeah,
backfire.
it's
quite a bit.
real bad.
I'll be all right.
Yeah, you'll be
I'll
fine.
be fine.
You'll be fine.
But outside of missing the days in the basement, dude,
True.
this was 2 years ago. I was in my
Mhm.
parents' basement. My mom would be like, dinner.
Isn't it crazy?
I
That
would
2
run up
years
the
ago that
steps, eat
happened.
dinner.
2 years ago, we were all scared, locked in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just had my first kid and I had to make the call and just be like, "Nah, fuck this stuff, dude." And my wife's like, "If you fucking get this wrong," I'm like, "Nah, dude, don't worry."
What do you mean?
Just being like, I checked out the death rates and I'm like, "Bro, the odds are pretty good. We'll be fine."
Yeah.
And she was like, "Well," and as soon as I looked up the age, I was like, "Oh, dude, don't worry about this." But it was like, dude, she was like, "You can't go out." She was in like primal fear mode, and I had to be like, "Trust me, dude, I can go out and go cop
It's
these
very
mushroom
lucky that
chocolates."
it's not scary at all for kids.
Yeah, no, it's
Very lucky.
it's fucking it's ideal.
Yeah, the flu is worse for a lot of kids.
This is my this is
I'm
what
gonna
I
wait. You guys talk.
this is my thing, dude. Here's my thing, dude. It's like once they figured out it fucked like the older people up big time. If I'm 80 years old, I'd like to think I would be like, yeah, I'll take it. But if you're like, I wouldn't tell my grandkids if they didn't know what it was.
They thought in the beginning that it was going to stop transmission, stop people from getting infected, and that it was safe and effective.
Yeah.
And so it made sense that everybody's like, you got it.
Get it? Is that what it was?
Yeah. It made sense. It
Yeah.
totally made the hysteria makes sense. People weren't given the best information. You ever see the CEO of Pfizer talk about it now? It's crazy the way he describes it. He goes 1 to 2 shots. See if you can find this, Jamie. He goes 1 to 2 shots gives you very little protection, if any at all. And the 3rd shot gives you reasonable protection from hospitalization and death.
That's what he's saying now.
That's what he said in some sort of a speech. I don't know when this was, but to hear him say it that way, I was like, I have never heard you say it this way before. I've never heard anybody say it this way before.
Yeah, again, it's hard to like, make heads or tails of it, but I don't know. When it came out, I was like, wait, I'm also scared of needles. So when it came out, I was like, nah, I'll wait. 2 doses are not enough for Omicron.
The third dose carries quite good protection against deaths and decent protection against hospitalization.
What the fuck does decent mean, though?
Yeah,
like,
that's
decent.
It's weird to hear him say it, though.
It'd be like, you'll be kind of stoked on it. It's like, thanks, dude. But this is, I mean, again, I don't know. It's hard to know it's true, but isn't it like a lot of the stuff are independent people allowed to replicate the studies Pfizer does, or are they not allowed to?
Well, they don't give you the actual raw data. They give you, like, when they do peer-reviewed studies on with peer-reviewed reviews of data that the vaccine companies provide them, they don't get access to the raw data. They get access to the data that the scientific people that work for the pharmaceutical companies release.
Yeah.
They don't get all the studies. They don't get, vaccine companies are allowed, or pharmaceutical companies rather, with any sort of thing they do, they're allowed to. Does it sit here? Okay, play it in.
Version that will be effective against Omicron as well. It's not that will not be effective against the other variant, but against Omicron as well. And the hope is that we will achieve something that will have way better protection, particularly against infections, because the protection against the hospitalizations and severe diseases, it is reasonable right now with the current vaccines, as long as you are having, let's say, the third dose. This vaccine will be ready.
Yeah, that's not it.
Can't understand what he's saying.
I'm trying to find. I know he's an idiot.
Nice.
But now they're finding out that the new one, this bivalent vaccine, the new data shows that it's no more effective than the other vaccine.
Well, do you ever get into the antidepressant stuff? How that, like the serotonin hypothesis, that you're allowed to do as many studies as you want. And if you get the one that kind of like is statistically significant, then you can be like, all right, that's our one.
Yeah.
Run it. And it's like, you could have like 800 dogs and have one good one and be like, we got the numbers. Go ahead.
Exactly.
It's fucked up. And it's never been, as far as I know, the whole hypothesis hasn't been like proven to like even if you use like clinical significance, like does it actually work in theory? Like really, like they're doing like p-values and shit. You can fuck around with math and just get like, oh, it's 0.05, and it's like, well, cool.
Yeah, no, they
fucking hate p-values.
Dude, it doesn't make any sense.
They bailed on the concept that it's a chemical imbalance. They said there's no evidence that it's a chemical imbalance.
Are we talking depression?
Yeah, man. That
was the thing that they'd always said about the reason why SSRIs work.
Yeah.
Because it combats chemical depression, chemical imbalance. But now, find the paper that shows that there's no real evidence that there's a chemical imbalance.
Did they ever figure out when did they start putting kids on this stuff?
Oh man,
true. When did Columbine happen?
They've looked at that stuff before.
Because that seems kind
Well, there was Chantix. Chantix was the anti-smoking, I think, one, and that like there was a lawsuit for that. That was like
when
really
school
fucking
shootings really skyrocketed.
Dude, all I'm saying is I mean, I don't know. I want to say lie about the SSRI thing, but it was like, dude, they didn't give the full picture on those. Then there was OxyContin.
Depression is not caused by chemical imbalance in the brain.
Yeah, dude.
We don't know how antidepressants work. There is no convincing evidence that depression is caused by serotonin abnormalities. Many people take antidepressants believing their depression has a biochemical cause. Research does not support this belief. The notion that antidepressants work by elevating serotonin levels is not supported by the evidence. Whoa.
Dude, they gave these and the side effects of these things are fucked up. They're very bad.
This is what's crazy. Carries, look at this. Major depression is one of the most common psychological disorders affecting more than 23 million adults and adolescents each year. It carries economic costs in the hundreds of billions and is a major risk factor for suicide. The causes of depression have not been debated, yet a common explanation holds the culprit is chemical imbalance in the brain. This notion emerged, not coincidentally, in the late 80s with the introduction of Prozac. Jesus Christ, a drug that appeared to help in treating depression by increasing the levels of the brain transmitter serotonin. So it makes you feel better. And so they said, oh, you must have a chemical imbalance. They just juice people up, juice them up with serotonin, like, yay. And that makes you feel better.
Yeah,
I'm all right with it.
It's fucked.
With what?
Just fuck it, dude. In a cubicle? Jack it up, dude.
Take that shit.
Take fucking heroin.
How many people do you know that are on Prozac? It looks like a good time.
Almost everyone.
Everyone you know is on Prozac.
Nah,
I think
a lot of people are on.
I think a third of women are on.
Women
On
crush
Prozac?
that
I
shit.
think something like an antidepressant. I think it's a third of women.
I bet you feel great.
Well,
Anti-anxiety.
it dulls you.
How you
I think
living,
at first
kid?
it's like nice, and then it dulls you. And from what I've heard, you just stop feeling
What's
stuff
good?
about anything. And then you need to keep upping the dose, and it increases your weight gain.
You
Because
want
then
to
you got to
talk?
keep making all the serotonin. I think serotonin is made from carbohydrates. Like
Yeah.
you need carbs to make it. So people gain weight because they start fucking gorging themselves
That's
with
okay.
snacks.
Do this.
And so
Do
then you
this.
get like all the
Go to
sexual
my
dysfunction, ED.
It's
What
Rabbi
about
Rothschild.
5-HTP? There's serotonin precursors you can take.
Rabbi
Maybe, but here's
Rothschild.
my thing.
Blogspot.
If they cause erectile dysfunction, how you gonna be happy
RabbiRothschild.blogspot.com.
about bone?
With that
Rabbi
SSRI.
Yes,
Rothschild.
big time. How you gonna be happy about bone
Blogspot.com.
Pfizer?
You'll
For
read
real, I
all
hate
about
that
me.
joke.
You'll read about future
Imagine the
technology,
bonus knowing it's
about
Imagine
alien
that.
disclosure, anti-gravity,
SSRIs and
antimatter,
arrows,
faster
You
than light
literally
travel,
don't have a penis.
mind-uploading
You
technology, life
forget
extension
you took Adderall
technology,
because you're hammered. You go to the bathroom,
de-extinction.
and chances are not a football game or a stadium.
Dot
So there's guys next to
blogspot.com.
you. You know what I mean? You go up to the urinal and go,
Oh yeah.
this can't get out.
Rabbi
This just
Rothschild.
cannot spread.
Dot
Pissing all over your underwear.
blogspot
You don't want to bitch over the lip.
dot
Yo, your dick is fucking
Well,
this big.
you gotta break the plane at that point. At that point, you're going all the way in. Your dick breaks the plane.
Penis going up. You're pissing up. That's how small
Now,
your dick is, dude.
Click the
Prozac
blog.
and Adderall could result in
and
serotonin
read about all the
syndrome, a
shit.
potentially serious condition. Unless closely monitored by a doctor, you should not take Adderall and Prozac together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You probably shouldn't take any of this shit.
It's
Yeah,
fascinating.
well, my thing.
Let's try and have a good time.
I'm pretty
Thank
sure
you for
anxiety
being
and depression are baked into the human experience. I don't think you can get away from it.
Yeah, you sound like a good Catholic.
That's what I'm saying, man.
That's what being
Dude,
Catholic's all
here's
about.
other, I used to have wicked panic attacks when I was 23, and I was also a gigantic piece of shit. And it was the thing that like made me start thinking about my life. I was like shocking in my. I was just like, and if I had just gotten medication, I just would have kept being a giant piece of shit. So I'm always
Yeah.
like, sometimes you got to go through. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You got to slow through that stuff.
Yeah.
I was a fucking
How'd you pull out
piece
of it?
shit. I just fucking had to come to grips with the fact I was going to die eventually.
Well,
Like,
when you say a piece of shit, you were just,
dude, I was just
What
a
were you doing?
monster, bro.
what were you taking?
Not, it wasn't even that. I was
What
just
were you doing?
like selling drugs. I was
Slanging
young.
drugs.
Oh, you were
Yeah,
selling.
I was a bad kid. I had no excuse. I had like, I wasn't like I was like my back to the wall. It was just like I just like got a couple jobs and like I don't like this. I was like I should
Yeah.
sell drugs.
What kind of drugs you selling?
Pretty much everything.
Really?
Weed was the mainstay. But then I started like I got coerced into I didn't even know what pills did. So I like my friends would talk me into going and like finding pills for them. Turned into a whole thing, dude. It was bad news.
How'd you get out of it?
Just stopped eventually.
Wow.
It stopped. Yeah.
Patreon podcast took off. Now we're good. Thank you, Patreon.
No, it was I had
That's
like
amazing.
I didn't know what pills did, and I remember watching not even a whole, but like it was an apartment complex, and there was these two buildings full of like all these kids who were living there. It's a long story, but like I somehow got my hands on like Watson pharmaceutical like jugs of fucking they were Vicodins, and like they were just I
love that I somehow got my hands on jugs of
Something
Vicodins. That's never happened to me.
Weird.
I've never
Never
stumbled
been like-
upon any jugs of
Never
Vicodin.
opened up a cabinet.
Dude.
Look at these jugs.
I don't think I've ever seen a Vicodin.
What's a jug of Vicodin? How many are we talking?
Dude, it's when you're at the pharmacy and you look behind the counter, it's those big boys.
Oh, like a whey protein bottle?
Yes.
Like one of them big
Yes.
scoop protein things?
Yeah.
How much was that worth?
Millions.
At the time, it was
You're going to jail. You're talking about this on the podcast. You're fucked.
statute of limitations.
What is the statute of limitations?
I don't know.
Statue of limitations.
Statute
Statue of limitations, dude. I'm in the clear.
Shade's got the shades on.
It's time.
It's over. Okay, here we go.
But no, it was.
Mushrooms kicked
That's
in.
basically the thing. I was just a fucking
Turn on the
nightmare.
jets.
That was the thing.
So
I beat
you statute of limitations. You're good.
this is before the statute.
Yeah,
Before the
get it with
statute,
The French gave us this.
I was laying in bed just going, what the fuck am I doing with my fucking life? Having panic attacks.
Yeah.
And it forced me to be like, yeah, it's probably a pretty bad idea. Everything.
So how'd you phase out of it?
I just stopped. It made me develop like a sense of like, yeah, this is fucking other people up. And I like saw people getting fucked up. And I'm like, I'm going to stop doing
And you
this.
kept getting robbed at gunpoint.
And I kept getting robbed at gunpoint.
How many times did you get robbed at gunpoint?
Twice.
Whoa.
Yeah, twice. Twice.
After the first time, you're like, this is never going to happen again.
After the first time I went back, the plug robbed me at gunpoint. And he's like, I won't do it again. I was like, okay.
And he said, yes, Daddy.
The plug? What's the plug?
The dude who's your supplier.
Oh, your supplier robbed you at gunpoint.
Well, yeah, it was kind of a mess. I would give him money and he would go get them. And then one time he came back without them, and I was like, dude, just have them. I was so scared of these guys. And I was like, you can just keep it all. I don't care. And he was like, how do I know you didn't set me up? And he's pulled the gun out on me. And I was like, ugh. And my roommate walked down and went, ah! And they both just ran out. But yeah.
And so then you tried to buy from him again?
No, I told him, time passed. He's like, dude, I'm so sorry. I found out who actually robbed me. He's like, if you could come back, I'll take care of you, blah, blah, blah. I'll like make it worth your while. And you'll never have to put any money up ever again.
And then what happened?
I just went back, started,
And then he happened to just pull his gun.
Then apparently he got in trouble I think he tried to shoot at somebody. So I went back to pay him back one time, and then some guy was like, nah, he's in jail. He tried to shoot someone.
But you said he pulled the gun on you twice.
Once. A different guy pulled a gun on me.
You said he would never do it again.
He did it. He was true to his word.
So that guy would never do it again. The other guy did it.
Some other guy. It was some guy. I was in a house and a guy came out with a gun. That stunk.
What was this about?
Weed. Pounds.
They just said, give me your weed?
Yeah, it was like kind of like one of those things where like a guy comes in, he goes, oh my God, some guy happened to be behind me with a gun, everyone get down. And I was sitting there like, this is bullshit. So then he like just took the money, took like the weed, and then he was like, just like, who the fuck, blah, blah, blah. He started telling me like I was on his territory, and I was like, dude, come on, man. And I just sat there and he just talked for like 2 minutes, and he's like, if you guys try to look out the window, there's people outside, they're gonna shoot you. He took all of our cell phones. I did have $1,000 behind my back that I didn't tell him about, so I got to keep that.
Yeah. That's pretty sweet.
That was pretty tough.
A lot of people would have lost their composure. Thankfully, that other guy pulled his gun on you before, so you were...
Dude, what happens, though, is you lose, everything slows down, and you're able to, like, I was in that, the first time I just shit my pants. The second time I was, like, looking at the kid who I never met before, who I knew kind of set this up, because I watched one kid I knew, like, be in a real state of fear, and I watched this other guy pretending to be scared. All while this guy in a ski mask was like, whoa, with the gun. And it was just like, fuck, I really hope. Like the part of my brain, like I might get shot, just went offline. And I was able to watch and be like, I'm going to fucking kill this little motherfucker when this guy, blah, blah, blah. But
and so how long after that did you stop?
A couple years. I was chasing the bag, dude.
For real?
I got robbed. I didn't make any money. I got robbed constantly. I was too trusted. I got robbed by club one time. Club Point. It sucked.
Club?
These guys just were like, we'll buy shit
with a shillelagh.
Oh, you better give me the weed. What's that weed you got? Because got it.
Not again. Fuck.
Damn.
Yeah, it's
so he's a non-violent drug dealer.
Yeah.
So how did you start making money when you quit?
I always worked in construction and stuff too. I'd always have a side gig, so I never depended on one too much. So I could always say like "fuck you" to my job if I didn't like it, and if things got like weird, I could like I'm not going to do it. I would chill. So I had a kind of like hybrid approach.
And how did you get into podcasting?
I was just a comedian. Me and Shane were just living together. I'm like, dude, can we please do a podcast? I'm fucking dying here, dude.
I was playing video games. I was like, yeah, fuck it, yeah.
Yeah, I was just. I mean, I was.
What is it called again? In case we forget.
Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast.
Oh yeah, man, that was. It's not the way. That was not the way.
No, it doesn't sound like the way.
But I was.
I would say you got some good stories out of it though, and you lived
pretty good. Yeah, pretty good. But I was living according to a fucked up system, and it was like. Things called mental disorders got me out of it. That's what I'm trying to say. We're like, dude, my body was like, this is fucked up.
Dude, when you were crying, tell that story.
Which one?
When you were crying after you tried to sell real estate.
Oh, dude. Yeah, and I became a realtor too. I was 19. I was a realtor. I was like selling Percocets. I'm like, I'm going to become a realtor and really expand my empire. Imagine a 19-year-old kid trying to sell your house.
Jesus.
I had a shaved head, and I would come in and like, people would just be like, yeah, we're not going to use you. And I'd cry in my car and be like, fuck, it's so fucking hard.
They said we weren't going to use you? We're going to buy the house, but we won't use you?
They would say they were going to use me, and then I'd be like, sweet, I'm about to make $4,000. And I would like take a credit card and max it out, being like, payday's coming. And then they'd be like, yeah, we're actually going with someone else. And I'd be like, fuck, I'm fucking ruined.
Isn't that a dirty move in the real estate world?
Yeah, but but what happens?
19. You're like, yeah, whatever.
Well, in real estate, what people do is they go, we'll get you, like, what did the other guy say he can get you for your house? And they'll go pie in the sky. Because you'll just go, oh yeah, that sounds better, but then they know it's not going to sell for that, but they sign you into the contract, and they just slowly lower you down, which kind of fucks you, because that like first week's kind of important. If they see you've lowered the price, then they go, oh, they're open to negotiate. Don't get me started, bro. I'm a fucking certified fucking realtor. Right?
You and Tim Dillon should do a podcast just on real estate,
dude. I remember I was like, I'm going to start being a grown up and reading the newspaper, and I opened it up. It was like subprime mortgage crisis, and I was like, what the fuck's that?
That's Tim.
Was he a realtor
It's all
too?
his fault.
Oh, dude,
It's
he
all
was
his
all
fault.
over that.
He was a
Tell you, like,
subprime mortgage guy.
Was he really?
Yeah, that's what he did.
He fucked me.
No, he had like
He was in Long Island.
Didn't Tim have like houses? Tim?
Well, he had one house that got repossessed.
Repo.
Yeah, he bought it for. I think he bought it for like $600,000, and he was 21 years old, worth nothing. And then they took it from him, and then it sold for $250,000. So it's like right after 2008, everything crashed. He lost it.
Yeah.
He's like, why the fuck did they sell me a house?
I mean, he's exactly right.
The way he describes this, we did a podcast together recently, his podcast that we filmed here. But the way he describes it, it's funny. He's like,
That was a
all
good
crap. Yeah,
episode.
he goes, everybody's at fault. You knew you couldn't fucking buy that house.
True.
Like, why are you trying to buy that house when you don't have a job? And they sold you the house. Like, whoa, okay. And then they took it from you. And you're a victim? He's like, come on. Shouldn't have bought that house.
Fair's fair.
But that's looking at it one way. Another way is looking at it like some family that like scrapes together money and the bank convinces them this can work out. And then their fucking rates go through the roof and then they can't afford their house anymore. Now they're fucked.
Yeah, it is kind of like once it's like the house is $400,000, even if you have good credit, you're like, how much we're going to pay? It doesn't make any sense. You're like, over 30 years, you're going to pay $400,000 in interest. You're like, God, whatever, man. I don't know.
You crying in front of that real estate thing was it was one of our very close, it was like our bonding story.
Oh, yeah.
Him like sitting out there, he said he was crying after a deal didn't go through and a guy drove by on a bike. And
No, that was when I got divorced. I used to go every day to my house that I was living in when I was married, and I'd walk the dog for my ex-wife because she was at work and I didn't want to fuck her over.
You
So
love
I
the dog, too.
I love the dog, bro. They're cute. I get choked up about that.
It's a great dog.
My wife knows it. She's like, how's the dog? I go, don't fucking bring that up.
Chances are this is going to reach that dog's ear.
The what?
What you're saying right now.
She showed me a picture.
Your dog's at home right now. It's going to go.
Don't, dude. Don't do it. But yeah, I used to drive. I would go there. I'd walk the dog. I'd walk through the house, and I'd be like, God, I'm a fucking piece of shit. And fuck. Then I'd drive home and cry the whole way home. And then I saw a guy jogging. I was like crying in my car, and I was like, pussy, out of the window. Like, I called him a pussy. I was trying to make myself feel better. And he just like looked at me like, what the fuck?
Yeah, we had the same
It's
sort
like,
of.
nice shorts, pussy.
I bombed at Helium. I was driving back to our house, and there was just like a finance bro on a bike, and I was just driving by him, and I was like, pussy, and I hit a red light, and I saw him flying, dude, for like a mile. I saw this dude like pedaling to catch up to me. My windows were down, and I had a thought. I was like, do I pull the window up? I was like, no. I get whatever he's about to give me. I genuinely had that thought. I was like, he deserves it. Dude, he stuck his head in my window and he goes, nice car, you fucking faggot. And then I went, and we both started laughing. He pedaled away. And I was like, yeah. He laughed. He was
that's
like,
funny.
I mean, as soon as he hit me with what he said, and I didn't react by like, yeah, right. I laughed. When he said it, I was like, yo, dude, I can't believe you said that. And he hit me with like a.
That's hilarious.
It was such a nice
That's
moment.
a good exchange.
It's a genuine nice exchange.
Yeah, like
Seriously.
aggressive exchange, but you both walked away feeling good.
We both. For no reason, I was just leaving Helium. I saw a guy on a bike, and I was like, nice bike, fucking loser. And he caught up. He goes, nice piece of shit car, you fucking.
Yeah,
And he hit it.
we used to yell out of car windows constantly.
Yelling at a car. We used to live
So fun.
on Drexel's campus,
Oh,
and it was
God.
back like right when the woke stuff was starting. It was the most fun shit in the world. We'd leave open mics. I'd be drunk, just sitting out of a car. We'd pull up to a light. There'd be college students. I'd be like, excuse me, could you please check your privilege? Could you please check your fucking privilege? And be like, oh. It was so fun.
The reactions were on. They would get like pissed, but they would confuse the fuck out of them. Fuck you, dude.
Dude, this is a hilarious exchange with this dude who I guess is like this right-wing comedian. He goes to one of these Ukraine protests and he brings a homeless guy and he says, my wife's boyfriend is homeless. You know, why don't you help him? The homeless people here. And this guy like legitimately tries to engage him. Like, why are we sending all this money to Ukraine? We have this homeless problem right here. My wife's boyfriend's homeless. And this guy's shooting with his shirt off, and he's like shaking his cup with change in it. Like, come on, man, give me some money. I'm like, we donate some money to him, and the guy like tries to engage
explain
about the problems with Ukraine, and we have a legitimate problem with Ukraine.
I mean, what else do you do? I mean,
but this guy is like that liberal robot zombie repeating shit that he saw on CNBC. Just saying it,
he's got no shot. If somebody comes with a homeless dude and starts fucking with you, if they're a tag team,
yeah, fuck.
You and a homeless dude roll up and start fucking with people.
It's just funny watching this guy trying to engage with like these liberal Ukraine talking points. You know what Russia's done? Is like, this is it right here. Give me some volume on this.
Oh my god.
Oh, one American send more money to Ukraine. What about this homeless man? My wife's boyfriend. Do you need help? Don't you think he needs help? I need help. This is in Rollins, Ukraine. But what about the homeless people right here in America? You only think $100 billion to Ukraine is a lot?
In this case, I'm simply asking this of Congress. Are you asking Congress for this?
Yeah, I think they should help the homeless instead of giving hundreds of billions of dollars to Ukraine.
Putin has been threatening to attack other countries, including the United States.
Do you have any money? Do you want to give him any money?
Putin has been threatening to attack other countries, including the United States.
Ukraine money.
That's fucked up.
But he's struggling.
Damn, hilarious. That shit's hilarious. He's just watching that guy actually try to engage him. Actually, Putin has been threatening
Well, that
to
guy's
invade
gone.
other
That
countries.
guy's gone. Anybody out there is gone.
Yeah.
That guy's gone too.
Well, which the guy who's doing the video?
No, maybe, but the guy the guy holding up a Ukrainian American flag that's an insane person.
Yeah, kind of an autist too, a little bit. But, Or maybe not though. He might just be clammed up.
Something's wrong with him.
What percentage of people do you think like genuinely can't think for
You see
themselves?
how this guy
That is terrifying.
A lot of people can't think. Of
Yeah.
themselves. And not only that, but they've had jobs where they've been forced to like all day, every day, follow the rules. You know, listen to the boss, be told when to show up, what to do, and you just get into this drone mindset. And then there becomes an ideology that everybody in your business shares, and you have to share that ideology, or you get pushed out into the fringes of the social group.
That's the attachment stuff fucks people up.
It fucks people up. And then, they say, well, a good way to get brownie points is to tell people I protested. I protested.
Yeah.
I'm going to show up. I'm going to let everybody know I'm with the cause.
Yeah, that was the Milgram experiments were fucked up. Like 2/3 of the people just let him shot. They were like, I'll just shock this guy.
What is the Milgram experiment?
That was the one where they were like, the guy in a lab coat would be like, turn up the voltage now. Like a guy,
there'd be a guy in another room.
as an authority figure, he'd be like, turn it up now. And then they'd be like, the guy would be like, no, help, please, it hurts. And the people would be like sweating and like, they didn't want to do it on some level, but for some reason they just kept obeying this guy. Like if he was like an authority figure, be like,
he's doing a lab coat.
Do it now, yeah. You must do that. He didn't yell or anything. Like you must do this. And they were like, "Fuck, man!" And they were like, and only like 2/3. I think a third of the people went like, "Fuck this, this is fucked up."
Yeah, they would make it so the guy in the other room would pass out or die.
Yeah,
because he would go from screaming and screaming and screaming, and then towards the end, the guy would be silent. And he'd be like, "Shock him again." These people off the street would be like.
It was like an overwhelming amount of people would just obey this guy, mindlessly obey an authority figure.
Do you think that's some program shit from back when we were hunter-gatherers?
Probably.
Just follow rules. They didn't listen to the chief.
Probably, because if you got kicked out, you would die. If they're like, buzz off, you would die.
Yeah, there's a thing that people have where they like look to authority. That's why the Trump thing was so interesting, because like he's like this big, larger than life character that has confidence. And he's telling you what's going on. I'm your leader. I'm the best leader. Best one you've ever had. And he's doing this, and everybody's like, yes! And you find out, like, the problems with the education system, the chickens have come home to roost, motherfucker.
Oh, yeah.
Because there's millions of dummies. Millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of dummies in this country.
Yeah. It's fucked up.
They would take so much to boost them out of dummyhood. So much.
Yeah, you
can't exploit them.
You have to do kids. You can't take adults and like shatter their worldview or be like two things can be true simultaneously. The average is going to go, what the fuck are you talking about, dude?
Some adults can handle it. Some adults can grow, but it's hard to grow when you're working all day. And if you're working all day in a place where you have to follow the rules and you have to stay in that mindset that we're talking about and be a part of that ideology, very hard to stray outside of it. Yeah. Because who are you going to tell? Who are you going to pull aside? If you're one of those right-wing Christian groups, and you go, well, maybe if someone gets raped, they shouldn't have to carry a kid. Yeah. And then they all surround you. Yeah. You're talking about murdering an innocent human life.
Yeah.
Murder.
Your whole family's being like, we're gonna fuck you up.
It's like the fucking the Westboro chick that got out of it.
Oh yeah.
She was on. She was on this. She was on fucking Howard Stern's Hollywood Squares.
Really?
It's one of my favorite things. You ever see those Hollywood Squares?
No.
It was the
Megan
funniest.
Phelps was on that?
Yeah, it was the Phelps. I think their block was gay haters. It was like them. It was like
and she got
Gilbert
out.
Gottfried,
Yeah.
Daniel Carver.
Yeah.
One block was just called the Retards. It was, I mean, it was nuts.
Yeah, that shit was wild.
It's what he did. I mean, look, people to this day, they make fun of Howard Stern because of who he is now and the way he behaves now. That guy's the man. He was the fucking pioneer. When he was the king of all media and he was telling everybody to suck his dick and the FCC was going after him, the government was fining him.
Yeah.
They were fining his businesses fucking millions of dollars.
Yeah.
And he was out there doing wild shit on the radio.
He was putting a Klansman on with fucking Young Thug.
And now he's woke. It's
Miami.
crazy.
Trick Daddy?
Trick Daddy.
Yeah, he has to be, though, because, dude, the skeletons, that guy.
Yeah, look at this.
God hates.
Oh, and she
No, there's
escaped.
also Hollywood Squares, but yes. Okay. They used to bring them back all the time.
You know, what's interesting, too, is that when you talk to Megan Phelps, this woman who left the Westboro Baptist Church, and, you know, she wrote a book, and she's so kind, like so normal and interesting. And she realized she had to get out. And she got out by meeting a guy on Twitter.
Yeah.
Some guy on Twitter was like arguing back and forth with her. And so she engages with this guy, and they start having like civil conversations, and then they meet. They want to marry her. What? Yeah.
I mean,
she's very nice,
it's
man.
Bonk City, dude.
Yeah, but dude, she's very nice.
Unfortunately,
if you
for
met her, she's super
pretty
nice.
lady, nice,
She's pretty.
yeah.
She's smart.
But she was raised in the Westboro Baptist Church.
Yeah.
Like that takes for her to get out of that takes. That's crazy.
Well,
Nuts.
she knew it was
nice would be to
She
sink in.
was confronted by actual biblical lessons. This guy would like confront her with like actual biblical stuff. So like, this is not what God said. This is not what's in the Bible. Like what they're doing, what Fred Phelps is doing is wrong. It's against Jesus's teaching. And she's like showing.
And then he smashed.
And then he smashed her pussy with his penis.
They
Nice.
probably got married first.
For sure.
Almost definitely.
Quickly.
But how nice was
Yeah,
that
he was
sex?
buttering her up with the Proverbs,
How nice
dude.
was that sex?
baby.
Dude, while they're fucking just like,
Galatians.
Song of Songs. 8:13.
Yeah, that's pretty cool that he did that.
He got her out.
Yeah, you could get sucked into anything. If you're in it when you're young, you get indoctrinated. I mean, that's how every fucking cult does it.
Yeah.
You know, there's so many of them that can do it. They just voice of authority. This is the rules. Everybody follows the rules. You know.
Yeah.
So you know you're drinking the fucking Kool-Aid. You're literally like, all right, well, fuck it. Everyone else here is killing themselves.
They got young kids badly though, because
Young
they
kids.
somehow hijacked the definition of being cool. And it's like you gotta love government and big corporations, and then you're cool.
Oh,
And all the young
nowadays?
kids now, a lot of them are fucking warped on it.
Yeah.
I don't think that's sustainable. They're gonna get their dreams shattered over and over and over again, and they're gonna come out of it on the other side and realize they got fucked.
Yeah.
But the putting your faith in the pharmaceutical drug companies and the government,
dude,
and then the climate crisis crew is trying to make money off that. All of it is just like you're carrying water for people that have been stealing money forever and ever and ever on both sides.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. It's fucked
For
up.
fucking sure.
It's fucked
They're
up.
all dirty. That's why it's interesting when you watch this Biden thing. It's like, oh, the machine's in motion.
Oh, with the
machine to get
papers
rid of
and
him
shit.
is in motion.
All they got to do to get rid of him is let him give an interview.
Well, they're letting him talk
It'll be
now.
gone.
They're letting him do this now. They were hiding him through the entire, like during the presidential campaign. Remember when he was hiding?
Yeah.
Basically hiding. He did one Adderalled up debate.
Trump Dog was Adderalled up in the first one.
They're all Adderalled up.
Trump Dog was Adderalled up. He wouldn't shut the fuck up. All he had to do to win the debate was shut the fuck up and let Biden talk. And
He did a great job in the second
one. He dominated. First
Too
one,
late.
It was too late. He acted like a fucking asshole in the first one.
Yep.
And the whole country saw it.
Yep.
So I was watching it like, dude, shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
Let Biden not be able to talk. That's all you have to do.
He just make facial expressions. He could just went.
The problem also, this is the real problem. The debate format is ridiculous.
Oh my
if
God.
you are talking to someone who is going to be the president of the United States and you have 5 minutes to say what you're saying, or 30 seconds or a minute, whatever, any kind of time constraint like that is ridiculous. When Lincoln used to give speeches, they would do it outside with no mic for hours.
Yeah.
They would talk for hours and hours and hours about what they wanted to do and how they wanted to do it.
Yeah.
And then people would sit there and listen to it. And you get an understanding of what the fuck this guy's all about. You don't, you give these, like, time is up, Mr. President. Your time is up. And he keeps trying to finish the sentence.
No.
How do they not have real-time fact-checking?
Well,
That's the thing that
they
kills
do,
me.
but now all of a sudden that's kind of weird.
Right. Who does it? Snopes.
Exactly.
Well,
They'll
no.
fact check
Who
the
does
one guy and not the other guy, and then you're sitting there going, "Wait, is that true?"
Well,
Yeah,
a lot
kinda
of things were
fucked up.
fact-checked during COVID that turned out to actually be true. And they were fact-checked as false. And now,
Of course.
now we openly admit the truth.
Yeah.
Is it
But
a
I'm saying
lot?
if they get caught lying
You can't.
during the thing, it should be like, no, that's actually false.
Yeah, but these independent
Was.
fact checkers, a lot of the fact checks are very subjective how they view the information.
Yeah.
It's funny too. Those debates could be good, but the only guys that are willing to like speak up and say, like, there's one from like Ron Paul in like 2008. That's like, damn, that was a good. That guy's Yang would come up and like make a good point. The guys that are going to win don't even try to make a good point. They're just up there like.
It would have been very interesting
That's
to see
cute.
if
You
Ron
tried.
Paul won. If Ron Paul won, that would have been very interesting. That would have been very interesting.
I don't even think he was.
He was independent, right? Is that where he?
Yeah, but I don't even think he was. He was nothing.
Yeah, but his ideas about non-interventionalist foreign policy, like, it resonated with a lot of people. Like, why are we the police? of the
Dude,
world?
he gave that
What
speech
are we doing?
in a debate. They're like something about 9/11. He went off on like, why do you think it happened?
Yeah.
It's like, why? It was at a Republican convention where everyone was like, boo, shut the fuck up. They hate our freedom. He's like, they don't fucking hate our freedom. It was like a good moment. It ended his career or his bid for the election, but
yeah,
it's pretty sick. He stood
son's
up,
a
tried to
badass.
give a speech.
His son is a badass.
You like Rand?
Yeah.
Is that the guy who was?
I like
Trump dog.
He goes after
Trump dog
Fauci.
got Rand.
Why do you get? Yeah, that was the guy who's always attacking Fauci. Why did I? Why
Well, he
Trump
was
like
right. He's attacking him about gain of function research. And
Yeah,
Fauci's
that
such a liar.
That was shady. Like,
Why
well,
did Trump get him?
Yeah, why did Trump get ran?
Rand was in a debate and he was like, I haven't gone off after your looks at all. And trust
Right.
me, there's a lot of material there.
Rand's handsome. Rand's handsome.
And Rand Paul was just like,
Well, look.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Trump
man?
just was like, you're fucking ugly. I haven't made fun of you for being ugly. I could if I wanted to.
He's not even ugly. No.
He's a normal dude.
To have that kind of confidence with that head of hair is preposterous.
Well, that's- and
Go
that's-
after people's looks.
Yeah, but it
And
fucks
you're
you up
literally
so
wearing
much.
a mirage.
Like
Yeah.
Rand Paul was literally like,
Right. He didn't know
it
how to
was a
handle it.
stunning.
Well, I think they would all approach it very differently now. They're probably like, oh, next time I'll get him.
Yeah, they've
They'll
done it
never
already.
get him.
2024, I'm going to fuck him up.
No, they've all got nasty.
In a soundbite debate, they could
Uh-huh.
never come near.
No, he's a master performer.
Yeah.
He's a guy who's been speaking publicly forever. Forever.
Yeah, and he's mean.
Yeah, he's
He'll
mean.
go on and be like,
He's
yo, you're
mean.
ugly as fuck.
And he has comedy timing.
Yeah, he does. Fuck.
He'd be in jail. Boom.
That was,
Boom.
I mean, that was in a debate, and the crowd was like,
Boom.
because you'd be in jail.
Yeah, that was pretty. And you see the moment when he thinks of it, his eyebrows kind of
Yeah.
wiggle. I was like,
When he got Hillary Clinton, or it was when he got Rosie O'Donnell. You could see him
Oh.
because what's her name? Kelly.
Megyn Kelly. Yeah.
She's like
Had him,
asking him.
dude.
She's
Yeah.
like, I got you on this. You've called women this. You've called women this.
Not all
you can
women.
see him go,
Yeah.
and he adjusts the mic, dude. As soon as he knows it, he goes, only Rosie O'Donnell. And the place,
Yeah. Let's
there it is, dude.
And disgusting animals.
Got it.
Your Twitter account.
Only
has
Rosie
several-
O'Donnell.
For the record,
Over.
What
destroyed.
did she say, though, for the
it
record?
was well beyond Rosie O'Donnell.
Yes, I'm sure it was.
Your Twitter
Yes, I'm sure it was.
Just somebody telling you facts.
It's
and you're like,
also
shut the fuck
a
up.
super hot lawyer, Megyn
Yeah.
Kelly. The prototype of the Fox
Of the babe.
blonde, super hot assassin lady.
Oh God.
There's to me, they're the hottest.
They sent her.
Those super hot Republican ladies on Fox. They're the
Yeah,
hottest. They're the
it's
hottest women
unbelievable.
alive.
I went to
They're
Mar-a-Lago.
so hot,
I went to Mar-a-Lago. There was 10 of them walking around. They're just around.
bro.
They're so hot.
They're the hottest women alive. Those Fox bots.
Fox bots.
They really are. Well, they fucking sit there. I had this whole bit about like Megyn Kelly's literally wearing a vagina curtain.
Yes.
I mean, it's not even a good curtain, like a blackout curtain you'd have in a theater.
Yeah.
It's like the little curtain grandma has over a kitchen windowsill where the window's
So
open,
with the sun shining through.
whispers in the breeze.
Sun's
Just
coming through, though.
a small amount of cloth between that and her underwear. which is just this tiny little piece of cloth that's over
Don't
her
get me.
vagina.
Dude, you trying to get me hard?
And they all have beautiful legs, and their whole leg is exposed.
Yeah.
No man could ever dress that way. You see their feet, you see their toes, and their legs are crossed. I mean, it's a preposterous way of dressing.
Yeah.
You have full cleavage, arms are exposed. There's so much skin.
It's a weapon.
It is wild, though.
Yeah.
The attire that women are allowed to wear in certain situations is so sexual in compared to what men wear. Men cover up, a suit, a tie. That's a man dressing nice. A woman dressing nice, you can see half of her tits. You see most of her legs. You see her feet. You see her toes. You see her painted little toes. Perfect little feet.
Damn, Joe.
Her long arms, flowing hair, and she's wearing makeup, like full face.
I'm about to get that fucking ice bath, dude.
Let's go.
You better slow
She's
down.
looking at you in the eyes like, I'm mad. And you're like, fuck, I've been so fucking bad.
I
You're
know
right.
you're mad.
Lips a color that only exists in flowers.
Yeah. Did you ever get into supernormal stimuli?
What's that?
How like they trick butterflies into dedicating their whole life.
Yeah, this is all I've ever wanted.
We're fucked
For real.
up.
For 7 years. This is the moment, dude. I was wondering how he would do. I was wondering. I knew you were gonna do this. Dude.
He sent me the longest fucking
I was
text
so
message,
afraid.
like bummed out that he's asking me to have you come along, and I was like, yeah, for sure.
I know,
but it was
but
like
it's a
this
tough ask.
long thing. No, it's
Appreciate
There was
that.
like 8 texts.
That's the kind of guy he is, dude.
It's
That
not
is, it is
yes.
risky because you don't know. You'd be like, this motherfucker.
Well, I don't because
yeah, but he knows me.
I know we're
Yeah.
friends, but like it's still like a hey, you want me to bring another guy? It's kind of
No.
Yeah.
I know,
Let's go.
but I also knew in my heart of hearts, Matt would rise to the occasion and say things like, "Have you ever heard of super stimuli or whatever
Supernormal.
bullshit that was?"
Dude, no, it's a real.
I knew it was in there.
It's fucked up to think about because so you can attract people, you can attract species to, you find what they're innately attracted to, and you produce a version of that that's so pumped up nature can't reproduce it, and it hijacks your biology.
like Doritos.
Like
Yes,
fake tits.
yes, fake tits, Doritos. They will get
Yeah.
they will get these butterflies that are like the deeper the shade of blue or purple, like some type of butterfly. The males would follow this. They would go to that to like mate with the female. And they started getting these like dark purple construction papers. These male butterflies would dedicate their whole lives to just like floating around this piece of paper, and they die.
Oh,
And then you have human beings who are getting like hit with the same shit, like flavor blasted goldfish. That's
Perfect.
outside of nature's capacity to like.
Right. That
And then
makes
you
sense.
get hooked to the fake thing, and it hijacks your biology, and you're like,
Right.
Yeah, dude.
I want that.
Sour Patch Kids.
Yes,
Cool Ranch,
dude.
Cool Ranch Doritos. It's over.
I started eating Sour Patch Kids. I can't stop. I go just one. And the next thing I
Here's
eat
a
a
whole
bag of candy, and I'm
What's
sitting
that?
there having a fucking diabetes attack.
Dude,
Yeah.
if you go into a convenience store, 99% of the shit is bad for you.
Yeah.
It's bad
You
for
can get like some beef jerky. It's pretty good. And
Some-
you can buy a bottle of water.
That's
Bottle
it.
of water, beef jerky. You gotta buy
Get a
those
cup of coffee.
hard-boiled eggs that are in like a plastic bag at a gas
That's if
station.
you got your head on straight.
That's
Hey,
it for
that's
the only
actually a
person I've
safe
seen
bet.
that Woodman,
No, that's actually a safe bet.
dude.
The
Yeah.
hard-boiled eggs are a pretty good bet. You know why? Because first of all, you can keep eggs for a long time. Eggs you could like leave on a counter, like they don't go bad the way they're encased, right?
Yeah.
And then when they cook it, once they cook it, it's boiled all the way through, so you don't have to worry about salmonella. Put that bitch in a fucking
I'm not worried.
saran
I'm
wrap.
saying but the societal repercussions of eating it publicly outweigh the nutritional. Dude, I was with a guy who we were on a road trip. He got in the car and started eating fucking eggs out of a plastic bag at a gas station. I was
That's
like,
me, bro.
we're done, dude. You and me.
Hard-boiled eggs. That's me.
it.
I would 100% eat that. Not only did I eat that I would be flocked to that. I'm like, ooh, that's what I'm looking for. Peeled and ready to eat? Perfect. Let's go. I'd eat 5 of those. Peeled it. What the fuck?
Dude,
Somebody else
This is
peeled
out
it.
of control.
No preservatives. No
Peeled it.
preservatives.
Those are the
USDA.
Perfect. You don't
Pickle.
have to preserve them.
Those are the
These
scary
eggs.
ones. You go to a
Pickle ones.
southern gas station.
I just bought a jug the other day. I went
Pickled
to the
eggs?
gas station. I was at the gas station and they had
Fucked up.
eggs with jalapenos in them. I was like, oh, spicy boiled eggs, spicy pickled eggs. Let's go.
What are the farts though?
Whatever.
True.
They're terrible.
It's whatever you want.
I mean,
That's exhaust flames, dude. That's
Bro,
an absolute exhaust
the most
flames.
terrible
in
farts.
a Tesla, just eating gas station eggs. That protein, dude.
The most terrible farts that I can make are pasta with like meat sauce.
Oh,
If I have pasta with like sausage, with the tomato sauce and a giant bowl of
sausage?
spaghetti. Oh my
I'm
god!
hitting. So I'll eat sausage or something before a show. Now I'm drinking Bud Lights. Now we're going into the show. I'm burping in the front row. It's an hour-long show. I'm literally on stage going. I'd see people in the front like.
How many times have you ever farted on stage and knew it was horrific?
Never, dude. You farted on stage?
I farted on stage once.
It must be so comfortable.
It was so bad.
No, that's what I fart on
Did
stage.
you I was so embarrassed. I moved to a different part of the stage. Pretend it wasn't me.
Did you stop talking while you're farting, or did you like?
I don't remember. It was a long time ago, but I remember it was so bad that I was like, "Oh no, I got to get away from this."
Dude, I've been chasing that.
So
I've not been able to fart on stage. I didn't think you could do it.
We've been discussing this.
Dude, I go right to Mike. I'd go to Mike and amplify.
You got to fart into the mic.
Depends on what. Joey did that before in the OR. He was in the middle of a bit.
Must
He
have
goes,
exploded.
so I'm talking to this dude. Hold on. He goes, Suka. He just goes
Killed.
right back to
He must
his
have killed. He must have fucking
He
killed.
stuck a microphone in his asshole. And then you were next. And you got his fucking fart gas.
Did it work? Or,
Oh, yeah,
the way I would
killed.
imagine is
Killed.
the crowd going,
Oh, we died.
like, people must have been like, what was that?
It was at the store in the OR. The store in the OR is basically doing stand-up in a prison colony. It's like the people are savages. Like they're so accustomed to, especially back then, they were so accustomed to just this wild comedy and Brian Holtzman and all these different fucking people are going up slaying and talking about all kinds of crazy shit. It's dark as fuck in there. You can't see anything.
It's the best.
It was perfect.
That club today?
Yeah, it's different animal.
Hopefully we can get that going.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
One of those types of rooms.
Yeah. I thought you meant that club, the store. Yeah. How about that place? It looks nice, right?
Dude, yes.
We're close.
If you can get a room like that where guys are farting in mics, I'm coming.
It's happening.
This country might have a chance, dude.
Dude,
We got a chance.
That's the new Liberty Bell.
it actually might be the Liberty Bell.
It's the Alamo for comedy.
It really might be.
Yeah,
That's what Louis called it.
yeah, I don't know.
He said, you're building us an Alamo.
Yeah,
Sweet live.
it is fucked up, dude. I mean, dude, it's literally the sign of totalitarian oppression to be like, yo, you seriously don't fucking joke about that.
Yeah. Don't joke about that. It's dangerous. And people don't realize that, but people have realized that throughout history. The Lakotas had a sacred person in their tribe called the Heyoka, who'd make fun of everything.
I would have fucking hated that. Oh, that guy sucks ass. Dude. And he would hide behind it too, like comedians. Like, it's just a joke. He'd be like, hey, okay, dude, for real, stop.
Yo,
It would be like
seriously,
roast
Stop talking
battle
about my
every
wife's
day.
fucking tits.
It would be like roast battle
Every day.
every day.
Oh.
You're shitty Indian, you can't catch anything. Every day the Heyoka stands up.
Well,
Like,
if you fucked up, they'd give you a fucked up name. You had to like, it would be your name until you proved them wrong.
fucking Empire of the Summer Moon.
Yeah.
Dude,
Really?
dude, their names were like dog pussy.
Yeah.
It wasn't as magical as we like to think it was. It was like dog dick.
Yeah.
Come over here.
Well, when you read about what they did to each other, you're like, oh, Jesus Christ. Like, this idea that they were these peaceful people that were living together, living off the land, and everybody
Maybe
in
some
harmony.
were. That's the thing.
Yeah.
But they
Didn't
didn't
seem
last.
like it. Well, they got raided by the other ones.
Yeah.
Dog Dick and his buddies would show up and fucking drag you and your kids off without a horse.
They would go on raids just like the Vikings did. They were raiders.
Yeah.
Like the Comanches, especially the people that lived here, they were raiders. That's
Yeah.
what they did. They'd get together in giant groups of horses. The other thing they would do that's fucked up, they caught guys. Like they caught guys slipping, like some U.S. guys were trying to make their way across. They would cut their horses loose in the middle of the night. And so they would stampede their horses out so they'd never get their horses back. And then they would slowly follow them from a distance while they starved to death.
Jesus,
They would
man.
watch them and mock them. So they'd be on horseback at the top of a ridge, just, a few hundred yards away, laughing at them. And these dudes are walking, no water, don't know where they're going, no horses.
It's a guy from fucking Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Just walking.
Just
Just like,
walking.
God damn it. I've been to a baseball game.
Just wanted to pay for education.
Yeah.
Just the government was going to pay for his college. It's like, this is great deal.
God damn.
Now I hear starving to death in the plains.
Yeah.
And you don't see shit. You're just walking. It's just flat forever.
Yeah, it's shit.
It's flat forever.
Planes suck.
And there's no houses out there. This is the early days. No one had even moved there yet.
That was the scariest part of that book about the Donner Party, where there was like, the scary part about crossing the plains was like a kid would get off the wagon and like walk. They'd be lost immediately. The grass was high enough. You'd lose a kid and you couldn't stop. You'd be like, oh, the kid's gone. They'd be lost.
Yeah.
It was like it was a desert with like grass that was up to here. So the children were just gone.
Christ.
There were snakes. Everything sucked.
Everything sucked. Wolves.
Yeah, just
Mountain
like
lions,
a dog
bears.
came and ate your family.
Pack of them.
Just a bunch of dogs carried your sister off.
Oh.
Your mom dies from diarrhea.
Everyone's diarrhea, dude.
Oh my god!
You didn't know where it should go. Everyone's just shitting around the can, drinking out of the water. Like, birds are falling. Birds are
You
yelling.
don't have time to boil the water, so just drink out of the creek.
Shit blows.
Dysentery. And
now all of a sudden, Indian fucking Comanche start following you.
Yeah, and they follow you slowly. They'll let you know they're around.
They're like, we're gonna rape you in about a week.
Yeah.
God damn it. Your wife's nagging.
Slowly circle you.
You're not even gonna fight them off. Look at them. That's a man.
Oh
no!
Imagine the sourpuss on one of your wagon wheels breaks. You're like, how the fuck do I fix this again? She's like,
no idea what you're doing.
What a sourpuss, dude.
Your wheels are made out of wood.
Explode.
You're making your way across the entire country on wheels made out of wood. With horses pulling you. You hope the horses stay alive because you only got a few of them.
And a full family.
Full family. With kids.
And then you'd have a kid.
Oh, yeah, on the way.
And they'd get pregnant.
Yeah,
Your wife would get pregnant on the way.
Obviously, yeah.
Obviously,
dude.
Well, that Cynthia Ann Parker story, the woman who was 9 years old, and the whole family was slaughtered. And they would take the young ones and integrate them into the tribe because the Comanche lost a lot of children, a lot of mothers while they were pregnant. The baby never came to term because they were riding horses. And they're bouncing around all the time, and they're fucking, a lot of impact. So their populations, it was very important to keep a high population. So they would bring in people that they captured.
That's what the Amish do. That's what the Amish do. I've heard. I've heard they snag kids.
They'll come down to Mechanicsburg. They'll raid us.
I heard they see like a mom all drunk and fucked up. I've heard. I don't want to slur the Amish, but I've heard they'll fucking snag it. Yeah, they need some new blood, man.
You really heard this?
I have heard this. I've heard people who live
what bar was it?
My brother's boy. It's a fun thing to say.
It's a fun thing to say.
It's like folklore.
Yeah, it's fun. It's nice having the Amish. I like having the Amish where we're from.
Me too.
That's what separated us growing up. It was you where you lived, Amish country, me.
Now we have the Amish.
What's that thing they get to do when they
Rumspringa.
Rumspringa,
They get to stay on Rumspringa as long as they want.
And then they can come back.
It's not like a year. It's as long as they want.
And then they come back.
You can be like 38 and be like, all right, Rumspringa's done.
Wow.
Yeah.
But your parents will shun you. So they can't talk to you. Yeah, you can get shunned real hard. If you fuck up real bad, everyone you know, just won't talk to you.
But how do you even know?
They block you, basically.
They're not on social media.
They
don't have phones. How do they even know if you're upset?
Just old school accusations. Just like, dude, he smells like booze.
Yep. Or if you go like, all right, mom. Like
that's not what I mean. I mean, like, how do you even know if they're mad at you? You're not around them.
Oh no, not if you're not on Rumspringa. Like that's a big thing in the Amish community. If you like,
right. But what I'm saying is, how do they know the parents are mad if they're out running around because the parents don't have phones?
No, they don't.
So they can't call you.
Pure Rumspringa. He's saying when you get back, if you fuck up within the community, you will get shunned.
Yeah, like everyone will stop talking to you. It's like a punishment they do.
For how long?
I don't know. I think they'll do it for a while. You'll come like, hey mom, and she'll just go, turn it back. Hey dad. Hey Paul. Hey Paul. He'll go.
Hardcore.
I like that though.
Then I'd go to my room and fucking fap, dude.
Just whack off.
I'd take off my Huckleberry Finn pants and be like, nice.
You have to do it to memory.
True, but I mean,
fap only to memory.
I mean, you
No,
probably got
can't
some
do
rich databanks, dude.
They probably have some drawings they can show you.
I bet those dudes, dude, it doesn't matter how religious you are. If you're a young boy trying to whack off, you're getting your hands on something. Yeah. Those boys got a hold of some porn, dude.
Who's ever gone the
doubt.
longest in the 20th century jacking off just on memory?
Dude, I haven't watched porn since August.
That's not that long.
That's pretty fucking long, dude. You do it,
That's not that long.
People do that accidentally, dude.
Yeah.
What? That's normal.
Yeah, I was having dreams about it.
You have dreams about porn?
Yeah, when I first stopped, dude, I was like having dreams about porn. Dude, it was hard. That was tough for me to stop doing.
What made you want to stop?
I thought about getting caught because I've gotten caught before by my wife, which, whatever, fair game, but like, I thought about getting caught by my kids. I'm like, I'm definitely going to get caught. And I went, I'm stopping this now.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're a stop it now guy when you see a problem. Stopping now with drug dealing, stopping now from jerking off.
Yeah. I was still fat.
What about when you go to a hotel room now?
Bro?
See, that's the thing.
Bro, when we're done this.
That's the thing.
But then do you bust out the porn?
No, then I wanted to so badly today. That's the final frontier. Not looking at the porn in the hotel room is tough.
It's impossible.
Only I'll know, but I can't do it. I mean, at
That's
least
the first.
if I do it, I'll tell people. But
that's
like,
the thing, though. Like,
But you can't get caught. You said your worry was that you were going to get
yeah,
caught.
but I've like been a big hardo about being like, I quit porn. I've said it, in public. So now, like, if I go back on it, I'm gonna get crushed.
You're a prisoner to your statements.
Yeah, but also it's not bad. Once you stop, it is easy. Like, oh, yeah, I don't need it. I don't need to.
Sounds
do
like
that.
you're going to need it.
I think it does,
Brother.
He keeps talking to me about this, and every time I'm like, who cares?
It's a mental challenge.
Like, I
dude.
genuinely don't think about it or care about it. I
But
live
some dudes get addicted to
Yeah, but I live with my girlfriend. I don't watch porn when we're together. I was home the last 2 weeks. I didn't whack off
I've
once
been
to
known to
porn.
slink off, dude.
As soon as I got to this hotel in Austin,
Yeah.
I was. It was time. You forget how good porn is, dude. You look at it, you're like, yo, what is she? She got stuck. There's 8 of them
stuck in the dryer.
That shit rules. You forget.
How many
dude.
girls get stuck under the
Porn
bed
rules.
looking for an earring?
Dude, it's not a moral grandstand. It's just I want to build my willpower. My willpower is weak.
No,
And
it's not,
it's
dude.
weak, dude.
You got
It's
nice
weak.
willpower.
But you
It's
quit
getting there.
selling drugs and you quit watching porn. You have good willpower.
You have great willpower.
It took a while. And also, it took some bad events.
Yeah, but you did quit. That's
True.
what willpower is
True.
about.
True.
Also, he's discussed what type of porn he's into.
What kind?
I was just into everything, bro. I went down some dark alleys.
What's the darkest?
The
The
T's,
darkest
brother.
alley.
The T's.
The T.
Teas?
The T's, brother.
The fucking T100s.
T1000s? What's that? What are you talking about?
T's.
What's the Terminator T1000?
Yeah.
He ran into some
The
T1000s.
boys and the girls. When the boys become girls.
When the boys become girls, the
Oh, the T's. Trans.
boys, he liked the T's.
That could be an issue.
Joe, I'll tell you, it is.
You don't want to get caught with that.
Well, here's
stuff.
the thing. It's just a ramping up of like, I'm talking about super normal stimuli, dude. That's why I'm so passionate about that. It's like your brain, you need like the edge. And this was my problem with it. I didn't have a drug problem. I could never like stop drugs or whatever. But then it's like you get the blood flowing on sex stuff. It's like that's not getting flowing. You go to like something a little bit more kind of out there, and then you finally you land on those shores, and you go, my God, my God, where have I gone?
I was
Like
like
trying to
one
assemble the raft. It's all fucked up. You're like, oh, I gotta get out
of our
here.
first episodes is he's explaining he watches it. And I was like, what the fuck? And then he was like, give it a shot. So I was like, I'm open-minded. I tried to whack off the T porn. I opened it. First things first, I'm watching a dude, like you can see his clavicles while he's fucking, or her. You know what I mean? I could see the clavicle. I was just like, ew, dude. I turned it off immediately. I can't believe
I have a strong imagination.
That's disgusting.
I have a strong imagination. No, I'm honest though, dude. I was like, this
I
is
saw
fucked
one
up.
fucking dude on top with tits, but you could still see the clavicle and the Adam's apple. And I was like,
You sought that out, dude. You sought that out.
I don't know which ones to search.
I don't fucking know. But I will say, dude, I'm telling you, it's a silent epidemic, dude. I'm not projecting this on
It's a
the
silent
masses.
epidemic?
I believe so.
Dudes into T's?
Yes, I truly believe so. I truly believe so. And dude, I actually know if you read the book, what is it? Fucking A Billion Wicked Lies, A Billion Wicked Thoughts. Where they crunch the fucking metadata from the internet, and it's like it's doing numbers, dude.
Someone's crunching the metadata on trans porn?
On all porn, dude. Well, what's fucked up is the porn.
That sounds like one of those Pfizer studies. They try to find the
No.
right result.
We're crunching it. Matt, stop acting serious right now. You're pretending to be serious about this. And
He's
I want you
crunching
to stop.
metadata with a pen in his hand.
A
He's
billion
got a
wicked
pen in
thoughts.
his hand, and he's fucking hovering it over the paper. He's talking about metadata.
Bro, he's waited so long to be on this show. And now he's here and he's like, I'm telling you, they crunch numbers on T-porn.
We didn't have to bring this up.
I like it. Dude.
It is good. It is good. It's a jolt of electricity. Dude, it's your fucking sexuality at stake, and I'm fucking hetero as hell.
I get it, bro.
But it's like, bro,
I believe you.
Thank you.
I know a lot of people listening. Are
I need to hear that from you right now, Jokes. I'm in a dark place.
Bro, how nice would it be to get back to the hotel and just T-porn it up?
No, I'm telling you,
Get dirty.
I'm not making it up. You go off of it, you kind of de-escalate the fucking dopaminergic drive towards like more and more crazy. And then you go, yeah, I'm cool on that.
Dude,
do
no
you
shit.
think-
That's what everyone
Is it
does. They
like-
look at it and go, whoa.
You can
no.
just go to like
Yes.
a karma-free, like stepmom type porn,
Bro.
where you got like a 45-year-old lady, she's banging a 20-year-old college student. You know, the
Yes.
college student's in town. Dad goes to work. Oh, my neck hurts. Could you give me a
The
massage?
coolest shit
And
possible.
the 20-year-old kid doesn't want to do it. Like, he's kind of fucked up. My dad would be upset. He doesn't have to know. Can you rub my lower back?
Yeah.
Yo.
Yeah,
Next
that'll.
thing you know, that hot 45-year-old who your dad isn't fucking anyway.
That's what she says. She says he never fucks.
See, isn't that better?
So much bigger than him. It's so much better. But I'm saying like some guys can't drink.
You're so much bigger than him. It's so much.
some guys can't drink. Some guys can't drink because they stay out all night. I can't, dude. I just
couldn't
fucking
do one bump. Well, we were talking to William Montgomery. We were talking to William Montgomery in the green room last night, and William Montgomery's been off of coke and booze for quite a long time. And they showed a picture of him when he was fat and drunk.
Yeah.
And I was like, one bump of coke. How bad would it hurt you? Like, maybe you just get back a little bit, like every now and again. And you can see, like, look at his face. And I'm like, kidding. Don't do it. I'm like, don't do it. You're doing
same
great.
Playbook. You guys have the same playbook. That's my favorite thing to watch. You go, come on, man. You'd be all right.
Oh,
yeah.
It's the funniest shit.
It's actually something I got to stop doing.
Yeah, it's pretty funny, though.
Why? Have you ever talked to anybody into doing something dark?
Every single time Adam Egget comes out with me and him get fucked up.
He's trying to not
He's
drink.
like, I don't want to relapse. I'm like, dude, stop saying relapse. You drink. Every time. He's like, I don't want to relapse. I'm like, what are you talking about? You got
when he's in the green room, we always offer him a drink. He's like, no.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. This is what he did yesterday. It was Adam Eget's birthday, and he spent the day. I texted him earlier, and he was playing Madden, and he was winning 150-0.
What?
He was running the score up on the computer on the easiest level.
Just to be a winner on his birthday?
On his birthday. I mean, it was the weirdest. It's kind of the saddest fucking thing I've ever heard.
He's a great guy.
He's the man, but he told me it was his birthday.
Dude.
And he was literally at his house, in his apartment, playing Madden on the easiest level, running up the score against the computer.
When I first started talking about doing a club out here, he was the first guy.
Weird.
He was the first guy I called.
He's the best.
I didn't call anybody else. He was the first guy I called.
Yeah, he's a
I
man.
called him. I said, I got a plan. Like, as soon as I escaped LA, I was like, hey, Adam, what are you doing? I'm like, I got a plan.
He's the best.
Yeah.
Oh, what, Joe? Like that.
Yeah.
He talks like Norm. He's got a little Norm.
He's
very nice.
Such a nice dude, too,
He's
man.
the best. I've known that dude forever. He was one of the reasons why I went back to the store in the first place. I knew him from the Tempe Improv.
Mm-hmm.
He used to work at the Tempe Improv back in the day when I would roll through. And then he showed up one day at the Improv and had a conversation. We'd come back to the store.
He is the fucking. I love that.
He's the best.
I
I'm like,
love
you're
that.
there now? I go, you're there now. Huh.
Yeah.
He's like, it's different now. Come back.
Yeah, he's so funny. He's funny, too.
He's got a great eye for comedy. He's going to be an amazing creative director. You know, he'll know like the good guys that have potential. Yeah. He'll know what they're doing wrong. He'll be able to get them good spots and figure it out. Help them figure it out. We can have a great crop of people here. We got a great crop of young guys.
I never considered really moving down here until I just got my taxes.
Oh,
I was instantly like, dude, Austin rules. For real, I was like, dude, I'm not moving. I love New York. One season of actually making money, 1 year of making money. I was like, what the fuck?
You can always visit New York.
I know.
Yeah, that's what I like to do. I like to go to New York, hang out there for a few days, go to the restaurants, do some shows, get the fuck out.
Yeah.
I never lived in the city, though.
I actually truly haven't either. I live in Queens and I'm never home. I do the road.
Yeah.
Every day.
I lived in New Rochelle because I needed a parking spot because I did the road so much. I always had a car, so I needed a car, and I couldn't afford to live in the city and also afford a parking spot. So hundreds of bucks a month.
Yeah, I just have an apartment in New York where I play video games 3 days of the week.
Nice.
That's it.
Nice.
Other than that, I'm on the road or doing shows at night. If I'm home, I'm like, I'm just gonna hang out.
Queens, huh?
Yeah.
How do you get in?
To the city? I Uber.
Really?
Now, yeah.
You don't take a train?
I used to, but it's like 45 minutes an hour.
Oh, how long's the Uber?
25 minutes. Yeah.
How weird conversations do you have?
Never. Headphones. Oh, yeah. Also, they're New York Uber drivers.
Oh, okay.
They're not down to talk. They're not talking.
I remember when they were so mad that Uber showed up. The cab drivers were so fucking mad. And now that's all you see is Uber. You see so few cabs. Like, it's so much. The numbers are down. I wonder what the actual numbers are. But the visual numbers. It used to be cabs everywhere. It was like most of the traffic was cabs. And now you drive around and you're like, what a weird system, right? Like, we'll drive.
Yeah.
You don't need to drive. Just get in. I'll tell them where you're going.
Yeah, Philly made like Uber pay them like $250,000 a year because they sell, they call them taxi medallions. So you have to buy a license, and the license were worth a lot of money. And then once Uber came in, that like nobody, it's like a liquor license, but for like driving taxi cabs.
Right.
And they just plummeted. They're like almost worthless now.
Wow.
So then the people, Philadelphia Parking Authority owns the cabs, and they're like, you got to pay.
You don't like them, do you?
No. So it's fucked up.
Uber?
No. I like Uber's fine.
Cabs.
Philadelphia Parking Authority.
PPA.
Dude, we have
Fuck
a
the
fucked
PPA.
up thing going on there.
What's going on?
They'll just, if you get parking tickets, they'll just come snag your car. And like the parking, they double in value. It's really fucked up. And then they just sell your car.
What?
And then they charge you money. I've gotten like 2 cars taken.
What?
Fucking, they were like $500 cars.
$500
I would take them and I just go, fuck you guys. One time I went back because you had to write like what you could go get your valuables out of your car before they sold it at auction. So I went back and you had to fill out a piece of paper what was in there, and I put like a giant dildo, and I put all this stuff, and they had to take it back to their guy and have it written off on. It's pretty sick.
Nice, you got them.
It's pretty tight.
Suck our dicks, PPA.
Yeah, fuck you guys. Yeah, but they'll take your shit and just repossess it, and then
How many tickets do you have to have before they take your car?
now it's like 2 or 3, dude.
What?
Yes, you get
So
on,
you
you
have
get
a
on a boot list.
BMW. You got a new BMW.
Yes,
You get 2 or 3 tickets you don't pay, and they put a boot on you and they take your car.
yes, and if
They
you
sell
don't,
it off.
and then they charge you every day they have it, and then if you can go back and basically buy, like, you can pay them. They hold it like hostage, and you can pay them to take the boot off, and they won't tow it. But if you're late, they'll tow it, and then you got to go down to a lot. You got to like call a bunch of people, like figure out where your car is. Then you go down there and you pay for them. They give it back to you.
Oh.
Now, if you don't pay it back in time, then they sell it off at auction.
Oh.
Make a ton of money doing it, and they can also do a thing where they've taken my dad's car where my brother owed money because they had like the same name.
What?
And they're just like, sorry, dude, is what it is. You got to pay us and come get your car. But dude, it's criminal.
Even if it's not your car?
Yeah,
Or
but it's-
your kid's car?
Yeah, but they both have the same first name, so they're like, oh, it was a mistake, but they're like, you still got to pay, and it's like, you know, like, fuck
You
it.
still got to pay even though it's a mistake?
You can't. There's nobody you can talk to. It's the Wizard of Oz. You go up to like blacked out glass and just talk to a lady who's just like
Dude, I got my
$365
car
bucks.
towed when we were filming Gillian Keys. I was supposed to be on set. I walked to my car in the morning. Car's gone. Go out there. It is. I had to go like a dock.
Yeah, dude.
The car was just behind like an old warehouse. I had to talk to behind the glass. There was just a black lady. I was like, "Hey, where's my car?" She was like, "Get out!" She was
Dude,
screaming at me.
It's
It was a battle.
crazy. It's crazy, man.
I thought that story I was going to tell would be better.
No, it's, you have to get when you go down there. It's like a barbed wired fucking fence, and you go in, and there's just someone's mean as fuck. It's crazy the way they do it. And then they control the parking in the city. They said, all this stuff. They're bad. And apparently, from what I've heard, the money doesn't even go to the city of Philadelphia. It actually goes to like some GOP. Like it goes to the state, weirdly, or part of it goes to the state.
Really?
If you try to look up the PPA, they say it's a quasi-governmental agency. So like, we try to follow where their money goes. It's kind of really hard.
Should we Google this, or we should just take
Look it up? Look it up. Yeah, look it up
sounds
again.
like that one we might want to substantiate.
Yeah, true.
No.
If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But fuck them anyway. But
Yeah.
dude,
We don't
I've been
need to
beefing with the
substantiate this. Fuck the
PPA.
PPA.
I've been
bro.
beefing with the PPA forever.
If I'm wrong, but fuck them anyway.
Fuck those guys, dude.
Yeah, they are pussies.
They took my '88 Camry, dude. Me and my brother bought twin Camrys for $1,000. We bought 2 '88 Camrys off this old lady. We were bopping around together. They
It's
fucking
just
She had 2? Why'd she have 2?
I have no idea.
You guys got matching Camrys.
Matching
It's just
Camrys,
sick.
bro. 88 Cams. We were buzzing around. It was
This is
so-
the same old lady that got crushed by Vince McMahon.
That's probably her
That's you and your brother. You and your brother powerbombed her.
That fucking
Camrys.
lady went down hard, bro.
Yeah, when you
That
get a
can't
ticket,
be good.
when you get a ticket from the PPA or any of that, when you're fucking like when we lived together, I had $0. If I got one ticket, I was bankrupt. One ticket, I had
Yeah.
$0.
I know those
hated
times.
them, bro.
Yeah. By law, all PPA's on-street operations net revenue is allocated to the city's general fund of Philadelphia School District. Wrong.
Bullshit.
Wrong,
It's,
man.
no, it's
No.
bullshit. It's bullshit.
On-street operations revenue
Okay.
is generated from meter payments,
Yeah.
permit fees, parking fines, vehicle auction proceeds, and booting and towing fees.
They had a thing where they weren't giving the schools money. At least I thought I saw a thing where the schools were like, yeah,
It
they
says it brings in 265. Go back to that. It says it. Go
No,
back
it's
to that.
bullshit.
It
It's
goes.
their fucking
brings
website.
in
It's their website.
Their website, dude.
$264 million a year in annual revenue, just from Philadelphia from parking tickets. 264 million in fucking parking tickets.
Can you tell me that's going to those schools in Philly?
Look at the Inquirer. Overpays executives and that's too many political.
Yeah.
Exactly. Oh, it turns out the PPA's website might not be telling the total fucking story.
Let's see what it says.
Fuck the PPA, Matt.
I can't stand them. But Yeah, man. Someone takes your 88 Camry, dude, you'll be fucking salty.
Yeah, you're never gonna let it go. You're gonna wait till you get on the highest platform on earth and go, fucking pieces of shit.
Well, when you get incentivized to have that much revenue coming in every year, what if nobody parked bad ever again? What if everybody did the right thing, everybody paid the meter, and all that $264 million dried up? What the fuck do they do now? That's the problem. It's like there's an incentive, like to catch people.
I can't even read those signs. Anytime I try to park, it's like Monday through Friday.
They go
8
over
to
those things with
6,
fucking
trash.
1,000 Brits hammer.
Dude,
fuck those signs.
And
up.
they also will get you for inspection. If your inspection's up, they'll take you every single day.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
But they had a problem though. One time there was like a gap in what they were supposed to pay the schools, and they had to be like, oh.
So what does it say here? 2007, Parents United, a Philadelphia parent group that fights for school reforms, successfully sued the PPA for failing to pay the city and school district under its 2004 obligations. During these years, the PPA was technically in breach of its agreement with the state and greedily withheld money that it owed.
Greedy PPA, dude.
Telling you, man.
I like how it says greedily. Ooh.
Yeah, it's pretty. Yeah. But either way, I mean, I'll stop talking about that.
No, I like it.
It's all right, dude. I like when people are mad.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
That's fun.
Especially against parking tickets.
Especially the truth. Well, it is a fucking gross thing when you're poor.
Yeah.
Fucking, you can't even just leave your car somewhere.
This guy followed me to Sheetz in my Corolla, and he got me. At the gas station, he stayed and ran my plate just because I was driving a poor person car.
Yeah.
And he followed me out of the gas station and then pulled me over. It was like, your registration's expired, all this stuff's expired. And I was like, looking at it, it was me and I was with a dog. A dog was shotgun. And I was like, this ruins me. Like, I have $0. You give me a $180 ticket.
You tell him that?
I mean, I was kind of like, are you serious? Are you serious about this? Like, I'll go get it, please. It was my inspection. He was like, he was young too. He was like my age.
That's what their job is, though.
No, I know. I wasn't mad at. I mean, I was mad at him just because I had $0.
What's fucked is they have quotas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, and cops have quotas for pulling people over in certain places, and it's kind of like unspoken. It's not like written on paper in some places because it's not technically legal. But I've talked to a lot of cops that like you have to make a certain amount of revenue. You're basically a glorified revenue collector.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pulling people over and making money for the state. Not stopping any fucking real crimes. Doing that.
No, it's fucked up. And they call it activity. They'll be like, you're low in activity. We need some
activity.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
What if everybody followed the rules? Imagine that.
What if?
I mean, would they still keep cops around like they have the firemen? Like if there's no
for sure, dude.
they
Those
have to
guys
have
are
the firemen. You know, because fire can break out. You might not have a fire for 5 years. What are you gonna do? Disband the fire department? No.
Yeah, they'll be here. And you didn't need them, but yeah, the speed trap stuff.
Of course.
I like the bros.
I do. We support the blue.
Yeah, I've come around to those guys. I like them, man. I almost now I'm like looking forward to getting pulled over just so I can talk shop with them. Be like, guys.
I mean, now that I can afford a ticket, be like, you got me. Good stuff.
Like, I love what you guys are doing. I was just trying to get your attention.
You know what's fucked is those cameras. They were catching people running red lights and giving them tickets, and it turns out the money wasn't even. It was like a privately owned company.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like those were not real tickets.
Like the PPA.
PPA owns that too, by the way.
But that got overturned. Like they can't do that anymore.
They were shortening the yellow lights.
Were they?
Yes, New Jersey got busted for shortening the yellow lights and snagging people at those things.
Yeah. By how much?
A second or something. It was enough to snag you because you're like, oh, I got it.
Yeah, you got enough time.
Man, what's worse than when you're driving, you see a flash. Oh. I didn't even know they're doing it. In Maryland, they do it a ton, where the speed limits are checked by speed cameras.
Yep.
I'd be driving to shows, open mics and shit. Again, $0. I'd be driving, dude, a flash would be in the car. I'd be like, shit, dude.
Because start crying. Back then, it goes to your parents' address too.
Yeah, it's going to my mom's. It's my mom's car.
You know they got you.
God, that fucking sucks.
It's funny how many different scams there are to like extract money from people.
Oh yeah,
because that's one of them. You want revenue for the city, extract money from people.
Yeah, they need it. Yeah, that's fucked up.
It's very fucked up.
Especially stuff like that. They brutalize trucks too, man. Trucks get killed.
Oh yeah.
The highway patrol just sits there all day, and they'll be like, "There's like your chain is this way," and they're like $15,000. They crush trucks.
Ugh. Yeah, now this is good. Now this is boomer pod. Now
I'm talking about
trucks. This is an absolute boomer pod. You want to know about road scams? Here we are. You know what my favorite is just runaway truck ramps.
Oh,
Those make me
What?
so happy, dude.
Yeah.
I just love imagining the dude who, like, when you go up to like Penn State,
Uh-huh.
all those, it's through the mountains and there's just runaway ramps.
Because sometimes trucks
And it's so
no
funny
brakes.
thinking of a dude just
Yeah,
having
there's
to
one
hit
right there.
Ooh.
Dude, the guy just driving and being like, oh,
Because when they're going down a steep hill,
flying up that.
sometimes it just go, look how beautiful that is.
Yeah, that's pretty nice.
Where is that?
Oh, is that Bud Lights, bro?
Boom.
Is that BL's?
It might be.
Up the ramp?
Oh, it's not a Bud Light truck. It's not refrigerated either.
Maybe it's stolen Bud Light.
There's the
It looks
BL.
like bricks. It's
Yeah.
like blue
$100.
bricks or some shit.
Like videos.
Yes, please.
Runaway trucks is, I just like thinking of the guy who's like half asleep or
Yeah, here
whatever,
comes one.
flying up a hill.
There we go.
Oh, you see the guy's, he's slamming on the brakes. Oh, he's going to go up it.
Oh, you gotta hit that thing. That sucks.
Come on, brother.
What's all the smoke coming off the back of his?
Him jamming his brakes, probably.
Doesn't look that out of control though. But you can
How do you know, Jamie?
I'm just saying what it
Jamie's
looks
like,
like.
yeah, pussy, just keep going. Get my fucking package to my house.
He's got a car that's still going with its calmly. No
Jamie's
one's,
got
like,
trucker
fuck out of
blood.
the way.
I ordered those AirPods, pussy.
He's gotta hit this ramp.
Here we go.
Oh my God, look, he's going up this ramp.
Come on, brother. What happens when he comes back down?
You don't.
Yeah, what is the smoke coming out
Oh,
of the
it's
back?
his brakes,
Shit,
dude.
he's going the whole way
That can't
up.
be his brakes.
What?
No,
So
that's
that's
not
not
his
like
brakes.
the dirt on there.
That seems like his truck is dying.
Oh, yeah, maybe. I'm
Yeah,
wrong.
he doesn't make it all the way to the slammer at the end of it.
I mean,
That
still, I
seems
can't
like
believe
his
he made it
engine's
that high.
dying.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if he jammed his brakes, it would like probably jack down.
I can't believe he made it that high.
That's pretty nuts. That's got to be. That's like that snow tubing at the bottom. Like fuck.
I watched a 3,000 horsepower engine explode. Go to Richard Rawlings' Instagram. Go to Richard Rawlings from Fast and Loud. You know that show? He's a fun car guy from Fast and Loud. That show. He does this.
Please, that story.
There we go.
Yeah, that thing is just smoking. What is happening to that thing? Is that his brakes?
I would guess.
That kind of seems like brakes in that situation. Because this guy just can't slow down. That's got to be terrifying.
I mean, it's so much weight, dude.
Oh my
sucks.
God. Can you imagine being a fucking dude behind the wheel of something that weighs like, what does it weigh? Hundreds of thousands of pounds?
So I mean, though, like an hour like 7 of driving, like all day, you're just
Oh,
chilling.
get tipped over.
Oh.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, dude, even just driving like a truck with a trailer of like lawnmowers on the back, you try to stop that thing at like 60 miles an hour. It
Go
just
to-
doesn't stop.
Go to Richard Rawlings' Instagram page, and he's got a reel up of this dude who's revving up this truck engine, this gigantic souped up truck engine, and it fucking blows up like it got hit by a missile. It's wild.
Jesus.
Because it's a 3,000 horsepower souped up engine,
Yeah.
and they're like, "Wah!" And then boom,
There he is.
Fuck, where is that? You go to his reels.
That's a nice pic. Oh, Rawlings. Damn, dude.
I think that's it. That one right there.
This was not.
Nope, that's not it. That's not it. Maybe someone took it down. No, did they take it
That
down?
looks like it.
Where?
No, you just see the
that
truck.
thing's exploded.
No, you just see the truck.
Oh, there it is. There's a fucking thing on fire.
That's his engine.
Oh, okay.
No, that's not it. It was way worse than that. Let's see if I can find it. Maybe if I can find it, Jamie, and I'll send it.
Well, whatever this guy's doing.
Also, what happened? I guess I could just look for it too. You said a truck exploded. or
Yeah.
something? Truck burnout explosion.
Such a pussy. I don't know anything about cars.
I don't know anything about anything, dude.
I really don't.
That really blows.
Tell you what, though. I know about crunching the metadata.
Crunching metadata on
That's interesting. I don't know. That's not it.
There we go. That's
Tire burns out.
No, this is way worse. That's crazy. Maybe was it his YouTube? Does Rawlings have a YouTube? Did he put it on there?
I don't know, but I don't.
See that there because maybe they removed it for some reason because maybe someone died because it looked like
shit.
people died.
Oh, that's not good.
It looks like people
Someone
died.
Richard
Yeah,
Rawlings
right.
took it down.
What?
It looked like easily someone could have died.
Oh, man.
That's not the kind of content.
You see those
that goes
fucking
to YouTube.
speedboats?
Just click on videos instead of home. Now click on shorts. Click on shorts. No, I don't see it. So Google 3,000 horsepower truck engine explodes. See if we can find that. Fuck, I should have saved it. I was gonna repost it, but it might have been somebody died.
Yeah, it might take it down.
Fucking wild. Wild.
They're just revving it.
Boom!
Yeah.
I mean, giant fireball. This dude
Is it
dives
like an
out of the
event?
front seat. I don't know what it was. There's a bunch of people hanging
Yeah, this
around.
just seems like a famous video from that happened like a couple years ago.
Isn't it funny that like 2000?
Oh, boy.
Yeah, that's it. That's exactly it. That's it right here. So they're revving this up.
Oh my god,
bro! Get some volume though, because you got to hear it. Because
Yeah,
it's
true.
fucking bananas.
Let loose. That's when all hell broke loose.
oh no,
bro! Look at that dude bail out of the front.
Wait, that's Monster Energy drinks. Yeah.
3,000
Oh, yeah.
horsepower dyno
Yeah.
explosion. So they were testing the horsepower on a dyno, and the fucking engine blew. Bro.
Jamie, add a comment. Sick. From the Joe Rogan Experience. Sick. Sweet.
Sounds like Beavis and Butthead.
The guy had gauge earrings. He was just in there. Just... Yeah.
Did you watch any of the Beavis and Butthead, the new Beavis and Butthead?
No.
no.
Is it supposed to be any good, Jamie?
I haven't watched the TV show. They brought the show back too.
Right.
I haven't watched those. I watched them.
They brought the show back?
Mm-hmm. It's on Paramount Plus, I think.
What? How do you think it is? I don't know. I have a
TikTok
feeling they
videos and stuff.
stunk it up. I don't know why.
If they watch TikTok videos, that could be funny.
That's pretty
I got a feeling they stunk it up too.
How many people are
Yeah.
watching Paramount Plus? Is it 20?
No,
Probably.
I think P Plus doesn't. Didn't they have South Park? Actually, I watched South
No,
Park.
they
and
had
I
the South
deleted my
Park
account.
special on there.
I watched that and then deleted that.
Now HBO Max has South Park.
Okay, nice.
But there's so many streaming platforms.
Dude,
Though.
it's-
Peacock.
Yeah.
They have one. NBC has one. Disney has one.
Yeah, Disney
There it is.
Plus.
Beavis and Butthead. It's all old stuff.
No,
Damn, Daria, Celebrity Deathmatch.
They're bringing
New
it all
episode.
back.
All
That shit
episodes now
fucking
streaming.
It's
rules.
called Mike Judge's Beavis and Butthead.
Remember how nice Celebrity
Ah.
Deathmatch was?
The best. At a
So this is
sleepover.
Paramount Plus original.
One season.
Give me some of that.
I can't watch it here. We're not logged in or anything. I don't think it is.
I remember Celebrity Deathmatch. They had one. It was a halftime show. Packers Broncos Super Bowl.
Mm.
I was fucking pumped, dude.
That was a good show.
Yeah.
That was a good
Judge
show.
Remember
Lane.
halftime shows? They used to have
Yeah.
a lot of like in Living Color had a halftime show during the Super Bowl.
Really?
Yeah, it did a halftime.
Every show, like MTV did, we're
Yeah.
gonna do Celebrity Deathmatch
During
at the
the Super Bowl.
halftime.
Yeah, yeah.
Every channel had a different like
Yeah.
Super Bowl halftime switch over to us.
Yeah.
But now I think they're all owned by the same two companies.
Well,
So
what
they're
a
all like,
giant mistake by the Super Bowl. How about make the halftime fun?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. How about you have some wild
Last year's
shit?
was pretty good.
who was last year's?
Dr. Dre.
The Geezers.
Yeah, that was good. The Geezers came out
The
and rapped. Fat
Expendables.
50 Cent was upside down.
This was it.
Yeah.
This was the first time that I ever saw In Living Color. I couldn't fucking believe how funny it was. When I saw Jim Carrey and he was doing Fire Marshal Bill, I was like, oh no. Look at that.
Yeah.
Questions here, Bloody Mary?
My name is Mindy and I'm busy.
Serving drinks to these yahoos during halftime can be lucrative. But it can also put you out for the season.
Wow.
I mean, imagine trying to do that.
With this here, regulation done.
All right.
Damn.
Look at how creepy he looks.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's he up to now? Isn't he like?
He was just Joe Biden on SNL.
Was he?
Carrey was?
Yeah,
Really?
they fucked that up so bad, dude.
Why?
They
How do
made Trump a giant asshole, and then they were like, Biden's Jim Carrey, and he's kind of cool.
That sucks, man.
Like his character was like, I'm actually cool. God damn it.
What do they call him? The Dark Brandon or
Dark
something?
Brandon Rises, dude. It's
dude.
actually pretty funny. Now that it's bothering people, it is funny. Now that they were right. It is funny.
It's funny when
Yeah.
it bothers you.
And yeah, but there's certain art and all that stuff that's designed to bother people like me.
Yeah.
And when it works, I'm like, all right, that actually is funny.
Do you think
Like,
that's
yeah.
what Jimmy Fallon's doing when he does that vaccine dance?
X baby, bye.
Have you seen that?
Yeah, that was
What is he
that was
doing?
gut wrenching,
It's.
What is he
soul
doing?
crushing.
I never saw that.
Do you think they have like a photo of him, like on an island filled with hookers? And then,
No, I think, bro, they just gave him millions,
Look at him.
toss him.
Oh
Look
my
at this.
god, dude.
But it isn't the same. Sounds more like Elon Musk's his name. It's SBB.1.5, not UB40,
this the new strain or something? Damn, what if he started talking about like athletes falling?
But just imagine the pitch meeting. Imagine the pitch meeting. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to talk about the new pandemic variant, but in a song.
But over Love Shack.
And everybody's like, okay, I'm listening.
Oh, Jesus
That's
Christ.
just, he's not in the meeting. That means he's not in the meeting.
You think he's just drunk?
Maybe. I
Give
think
him
he
a
shows
script.
up. They're like,
Let's
here you
go.
go. He's like, fuck it.
Fuck it, I like money.
Fuck it.
Yeah, there's some guy like me puffing a cigar, like, Jimmy, here's what we're going to do today.
Jimmy. How many people are watching the Tonight Show?
Not me.
Gotta be nobody.
Yeah, I don't think so.
What do you think? Take a number. 1 million a night?
I don't know what the numbers are. I would
Let's
say,
guess.
I'd say 750,000.
I mean, if Gutfeld's butt fucking these guys, they're putting out a fucking dog shit program, dude. I watch Gutfeld. That shit's nuts. DeRosa was just on.
fucking all of them.
Was he?
He's killing them.
He's butt fucking all of them. He's the number one guy.
DeRosa was just on. It was
Gutfeld?
so funny.
Okay,
It made me so happy.
1.3 million viewers.
There you go. You're
Less
figuring
than
points.
half the viewers of Gutfeld.
Whoa.
Gutfeld. Gutfeld
Less than
dominates.
half. Fallon had, what did it say? Go back to that.
That's his YouTube.
Fallon had 30 million subscribers on his YouTube channel, but this does not drive advertising rates for the show. His YouTube channel's way better than the fucking show.
Yeah, 'cause they just do clips of it.
That's wild.
Yeah, they get
know
famous
who you
people on and get a clip.
Yeah.
That'll get you views.
Yeah.
But like, Gutfeld's out there just slaying.
Isn't it crazy? Just form an alternative to what everyone's shoving down your throat. And this, it's like the same thing on every network. The same kind of jokes about the same kind of people. And these are the dummies. And and then on his show, he's just got a bunch of Looney Tunes and
He's got DeRosa.
comics.
He's got Joe DeRosa and Tyrus, dude. You ever see Tyrus?
Crazy people.
Tyrus might look like Thanos himself, dude.
Really?
Yeah, for real. As a guy who is Thanos.
I know what you're talking about.
There's a guy named Tyrus. He is Thanos.
I know what you're talking about now. Yeah, dude, it's sad. It's a sad thing. It's all paid for by fucking comics.
Yeah, that dude.
Thanos himself, dude.
Yeah, really. Nice.
What's his hat say? What's his hat say? Where
my dog's at?
I think so, dude.
No. Bigger war.
I can't tell though.
Where am I? Something.
Dude, that is Thanos.
Might be Thanos, dude. That's Fox Thanos.
Tearing up on
That dude's got
Gutfeld.
some ears.
Hey,
He's a big fella.
that's a big fella.
And so what does he do?
He's one of Gutfeld's.
He's a wrestler?
Yeah, one of Gutfeld's bros.
Damn, 6'7".
That fucking show, it's amazing how much more popular it is than those other network shows.
That's
Isn't it crazy that the Democrats haven't figured out how to do a show like that? We just get comics and sit around and talk shit and bring people on and fuck around, and that's your talk show. And you review the news together where you all mock it. You read something that Biden did, and everybody's like, bah!
Yeah, fucking Quinn. Colin Quinn's
tough crowd.
Tough crowd.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah.
That was
did
a
it.
different
They
time.
had it right. That was a podcast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was like the
It was a
first
podcast.
That was one of the first, just a podcast.
Yeah, it was like an hour-long podcast. And comics would just fuck around, talk shit to each other. Patrice, Nick DiPaolo.
Man,
Norton.
those are like my favorite highlight videos.
Yeah.
Dudes bullying other dudes on comic
That's
yeah,
One of my favorite ever was Geraldo and Leary.
Unreal.
He's one of the greatest. Leary's giving him a hard time for having jokes.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, Dennis, we write jokes. That's what we do, literally professionally. And like Leary gets upset with him. But he's like talking back to him.
He's like, yeah, maybe your show wouldn't have got canceled if you wrote.
Yeah.
It's like, oh shit, damn. Judy Gold versus Voss and Patrice. Voss and Patrice would team up, and it's the funniest duo possible. Because Voss is such a motherfucker.
Yeah.
He's very good at being like a sidekick and jumping in and being like, get him, fuck him. Yeah.
He was a classic on Opie and Anthony.
Voss?
Oh my god,
dude,
he's an animal. You ever see the one when they would introduce him in a like unexpected stand-up? He would go into like a coffee shop.
No.
And Club Soda Kenny would go, ladies and gentlemen, Rich Voss. And he would just go and start doing his act on the radio in front of all these fucking people that have no idea he was supposed to.
Oh, no, dude.
So cringe.
He's so fucking funny.
He is,
He's the only dude on there that would he was like the punching bag. They would all try to hit.
And he had a good time.
He could take it and then he
Oh
would
my
swing
God.
back once.
Yeah.
And it would be a knockout.
Yeah.
And whoever he hit,
But he took it with a smile on his face.
Yeah, he's
never got defensive.
No.
Yeah. Which is the big thing.
Yeah. Yeah, he's fucking funny.
I love Voss so much, dude.
He's great.
He's the man. The best when he used to big dog when he would hit you with the billfold. He'd be like, "Here's $20." Shane.
Oh,
it was the best.
Voss was the first guy to take me on the road.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He
No
was
shit.
the first headliner that was like, "Do you want to come open for me?"
No shit.
Yeah.
Where did he take you?
Fucking local shitholes in Pennsylvania and Jersey.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, he was the man.
Yeah.
And he'd always be like, "Lose my number, kid." Stop.
I know.
He was so fucking funny.
But getting friends with like a real legit comic like that when you're just starting out
was
so
everything.
huge.
And then when I was getting SNL, the Voss came up and was like, "You know, I've always been good to you, right?" You piece of shit.
He was. So I could tell he loved. I could tell he loved you.
I do love
He's
Voss.
great. He's great. But that's like that moment when a guy like that takes you on the
Yeah.
road. Oof.
And then Soder got me. Soder was next. It was
Nice.
Voss, and then Dan Soder was like, "Do you want to come on the road?" And I was like,
Oh, that's
"He's
amazing.
like, bro, I love you so much. I'll die for you. I'll fucking die for you."
He's an angelic dude.
Soder is an
He's
actor.
Soder's the best.
one of the nicest dudes. in the
He's
world.
so nice. Yeah.
He's so good.
Yeah. Very fun.
He's
Very
somehow underrated.
Yeah.
For
well,
how good he is.
For now, it'll change.
I know he's so good.
It'll be overwhelming. It's one of those,
Yeah.
it happened with you. It's happening right now with Hinchcliffe. Hinchcliffe is selling out everywhere, man.
Dude.
He's crushing it.
Tony does crush.
He's an animal, dude. His stand-up is good.
But that's because his character, he's a very unlikable person. His
Yeah.
character.
Yeah.
Where he acts like an asshole.
Yeah.
And then you go talk to him off stage, you're like, fuck, this is the nicest guy ever.
Yeah.
I love this fucking guy.
He just loves
And
pro
then you watch
wrestling.
him on stage, and he's such a cocksucker the
He
whole
wants to
time.
be the heel.
Yeah.
He wants to be the pro wrestling heel.
And then he kills.
He's got a genre science.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, going on the road, man. That is the greatest education a comic ever gets. When you're first starting out and you get to go on the road.
It's so fun.
And you're doing packed houses because they're all there to see that guy, and you have your 15, 20 minutes you're supposed to do, and you're like, okay, here we go.
Yeah.
You're in an
Going over
airport.
notes and shit. Yeah.
Going to an airport to go to a show, you're like,
Stoked.
dude,
Your hotel's paid for.
I'm
You walk
famous.
in the hotel.
Just waiting for someone to ask you, "What are you doing?" Like, "I'm actually traveling."
I'm a comedian.
Open up for Adam Sandler.
Yeah. Soder.
It's the
It was
greatest.
wonderful.
Yeah,
Those are the greatest days.
You get jaded so quickly. I go on the road and I'm just like, fuck.
Really? I still love
Airports. I used
Yeah.
to love airports. I'd go to an airport and
Really?
be like, dude, this is going to be so sick.
I don't know. When you go with friends, it's the best.
Yeah.
The best thing that I ever did, and I did it early on, is I started bringing my opening acts.
Yeah.
I brought guys that I knew that were really funny, that were cool. I paid them. I would get them. I would, instead of like the club paying them because they always underpay you, I would pay them. I'll pay for everybody. Pay for their tickets, pay for their hotel. And everybody's like, "Whoa, it costs money to fly people out. You could just get the local." I go, yeah, but that's not an option.
Yeah.
In my mind, like that, then it's depression weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Then it's me alone in a Phoenix hotel room, staring at the TV, flipping channels, deciding whether or not I want to work out now, when do I want to eat.
Yeah.
And then my only interaction with people is at the club.
You don't talk for a full day.
For the
until
full day.
The first thing you say is, "Hey, everybody."
Yeah, that's
Crazy.
weird. Richard Jeni talked about that once. Like sometimes, like the first words he would say to anybody all day would be on stage.
Yeah.
Like that's crazy.
Yeah, I kind of don't mind that though. I can wander around by myself for
Yeah?
a while.
You don't get depressed?
No, I kind of enjoy it.
Really?
I can sit by myself for a long time.
I can for a day. I like a day off.
When you're on week number 8.
See, that'll
week
fuck me
number
up.
8,
Yeah,
and you're on
that's
you're
the
in
thing.
But when you're
fucking
traveling
hell.
with your boys,
See, yeah, that's fun.
when you're traveling with your boys, you're going to dinner with your friends like this.
True,
Like us right
true,
now.
true,
having
true.
If we were on the road, we would have the same conversation while we're eating steak. Like,
True.
laughing, having fun, cracking a bottle of wine.
Yeah,
All right, show's in an hour. Let's go, boys.
you're
Let's
right.
go. And then you go. It's the best.
Yeah, I was doing them sparingly, so I'd be like, "Oh, this is a nice little quiet weekend." But yeah, if that
Yeah,
was
I don't
like
mind.
week
I'm
after
with
week
you.
after week after week, that would get
Yeah,
kind of
I'm with you, like sparingly.
A nice week by yourself does rule.
Yeah,
But yeah, you got to bring the bros.
yeah.
And
Flip
when
an
you're
air.
on the road with your boys,
true.
it's like they're your family. Like
Yeah.
it's like we're all just friends.
Yeah.
This is a great time. We're all having a good time together. Everyone's having a good time unless someone bombs.
Yeah.
The one guy that bombs.
That does
Like,
stink.
bro.
But then that's kind of fun, dude. I
Fucked
love
up
when one of my friends
vibe.
bombs.
Yeah, you
dude.
fucking-
You got to go, yo,
Fucked
what
up
the
the vibe.
fuck was that?
Right, but if you're taking guys, like you're giving them a chance,
Yeah.
and you realize like halfway into the weekend, like this is not going to work out.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you just keep bringing them.
Do you?
I do. I got guys on the roster that will bomb. No problem.
Yeah, I'll put those dudes up on a regular night and give them a shot.
Yeah.
But not on the road. When you're on the road, I'm bringing heavy hitters. I'm bringing Brian Simpson and Hinchcliffe and Hans, and I'm bringing killers.
The fun part is still like I remember being excited being at the airport. Yeah, and nothing else. It was literally 3 years ago.
Right.
But
You're a
now
pro.
I get to take like Lemaire and like Nate and all these guys that like they get to the airport and they're like, "Yo, that's fucking great. Dude, they have this at the airport?" Like, they never flown. They're like, "Dude, what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
Delta Sky Lounge?"
Think about Chipotle here.
You gotta keep appreciating it.
Yeah,
That's why I would always take edibles. I would always take edibles when I flew because the fly day is just a disaster. Like you're just flying in. Like if you got to fly to Philadelphia and you live in LA, like that day's gone.
Yeah,
you got 5 hours on a plane. So I would just take like a 200 milligram edible and just go on a harrowing adventure of the soul for the entire flight. Just like, yo,
dude, that's psycho, dude. That's psycho.
Well, that's the Joey Diaz way. I learned it from Diaz. Diaz and I, when we traveled together, because we started traveling together in the 90s. I started taking Joey Diaz with me on the road in like 97, 98. We did gigs in New Jersey. That was the Joey Diaz cocaine years too. The reason why I started taking 3 people, I would take 2 people on the road with me, 2 openers, is because Joey didn't show up sometimes. So I'm like, so that's how Ari got to start with me. Yeah. Because I'm like, yeah, I don't want to stop taking Joey. You know, because when Joey did show up, he's the fucking life of the party. Like you hoped that he didn't go on a bender. And he only did it a couple of times, but he did it enough where I was like, I'm going to hedge my bets. And if Joey shows up, we got a 3-man show. Yeah. If Joey doesn't show up, we got a 2-man show.
It's fucking funny.
Yeah, but they were the best times.
The driving road trips were the best.
Oh my God,
driving.
Yeah, when Hinchcliffe and I have done driving road trips, he's come up with some of his most ruthless material, making me laugh in the car. I'm like, dude, you got to say that on stage.
Yeah.
He's like, really?
But that's also the best thing, to have your friends with you.
True.
Like Matt, if Matt's in the room, I'll be like, all right, I'm going to try the joke that you and me think's funny.
Yeah.
If I'm by myself, I'll go out there and just do my act.
Right.
Whatever. If I know one of my comic friends is in the room, they're going to think it's funny.
Yeah.
Then it is funny. Then I'm up there like...
Yeah,
you know?
it makes it fun.
Great way to workshop material, too.
When someone says, you got to say that tonight.
Yeah, puts a gun to you. Yeah.
It's great.
It's great.
Yeah. And
especially when it doesn't work and you're in the back going,
hey, what time's your show tonight?
We got it.
Yeah, it's 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Wrap this bitch up. Yeah.
Awesome.
My man, you're the fucking man.
You're the best.
Very nice to meet you. That was a lot of fun.
Thank you.
Let's do this again 100%. The 3 of us. 100%.
Matt Shane Secret Podcast.
Fun time.
Let's
Matt
go.
Shane Secret Podcast. It's available on YouTube. It's on Patreon. Do you guys have it up on iTunes and all that other jazz? So it's on Apple Podcasts and Spotify and all that shit. Beautiful.
All right. First thing, search. What does Matt McCusker do?
You'll never know.
Now they know.
Matt McCusker is a comedian, writer, and what does it say?
Oh, it's just a
nice bio, yeah.
And proud co-host of Matt and Shane Secret Podcast. You look like a fucking mugshot. That totally looks like a mugshot. Engaging in nonviolent criminal activity, Matt has decided to rest of his days towards the pursuit of peace and harmony. What?
Nice bio, right?
That's a good bio. Who wrote that?
Me. I'm a writer, bro.
All right. Great time, boys. Thank you very much. Bye, everybody.
Thank you.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
All right, we're back after a brief hiatus. We had a little fuck up here, but we're back. Cheers again.
Yeah, cheers.
So we were saying that I was saying that this is Stanhope's move, drinking Bud Light, and you were saying that you like drinking Bud Light because you could drink more. And then I said Stanhope switched to cocktails. All this happened. We had a fuck up with the recording, but you said you lived with Stanhope.
I did.
At the fucking Neverland Ranch?
Yes. It was crazy.
Yeah, what's he doing out there?
What do you think?
Yeah.
Guess.
Just being bombed and having
nuts.
Random strangers show up at his house?
Yeah, he doesn't care. I mean, he's so funny. But, yeah, every once in a while, he'd get a little nasty.
Yeah?
He'd turn on me.
He turned on you?
Yeah, I'd say because it was like a month. And I can drink, but I can't.
So you lived with him for a whole month?
Yeah, I stayed in the guest house.
What is that place like, that Bisbee, Arizona?
It's a cool town.
Yeah?
It's really cool. Yeah. Yeah, it's like an old mining town. So every house is like an old mine shack. It's crazy.
And most of the people there, what do they do?
I think when the mines closed, because it was an old copper mine, they all, like hippies from California moved in there. So it's like a real RT.
Is he like the
RT
mayor
town.
of the town?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Although I think all he does is, I could be wrong. Maybe his routine changed during COVID. In fact, I know it did. But they, yeah, that was it. He would just go to the grocery store and come back. That was his.
That's it?
That's it.
That's it.
That's it.
Just make sure he's got enough money in the bank.
Talk shit, do podcasts. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. It was fun. But yeah, like I said, every once in a while he'd get a couple of drinks and be like, look at you. Like, he'd be hanging out of nowhere. He'd be like, you're fat. I'd be like, all right, man. What the fuck, dude?
That's the hard booze.
Yeah.
That's hard booze thinking. People that just drink like Bud Lights, they probably don't get that nasty. It's a slow trickle.
No. Yeah, I got this. This is my dad. Dad just drinks these all night.
It's not the best flavor.
It's crazy. A couple BLs, dude.
It's okay. It'd probably be real good with like crabs. You know, like some seafood and like a nice light beer.
Drinking outside, it's perfect.
Yeah, real cold.
Yeah, you can't drink like craft or like IPAs outside.
Yeah, you can.
I don't like it.
I do.
What the fuck's your problem?
I like dark beer. I do. Yeah. I like
well, you
stouts.
work out. You're in shape and shit.
Yeah, but that's
if
not
I start,
why I like it.
If I start, yeah, I know, but if I start crushing IPAs, I'll
get hammered.
Balloon.
Yes,
I'll
good
be
times.
Huge.
Yeah, there you go.
If I drink 12 IPAs a night instead of Bud Lights, it'd be a disaster.
That's true. But you wouldn't need 12. You'd need 5, and you'd have the same effect.
Yeah, but that's why I don't drink. I try not to drink liquor ever. Like, I'm trying not to get fucking hammered at these places.
You're just trying to like keep a steady buzz.
Yeah, because I'll get drunk. I had a bad habit of getting hammered at clubs and talking shit.
That sounds like a normal comedian.
Yeah, it sounds like everyone. Yeah, but then the anxiety the next day, all that. What did I say?
I know, that's the worst.
Oh.
That's the worst feeling when you're all drunk together and you're like, did I say something stupid?
You said, I say wild shit.
And you know people said stupid shit to you.
Yeah.
So you're like, man, was I that guy too? Yeah. Yeah, you were.
Definitely. At the cellar now, it's like we're all having like conversations about like race and shit like that. And,
you might get hammered.
I might get hammered and be like, would you guys shut up? Just wake up the next day like, oh.
There is nothing worse than comedians that are virtue signaling. Like around other comedians and trying to establish like a way that we should all communicate. And you're like,
yeah.
What the fuck are you saying?
Yeah,
are you pretending this is real?
Here? Yeah.
Are you pretending this is
so
real?
We're all in on this.
We're all in on this. We're all good people talking mad shit. There's no bad people here. Just because someone says something ridiculous to make other people laugh, like that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
We know the game.
Yeah.
It's like it's their opportunists. They're opportunists. They find a way to claim the moral high ground, to be upset at everybody else, but if you're a comedian and you do that, you're a traitor. You know what's going on. You know that these guys are just talking shit. And talking shit is a real thing.
Yeah.
It's a thing. It's like, here's my real statement. Here's how I really feel about things. Here's honesty. Here's me, just being vulnerable and truthful. And then here's me talking shit.
Yeah.
And when I'm talking,
it is literally
shit.
Is shit. It's not real.
No, we're saying ridiculous things to make each other laugh.
I'm gonna get fucked up on this.
Yeah, there you go. Good.
So start talking shit by the end of this.
6 or 7 of these, we'll have a good buzz going.
Yeah, man.
Might grow on me. It's not bad. I get the idea though. That's one of the things that I've been reading about lately. I'm actually rereading this book by Brian Murarescu on. It's called The Immortality Key. It's all about ancient Greece and how they used to take wine. And they had wine laced with all these psychedelic chemicals, and that's the whole Eleusinian mysteries. But back then, everybody used to drink all day. They all had the alcohol was terrible. Like the wine had like 3% alcohol, the booze had like 3%, like beer was 3%. They didn't know how to make like strong shit like they know how to make today, and everybody was drunk all the time.
Yeah, what else are you gonna do?
Yeah,
sitting around. Waiting to get fucking killed by barbarians. You better get hammered.
The barbarians are on mushrooms.
Yeah,
they were. That was the thing. Like Vikings, they were all on mushrooms.
Were they?
Yeah, they would do mushrooms and go berserking.
Yeah, they would do some bad things. I can't imagine doing those things on mushrooms.
Yeah, but if you lived back then, you could.
True.
If that was a normal part of everyday life, was cutting people apart, you probably want to be.
Yeah, I'd take mushrooms and giggle.
Yeah, probably.
These guys would take it and.
But they might have giggled too.
I bet they were giggling.
Yeah, I would imagine. We're lucky. But that's why people complain today. You know, it's like, because it's pretty easy. So the things that people complain about, they're relatively mild in comparison to the historical record, how fucked up life was.
Yeah. Yeah, it was terrible.
Did you buy that shirt on purpose? Really?
Yes.
So you saw that in the store and you're like, this is the one.
I saw this shirt. I was like, that's the drip.
That's it.
This is the drip. Gym shorts and a Walmart polo.
Do you play golf?
No.
Good for you.
I go drink. I watch my friends play golf. I'll go on the cart. It's
Jimmy,
fun.
do you have a shirt like that? Do you have golf shirts that you wear?
I do, but not like that.
They're not as fly as this. Is that what you're saying?
I mean,
Dude, it's so funny.
Tiger Woods collection.
I was with Ari at the house, and I was like, I look like a dickhead, right? He was like, no, you look fine. I do that. He was lying.
Is Ari staying at Tim's too?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
It's just me and Ari. It's
oh,
just
my
me and
God.
that fucking guy. Took his dick out already?
Of course he did.
Dude, which is fine. Taking your dick out with other people around is funny.
But just with
but
one
it's
dude.
just me and him. And I was like, dude, who's this joke for, bro? It's just you and me. It was great.
I guarantee you, Tim's got cameras everywhere.
Oh, definitely.
Recording everything.
He's probably watching them.
Yes. Take it out.
Let's
go. Let's go.
So we were out, me and Ari were swimming. And I was like, I bet you I can swim underwater the length of the pool. And he was like, I bet you can. So I did it. And then when I was like out of breath, got to the other side, I was like, Puh. It came out and his dick was out. He was standing outside of the pool. I was like, God damn it. I was like tired.
Yeah. He's a wild motherfucker. I mean, that dude lived most of the pandemic in South America.
Yeah.
Just moved to South America for a while. Didn't know anybody down there. Got an Airbnb.
Started doing yoga up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's great. Well, he's all about that. Like me and him don't share a lot in common. Like he was walking around, he's like, we should go hiking. We should do this. Dude, shut up. Let's watch Sports Center and drink. He was trying to get me to go down there with him.
He's big on new experiences, like hiking type things.
Yeah.
Going places and traveling.
I don't like it.
Well, he got real big on travel a few years back where he took like 3 solid months off where he didn't do any comedy. He left his laptop at home. I think he brought a flip phone and he just traveled and no one can get in touch with him.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Didn't he go to like China?
Yeah. He went all over the place. He went all through Asia, stayed in hostels. Like, okay.
Yeah, he likes that. He asked me to go to Bonnaroo with him this year. I was like, dude, I'm not going to it's going to be 95 degrees with just hippies and tents.
Where's Bonnaroo?
In Tennessee, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's his vibe. I don't like,
Yeah.
I'm not going to a fucking tent.
Yeah, he likes taking Molly and hanging out with weirdos.
I like taking Molly.
And hanging out with weirdos?
Yeah, I don't like the weirdos. Like, I take Molly, I want to be alone.
Yeah.
But yeah.
It's, he's living the life of a free man, you know? I mean, I don't think I know anybody that values freedom like Ari does. Because he values freedom above, like freedom from everything. Freedom from the best job in the world. Like even though stand-up's the best job in the world, he'll take months off of his schedule. I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing any podcasts. I'm not doing anything. I'm just going to wander around with nobody, by himself.
Yeah. It's impressive. I don't have that.
It's a weird instinct.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I think because it's from when he was a kid, leaving the whole Jewish thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He's probably, probably accustomed to losing his entire community.
For people who don't know, he lived, what is it? It's not a kibbutz, right? Is that what it was? He lived somewhere in Israel where they read the Talmud like 12 hours a day. And they did chores, and he was in like a religious retreat.
They're Amish.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Jewish Amish. And then he realized, like, fuck this. Like, what am I doing? This is bullshit.
The strength that takes to be like,
oh my God.
What the fuck are we doing?
Yeah. This takes massive balls.
Yeah. He has those too.
Mm-hmm.
Just saw them.
Legitimately.
Yeah.
They're like shockingly low hanging. What's going on there?
Yeah. The shirt's good though.
Yours?
Yeah. This is
okay,
good.
I'm fine
This
with
is
it.
good stuff.
I'd wear it for a goof.
Yeah.
I could wear that shirt.
You should.
Yeah.
Start wearing golf stuff.
Yeah, why not? People would think, I told you he was Republican.
Oh, yeah,
Look
true.
at him.
Match that hat you like.
Which hat?
The golf hat.
Which one?
The one that Billboard made fun of you.
Oh, my Little Rascals hat.
It's a golf hat.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
It's a paperboy hat.
Yeah. The golfer Payne Stewart used to wear.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, a Jeff cap, right?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. My dad wears those.
I like
pretty
those.
funny. Yeah.
Those are my favorite hats. So we all
Why?
have weird tastes. I don't know. I like them. They look good on my fat, round head.
Do they?
Yeah, if I had one here, I'd put it on so you could see. You'd be like, nice.
Yeah, I'd have to be like, well, of course I would. I'm not going to be like, you look like a fucking idiot. I'm nervous, dude. Of course I'm going to be like, yeah, everything you do is great.
Well, we need more of these. Cheers.
Yeah, true. Cheers,
A couple
man.
more of these. So, you still living in New York?
I am.
You liking it out there?
I mean, the only thing I like is doing stand-up, so.
Yeah.
Yes. That's the only thing I do.
Yeah.
Just hang out, Uber to the club.
You had some funny shit last night, man.
Oh, thank you
That was a lot of
much.
fun.
Thank you.
These 2 nights have been really fun.
Yeah, they've been awesome, man. You too. It's good. You're still out there swinging like that?
Yeah, you got to swing.
Bro, I was standing in the back with Ari, and you started going. I was looking at him like, ooh, Joe's going to get in trouble.
Yeah, you get in trouble.
Yeah, of
Yeah,
course.
I mean, some people are going to get mad, but it's comedy. You know, the people that aren't mad are having a great time. I mean, we just did 2 nights in a row. Everybody's having a great time. And these shows at Vulcan that we've been doing on Tuesday and Wednesday nights, they sell out like instantly.
Yeah.
It's fun.
It's
Everybody's
awesome, man.
enthusiastic. Great crowds. Austin's amazing. I fucking love it here.
Austin's cool. The area around there, I don't like it.
It's a little sketchy.
A lot of homeless.
Yeah. Well, it's not well regulated.
No.
And these knuckleheads decided to defund the police, which is a super unwise move. And it gets weird down there.
It's like Bonnaroo out there, dude. It was just intense and on drugs.
Yeah, it's but you know what? Relatively speaking, it's exciting.
Yeah, yeah, you got a fucking driver and a bodyguard, dude. And you do karate. Yeah, it's fun. I'm walking around just like, dude, I'm gonna get fucked
Don't
up
walk
here.
around. You're supposed to.
You gotta walk around.
Get from the parking lot into the structure, and then from the structure to the parking lot, and then we vacate the area. That's what you do. Yeah, you secure the perimeter of the area with security.
Yeah, I like doing
a lot of shows.
comedy in fucking Fallujah. What the fuck, dude?
It's part of the fun.
It is fun. It is fun, but
it is.
Till it's not.
Until it's not. Yes.
One
But
day
that's-
somebody's not gonna have
Yeah,
fun.
yeah. But that's like part of what the fun is. Like,
true.
You cannot have light without dark. You cannot have sunshine without rain. If you have sunshine all the time, you have California and everybody's fucked up.
Yeah.
They don't know what to do because they're baffled. Because it's like someone who stays up for 5 days in a row. You lose the cycle. There's no cycle, so
Yeah.
you get confused. You need a little winter. You need a little sun. You need a little cold. You need a little bit of everything. You can't just only eat cake, you fuck. You can't
What?
just eat cake. That's what like California people are doing. They're just eating cake. You know, well, even California now, they're recognizing like Los Angeles is hitting a massive crime wave. Like fucking crime is everywhere. I know so many friends who their apartments been broken into, their cars been broken into, they've been robbed. So many people are getting robbed there. It's just a totally different situation. And, you know, that makes it more dangerous, but it also makes it more exciting.
Yeah, more fun.
A little more fun.
Yeah, Philly's doing that too.
Like Burr was saying when he did
Philly's
Saturday Night
rough.
Live, and when he did that sketch, or that opening monologue, rather, and he talked about, what's his name? That got punched? The little dude?
Yeah, the guy from
Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. What the fuck's his name? Rick Moranis.
Rick Moranis.
They punched Rick Moranis. He was, New York's back, baby.
yeah. That was a rough one, dude.
Yeah.
Rick took one on the chin.
Yeah, he out of nowhere for no reason. Someone just
Yeah.
sucker punched him. But that's what happens when you have
They
all
shouldn't
this.
have shrunk those fucking kids. It's probably that homeless guy probably saw that. It was like,
Maybe he got mad.
I don't like people playing with my kids.
Right. Probably. It's all this crazy rhetoric. This white people are terrible rhetoric. We're just allowed to just run up to random whiteys and punch them.
Yeah, that's good though. Keeps our head on a swivel a little.
Maybe.
It's time for the whiteys to start.
When you're 60 years old and you don't know karate, and you're Rick Moranis, it's probably not the
Just
best.
getting leveled.
Yeah, not like that guy's not going to recover from that well.
No.
You know? He's not Mark
Yeah.
Hunt.
Yeah, he'll be able to. Rick, he'll bounce back. Rick's tough, dude. What do you know about
You think?
Rick? Yeah,
I
he's
don't know
got-
anything
he's
about
got a
Rick.
chin.
I'm just
That's the
taking a
one thing.
guess. I don't think so. He went down pretty quick.
Well, he was a sneak shot.
It
Dude.
was a sneak shot. That's true. Yeah.
You can see his instincts kick in a little. He did.
Really? You think so? A little covering
Yeah,
up?
if you watch it close, you'll see Rick.
I thought that was like a seizure.
No, he definitely did not.
Okay.
He did not react at all. Dude. He got leveled. A day
I
later,
hope he's
he was
okay.
like, "What happened?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tim told me, Dylan told me that he was in Times Square and he felt like he was being hunted. He's like, dude, he goes, it's so dangerous there now. It used to be like so easy to walk, and now you walk into the streets, you feel like a victim.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. But I just moved there. I moved there like a year before COVID started.
Oh,
so,
really?
Yeah.
From where?
Philly.
Oh, that's where you're from?
Yeah. No, I'm from Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania.
Where'd you start doing stand-up?
The first open mics I did were at the Harrisburg Comedy Zone.
My parents used to live in Harrisburg.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where I started.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, they moved to Harrisburg for a while. They lived in Harrisburg and they lived somewhere else out there. There was another like real rural area of Pennsylvania. I'm like, people that think of Pennsylvania, they think of Philly. You know, you think of Pennsylvania, you think of Pittsburgh, you think Philly, you think cities. You're out there, you just smell cow shit, and you see deer everywhere.
Lancaster, PA, a lot of Amish. Mechanicsburg's. It was white trash. It's getting a little more, it's getting gentrified.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, people were spreading out.
Yeah.
You know, I think that's one thing that happened with COVID. People are moving out of cities, you know, in a lot of places. There's still plenty of people in cities, obviously, but a lot of folks are like, do I need to do this? I can work from home.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be nice. I think that's the plan eventually.
For you?
Like to get good enough at stand-up to do like what Nate Bargatze's doing, just living in fucking Tennessee.
Nashville.
Just traveling, yeah.
Or you could live out here. This is the move.
I don't know, man.
You don't like it out here?
No, I like it. It's fine. I like the Northeast.
Yeah.
I do.
I get it.
And I just got in at the Cellar and all that, so.
Yeah.
I want to do that for a while.
Well, you could always just travel around too. You know, you could always just get a condo and just, I mean, when you like guys like Tim that have places out here that you could stay at. Like I would buy a comedy condo, but I do not trust comedians. Like for the club, I would have a condo out here where comics could stay, but they'll ruin it.
They will ruin it.
They'll punch a hole in the wall and piss on it and then show me a video. I'm like, what are you doing? Come on, man, you're rich.
True.
Come on, dude.
That's it.
It was
swear
funny.
to God, before I came here, me and Ari were talking about that.
It was funny.
We're staying at Tim's place. We should just fucking destroy this house.
That's what I'm saying. And if it's mine, they probably will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I would never do that.
I know
Not
you
to
wouldn't, but some guys would.
Some guys might.
Yeah, some guys
But they
for
don't
sure
know you
will.
know fucking karate.
They
dude.
know.
Fuck them up.
They don't care.
Just a leg
And then
kick.
they'll be happy that they'll sue you, and then they'll make even more money.
True. I dare you to fucking leg kick.
Like, all I did was make a video of pissing in a hole in his wall. Whatever.
What's this guy's problem?
Tell me he hasn't done that before?
You ever piss in a hole in the wall?
If I had a hole in someone's wall and I was drunk and it was funny and somebody had a camera, I'd probably do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. You know, because you think you're never going to get that piss out of the wall.
Yeah. I had a friend that did that. He was at a house party and he got in a fight. And then he went and punched a hole in the wall and threw up in it. John Nunn, what up, bro? I think he's trying to have a career right now. So,
what's he having a career in?
I think actually film. He's working. He does.
Oh.
Yeah.
You can only
like I
help.
said, yeah, he'll be fine.
Yeah.
But that was a good. So I think he got stabbed too. At this party.
Jesus Christ, that's a real party.
Yeah, he had a party. Punching a hole in the wall after losing a fight and throwing up in it.
Have you ever been at a party where a full melee brawl breaks out?
Like a bunch of in college.
I was in one in just when I graduated high school. There was a kid who was, I think he was from Iran, and his family had a lot of money, and they had a mansion in Beacon Hill. I think it was in Beacon Hill. I'm trying to remember. I don't know, but it was somewhere in the Newton, Massachusetts area where they have like a lot of money. And this kid just invited everybody over to his house. So all these people that he didn't know, hundreds of kids were at this guy's party. And this girl, I still to this day can't remember what she did. She either threw a drink in the guy's face or she hit him. I can't remember what happened, but I was there when the first spark started the fire. I remember exactly where it was. There was like a staircase, and there's like this banister, and I was watching it from here, and I don't remember, I think she threw a drink at him, and this dude just fucking uncorks a picture perfect right hand in her face.
A lady?
Bam! Punched her head snaps back, she goes out, she falls back, and then madness.
Yeah.
And then madness. And then there's fucking people jumping on people and smashing things and throwing people over stairs. And I'm like fucking ducking, and I make my way out. There's piles of people. I'm looking for my friends. It was wild.
Yeah, it was pre-Twitter. That's how they handled it.
Oh, yeah. It was way this is like the 80s. It was wild.
Yeah.
I'll never forget it. It was just like all of a sudden you could feel it in the air. Like people were just looking to punch people. It's like something happens to people when there's like a mob mentality thing. Like people were just looking to punch people. Like you could tell people didn't even know anybody. They were just looking at you like, maybe I'll punch you. You're like, hey, trying to get out of here.
Yeah. It's like, whose side are you on?
Yeah, no sides. Get me the fuck out of here. I snuck through it without getting hit, and I got outside and friends of mine were like in piles. These
Yeah,
piles
yeah,
of people
yeah.
fighting random
We
piles
got
of other people.
The last one, it was in high school. We got in a group fight. I went to the Catholic high school, the public high school. We decided to meet to fight, and I guess half their guys didn't show up to the fight. So we just jumped them.
How many kids?
It was probably like we were probably about 20 to 30 deep. They were probably like 10. We just beat the fuck out of these kids. My one friend Bison, dude. He was like.
You have a friend named Bison?
Yeah, it's his nickname. He's gonna be very happy when he hears this. He was a big guy, and he was way out of high school. He was like 24. He showed up.
Oh no,
he was huge. He started doing wrestling moves to these kids.
Oh
He had a kid in a
no.
lion tamer.
Oh,
Put him in the walls of Jericho.
Jesus
Kid was crying.
Christ.
Kid was crying.
Jesus
It was
Christ.
wonderful. Yeah.
That's child abuse.
That was, yeah. He should face
charges.
He should face charges.
Something.
Yeah.
Someone should call his mom at least.
Yeah, but it was funny because a lot of the kids who were like afraid to fight that were with us, like my friends, were like kind of hiding. It was at night, so they're like hiding in the dark. And then once one kid from the other school went down, they'd all swarm and start kicking him in the face.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
It was
Mom
nice.
mentality
That's
is
the walls
real.
of Jericho.
Yes, that's what happened.
That's what you meant.
Now imagine a 25-year-old man
Jesus.
who was like 350 pounds.
So walls, MMA fighter used the walls of Jericho to
Chris
win a
Jericho,
match?
that's his name.
Right. But what MMA fighter used that to win a match?
Oh, no, in his fight.
No.
No,
Look,
the
see, it says
caption.
MMA fighter.
Oh, Jesus Christ, I didn't see that.
Yeah.
Jamie's
I
blind.
wasn't looking at the screen.
Who the fuck used that in a fight? If you use that in a, oh my God, he really did. Look at
No.
this.
Whoa.
Oh my God.
That works, man. That's tremendous pressure on your back. That's crazy.
Yeah, I saw it happen to a guy. He cried.
So they're calling it a Boston crab? What is that, a Boston crab? Let's see. Dude, you're tagged in that.
I know. That's a long time ago.
That's hilarious. Look, it says
197
Jamie
weeks
Vernon.
ago.
197 weeks ago. Wow. Look at that. That seems like it would hurt. Like legit work. And once someone has your legs in that position and they've got their center of gravity over your lower back, you're not really getting out of that. I don't see how to get out of that. Like if you get to that position right there, you're kind of fucked.
You know, every single younger brother on earth has had that happen to them.
It's like you shouldn't ever get to that spot. But if someone does get you to that spot, I'm trying to think of how you would get out of that. I don't think there's a clear way out of that. Because the way your body is bent, like you would have to figure out a way to rotate, but you're not going to rotate with full hold of your legs like that. And then someone leaning on your back and you're trying to turn, you're fucked.
Yeah.
That might be like the ultimate finishing move. It's just pain though.
Yeah.
Think about that. It's like, it's not going to take you out.
That
It's just going to hurt.
that could fuck you. That could fuck your spine up, right?
No, I don't think so. I think it just puts your spine in a very bad position where it hurts a lot.
Yeah.
Here it is. Is this the same fight or a different one?
I think it's the same thing because it's just like a cleaner video of it.
Oh, yeah. Nope. Different guy.
My God.
Different guy. This is another guy doing it. I think so because he stuck his tongue out.
I think that guy's it too.
Oh, really? Yo, no, you're right. You're right. Look at the shorts. Same color shorts. Yep, that's him. They just didn't have the full video. That's crazy. They did that because once you get into that position, like when someone has both of your legs tucked under the arms like that, I don't know what you're going to be able to do. You know what this is? This is a guy who's way better. The guy in the blue, he's way better, and the other guy's already done.
Yeah,
so
he did a wrestling move to him.
He decides to have some fun. He's tapping. Yeah, you have to tap from that. But what the key is to never let yourself get into that position.
Yeah.
Shout out to that fella.
Yeah, he should have not gotten in the ring. If he,
John
if
O'Meara.
John O'Mears?
John O'Meara, and then
John O'Mears, yeah. Congratulations, John. So that's a Boston crab, or is that the walls of Jericho? What's the difference?
Chris Jericho doing it next to the walls of Jericho.
Oh,
yeah,
makes sense.
Shout out to the other guy too. Congratulations on reliving the worst thing that's ever happened to you on a gigantic platform.
It's not the worst way to get tapped. What? Yeah. No, there's worse ways, for sure. Wrist locks.
Oh, yeah. That
It
would
gets so sad when someone catches him with a wrist lock. Jesus Christ. The wrist lock in an MMA fight is very embarrassing.
Really?
Moment. Yeah, it's embarrassing because it hurts like hell. Like you will tap. But like in jiu-jitsu, it's like the most embarrassing way to get tapped. If somebody gets you in a wrist lock.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought the most embarrassing was getting tapped by like a girl, right?
But that happens.
And that happens to everybody that does jujitsu.
Yep, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. If
They
you
always show up early and they're like, I'll be pretty good at this. And then they pair you up with a girl.
and all of a
get
sudden
fucking
she's
tapped.
behind your back, just chucking the shit out of
Yeah,
you.
you're like, I thought I'd be into this.
It's humiliating. When you find out a woman can kill you, it's very sad. A woman who weighs less than you, who's weaker than you, but she can kill you.
Yeah.
Easily.
I don't want to find out.
Multiple times.
Yeah.
Like Duncan, I got Duncan a year of jiu-jitsu once for Christmas. And he went to classes and he was doing it with this girl and she was new. She wasn't even an expert.
Starting together.
They were both starting together and she was strangling him. And I was like, oh, Duncan, we got to work on this.
No, just get out of the sport. It's not for
He's
you.
like, dude, she just killed me.
Yeah, you got to go home.
Yeah. He eventually decided it was not for him. He could have stuck with it, though. He would have figured it out.
Oh, and then one day beat a girl?
No, beat guys. He moved from girls to guys.
I guess.
Yeah.
Look, I don't do that stuff.
When I started, there was very few women doing it. Very few. It was
I remember
really rare.
Football when I was a kid. When we were very young, there'd be girls.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
I remember
wild.
that. Yeah.
Those girls were wild.
They were.
Any girl willing to play tackle football with boys?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
And then once, then we all hit puberty and they couldn't play. But there was some lingering around. Some giant lesbians.
Did you see that giant transgender woman that's playing rugby in Australia?
No. She probably rules.
She's the king. She's the king. She's a 250-pound man.
People. She's Samoan?
She's a white guy.
Oh, man. She's a white guy.
You never seen it? Show the video. The video is hilarious.
They're always so funny.
I don't even know if this person's undergone any transition because we've gotten to this super preposterous point where you can just say you're a woman. You don't have to do anything. Like there's a thing about a woman getting arrested for child molestation.
Yeah.
And I'll send the video because I'm gonna send you this.
That's what teachers,
Jamie. But no, you have to see this because this woman has a beard. Yeah, look at this.
Shit, dude.
Look at that. Come on, look at the size of that male human being who is playing rugby against women. I mean, hilarious, right?
Great tits, though.
Yeah, really good
Pretty
tits.
hot. They did good there.
Brand new.
Ah, some nice tits you've got.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna send you this channel.
Damn, look at the mitts on that lady.
So I just sent it to you, Jamie. Yeah, that's a large person to be playing rugby against women. And I would say that was probably an unfair decision. But who am I? I'll tell you what. Look at this. Woman charged after allegedly sexually assaulting boy 6 in Toronto Park. Woman with stubble, a crew cut, the most manly face, like a square jaw. That's a fucking male human being. His name is Ruby Ebby. Okay. It's a woman. But look at the title. The title says woman.
Yeah.
Shouldn't they at least say woman with a penis who also has a stubble, also has a beard? They don't even say anything about the person being transgender. It's so hilarious. We've gone through the looking glass where everything's nuts. She is charged with sexual interference with a person under the age of 16 and sexual assault. Like,
is there any small chance that they just like accidentally put the wrong picture up in the article?
What do you think?
Probably not, but it's happened before, and they're just like, "Oops, we put the wrong."
What are you working for the Toronto government?
No, I'm just asking. What's
the matter with you?
Just asking.
What is the matter with you?
Just asking.
You don't support the 6-year-old boy?
That's what I'm saying.
What the fuck, man?
Yeah, bro, you are a pro molester. It's just the fact
the
that
teachers should do that. The male teachers that get in trouble for hooking up with kids.
Say they're women.
Should be like, I actually identify as a woman.
Yeah, you get a way lighter sentence.
Yeah.
Women who molest boys, like everybody's like,
I retract. I now Googled the name. I see it everywhere.
Yeah,
I was just checking.
That looks. If I had a bet, guy or girl. I mean, I'm leaning heavily
on
towards guy.
On that woman? On Ruby?
On Ruby, the guy, the girl, woman.
I'm gonna take her word for it.
Wow, you're amazing. You're so open-minded.
I don't care what she's done in the past.
Yeah, right? Like, why should we judge? walk a mile in her shoes. That's another thing they're trying to do now. They're trying to say that that's a sexual orientation, and that being a pedophile is actually a sexual orientation. No, but
technically it is.
I've seen. I guess
but technically it is that. It's just a bad one.
It's the worst one.
It's the worst one you can do.
Yeah. But I've seen, like, we talked about it recently. I saw a professor talking about how a woman or a man, rather, could have a sexual consenting relationship with a 13-year-old. And I was like, what in the fuck are you saying?
Maybe he was a Viking.
Maybe it's a guy with no kids. How about that?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, because you have no kids, you think stupid shit because you think it makes you sound progressive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a tough one to get to. Through being progressive. It's a tough one.
Yeah. I don't know, man. People can make some fucking weird mental leaps in gymnastics. They can justify some wacky shit. There's also some people that are just a real contrarian. They just want things to be okay, even if they're not okay, so they'll argue for it as an intellectual exercise. You know?
Yeah, for sure.
They do. It's fucking strange.
That'd be a tough one to present, though. Like, no, this is how I feel. I think pedophiles.
You would say that, but we are so
right.
through the looking glass with so many things that really are preposterous that I'm not sure if that's the case anymore. You know, like the idea that you can't be racist if you're a person of color. It's not possible.
Yeah.
Because race has something to do. It has something to do with power. Like, okay, that's not true. That's
of course.
not true.
Of course. Yeah, we know that.
Yeah.
We know it's not true.
They know it's not true too.
Experience.
They know it's not true too. But they're counting on the fact that the people that say this, first of all, they're all people of color, so they're in a protected class, or they're white people who feel extra guilty, so they want you to feel bad, and so they want to show you that they're on the side, the good side. They're on the side of the people that are anti-racist.
The thing about the white people or the people of color can't be racist is because, like, you call a white person like, whatever, cracker, we're like, whatever. Right. But they found a loophole, and it's to call us racist. That one hurts.
That does hurt.
That's like our N-word.
That is.
Someone's like, you're racist. What did you say about me?
It's even worse because it makes you feel guilty.
Sure.
Because if someone calls you a bad word, like a negative stereotype about your race, they're the piece of shit, not you. Yeah. If someone calls you a racist, now you have to defend yourself against being a piece of shit.
Yeah, it's tough. I've been there. It's a tough one to defend against.
What was your experience like with the whole SNL debacle thing? What was that like?
It's very, very crazy. I don't know. It's tough to. There's not many people that you can even talk to about it. You know, because it fucks you up a little. Like, it makes you like not trust people and shit for a while.
Like in what way?
I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. Back to the experience of it was like. You just it was kind of surreal because I was one of the first people to get like canceled or however you want to say it, consequences, however you want to say it. Doesn't matter what we call it. It is what it is.
Right.
But I was one of the first people to go from I was poor. I was not famous at all. I was poor, and then I got canceled immediately. Like that was my like.
Right.
It was a very different experience.
Famous and then
get most people that get canceled are. Yeah.
You got canceled on the way.
I got canceled immediately.
Yeah.
They literally were like, how about this guy? And everyone was like, no.
So you got cast on SNL.
Yes.
And then what happened?
So I found out I was getting on SNL the day before they announced it. So I got a call. They're like, hey, we want to put you on the cast. The whole time we'll start from the top. My agents and all those people, they were like, do you want to audit or do you want to write? Do you want to send a packet in for SNL? And I was like, no, I'm not going to be a writer. I won't work on that show. And then I guess they saw me at JFL and Comedy Central thing. And they were like, we like him. We want him to audition. He can come straight into audition. So I went straight to the main stage for the audition. And the whole time leading up to it, I was like, I'm never going to get this. I don't care. I want to do stand-up. I kind of hated SNL at that point because every sketch was like, you know what it is.
Yeah.
And then I was like, I'll never fit in there. And then when you go to audition, it's just you just wait your turn in a green room, and they keep you there extra long for like 2 or 3 hours to like make you nervous.
Really?
But I knew I was certain I was never going to get it, and I really wasn't nervous. I was in there fucking dipping, hanging out, and then they were like, all right, it's your turn to go. But that's when the nerves hit. Like you walk in and you see the main stage because that's what you audition on, is like the stage.
Wow.
And it's a totally empty studio. The whole room's empty except for a table of like writers and producers and Lorne Michaels. And then you go on and they're like 3, 2, go do 5 minutes.
Wow.
In front of just a camera, right?
And are you doing stand up?
I did stand up.
Wow.
I did 5 minutes of stand up. That's all. And then I ran into Michael Che that night. And I was so nervous. Like I was so nervous when I was auditioning that I had to like hold the mic against my chin because my hand was fucking shaking. Well, it was crazy. There's no one in the room. You just have to do stand up for 5 minutes to no one.
That's so weird.
It was so weird. And you're not supposed to look at or acknowledge the table of writers and producers or whatever.
Why? They have rules?
They have rules that your agents tell you. They never told you any rules.
So your agent says, do not look at the writers.
Yeah, they're like, don't even acknowledge them. Pretend the room's full. Just go. And everybody was like, they're never going to laugh. The table, Lauren, all them, they're not going to laugh. First thing I said, they all started laughing. And I was like, I was supposed to not acknowledge them. But, I was doing stand-up.
Do you remember what you said?
No, I don't. Genuinely.
You just did a bit.
Yeah, I was nervous. But as soon as they started laughing, I was like, and then went back to, you know what I mean? I was like looking at them. I could see they were laughing. And I was told the whole time, no one's going to laugh. They were laughing. And I was like, oh, fuck. I did pretty good. Ran into Che that night. I was like, I sucked. I was nervous. He was like, no, that was good. Then a couple days later, you get a call back and you go into the office and you meet everybody and you walk around and talk to everybody. And the people I was with that were also doing that. Then you go into Lorne Michaels' office to meet him. So the 3 people I was with, they all went in slowly, met him, left. One guy didn't even get invited in. They just sent him home, which is fucked up. They invited him to the callback and then were like, no, never mind.
Wow.
And then they kept me there for an extra hour by myself. And I was just sitting there like, oh, fuck, I got this. I'm going to be on it. Like, I can't believe I got this. I wasn't even excited. I was just like, this is wild. This is fucking nuts. And then I go in and meet with Lauren, and he's the man. He's a nice guy. And he was like, I'm going to use you, but I don't know how. And like all that shit. And then time passes, and I figured they were going to ask me to be a writer. Because that's usually how it goes.
Yeah.
Usually you work on the show to experience what the show's like. But I don't know. I didn't want to be a writer.
By all accounts, that place is a den of thieves.
Everybody, yeah.
A den of thieves. You hear Jim Brewer's account of the climate in that place, and it's horrific.
Yeah.
They're all stealing from writers. They're stealing from performers. If you're a writer and you submit your packages, the higher-up writers will steal your shit, according to Brewer.
Yeah.
If you submit a package, they own that package, even if they don't hire you.
I know that.
So if you have some great premises, they decide they're just going to take your premises and not hire you. They own all those bits.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
I mean, yeah, I don't care about writing. I didn't want to be a writer.
Right.
So I was like, even if they offered me the writing thing, I was like, I don't want to take it. I think I would have at the time, but anyway, they asked me to go straight to cast. So I was like, yeah, I'll definitely do that. Lauren calls, says, hey, we want to use you on the show. We're going to announce it tomorrow. He was like, do you have anything you want us to check out? Like, they have people that vet you.
Right.
But they're not used to people having podcasts.
Right. So they'd have to go through hundreds of
They
hours
go through your
shit.
Facebook, your Instagram, your Twitter. I was just like, I'll just delete all that shit. I don't care. Delete it all.
Right.
But I was like, I also have a podcast. And they're like, yeah, what's that? And I was like, I don't know. I say like gay and retard a lot. And they were like, oh, that's fine. Don't worry about it. So I was like, all right, we'll see. And so the day they announced it, it was cool. It was very cool. You hear from everybody you've ever grown up with. They're all like, holy shit. What just like, I can't believe you're on this. And then, so that lasted for about like 3 hours before an article came out. That was like, here's what this guy says. There's a clip of me saying some, unsavory stuff.
Yeah.
But
talking shit.
It was the one podcast we ever filmed. That's the one they used.
Wow.
And it just happened. And it was funny too, because people were like, man, they really had to dig to find this. I was like, that's probably like 3 minutes in. It's like, we had one podcast online. It was 3 minutes in.
Well, it's what we were saying earlier. That's what podcasts are, and that's what comics do a lot. We talk shit. It doesn't mean you really mean those things. But the idea today is that talking shit is not real. They want to take out of context phrases and sentences that you've used and put them in quotes and make you look like a monster.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
There was only one article that came out?
No, there was
quite a few.
So many articles. I think I was number one on Twitter for like 3 straight days.
Wow.
Of just getting fucking eviscerated.
Did you read it all?
Oh, I read all.
Oh, no.
Yeah, everybody was like, stop reading comments. I still read comments. I read every comment.
Why?
I don't know.
Oh.
It's fucked up. And it's crazy, too, because I'll read like 90 good ones and then one bad one.
The one bad one will fuck you up.
Just depends which one it is.
Right.
You know, I'll get called like, fat retard constantly. I'll be like, yeah, whatever. I could walk through that, no problem.
Right.
But then there'll be one that's like, he's nervous, like something where they get you, where they know you.
Yeah.
Like he laughs at his own jokes on every podcast. It's like, oh, fuck.
Do I?
Shit.
Right.
Anyway, so I get all that stuff comes out, and it was funny. This is funny. I went into Lorne Michaels' office, and he was talking, and I was convinced I was getting fired. Like I knew I was getting fired. Because if they didn't get me on that, there's so much more. So much worse. And so he was talking to me, and he was like, no, we think we can. He's like, if we just get you to the first episode, like people will see you're not a piece of shit person.
Right.
Like, just talk. And I was like, whatever. If I get fired here, whatever, I'll just go do Joe Rogan next week and I'll be fine. Anyway, I thought that was funny. No?
What?
I was like, I
literally thought?
I literally thought that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I thought it'd be funny.
Well, it could have been funny.
Yeah.
I was booked up, though.
No, it was fine. It was just funny to truly... That was a conversation I actually had.
Really?
In Lorne Michaels' office in the middle of that.
That's hilarious.
I was in pure fucking panic.
Terror?
Yeah. But...
Because I remember somebody contacted me, like, to have you on. And I was like, I don't have any room. Like, for a while. I could do, like, an emergency podcast, but I'm like, let me let this dude ride this out.
Yeah.
And then we'll do one eventually.
Truly glad that did not happen. Because I would have come in emotional.
Yeah.
I would have come in like,
Guns
what happened to me
blazing.
isn't fair.
Right.
You know? And I never felt that way. Like, the whole time, I was like, I kind of get it.
When someone gets really canceled, you know what it's like? It's like you need that venom to work its way through your system. And then you develop a certain amount of immunity to the actual moment.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, it ended up being a good thing.
So when Lauren pulls you in the office and says, we just have to get you to the stage. We just have to get you to an episode. Then what happens?
It just kept steamrolling. Like it didn't dissipate at all. Like it kept being like, no, you guys need to fire him. And I get it.
Because that's where the fun is.
Yeah.
The fun in going after someone is not going after someone and then no consequences. That makes them sad.
Yeah.
What makes them happy is they get you fired.
Yeah. And they did. They did a good job.
Yeah, good job, everybody.
Yeah, and it's fine. Look, the whole time.
Here's why it's fine. Your sketches that you're doing, what is it, Gillian Keeves?
Yeah.
Those are the best fucking comedy sketches that are on the internet right now.
Thank you.
I'm not bullshitting. The only thing that's at the same level is Kyle Dunnigan's shit. Oh, Kyle Dunnigan, the shit that he's doing. Because he's got a massive advantage with that face swap, though.
And he's so good at fucking impressions.
He's amazing. Have you seen the new thing that Dunnigan is doing? He's the fucking, what is it? He does a Fresh Prince takeoff with Biden. What is it called?
Yeah, Fresh Prince of DC.
Yeah, something like that. Fresh Prez.
Yeah,
dude, it's tear jerking.
His Bill Maher.
Oh my god, it's incredible.
New rule.
Yeah.
It just, oh my god.
And there's something about it that it's almost got like a South Park-esque quality to it because it looks so fake, but it's obvious. It's like these things. Like, look how bad these look. Look at the little tiny hand he holds up for Bill Maher. Like, the face swap thing is amazing. It really is amazing because he's like, look at the AOC. Because it looks so fake. Like, you would never believe that that's the real person. So it's comedic. But it's also, the material's brilliant. And you can get away with so much in someone else's voice when everybody knows it's not really that person.
Yeah.
It's really one of the most genius platforms ever created.
Yeah.
And he's the master. Him and Kurt Metzger. They're incredible.
They're both, yeah.
It's the best shit.
Kurt's like he's one of my favorite comedians.
But the shit you're doing is right up there with that. It's really fucking funny, man. It's really funny, and it's like something you would never be able to do on SNL. The stuff you guys are doing. How are you financing this stuff?
I financed half, and then we had a production company that financed half.
The Trump one was amazing. The Trump speed dating.
Yeah, it's John McKeever. He's Keeves. He's incredible. Writer, director. He writes all these edits them, makes them.
They're really good, man.
Yeah.
They're really good.
Damn, I spazzed on that SNL story.
No, you didn't at all. How do you spaz?
I felt like it came out bad.
No. Look, it's an awkward story.
It is. And it's always, here's what's uncomfortable. Like, it's weird for me to rail against cancel culture because I was a victim of it, for lack of a better word. You know what I mean?
Why is it weird for you to rail against it?
I don't know. I just, it makes me...
It seems defensive?
Yeah. Yeah, I'd rather just be like, look, if people bring up cancel culture, I'm just like...
Honestly, I really believe it's better for you in the long run. I really do. You're a brilliant comedian, and I think your sketches are incredible, and I think it's better that you not get attached to something that's ultimately corrupting.
And I don't want to be on the other side of it, where it's like, I'm a free speech guy, I'm a fucking... It's like, dude, I don't want to be involved in any of this. I just want to do comedy.
The free speech thing should be... It should just be uniform. Everyone who's involved in creative endeavor should understand context and nuance.
Yeah.
And when they don't, they're either being disingenuous or they're stupid. It's one of two things. Either you don't agree with someone talking shit, which is fine. Maybe you don't like talking shit because you're a more serious person.
Yeah. And in which case comedy is the right venue for you.
But you should, it's not the right, but you should also understand, you know what people are doing. And if you don't know what people are doing, you're either an idiot or you're an asshole. You're either purposely trying to ignore subtlety and nuance and the fact that there's context to what people are doing and joking around. Joking around is a real thing. And how come you can joke around about all sorts of stuff, but you can't joke around about race? Like, why not?
Yeah.
How come? Why does that make you bad? You can joke around about women. You can joke around about men. You can joke around about your dick. You can joke around about anal sex. You can joke around about drugs. You can't joke around about race. That's nonsense.
Yeah.
We're just so oversensitive and we're so worried about being called out for stuff. That's why everybody's so scary.
Yeah.
So, oh.
Yeah, people get very afraid of getting called out and
very afraid of not calling out someone else because then silence is violence.
True. You just got to take a second. Like, don't get caught up in it. Like if I see other people fuck up and say something crazy, even still, my first reaction is like, whoa, what the fuck were they thinking?
Right.
And then 20 minutes, 30 minutes later, I'll be like, all right, he was fucking around. I get it.
Yeah.
But there's still that instinct. And then, especially if you just see a clip and it's wild,
right?
You're going to be like, what the fuck
like the
was
Tony
that?
Hinchcliffe thing.
Tony, Ari, all of us.
Yeah.
And every time you see it, Tony's a perfect example. First time I saw it, I was like, whoa, what the fuck?
But then you see the whole video. And
See
you
the
go,
whole thing?
oh, I see what he's doing. Then you realize that guy opened for Tony. And you're like, oh, he did kill Tony multiple times. You're like, oh, they're friends. That's just how people do it.
Yeah.
But people outside of our world don't understand. If someone, if you introduce someone and they go on stage and they say, thank you, give it up for Shane, that fucking loser, that fat drunk.
Yeah. Whoa, what the
you're
fuck,
like, hey, bro, what the fuck? That's what people do. That's what we do as comics. And we fuck around. It's talking shit. And that's what Tony was doing. And it was real clear if you saw his whole set.
Absolutely.
That not only was he fucking around, but it actually worked.
Yeah.
Like, it got laughs. And it got laughs because the guy's whole set before him was talking about white people being mean to Asians.
Yes.
And he had this whole pandering thing. It was like, what I would really ask is, please stop being mean to us. Or, I'm paraphrasing, whatever it was. And then Tony goes on right afterwards and says that horrible shit.
Says the worst things he could.
And it's funny.
Yes.
That's why people laughed.
That's
It's not like a racist convention at Vulcan Gas Company.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, that's all it is.
It's comedy.
It was comedy.
Yeah, and maybe it's not your kind of comedy. That's okay too. But don't pretend that's his real thoughts. Like, that's ridiculous. This is the thing about joking around. It's like it can be weaponized. It can be weaponized against you.
I had people coming to shows, recording my sets, and then typing them out as if they were real.
Yeah, well, I do that bit. I don't know if you saw
crazy.
it. The bit that I do about what happened when I endorsed Bernie Sanders, where people were taking small pieces of stand-up bits and taking them out of context and using them to show what a piece of shit I am.
It's like, here's a joke.
Yeah.
Clearly. And if you type out someone's stand-up or a podcast,
especially a segment of it, just take the worst parts, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
intentional. It's just
all,
they're trying to get clicks. I don't even think half of them care.
They're cunts. They care. They're all cunts. Anybody who's doing that's a cunt. Yeah. They know what they're doing.
Oh, they do. They do know what they're doing, but I don't think what I meant to say they don't care. I meant to say they're not hurt by it. They're literally just like, look at this.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Here's wild shit.
No, they're not hurt by what you're saying. No, they know what they're doing. What they're doing is they're intentionally taking something out of context and they're trying to make it something that it's not. There's a lot of range in when people are saying things. They don't necessarily. They're not trying to offend.
Yeah.
You know, when you're saying something,
what type of comedian would ever try to really would be like, all right, I'm going to go out there tonight and really say the worst thing I can think of to these people.
A guy who's going to fail.
Like them.
A failure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those comics that fail. Well, Patrice always had the very best line about all this stuff. He said, if you think something is really funny or if you think something is offensive, it comes from the same place. A guy's just trying to have a bit, work on stage and get laughs. That's what they're doing. And for people who don't know, when we create stand-up, we really don't know if something's going to be funny. There's many times where you have an idea and you're like, fuck, I hope this works.
Yeah.
And you go up there and you swing, and every now and then it does.
Yeah. And when it doesn't work, you got to go. Sometimes if you say something fucked up and it doesn't work, you got to be like, all right, my bad.
Yeah.
Everybody.
I've many times said, well, that's the last time I'll ever say that one.
And then you say it tomorrow.
Yeah.
You're like, all right, this crowd likes it, you motherfuckers. I knew last night was fucking pussies.
So they don't fire you at first, but then it keeps piling on.
Yeah, it was only like 4 days. But the whole time I knew I was getting fucking crushed. Yeah. Oh, and they make you have to put out a statement. So they and this was like within hours.
Who makes you? SNL?
NBC asked me to put out a statement. And the statement they send you is just fucking crazy.
They wrote a statement for you.
They were like, here's what you got to say. It was inexcusable. You got to say all this stuff.
Wow.
And I was just like.
Did you write it? Did you
no, my statement was bad, though.
What'd you say?
It's all right. Let me give you some context here. Because it was. Hold on.
One more.
I'm going to have 4 more after that. Said I was going to do your podcast joke.
Oh, sorry about that. I wasn't sure. I thought that was
dude,
going
that thing's
somewhere
been
else.
in my head for fucking 5 minutes or however long it's been. You know, Saving
really?
Private Ryan when he gets the ringing in his ears?
I thought there was more to it. I was just like letting it hang there in the air.
I like felt my face go flush. I was like, oh fuck, I blew it. Dude, go back and watch the tape on that. That's gonna be rough.
Well, I'm sorry I didn't give you enough.
No,
I was just hanging there.
It was just funny how confident I was at the time. Of just like, I don't give a fuck, man. I'll go do Joe Rogan. The call never came. I was like, fuck. I'm fucked. I was doing podcasts for a while, be like, Rogan, help.
Oh, were you really?
Yeah.
Damn, that's one thing about me not paying attention to anything. That shit doesn't get back to me.
I was just joking, obviously. I never felt like I was entitled to anything like that, but it was fun to go on podcasts. Like, St. Rogies, help, dude. We pray to St. Rogies, dude, descend and save me.
You gotta kind of just go through these things, you know.
I agree.
In the end, one of the things that you and I have been talking about is that it made you stronger. It really did, right?
Definitely.
Made you stand up stronger.
Absolutely.
Like when people hear you, and I heard it last night when they introduce you, and Tuesday night too.
Yeah.
People go shit house. They get nuts. They're happy you're there.
But for a while, what happens the first couple weeks I was in New York too, so people are very, very uptight, and you go on stage and then it's just in your head. Like you see people like whisper to each other, and you're like, he's telling her who I am. She's gonna be like everything you see,
and you see the girl's face change. Like, oh,
and I mean, I was having dreams about fucking comments. I was having dude, it was crazy. I'd have a dream about comments or tweets about the worst secrets in my entire life being out there.
Wow.
Because that's what happens. People post pictures of your family out.
Right.
Your families that you get people getting death threatened. You know, my family's getting letters from fucking dudes. It's like, we're going to kill you. And my family has no idea what this is.
Right.
We're getting death threats. I was like, death threats are nothing. Don't worry. You're going to be fine. But they're just in Mechanicsburg.
Right.
chilling.
Fuck. Wow.
And this was the first thing they were like proud of. You know, my parents, they don't know
Right.
shit. I'm like, I got JFL. They're like, what the fuck's that?
Right.
I got this. And they're like, but then when you say like I'm on SNL, they're like, finally we can be proud of this loser. And then like 4 days later, the whole world's like, your son's a racist piece of shit.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So
oh my God.
that's
So,
who I felt bad for.
So it lasts for 4 days.
4 days.
You put out the statement. What does the statement say, roughly?
All right. So they send you, they're like, hey, you need to apologize right now. You need to apologize. And I was like, can I just not apologize, please? Like, that's how this gets passed. If we say nothing, if we start interacting with this at all, I'm fucked. I'm dead.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't know an NBC producer was on this group text I was in. I just got it from like an agent that was like, you need to apologize. I was like, fuck them. I'm not fucking apologizing. I had no idea NBC was in the group text. So it made me look like I was a baller, but as soon as I was like, oh, fuck. Like, I'm looking at my phone like, fuck, dude, I'm fuck. I mean, it's pure panic.
Oh,
it's
my
pure
God.
panic. And this, again, I'm going from zero. Like, no one knows who I am at all.
Right.
To like the whole world is, I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah.
And then, so they asked me to put out a statement. I'm like, fuck no, I can't do that. It was a ridiculous statement. Inexcusable, growth, all that shit.
Yeah.
That's just wild.
Yeah.
And I talked to some comedians, and they were like, how are you going to do stand-up again if you say this? Like, how are you going to be able to go do comedy having just said everything I said was inexcusable? From now on, everything you said is, you know what I mean? It's just disgusting. Everything you've done, you regret, and it's disgusting. And then I talked to Lauren. Lauren called, and he was like, just give me something. Give me anything. Because I told him I couldn't do that. I was like, I can't do the sorry, inexcusable thing. And he was like, just give me something, but I need it in the next 10 minutes.
Whoa.
So I had fucking 10 minutes to write this thing.
Oh my God.
So I'm sitting there. I mean, it's raining out. I was at the stand in New York. I was like trying to do stand up. So I go in, and he's like, or my manager was like, just say you're a comedian that pushes boundaries. And sometimes, so my first thing I tweet out was like, I'm a comedian that pushes boundaries. Fuck, that's so lame, dude. God damn it, I blew it. But yeah, I was like, sorry to anybody that's actually offended. That was never my thing. Because I didn't think anyone was actually offended.
They probably really weren't.
Almost no one.
Well, there was a few.
Of course, there are people that saw it that were like, this bums me out that this
Yeah.
word's getting thrown around.
Yeah.
You know? And I get that. And I am sorry for that.
Yeah, no, I believe you are. Yeah, because that's not the way you meant to do it in the context.
Yeah.
Again, it's a thing that people do. They're just talking shit. It's not real. It's like you're saying something inappropriate on purpose.
Yeah.
And the only way you can do that is if the other person knows you're not racist.
Yeah.
That's why it works. It works because you're saying something that's ridiculous. I'm like, what the fuck are you saying?
Yeah. We're doing a podcast for 500 people.
Yeah.
That's how many people listen to this.
Yeah.
Me and him, me and my friend Matt McCusker. What up, bro?
What up, bro?
I can't believe it took this long to shout him out. You would like Matt.
I'm sure.
You guys are the same guy.
Really?
Yes. Everything you've said to me this week, I've heard from Matt. Like, dude, every single thing.
Really?
Yeah, you're like, humans were supposed to be like this. Like, we're supposed to be out gathering, like all that shit.
That's fun.
Matt. What the fuck was I saying? Who cares?
You were at your statement.
Oh, yeah.
10 minutes.
Statement. I had 10 minutes. I put this thing together. It's okay, but it's one of those things where it's like you're caught up in this moment of like, this is huge. You're emotional. And in a couple of, like, you're going to be embarrassed. Don't ever apologize. That's what I'm saying. Like,
you can apologize for hurting people's feelings.
Oh, for hurting people's feelings, certainly.
You
but
can still apologize for things you
don't
said
issue a statement.
Yeah. The problem is those statements are so grandiose, too. It's like people, like when Jimmy Kimmel made a statement about doing blackface in the 90s, it's like, oh, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Everybody knows. They know that you were just doing Karl Malone. They know you're not racist. But you're appeasing to the worst humans.
Yeah.
That's the problem, is the people that want you to apologize for that stuff, they're all sanctimonious shitheads who are just trying to take people down. They're not really thinking you're a bad person. No reasonable human being thinks Jimmy Kimmel's a bad person or racist. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
They're looking for targets. They got a bag of rocks and they're looking at windows.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
And yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, it's fun.
It's fun to watch someone get fucking crushed.
Oh, yeah.
That's what people like.
I like watching car accidents.
Yeah, all the time. I watch the worst things possible. I watch that.
Mm-hmm.
And on Twitter, even today, even after it happened to me, I'll see it happening to someone else and be like, it's crazy.
It is, but we're talking about Tony. When Tony goes on stage now, I'm telling you, the round of applause this fucking guy gets is like double what used to happen.
It's your
They
fans.
cheer.
It's fans reassuring you.
Yes,
we like you.
Yes.
We know what you did wasn't you.
Right.
Like we know that.
We know it's just you're just doing comedy. You're fucking around, and it might have been the wrong thing to say at the time, but he probably had about 5 seconds to think about what he was going to say as he was walking to the stage and said, "I'm going to light these people up."
Yeah, I like to think about like Tony right before he went on, like looking at someone like, "Watch this going on." It's just
ruining his life for a full week.
Yeah, no, mine was for a couple months. I got fucking drilled by that, but yeah, it's a very surreal thing.
How long before you went on stage again?
I went on stage that night. I did shows at the Stand.
Wow.
Yeah, because that was the only place that I wouldn't have been freaking out.
Right.
Like it was at a comedy club.
Right.
Like I didn't want to go home and sit in my apartment alone.
Oh yeah.
It would have been crazy.
That's crazy. What was it like the moment you went on stage? Like knowing all this shit is happening to you?
Place went crazy.
Really?
Yeah.
Isn't that wild?
Because it was the biggest story at the time. So everyone in the room was like, it was the only time I've ever experienced like what it must be like to be famous and do stand up as like a drop in. And then after time, it's funny because after time everybody forgets what happened.
Yeah.
So
did you address it?
Yeah. That's all I talked about. I mean, it was happening.
Yeah.
While I was on stage.
Fuck.
Yeah.
And it happened.
It was fun.
And it lasted for months?
Yeah.
How long before they fired you? How many days were it?
4 maybe.
And so what was the decision? Like, how did they explain it?
I knew it was. I was the one that was like, you guys are going to fire me. Like, it's okay. I get it. I wasn't even like, fuck them. I should have my job. I was like, I get it. I said something fucked up. This is a corporation. It's SNL. You can't.
Yeah.
I understand. Now, if it wasn't me, I'd probably be defending me.
Of course.
But because it was me, I was like, I said it, whatever. Keep making your fucking show.
Yeah.
I don't know how to describe it. It's weird. It's weird defending yourself. I don't know. Maybe I got to improve my self-worth.
No. I think ultimately, look, life is filled with these weird trials and moments of revelation and ways you understand things. And the best way to understand consequences is to really have a moment where the walls come tumbling down. And when you come out on the other end and you don't think you're ever going to, because there had to be times where you didn't think you were going to come out on the other end.
Yeah.
But when you do, you just like there's a feeling of levity. It's lifted off
for sure. For sure, yeah.
It's also the embracing of the importance of stand-up comedy, like the real raw nightclub stand-up.
Oh, that was the best. There's been 2 times I've like loved stand-up comedy. One was I went through a breakup after a long time, and I was fucking devastated. I dated this girl for like 6 years, and then I went and did stand-up that night and like almost cried. Like just because it was the first time I was happy after going through a breakup, and I was like, damn, I love this. Same thing with that. Like while you're getting fucking crushed by everybody, you can go out and do stand-up, and people are like, it's like, you guys like me.
Yeah.
Everyone else hates me.
It's a wild art form, man.
It's fun.
It's so fun to watch still. I've been doing it for more than 30 years, and someone goes up and kills. I have a great time. I'm loving it.
Yeah.
It's the best thing to watch. So much fun.
Better than someone killing.
No, there's nothing better. Nothing better when you don't know their material too.
Yeah.
Never seen them before, and they're just lighting a room on fire with really interesting shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's better, man. It is, because like if you're contained inside that Saturday Night Live structure, no disrespect to anybody that is, but you're not as free. You're gonna be more reserved. You're gonna hold back.
Definitely. Yeah, there's that for sure. I think I would have done well though. That's what
on the show you would have killed it.
I think that's what bothers me the most because people like to. Here's one thing that I noticed: the people that do the canceling or attack people on Twitter, or however you fucking want to call it, they like to like vindicate themselves by being like, no one gets canceled. They love saying that. They're always like, cancel culture is not real. It's like,
of course it's real.
I mean, I lost my job.
Yeah, what does that mean?
But they like to be like, nah, you're doing better now. He's better now. It's like, you're the one who got me. You can't fuck someone over like that and then be like, you're fine. Well, it's like a real big brother thing. You're like,
yeah,
you know, like, stop crying, you're fine. Yeah. And they like to say like SNL couldn't have used me or wouldn't have used me. They would be like, he would have been a waste on there anyway. It's like, I think I could have been good.
You would have been great.
Yeah.
But you would have never had the kind of freedom that you are doing your sketch show now. That you have, rather. For sure. Your sketch show now is wild and raw. And that fucking OnlyFans dad that you sent me today.
Yeah.
Holy shit, dude. I mean, imagine you would not be able to do that anywhere.
Yeah.
And it's better than anything SNL's doing. That's a fact. It's better. It's better for me. What I like, people like different shit, right?
You ever get on a Sybian?
Oh my god.
Not yet.
Those things hurt.
I'm sure.
It fucks my groin muscles.
Really?
Yeah. That was like a hard one to film.
How do you film it?
I just had to sit on that thing.
And hold your legs together?
Yeah, I was like straddling it.
Was your cock and balls really out?
No, but I wasn't like a flesh-colored like Speedo, which, you know, there's all these like girls around, dude. I'm not. It looks terrible. Dude. It's just, and you know, you're nervous when you're filming stuff.
Oh yeah.
So I had like the smallest dick possible, of course, like that sticking out forward. Don't even look at it. You might be able to see it through there. Yeah, but that was the whole thing was cool. Filming all that stuff.
It's a great premise too. That OnlyFans thing is wild. I mean, I know a girl who makes $100,000 a month showing her feet.
Nice.
Like what?
What is this?
Yeah, she works for a buddy of mine. She's like works on his podcast. She
just shows feet.
Just showing
$100,000 a month.
Yeah. Yeah. What? Right.
How horny are these guys?
They're so horny. But it's not just that they're horny. They're like, it's very like they're fans of this one person because they've seen her before, and so they want to jerk off to her feet.
And it's just her feet.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't subscribed, but that's what I understand. It's just her feet.
Yeah.
I mean, probably like her and her underwear and her feet. You know, those kind of things.
If like the Pamela Anderson, Tommy Lee thing launched on OnlyFans, how that would have gone down.
Right. If they just started just banging on OnlyFans, just releasing videos.
Yeah. A lot of girls got into OnlyFans during.
Well, it's a great way to make money, but the problem is you get addicted to that money. You know, if you're making $100,000 a month, and then you go, you know what, I really want a family someday, and I got to stop showing my cooter. You know, and then you get off of it, and you know, you realize you got a $4,000 a month condo. Like, what am I doing here?
Yeah, I gotta show my pussy again.
Yeah, I gotta show my pussy to pay for this fucking Lexus I bought. You know, it gets weird because you can get imprisoned by bills or your lifestyle, and if you have that kind of lifestyle, it's super hard for someone to give up that kind of money because that's like way more than porn money. You know, a porn star, like unless you're like the top of the food chain porn gal, you're not making that kind of loot.
Yeah, porn stars are pretty exploited.
Well, they're doing the OnlyFans now too.
Good for them. That's actually nice.
Yeah.
That's good.
Well, they're not just exploited. Like they're in a weird situation now where no one buys DVDs anymore. Right? So that was where they made the most money. One of my neighbors back when I lived in California is a guy that I did jujitsu with. He was like 2 houses down from me. He was a big porn producer. He was a crazy dude. Really crazy guy. He's always coked up and you know. Yeah. He was doing great. Balling, making videos, you know, and he would tell me like the real money's in producing, you know, and then the fucking internet comes along and just pulled the rug out from underneath that business. And everybody was just getting porn for free.
Yeah.
And so like they went from making millions and millions of dollars every year to nothing. Boom. Yeah. He lost his house.
What'd they do?
His house got repossessed.
Really?
Yep. Yeah, he lost his house. He moved out of the neighborhood. They eventually foreclosed on his house. And it was a wave of things falling apart. And I mean, I think the only people that can make any money are the girls. The guys make very little money because
the actors, the male actors,
the male actors,
the
male actors,
thespians.
Yes, those guys they can't make much money at all. It's hard unless they're very
of course,
very industrious and they figure out some sort of subscription only plan. They only fuck all the hottest girls.
Yeah, I'd love to add to this.
It's a weird world because a lot of people beat off, but a lot of people like to lie about it.
Yeah,
it's a weird world.
I've been up before Ari got here. I was just up in Tim's mansion in the hills alone, just beating off up in the mountains.
Nice. It's good. Beating off's good. I'm glad we can do it.
Beating off up in the hills.
It changes people's feelings about things. You beat off, it relaxes you.
Oh, dude, I'll start DMing. They're like texting girls or something.
Yeah.
Just one beat off. Like, what am I doing? What the
Exactly.
fuck am I doing?
I used to have a whole bit about jerk off first, then think about it. About keys to life. Like if you're thinking about doing something, just jerk off and then look at it. Because a lot of times your perspective is marred by this desire to breed.
Yeah.
And you don't really like the person that you're going to call.
Yeah.
That you're not really like socially compatible with them. But you want to fuck them.
Yeah.
And then you jerk off and you go, oh. Like if a guy jerks off, the bit was basically that if a guy jerks off and still calls you, he fucking loves you.
Yeah.
Like that's real. Loves you.
Yeah.
Not just the opportunity to
not coming.
Yeah. So embarrassing. When you're a young man and you don't understand it, like I remember being like 18 and 19 being so confused because I was really into a girl and then I'd have an orgasm and I was really not into her.
Yeah.
Like really quickly. And some girls would think that like, oh, he's an asshole. He tricked me into thinking he liked me. Like, no, I tricked me too.
No, yeah, I loved you.
Yeah.
I fucking loved you so much. Please leave. Please, I need to be alone.
I bet they feel the same way too.
No, I think they're. Oh yeah, maybe after they.
Yeah, probably like, what am I doing? What the? When this guy's sticking in me.
Yeah, with that shit. That guy fucked me. No, they like it. Once you come, they're like, stay.
Some of them are.
Yeah.
Because they want you to raise the children with them.
Yeah.
It's like, it's weird primal instincts, man.
Yeah, of course it is. It's everything.
Yeah.
Everything is that.
Yeah. So this, so back to the SNL thing.
Yeah, back to SNL. We talked to come.
So the hits keep coming. They keep coming after you. It's like 4 days in.
Yeah.
Right? And how long in, when do you decide, like, when do you give up?
I gave up the first night.
Oh.
The very first night. Like the first article, it was funny. The first article came out that said I used the C word.
Right.
My agent calls me and is like, did you say that? This word? And I was like, I would never say that. I was like, that's not in, I don't say that shit. She was like, here's the video clip. I was like, all right, looks like I said it. Oh, that was UTA. Shout out UTA. They dropped me.
Mm.
They kept Jussie Smollett. Dropped
Did they
me.
really? They kept
Jussie Smollett as long as they could.
Still?
I don't know if they still have him.
Wow.
Dropped me for maybe joking.
Jussie Smollett or Jesse Smollett.
Yeah.
As Dave Chappelle called him. Juicy.
Yeah.
That's right. He was really good in that Alien movie.
Was he?
Alien Covenant. Yeah.
Doesn't mean he's not a great actor.
He's not a great actor.
Maybe.
How about that?
Is he not?
No. He was okay in that movie.
He must have been a terrible actor when those fucking cops showed
jumping
up.
around. Oh yeah, I'm sure. He's
like,
fucking
what happened?
put a noose still around his neck, holding a Subway sandwich.
Yeah.
It's one of the dumbest plots of all time.
It is up there.
And that Chappelle bit is fucking magic. It's magic.
It's so funny.
It's magic. And the way he pronounces his name wrong.
Yeah.
That French actor.
Juicy.
Juicy Smollett.
Yeah, he's incredible.
Oh.
No, I just wanted to shout out UTA.
Yeah, listen, man. All those structures, all those things, like they can do you good. They don't get me wrong, but they're basically like bridges that'll fall apart in the middle of your journey across the river.
Yeah,
they you can't count on them.
No, they turn on you.
Yes, the moment they have to, they'll turn on you.
Yeah,
and they will. That's okay though, as long as comedy doesn't.
Yeah,
you know, comedy is the only thing that we can all count on. Comedians and audience members that love comedy. And there's a lot of people outside of that world that will try to change the true meaning of what you're saying and try to pretend that you're being serious, try to pretend that you're a bad person, or to try to pretend that it doesn't matter. And you should never be able to say those things again. You're a racist or a sexist or a homophobe or this or that. And like, you guys can all eat shit. You can all eat shit because you know what you're doing, and it doesn't work anymore.
Yeah.
The thing about this whole climate, this oversensitive climate, is that people are fed up with it.
Yeah.
And so there's a massive rebound when someone gets through on the other end.
Yeah. Yeah, people are everybody's tired of it.
Yeah.
It's every day.
Yeah.
It's every day.
But there's still people that is their currency. That's what they trade in. So they're still trying to cancel people all the time. And with a lot of it, and one of the things that Tim said, and then I became friends with Tim after he wrote something really insightful about comics that were coming out against Louis. And he said one thing that they have in common is they're all really mediocre. And they love the fact that this brilliant guy is being taken out. So it moves them up the ladder, and they're trying to gain social clout by attacking him. That's 100% true.
And the Louis thing was, everybody knew that. Everybody knew that story about Louis in comedy.
Oh, yeah.
Before that it dropped.
Yeah, I knew about it.
Before the news broke, I knew about it. I was an open micer in Philly.
Well, I knew that he used to ask Sarah Silverman. He would jerk off, and she would say yes.
Yes.
And he would jerk off, and they would laugh about it.
We heard the stories, and then, so everybody knew it. Again, I knew it. I was an open micer in Philly.
Yeah.
I'd heard about it. I didn't know it. You know what I mean? And then as soon as it becomes in the news, now every comedian wants to speak out against it. It's like, where were you?
Right.
When you heard about it. I heard about it.
Right. They were scared when Louis was on top that, you know, if they came after him, then everybody else would take out them to try to, you know, make Louis happy if Louis didn't get taken out. But once it was clear that Louis was hit and wounded, you know, you ever seen what happens with buffaloes when they get attacked by a lion? It's really interesting. Like, when there's a video of these water buffaloes get attacked by a lion, one water buffalo gets attacked and finally manages to get free of these lions. They're fighting off these lions, finally manages to get free. And as he's moving around, another water buffalo comes along and slams into him and knocks him over. And then the lions get him. And I'm like, that is comedy. That's nature. That's humans. That's just biology. When someone senses weakness, the really shitty people amongst them, those people attack.
It's pretty funny that Buffalo did that.
Yeah. It's funny. The video's funny because you watch him like, look at that cunt.
He's going to get out of this. Oh, man. He got
and then his
betrayed.
friend comes along and rams into him and knocks him over.
I watched those videos. Just stand up for yourselves, water buffaloes.
They try.
Everyone's
horns. All they have is
but
horns.
there's so many of them.
Yeah. There's a place in Africa. There's an amazing documentary called Relentless Enemies. And in this documentary, there's a strange part of Africa where the river shifted. And when the river shifted, these lions and these water buffalo got stranded on an island. And it's a large island, but it's only filled with water buffalo and lions.
Yeah.
And so because the lions can only hunt buffalo, they all grew bigger. So they have enormous lions. Like the female lions are as big as a male lion everywhere else. And they look cartoonish. Like they have giant muscles like the Hulk. It's crazy because all the ones that survive are ones that figure out how to attack lions.
Yeah.
Put up a picture of these fucking lions. Remember that documentary, Relentless Enemies?
Oh, there's the Kroger one.
Yeah. So, is this the one where the buffalo escapes?
This is where the boys finally unite.
Yeah. This is where they unite and try to take out the lions.
This is great. They start fucking them up.
Yeah. Well, lions are so much smaller than a buffalo.
Yeah. And once they start attacking the lions, it's like, it's kind of sad now.
Not really. It's how it goes. This is how it goes. See if you can find that Relentless Enemies lions. So it's just a weird genetic aberration, like natural selection has taken place, and these lions have gotten way bigger. But the thing is, the female ones have these fucking enormous muscles, man. Like, there it is, the 2006.
I love the jacked women.
Yeah. There's Relentless Enemies full video. Oh. Just give me some images of the jacked female lions. Anyway, that's the idea. It's a great documentary. If you're into it, go check it out. that they look normal there. There's pictures of them where they look fucking super. Those are young ones though. That's why. Anyway, you get it. So, when do they give up and when do they fire you?
I don't know. It was probably like 4 days in. I met with the people at NBC, like the head of NBC, those people. You're at like a giant marble table at the top of a skyscraper, and they're like, "What'd you say?" It's like, dude, come on, guys.
You had to meet with the people at NBC.
Yeah, met with NBC
in person.
Met with people from SNL.
What did they say to you?
I hardly remember. It was such like it was for real. It was like I blacked it out. Like it was that fucking like
traumatic.
This is maybe traumatic, definitely traumatic, but like
surreal.
It was so surreal. Like it was totally. I detached and I was like, no, I don't care. I kept being like, I don't care, and everyone would be like, are you all right? Like, are you okay? I was like, yeah, I'm fine. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because you don't want to be like, no, I'm not okay. I said bad words and everyone's mad. No, you got to just be like, no, I don't give a fuck, dude. Yeah, finally get the call that's like, you got we're gonna. They offered me I could resign, and I was like, no, you guys have to fire me. Like this has to be on you guys.
Yeah.
And they did. They're like, all right, yeah, you're fired.
What did they say in their statement?
And then they were like, we're gonna release a statement. You release a tweet. It's all planned. In fact, since my thing, I've seen people issue the apology NBC gave me.
Verbatim.
To say, just about verbatim. It's all fake. The entire thing's fake. The people that are outraged are not serious. The people that are sorry are not serious. Basically everybody that has said sorry has been like, yeah, I'm very sorry. Fuck them. Like, and that's how it goes.
Yeah.
And the whole time, no one cares. No one cares.
It's a weird dance, isn't it?
It's a very, very weird dance.
So when you
especially over comedy, like that's the thing we're worried about.
Right. Well, it's podcast is what it is. That's the thing that can get you in the most trouble.
Yeah.
It's because it's so free flowing, and when you're doing it alongside another comedian, you're just trying to make each other laugh. And one of the best ways to make a comic laugh is to say some shit you're not supposed to say.
Yeah.
But we know
it's the funniest. It's the only way to make a comic laugh.
Yeah.
Just about.
It's one of the ways.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Say something fucked up. You're like,
So they eventually released a statement. These things he said did not align.
Yeah, we can't.
Yeah.
He's out of here.
Yeah.
And then.
Did you ever have any contact with Lauren afterwards or anyone?
Yeah. I still talk to Lauren sometimes.
What did you say?
Hey.
You ever send him some of your sketches?
Yeah, he's seen all those.
What does he say?
He likes them.
Does he say they're better than anything we do? Because they are.
No, he's been cool. He was nice, but it's he was nice. I didn't take any of it too personally.
He has to do it.
I knew he had to do it. I knew it wasn't up to him. I know it wasn't up to him. And everybody's like, yeah, it was. It's like, no, dude, this was.
If he doesn't,
money.
they'll come for him.
Yeah. I get it.
Yeah, they'll come for him.
And and that's it. I don't know. I thought I'd be more capable of discussing it, but I don't know. It's uncomfortable. It's like I'm not too worried about it anymore. I don't like. I don't know.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
No, it does make sense. It's like I don't
want to be a victim. I want to be a comedian.
Yeah, well,
so I don't want to come on and do stuff where I'm like, yeah, and then it was unfair how I was treated. It's like, no, I get it. I understand why I was treated that way. I said wild shit. I'm gonna keep saying wild shit.
Yeah.
Nowadays, there's no chance I'm gonna work at NBC.
Right.
So those are the rules now. If I want to argue why we made these rules, that's different. But I understand the rules, and I wasn't abiding by those rules.
I have zero desire to do a television show now, but I've been offered multiple ones over the last couple of years, last few years. And the first thing that I think of is like, I don't want to defend any of the shit that I said in like 2009 or whatever. Yeah. I'm not interested in doing that.
Yeah.
It's like, if you know what I'm doing then good. And if you don't know what I'm doing and you see it and you're not offended, all I can say is just that's not what I meant. I'm just fucking around and don't listen.
Yeah.
You don't have to listen. There's a lot of things to listen to. There's literally a million podcasts now.
Yeah.
There's a million. You don't have to listen to mine.
Go listen to like women talk about murders.
There's a lot of that.
And be like, oh, this is good.
There's a
now,
lot
those
of
guys saying bad things.
Right.
That's bad. Not this entertainment value, murder, rape, suicide I'm listening to.
Chicks love those true crime shows.
They love it.
It's so weird.
Yeah.
My oldest daughter's really into them. I'm like, why do you watch that? Like, doesn't that disturb you?
They like it.
Yeah, I don't like them. I try to watch The Night Stalker, that Netflix series.
You didn't like that one?
No. Makes me very uncomfortable. I don't like it at all. Did you?
There were some funny parts in that.
Really? What was funny?
Fucking, see, this is Bud Light number 4. Here it comes, dude. No, there was one part where they like listed in The Night Stalker. They listed all his victims, and 2 of them were sisters that he got with like a hammer, and they were like 88 years old. And then now, obviously, there's nothing funny about it. It's just funny that's the wildest shit I've ever heard. So I was like,
there's nothing funny about that, but yeah.
Just 2 old ladies like, who's at the door?
With a hammer.
And he's like, it's me, the fucking devil.
See, I hear stuff like that, and I just
It's
want to
terrible.
find that guy. That's my.
His
I
ending was
just wanna
funny.
find
He
him.
went to like a Mexican neighborhood, and they all started beating the shit out of him and turned him in.
Yeah, but they didn't kill him.
Is he dead now?
Yeah, he died in prison.
Oh yeah, didn't he? Oh, that was the worst part of the documentary.
Yeah.
At the end, it's like, yeah, he died. He had a long life. He died of like cancer.
Yeah, I think he died of cancer. Yeah. Yeah. Well, he was broken. You know, there's a lot of broken
Definitely.
people out there.
Definitely.
The crazy thing is things like the Zodiac Killer, like guys that get away with it.
Yeah.
Like leave notes and get away. I think there was a new breakthrough very recently on the Zodiac Killer. They think they know who it is now, but they've done that like 10 times. I think they know who it is.
Yeah, wasn't it Ted Cruz's dad? Ted Cruz?
That was a Trump.
I think it was Ted Cruz.
Didn't Trump say his dad killed Kennedy?
Yeah.
Or something? Like,
Dude.
he's ruthless. And then Ted Cruz is out there fucking carrying water for him after that.
Oh. He's like, I was about to do a Trump.
Go ahead.
I'm flailing.
Go ahead. Don't be scared. Yeah. So, when did it relax for you, where you felt everything's okay again?
I mean,
well, you felt
it was
normal.
like 5 or 6 months after I got like canceled. COVID started, so that's kind of when everything shut down. So it was
Right.
like we got
that
bigger,
helped Ari as well.
we got bigger fish to fry right
Yeah.
now. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So that was it. It just sucked. Like it was kind of inconvenient timing for me because I would have liked to have kept going. You know what I mean? Like not stop at all. But then it
Right.
did look like I got canceled and stopped because
COVID.
COVID. You know, I
Right.
couldn't.
Are you still doing a podcast?
Yeah, Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast.
And how many people get listen to it now?
I don't know. We're usually top 100. Oh yeah, now? Yeah. Patreon went up.
Yeah.
Donate to the Patreon, dude. Support the cause.
Yeah. How do we get to that?
Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast Patreon.
Okay.
Google it.
How many downloads do you guys get on a regular basis?
I'm not sure.
You
I don't
pay
look that
attention?
up.
Really?
No.
Good. Good for you.
No. Yeah.
That's smart. Yeah, I didn't know until it was too late.
Oh, really?
I wasn't paying attention until it got really big, and I was like, "Oh no!"
Yeah. Now you gotta worry about what you say, or at least not worry about it, but you know what I mean.
You
Like,
gotta
you
get-
gotta be like, I'm joking. This isn't real, because people, you know. it's
You
an issue.
also have to establish a relationship with your audience where they understand who you are, and they know that even if you say wild shit, you're saying wild shit because you're being silly.
Yeah,
You're
and then
trying to be funny.
but I think it gets so big that like you lose the relationship with people, and
Yeah.
people join. Yeah, but then I'm saying outsiders will jump in and be like, "What did he say?"
That's okay.
You know?
That's okay. It's worth it. It's
Yeah.
all worth it. To be able to have something like, for me, to be able to have something where you can talk. I would do this podcast exactly this way if I was just starting out and no one knew who I was.
Yeah.
And there was just 100 people listening.
Yeah.
I would do it exactly the same way. And it can be done that way. Like you got to take your lumps.
Yeah.
Like they'll come for you. And when they come for you, you just go,
You go. This is crazy, huh?
yeah, and I just keep going.
I was taking the fucking subway home while getting canceled, I would go to like 30 Rock and like meet with Lauren, and they're like, all right, we're gonna be all right, like all that. And then I would get on the train home, and everybody, it was #1 on Twitter. So people were just like looking at their phone, looking at me, just sitting there like. I literally watched people go like this, like just staring at me. I'd be sitting there going,
second eyes.
I'd go like this.
And what did they say? Did you have conversations with
I've had
people
a couple.
about it?
Yeah, I had a couple, and everyone was like, "Yeah." Every normal person is like, "Yo, this is crazy."
Yeah. Well, people understand people inherently, but when people try to pretend they don't and try to reduce you to the worst thing you've ever said, and this is you, this is evidence of you. They're all failures. That's the crazy thing. The people that want to do that, most of them, they want to be a comic, or they were a failed performer. They were either a failed comic or a failed writer. There's something wrong. Most critics are critics because they don't have anything to contribute.
Yeah.
They don't have, like, do you think Stephen King wants to be a critic, right? Do great writers want to be critics? No, they want to be writers. They want to put out art. They want to like discipline to bring that creativity into a tangible form where other people are going to absorb it and appreciate it and enjoy it. And if you can't do that, you criticize.
And that's actually a good point, because before, so like while I was an open micer in Philly, I was criticizing because I wasn't creating anything good. So I would sit there, I'd be like, this person sucks, this comic sucks, fuck them, fuck that. And then you start to get good at stand-up. You start to fucking meet these people that you just shit on.
Yeah.
And you're like, what the fuck was I doing? Why the fuck was I? So it's almost the same thing where like, while you're in that little incubation period of like being an open mic, I was miserable. I was like, fuck these people. That person sucks. They suck. Everybody sucks.
Dude,
I'm good. Thing.
I had the exact same experiences when I was coming up, because I was super hypercritical of other people.
Yeah.
But it was because I wasn't doing well.
Exactly.
Yeah. And I remember I had a bit about Jenny McCarthy. And then I met her, and she was so nice.
Oh, what a bummer that is, isn't it?
I had to drop the bit.
Holy fuck.
It was just a bit. It wasn't the meanest bit in the world. It was a bit about her. I read that she was getting her breast implants removed. And I go, that's like Tiger Woods chopping his fucking arms off. I go, put them back in and make them bigger, and no talking. I go, you're not famous because what are you gonna go do Shakespeare in the park
your
now?
mind?
I go, you're hot.
You think we like your mind?
Yeah. But it was just mean. And then I met her, and she's so friendly.
It happened to me like crazy. Every comedian, I'd be like, this person's special sucks. And then I'd meet them. Then I'd see them do stand-up. Be like, fuck, they're so much better than me. They're so good. You know what I mean?
The thing about specials is everyone's special is 60% to 70% less funny than how they actually are live. There's no way around that, because the experience of being there live is magic. And I say this as an audience member. Like, I watched Chappelle this week. We did these 2 shows in Vegas, and Chappelle has this bit. I don't want to give it away because it's so good, but there's this bit about the Me Too movement. It had me crying, like tears are rolling down my eyes. I'm holding my sides. Like, if you see this live, it's so good. And I was like, there's a special thing in the air when you see a comic live. And you get a lot of that through a special. Like I said, 60 to 70%. You don't get 100%.
No.
You don't get 100%.
No.
And you're also tense when you're doing a special. Like, especially like you did this special this past weekend.
Yeah.
And I was super bummed out when I heard that you only got to film one night. Because I like
Saturday.
2 nights. I do 2 nights and I do 4 shows. Because that way I'm loose. Because I know I have 4 shows to get it out. One of these are going to be great. But you also feel better on the first show. Like my last special that I did, that I filmed in Boston, most of it was from the first show. The reason why I did a couple of extra bits in other shows that I figured out a way to sandwich in, because I forgot to do this on that first show. Because the only reason why I put anything in from other shows, because the first show I was super loose because I knew I had 4 shows.
Yeah.
But some of my specials before that, I only had 2 shows. And you go out there for those 2 show specials, like, boy.
I got lucky. Saturday early, I did well. If I hadn't, Saturday late show sucked. If those had reversed, like if my first show sucked,
the confidence.
I would have just been on stage. Just
one of my biggest specials I did was in 2014 for Comedy Central, and a lady heckled me during my first set.
I would have lost my.
You bitch! I'll fucking kill you. It was such a dumb heckle too. She's like, "Prove it." And I was like, oh my God, you're in the, she also didn't understand what I was doing. Like I was going, the bit was about the guy that broke into the White House.
I remember that bit.
That wasn't a bit. That was the second special. It was another bit. Because that was my 2016 special. That was triggered. But whatever the bit was, it was a setup, and it eventually made men look really stupid. But the beginning was like, hey, where you going with this?
Exactly.
And then, I see where you go.
It happened to me this weekend. I was doing a Trump joke, and I started the Trump joke, and she was like, "We hate Trump here." I was like, "Do you hear what I'm saying?"
Right.
Like, do you think I'm going to do a special where I go on stage and I'm like, "I loved our last president"? Like, what type of psycho would that? You know?
Right. It's not funny.
I'm not going to go on stage and be like, "I support the government."
Right. Just let the bit play out.
Just
Stupid.
listen to me.
Yeah. But people are just wanting their voice to be heard, and then not taking into consideration that you're filming something. You know.
Yeah.
And if you are, they want to be the one who gets it on recording.
Yeah, as if we're going to keep it.
Yeah. You live, you learn.
Yeah.
Yeah. But filming specials is a fucking harrowing experience because
it was the only one I did. It got done and sat in Tim's house all my friends went back to Philly and New York. I stayed in Tim's house by myself for like 2 days. I was like, damn, I'm sad.
Why?
It's like a depressing feeling. I don't know. I never filmed a special. Yeah.
Oh, this is your first special?
That was the only thing I've
How long have you been doing stand-up now?
It was like 10 years, 8 years.
That's around the time to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
it's an uncomfortable feeling when you're done. Could I have done better? Stuff like that, you know?
Yeah. Are you happy with it?
I don't know. I haven't seen it. I probably won't like it. I don't know.
If you had a chance to do it again, you know, like Whitney was about to do a special, and we were hanging out in the parking lot at the Comedy Store, and she was like, you know, I'm confident and everything in this, but you know, like, what do you think? And I said, you know what I think? I think you got some amazing premises. You're a fucking hilarious comedian, and every special that I've ever done, there's always like 6 months before the special comes out or 5 months. And during that time, I'm still doing some of that old material.
Yeah.
And it gets better. And I'm like, fuck, if I just waited 3 more months. I go, I think you should just wait a little. Because I see some of these bits, you're thinking them out while you're doing them. They're not they're not just drilled into your DNA yet. And sometimes bits do get, they have a time, like a wine or a whiskey or something like that. There's a time where it's, take it out of the barrel, it's ready.
Yeah.
But if you take it out of the barrel early, they seem clunky. Like, I remember Louis was doing a special every year.
Yeah.
And I think even he realized, like, this is not the way to do it. They're not ready after a year. But 2 years seems to be the number. And maybe 3.
Yeah,
maybe 3 is even better.
It's tough to tell. I don't know. I'll see how mine. I don't know if it was good. I think it was good.
Yeah.
I thought it was.
It's always good to just get one out there anyway.
Yeah, and I'm doing it. It'll probably be on YouTube. I'll just make it myself.
Look at what Norman's doing. Norman's
all those
fucking
guys.
killed it. Schultz killed it on YouTube.
Yeah, man.
YouTube made him. He really did. You know, I mean, his special murdered
Schultz
on YouTube.
Schultz helped with Killing Thieves.
Did he?
He was like a big influence, like talking to the people I was trying to make it with. Like, yes, do it. Because a lot of people are very like, you don't want to risk losing money. It's like, if we just put our money together and make something really good, it'll pay off.
Right.
Maybe not right now, but in 5 years.
Yes.
It'll work.
Right.
You know? And they needed to hear it from somebody who actually had that happen.
Well, he's one of the most industrious of all the young comics.
Yeah.
He's in my opinion, he's like the best guy that took advantage of the pandemic too, because he put out those,
him and Tim.
Those videos. Yeah, Tim's amazing too.
Both of them.
But what he did with those sideways videos, like turn your phone sideways, and then these wild rants where it's like punchline, bang, 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 which is very different than his actual stand-up.
Yeah.
You know, where his stand-up is like he'll hold a laugh, he'll work the room, he'll fuck around a little, he's super loose and relaxed. But these things, he had figured out a very specific rhythm that's applicable for watching it on Instagram.
Oh, yeah.
Genius.
Yeah. He's
one of the best.
He is. He's a great dude.
Great.
He's the
great
man.
guy.
Nice guy. All these guys are great.
Yes.
That's what's funny about it.
Yeah.
Like, you're great. I was excited. I was like, you know, when you meet someone famous, every once in a while they suck.
Yeah.
You were great.
Thanks.
Anyway, that's cool.
I tried to be a nice guy.
You were. It was crazy. You were one of the nicers.
Were you worried I wasn't going to be nice?
sometimes you can be crazy.
Oh yeah.
You get to your level, people lose their fucking minds.
Yeah, it's hard. It's the RPMs. It's like your hull can't take the RPM.
It's crazy. I mean, we went to that bar. It filled up after like 45 minutes. That must be crazy.
Yeah. What was weird is like people tell people that you're somewhere. We went to see what's the truth? Netherland?
Fuck,
no.
Dude.
What are they called? Nether Hour.
Yeah.
Nether Hour. Really talented guys.
Yeah.
And so I called Tony. I'm like, where you at? And he's like, we're seeing our friend's band. They're playing this little bar in the east side. No one's there. Come on down. So we go, fuck it, let's go. So we all get in the SUV. We all head on down. We get dropped off. We hop out. We go in there. There's like 20 people in the whole place.
Max.
Within 40 minutes, there's 300 people there.
Yeah.
And everyone's staring at you, and they all got their phones out. I'm like, oh, Christ.
Yeah, man.
It was weird.
And we were a little fucked up. So, like,
we were lit.
Yeah, we were fucked up.
We were lit.
I kind of looked around. I was like, holy shit, this place is full.
I had a pounding headache. Yeah. We just kept doing whiskey. There's a lot of whiskey flowing around. But I was having a good time, man. It was
fun.
It was great to meet you. I was like, we got this ball rolling. We're having fun. Let's go out. Let's go see a band. Let's go get some food. Man. Let's fuck around.
Watching you. I got to, it's fun to watch it. It's fun to watch famous people, like, live.
Why is that? What's weird about it?
You can't, like, you go out, and that is weird to see. Like, you have like 45 minutes to be like, all right, I'm normal for 45 minutes out at this bar, and then it's ruined. You know what I mean?
It got ruined.
That's what I mean. So there's like a small window.
People kept coming in. We're like, we got to get out of here.
Can I get a picture with you? It's just like, God damn it, dude, get out of here.
That's when it gets weird, when you can't have conversations. When everybody just wants to take a picture.
That's what I meant by, like, it's fun. It's fun to watch a famous person be able to live like a human for 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Like an empty bar. We're all just friends drinking.
You can do it. You just got to move around a lot. You just got to stay at a bar for like 20 minutes and just go.
One of the only times I met Pete Davidson, he brought that. It fucked me up. We were kind of smoking, and he was like, yeah, being famous is cool. I can't go outside anymore. And I was just like, holy shit, dude. That's crazy. Like, you can't go outside.
You can. You can go outside. I go everywhere.
Yeah.
I just say hi. Most people are nice. I mean, I don't even just mean most. I mean, like, almost all. Yeah. Occasionally, I'll get someone who gets weird with me, but it's really, really, really rare.
Yeah.
Most people are super friendly.
What do they get weird with you on?
Usually schizophrenics. You know, like, I need to talk to you about some things.
Yeah.
Like, I'm getting these really important messages that I have to deliver.
I get some schizophrenic DMs. Yeah. I get those.
There was a schizophrenic the other night at Vulcan. He grabbed me on my shoulders, wanted to talk to me. It was really important. I was getting off, said, I need to talk to you about some things.
Yeah. You should have been like, what?
No.
Tell me.
You can't help them. There's a lot of nutty people out there. I mean, they say that 1% of all people are schizophrenics, right? So if you have, that's a lot. So if you have 300 million people in this country, you have 3 million schizophrenics. It's a lot of people. They're out there.
They're having fun, though.
There was a guy yesterday breaking scooters. You know those
it's good.
You see that guy, Jamie? He was breaking. Oh, you weren't there.
That's an honest day's work.
Yeah, he was slamming scooters and talking to himself. I told you, motherfuckers. Now fuck that shit. No, fuck that shit. Yeah. He was like walking around, like after he did like body slam these scooters.
At least the schizophrenics like do what they're talking about.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, you know it is. It's just like
he's having fun.
I think he wasn't having fun. Give me one of those. Thank you. I'm a Bud Light drinker, kids.
Yeah. I used to work, I worked for the state for Pennsylvania for a little, and I would have to go around and go to like, I would investigate like state-run like homes, and a lot of them were like schizophrenic houses.
Oh, no.
So you'd go in and just be, dude, something happens to schizophrenic people, they get very fat.
Really?
They all wear like, dude, every schizophrenic house I went to was like dudes in fucking full sweatsuits, chain smoking cigarettes, just like screaming at a lady. It was great. Just imagine a house of Tim Dillon's. They're like, "Where'd you put my fucking?" Just going nuts.
Well, Tim's mom. Yeah. He talks about it on stage. It's fucking hilarious.
It's funny.
Yeah, he's. I wonder if he worries it's going to come for him.
Might.
Well, as you get more and more famous, like he's handling fame very well because it hit him.
Yeah.
You know, he's got that crazy internet fame where it hit him over the last, I would say, like 3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
It's like it ramped up pretty significantly, you know, but he's handling it really well. And he's getting funnier, which is amazing because he's always been funny. And there's no one better at those just random rants about everything and anything that's going on in life. Did you see what happened with some car thing? Some car rental place didn't honor his reservation. So he said they're all pedophiles and the guy likes to fuck kids. And it's like, that's crazy. He put it on Twitter.
What are we talking about? He might get schizophrenic.
Oh, he's out there.
He's there, dude.
Yeah, but he's not schizophrenic. He's doing comedy.
Of course, but I'm saying
But
that's
he'll
literally
attack.
what you just said was the most schizophrenic thing I've ever heard.
Or funny.
I went to war with the fucking Enterprise and called them all pedophiles.
It wasn't Enterprise. It was a small luxury rental car company. I wonder if he still got it up on his Twitter. They made him pull it down. It's still up there? Wow.
Every once in a while, Tim will do something that reminds you that he is gay.
Every once in a while? Like what?
Like,
all right, we're back, folks. Young Jamie went wacky and he started spazzing out and started doing karate underneath the table and kicked some wires.
Jamie fucking freaked out and fucked up. I was in such a good flow there.
You were so good.
That was crazy. That's what people say when you come to this podcast. They're like, first couple minutes you'll be nervous and then you just develop a flow. And I think I did that nicely.
Who said it? Norman?
Norman.
Start being gay.
Yeah,
Hey,
comedy.
hey,
I'm gay.
comedy.
No, I'll be all right.
Yeah. Well, you're how many Bud Lights in now? 5?
This is 5.
That's a normal amount.
This is about where I take control.
Oh, tell me what. Tell me what to say. What are we talking about?
The anxiety over the shit I've said on this podcast already.
Really?
Yeah.
You haven't said anything bad. You're
I
good.
know.
Trust
I know.
me. Just stay off Twitter. You got to stop reading comments.
For sure.
You think you're going to get to a point one day where that'll be untenable? And you're going to have to just like not read it?
I'm getting better. It comes and goes. Like I'll be like, I won't read Reddit or Twitter or all that shit. I read Reddit.
Reddit's wild.
Reddit's wild.
Those fucking people are wild.
Well, that's the thing, because Reddit is wild, and it's funny though.
Yeah.
When it's not me, it's hilarious.
Well, Reddit is filled with some of the most intelligent commenters on the internet.
Yeah.
And psychopaths and idiots all mixed in together.
Yeah.
But it's very self-regulated. But the thing that bums me out about Reddit is generally uncensored, right?
Yeah.
Generally. But they took out the Donald when they had the Donald.
The Donald was great.
Subs, yeah. They took it out. I think people were really concerned with. There's a thing that was happening during the alt-right movement of like 2015-ish, somewhere around there, where people were realizing like there's a lot of attention that can be gathered up by joining that movement and attacking the libs and and calling them pussies and saying we're gonna punch them in the face and all that kind of shit.
Yeah.
And it became like Pepe the Frog, and
Pepe the Frog was funny.
Yeah.
It was funny.
It was funny.
I know it was funny.
It was funny.
Yeah.
It's still funny to me.
It's still pretty funny.
I mean, Pepe the Frog all of a sudden had a Nazi outfit on, and you're like, hey.
Yeah,
but that doesn't mean Pepe's a Nazi. Like, the whole feels good man was funny. And it was like when someone was saying something mean, you'd have the Pepe the Frog crying.
Feels bad, man.
Yeah. Like, it's funny. But somehow or another, it got connected to white supremacy and all this.
That's because they're saying the worst things you can say they were anonymous.
Yeah.
They were so. It's
Some
the worst
people
thing
were.
you could say.
Some people were.
Yeah.
And then some people
some
were
dorks
using
actually,
it the right way.
Yeah.
It's I mean, I'm a big proponent of free speech, but I'm also I understand that things can get out of hand with these communities.
No, they did. They did a couple of times.
Yeah.
But do you ever see the thing with Kekistan and Shia LaBeouf?
Yes.
Oh my God.
We talked about it on the podcast.
That was like the beginning of it, where it was like.
We played the Radio Lab podcast. It was a Radio Lab podcast. It was brilliant. And Radio Lab took it down. They gave into the pressure. And the podcast was about how brilliant these people were.
They found it.
Yes. They found the flag.
Yeah.
And they went, fuck Shia LaBeouf.
They were looking at the stars and flights. They were like, this bird calls.
And they drove around honking the horn to try to triangulate the location.
Yeah.
So you could hear the horn honking online.
And that was funny.
It was amazing.
There's no denying
It was
that was
amazing.
funny.
Editorial update. Radio Lab has decided to take down this episode. Some listeners called us out, saying that telling the capture the flag story in the way that we did, we essentially condoned some pretty despicable ideology and behavior.
Do you think we just essentially condoned that?
Yes, we did. I condone that. To all listeners who felt that way and to everyone else, please know that we hear you and that we take these criticisms to heart. I feel awful that the things we said could be interpreted that way. That's on us. It was certainly not our intention, and we apologize. Blah. Come on. Nonsense. You're reporting on a fascinating thing that happened on the internet where a pretty preposterous actor who's really ridiculous, he will not divide us. Yeah. He will not divide us.
He's freaking out.
Yeah, and he puts up this flag, and they found the flag. They found the camera. Like, that's just what the internet does.
Yeah.
It's beautiful in that way.
Yeah.
And what they said, they didn't condone anything. They're reporting on people smart enough to figure out where the location of this thing is based on the goddamn stars in the sky.
Yeah. And tracking flights and seeing.
Yeah.
I mean, for those of you who don't remember this, there was just one part. Shia moved his flag to just in the middle of Tennessee with like an upward camera angle at a flag. And they just looked at the sky in the background and figured it out.
What did the flag say on it?
I think he will not divide us.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, he will not divide us. This is the flag.
And then it was funny because they were all like weaponizing autism. That's what they were saying they were doing. They were like, he has no idea the power of autism. Just guys, autistic dudes in their basement. Like, it was fun. They were having fun.
But I can't believe that Radio Lab is owned by a corporation. That's what it is.
Well, that's it. Yeah, it's absolutely. That's, again, back to the SNL thing. That's exactly what it was. The whole time I was like, I get it. I'm going to get fired.
Yeah.
I know I am.
Yeah.
I know the rules.
When did it feel like the storms passed?
I would say
right before this podcast gets released.
Oh, God damn it. Yeah, this one. Well, the problem is now I have to like pick a side. So like me coming on here and being like, I understand why I got fired. It's fine. People are gonna be like, fucking pussy.
No,
yeah.
You get.
That's just how I feel.
That's their business model.
I understand their business.
No,
it doesn't mean it's not gay, but you know.
Now you're getting double canceled.
That's $5.
The gays are gonna be like, we liked him up until that moment. That's the weirdest gay voice ever. I mean, what was that? I was like a grandma.
Yeah.
We liked him.
He's a white voice.
Shane's a good old man. He's a good fella.
Oh, what's that? A cock?
Put that away before someone gets hurt.
This is a neighborhood. Get those cocks out of here.
Comedy's incompatible with a corporate environment. It just is.
Yeah, of course.
Always has been.
Of course.
You know, that's why I was saying that, you know, one of the best things about all these things is you appreciate comedy. You appreciate stand-up. You appreciate what it takes to do stand-up. It's a fucking wild art form.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I like it.
There's not that many of us.
No, there's not.
No, there's more neurosurgeons than there are stand-ups.
Is that true? That can't be true.
Guarantee it's true.
Well, what do you mean? Yeah. People with stand-ups in their Twitter bio?
No, not those people.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that claim to be stand-ups. But
yeah.
Someone pay to see you.
Yeah. Someone
willing to pay to see you. And it takes a while to get there.
Yeah.
It's like you were saying that you're 10 years in, you're doing your first special. I'm like, that's about right. That's because it really is a 10-year journey, and only if you work hard. The people that sort of dabble in it, like that is one of the saddest things when you see like an open micer who you've seen for 12, 13 years, and they're still an open micer.
Yeah.
And they're still struggling and bombing, and they kind of go on stage once a week or something like that.
Yeah.
And it's,
tell you what, when you get canceled, those are the guys coming out of the woodworks. They're coming out just being like, that motherfucker was mean to me at a bar once, and here's a 3-paragraph thing. It's like, I forgot about you. What are you doing?
Yeah. Well, you deserve to be mean to.
Definitely. There were guys that were like, he told me to quit comedy. It's like, I was hammered. You just bombed again. I saw you bomb 1,000 times. Finally, I was like, I wasn't mean about it.
There's some people that like, you want to tell them like, you're probably good at something. This isn't the thing.
I had a club owner tell me that once.
Really?
First club weekend I ever had. So I was doing open mics in Harrisburg. I'd been doing open mics for about 3 months. There was a local guy. He was doing a weekend in Pittsburgh at a Pittsburgh Funny Bone, I think, in Mars, PA. So he asked the club, he was like, are there any good open micers that I can bring to open? They suggested me. He gave me the weekend. I drive out there. I invited my friends because I was like, yo, we got a hotel room, dude. We're doing it. I brought like 3 of my friends from home. We drive out there. It was right when Four Loko came out. You remember those drinks?
Yes.
We were playing fucking drinking games all day with Four Lokos. Dude, I'd never done a weekend in my life. I'd never done a club in my life. I show up to this thing hammered. The owner's like, our feature bailed. How long can you do? And I was like, he was like, can you do 20? And I was like, yeah. I had 3. Obviously, I had 0, but hostable 3. So I go on in this tiny hotel banquet room, just blacked out, doing 20 minutes of just. I did so badly that there was a guy in the front row. I'll never forget this. He was wearing one of those like throwback Pittsburgh Penguins jerseys, sitting like this the whole show. And then finally, like 10 minutes into my set, he looked at his friends. He was like, that one wasn't bad. As soon as for some reason, nothing clicked that I was bombing. I was so new. I was like, I don't know what this is. Finally, when somebody like halfway through my set was like, yeah, that one was all right. I was like, holy shit, how bad am I doing, dude? Get off stage. The fucking club owner's like, what are you, this is when I was in college. He was like, what are you studying in school? And I was like, history. And he was like, you want to be a teacher? And I was like, yeah. He was like, you should be a teacher. There's a lot of good things you could be. He tried to pursue. Yeah. It was pretty funny.
Well, it's hard to tell when someone's young and drunk.
I should have never been up there. Yeah.
Yeah, it happens.
I mean, it was his fault.
Because
what
he
a
asked you to
dumb
do
club.
20.
Yeah. What a stupid. Well, I mean, that's how you end up running a hotel comedy club in Mars, PA.
Well, you never know, too, though. You could have actually had 20, right? He didn't know.
Yeah, true.
Yo, dog.
Like if he said,
How
can
are
you do
you?
20? And you said, yeah, and you went.
We've been waiting on you. What's good? How you living, Pimp? We're glad that you're here. We've never been happier that anyone's been here in our entire life. It's fucking phenomenal that you're here. We're watching Joe Rogan.
We went to the Salvation Army around the corner and bought a bunch of suits. Went to this wedding at the
that's
hotel.
Kim.
Oh my god.
Kim from Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. How you doing, dog? Welcome. Thank you for coming. I just sent you a friend request. Excellent. Hope you're doing well. I just friended you. Let me know if you want to talk. I have my Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu merch on my body right now. I'm repping it on my chest. Can't do any more than that. Shout out to Kim.
It wasn't good.
Yeah, but they're never good. First weekends are always a disaster.
That was about as bad as it could get. Not as bad as it could get, but yeah.
How long had you been doing comedy at that point?
Maybe 4 months. And this is once a week, maybe, at best. I had 0, dude. I had 0.
When did it start rolling for you?
I moved to Philly. So I lived in central Pennsylvania, and I was like kind of dabbling in it. But there's only so much you can do. You go down
What gave you the confidence, or what made you think that you could go to Philly and make it?
I did Magoobies. You know Magoobies Joke House? Yeah. I won their new comedian of the year in 2014.
Oh.
And then I was like, all right, I can do this. And then I moved to Philly. Because Baltimore was kind of the closest city from Harrisburg. So I'd go down to Baltimore to do stand-up, go to Philly to do stand-up. And, then I moved to Philly. And I moved to Philly with the sole intent of doing stand-up, you know. I didn't move there. I moved there, but no job, none of that.
Had you graduated from college?
I did.
So you had a degree?
I had a degree in history.
Right.
That was
good luck with that.
Useless, yeah. So unless you want to be a teacher.
So you just decided, I'm going to go for it. Did you give yourself a certain amount of time?
No. I got fired from that state job that I was doing, which was fine. I was literally going to like investigating like children's crimes at like state-run children's houses.
Ooh.
It was the most depressing job possible.
Crimes against children?
Crimes against anytime like an orderly would subdue a child, you'd have to go investigate it. But then there was obviously constant abuse. It was rough. But anyway, it was good for stand-up. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, moved to Philly, did that, and then finally moved to New York.
Did you have a day job? What were you doing?
I worked at a garage in Philly. I didn't work on the cars. I just worked to the front desk. I have no fucking idea about cars. I sold cars after college. I sold Hondas. Have no idea how cars work at all. Worked at a car garage. Have no idea. People would be like, "What's wrong with my car?" I'd be like, "Fucking, the thing, the rotor."
And so, what clubs were you getting up in Philly? Did you Helium?
Helium?
Yeah, it's a great room.
Helium's the best.
Helium. Mark Grossman's opening up a spot out here.
I heard.
Yeah.
What do you think? You got fucking love for it.
No, I'm excited. Keep coming. Bring them all in.
Yeah.
When I lived in Boston, there was 5 clubs on one block. It's possible.
Yeah.
All you have to do is just have enough talent, and there's enough talent here already, and more are coming. You know, it's this is a real unusual place, and I think it could be better. I think this could be the hub of stand-up in the country. I think it's totally possible, and it could be separate, as I was saying before we started, separate from any other showbiz institutions that are more hesitant to take risks, right? Like television and film, and this is connected by. It is now a mainstream network of podcasts. Because if you thought about like what mainstream mass media is, podcasts were never thought of in that light, because it's just, even this room, it's like just fucking 2 of us and Jamie. You know, it's like you would think that for something to reach millions and millions of people, it has to be, there's got to be more folks here.
Of course.
But that's not true anymore. And because Segura's here now, and he's brought his podcast, and his wife is here, who's brilliant. Christina Pazitsky, she's hilarious. Yeah. You know, Giannis Pappas is splitting his time here. Tim is splitting his time here.
I know Giannis coming down.
He was here 2 weeks ago doing shows with us. Brian Simpson, he's been coming down here. Fahim's been coming down here. There's so many comics down here now.
Yeah.
And Tony's here. It's just like, there's a good talent pool here.
Certainly.
And there's a real enthusiastic group of up-and-comers. Real enthusiastic.
Yeah, they moved.
Yeah.
A lot of them. There's some up-and-comers that came from LA and New York and all that.
Yeah, I would have had the club up already. The goal was to be up by July 4th, but we ran into some wild shit that I'll have to talk about eventually.
Yeah.
It was a disaster.
That's all right. Take your time.
Yeah.
Get it out.
It's all good.
I mean, younger comics should. It is a good opportunity. Like if you want to move to New York or LA, good luck. There's gatekeepers.
Yeah.
Right here, it's pretty good.
Here there's escorts. They'll help you in.
Yeah.
Because that's what needs to happen. I mean, there's a lot of these comics like Genevieve, who went on the shows with us before. Yeah. David Lucas was on the shows with us. Like, we'll help you. Yes. The whole idea of comedy is like a lot of comics just need a little help. They just need a little encouragement, camaraderie. They need to know they're loved and accepted, and they got a place. They got a home. And that's what I'm trying to do out here.
It's a good thing to do.
Yeah, I think so. It's something I can do, and it's not something a lot of people can do. Buy a club. And,
you're one of the few people that can.
And run a club with the expressed the expressed intention of just keeping it open. Not using it as a money venture. I'm just trying to keep it open.
That'll be sick. And you'll know, obviously, what a good club should look like, so the room will be good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Yeah, that'll be sick.
Yeah, I can't wait till people start filming specials at my club. That's going to be exciting.
That'll be sick.
I'm going to make that available too.
Yeah.
I just want it to be a super comfortable environment for everybody. And also a place where you can do wild shit. You know? That's what I want.
That's why we all got into this.
Listen, man, I would be no one without Mitzi Shore. And Mitzi Shore was a wild lady. She was a wild lady. And if you want to talk about all of the people in stand-up comedy that are important, she is the most important person ever in stand-up comedy that's not a comedian. She's number one. Because all the other ones, whether it's Richard Pryor or Eddie Murphy or Dave Chappelle or George Carlin or Lenny Bruce or Kinnison, they're all comics.
Yeah.
Bill Hicks, comic. She's non-comic. She's a non-comedian who is one of the most important people in the history of the art form. Because when she ran the Comedy Store, her whole thing was, the inmates are running the asylum.
Yeah.
She thought it was funny that the comics were running things. She thought it was funny that the comics would do wild shit. She thought it was funny that they would say crazy shit. And when people would call in or they would send in complaint letters, like especially if they got kicked out from heckling.
Yeah.
It was like a lot. They would send, your comedians were rude to me. She would read them and laugh.
Yeah.
That's kind of funny.
They don't do that anymore.
She didn't give a fuck. It was just her. She was so eccentric.
Would you get like Christians coming at you? That's what everybody always like tries to make the comparison. Like the cancel culture now is like the left. A couple, 2 decades ago it was the right. Like the Christians being like, you can't talk about sex, you can't do that.
I never really had that. I mean, I had a little bit.
It always
letters and
it
stuff.
feels easier to dismiss the right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
They're less aggressive in their desire to stop you from doing your job. They might not want people to go to see you, or they might not want, their friends to see you. But I don't think they're trying to get you fired the way the left is now.
Yeah.
You know what the thing is going on with the left is a lot of it is they're being bullies. And a lot of the people that are progressive, that are really like open-minded, and unfortunately, there's a lot of people on the left that were bullied by assholes when they were young.
Of course.
So now they have they have resentment. Were you a serious bully?
Not like a mean one, no.
They have a serious resentment, and they want to go after the people that they
nerd
think
rage.
could be. Yeah,
nerd rage, which is the most dangerous rage.
That is real.
Nerd rage is the meanest, saddest rage.
Yeah, it's
And
cancel
they have
culture.
it.
That is it.
What did you say?
Yep. And it's also people that they don't have a lot of love in their life. If they do have love, it's like very conditional, and it's very, it's very precarious.
Yeah.
It's like, obviously I'm making mass generalizations of huge swaths of people, but it's a personality trait that they have. There's a thing that leads people to want to be completely uncompassionate and attack people relentlessly and try to get them fired. Most of those people have experienced deep pain in their life. It's that old expression, hurt people hurt people.
Yeah.
And that's what it is. Like, that's the reason why the cancel culture coming from the left is so vicious. And the most vicious shit is coming from like transgender people or gay people.
Yeah, they're
or
all
people that have
fired
been
up.
bullied.
What are they fired up about?
They've been bullied. They're angry. They've been picked on.
Yeah.
So that when something happens, they come for you.
I don't know. The one thing I will say, like we touched on a little bit about like when I was an open micer in Philly, like I was talking shit, dude. I was like mean.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's what I think a lot of these people that are like these former comedians or comedians that are like, no, fuck them, fuck this. I think they have that, and I've been there. You know what I mean? Like I've been in that where it's like I'm not doing shit, so I'm just sitting around like, oh, you think they're good? They suck, actually.
Yeah.
It's just bitter.
Even established comedians.
A lot of
things
them,
you'll see in established comedians is if you go to see them live. Like I've seen some of these established comedians on the road, and you got a half fill Friday night.
Yeah.
Because even though they're established, they're not selling tickets. There's people that even from television shows that have been on sitcoms and stuff. They're not selling tickets on the road.
Yeah, imagine being like, oh, I want to see that guy who scolds people on fucking Twitter.
Right.
Let's go see what he has to say. Can you imagine just listening to like a frumpy white dude giving you fucking a lecture about how to be a good person?
It's exhausted. I've had some of those fuckheads on my show before.
Yeah.
You get into these conversations when you realize like they're not thinking deeply or honestly about things at all.
No.
They're just subscribing to this pattern of thinking and behavior that they think is going to get them and
it's hard. It is hard to be honest.
It is hard.
It's very hard.
Yeah, it's hard.
Like I'm struggling with it. I'm struggling with it during this.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Because I felt the fucking I have personally experienced what it's like when you try to be honest and you get fucking just back. People are like, what'd you fucking say?
Yep. They come for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it does fuck you. That's the one thing I like about cancel culture that does fuck you up. Like all those comments, they do fuck you up.
Yeah. People want to be loved and accepted.
Yeah.
And even the people like, I don't give a fuck, dude, I'm a rebel.
That's wrong.
Nonsense.
They're not telling the truth. Yeah, I have experienced it. I've seen people who have experienced. I'm friends with them. It does hurt. It does hurt. It is bad.
Yeah.
It's a bad thing to do to someone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is. Especially when you know.
Everyone's fucking so mean to me. I'm one Bud Light away from being like, Joey, thank you so much for having me.
Let's bust out the whiskey. Let's see if we can get you to cry.
I'll take a shot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, we got some right here.
You're an idiot.
Come on, bro.
Joey
Woo!
fucking
Give me that.
Rogies.
Come on, there.
All right, take it easy, dude.
Come on, bro.
I'm gonna cry.
Not here for a long time.
I'm
We're
gonna
here
cry,
for a good
dude.
time.
Yo, YOLO? I'm gonna cry on the podcast.
Woo! That's what's up.
You know, fuck SNL, dude. This motherfucker.
Fucking Laura Michaels isn't even American.
Dude, those guys will fucking talk shit on me.
Yeah, it'll all be water under the bridge. If it's actually already, right?
It really is. I mean, no matter what I do, there's always a couple people that are gonna be like, "See, I knew he was a Nazi," or like, whatever.
Yeah, those people can all eat shit, and they're all crying themselves to sleep every night.
Yeah, I mean,
they're not happy when people are just attacking people randomly and trying to exaggerate who that person is so that they can make them more cancelable. Those are not happy people. And I think part of it is, I don't think you were here when I was telling you this story to some friends the other night, that there's this guy that I'm friends with online, and he runs I don't even know what he looks like. He runs a philosophy page. And he's a really fucking smart dude. And he'll send me some things sometimes about a podcast, and they're like super insightful. Like he's one of the rare people that I contact online that I actually listen to what he says. Yeah. And he said, "You're going to have a problem with what you're doing with other people because you have a walled garden." And he goes, "And you're very close to your friends, and you're very supportive of all your friends." Yeah, and people on the outside. They don't like the fact that they can't get in, and it makes them angry. So they want to attack that walled garden.
Of course.
They want to attack these close friendships because comics in general, we're all insecure to a certain extent, but also like desiring of love and attention. That's why we go on stage in the first place. And when you see a whole group of people that seem to be having this amazing party that you can't get into, and they're all supporting each other, and it's rare for comedy. It's a rare thing for comedy to have like this, like real love and acceptance amongst people that also do what we do.
Yeah.
But the people on the outside, man, like even people that are successful, they're resentful. It bothers them. Like to be an island, to be one person alone, even if you're doing well out there floating around, like the only people that like you are your fans.
Yeah, that's tough.
Other comics don't like you. You don't have real comic friends. Like comics without comic friends. Bro, that's a shit life.
Dude, if you didn't have your comic friends, like if you just tried to go out and what happened the other night happened and you were just by yourself, that shit would stink.
It'd be weird.
It's like every time you went out, there was just a crowd.
It would be really
weird.
weird.
You're not there with your friends fucking around being like, this is weird, right?
Yeah.
You're just by yourself. Like, this is fucking weird.
Or if I let it change me. Yeah. And all of a sudden I thought that I deserved all that it was normal. Like, this is what people feel about me, man. I'm infecting people, changing culture.
Yeah.
That's a slippery
bad place to
fucking
be.
place too. That's a gross drug to be on, and people get on that drug too.
Yeah.
Comics without comic friends, that's a terrible life. Like, because you got to think they're the only people that are going to understand you. And if you have a job that you do and you don't have the love of your peers, you don't have the love of other people that do the job you do, they don't feel like you have their back, or you're not.
Yeah.
They feel like you're a traitor, or you're not helping, or you're not supportive, or
yeah. But that walled garden thing, that's very, very true.
Very true.
Especially with you and your guys, that happened.
Oh,
I've seen it. Yeah, I was probably doing a podcast in Philly. Like, fucking all those guys fucking suck, dude. Dude, 100%, 100% that happened.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And that's real, and that makes sense.
It does make sense.
Makes sense, and that's again, that's why, like, if a comedian talks shit on me, which a lot of them did, a lot of them very publicly shit on me, I didn't really respond and go after them because it's like, I've been there.
Yeah.
I know exactly where you're at.
Yeah.
Where it's like, I'm going to take advantage of this moment because nobody good shit on me.
Right.
Not once.
Not once.
Of course. And I've met you, Louis, Chappelle, Burr, everybody. You guys were all fucking cool. Burr was my favorite one. Everybody else like had like advice and talked. Burr followed me at the stand. And he watched some of my set, and he was just, you're funny, you're going to be fine. He just walked right past me.
That's perfect. Like, that's his outlook on everything. Burr is an interesting cat because he's not on really social media at all.
No, good for him.
Yeah, he doesn't really pay attention. He's smart about it. You know, he'll post things every now and then, but he's not reading things.
He's posting he's like, the Bruins. That's it.
That's who he is. He's remarkable in his ability to, like, maintain who he is in spite of this massive amount of fame that he's achieved.
Yeah.
It's really
that was like the first podcast I listened to was Bill Burr's. And it's just, it hasn't changed.
Well, his podcast is like Tim's in a way that he's got that muscle where he can just rant.
Fucking crazy.
With no one on for
hours. You ever try to do that?
I've done a few podcasts solo. They're not as, it's not my thing.
It's hard.
I could do it with just me and Jamie. It was just me and Jamie. See, the way Tim Dillon does it.
It was just you and Jamie. Like, Jamie, put this on.
Yeah.
Yo, look at that.
Exactly.
Jamie,
I talk shit. We'd be fucking with each other. But, like, that's one of the things that Tim has a massive advantage. He has his producer, Ben. So Ben is sitting there laughing at everything he says.
Yeah.
So he's got, like, this one in the house crowd.
Which is important. Because if you're doing it by yourself,
you're like, motherfucker, West Side.
Right. But that's the thing about Bill. He's not worried about whether or not he's saying something funny or not. He doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah, but he makes himself laugh.
Yeah.
Which is very funny.
Yes.
I'm talking to this fucking guy.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Yeah. No, he's
maybe the worst Bill Burr impression.
It's not a good one. But he's a gem. He's a real
kill myself,
gem.
dude. I fucked up. 5-6 drinks. I fucking blew it, dude. This is my big opportunity.
Have some more whiskey. You'll be fine.
Yeah, dude. I'll get confident. It's the last thing this podcast needs.
You're not confident yet? You should be
I'm
confident.
getting there. I'm pretty good.
Pretty good. Should be confident.
I really do want that part, that SNL part was great. There's one moment where I was like, I'll just go on Joe Rogan. And you're like, what?
I was waiting for more.
I know. But
I should have helped you there.
Dude, you should have seen my face just like, like it was fully like.
That was my failure as much as yours. I thought about having you on, and I thought about like even rescheduling people, but I was like this guy's just got to go through this.
No,
and I also thought that like perspective that you achieve through time is valuable for something like this. You don't want to catch it on the wave.
It would have been worse than this. It would have been me. It would have been me on there just like, what happened? Everybody's mean. Everyone's so fucking mean. Fuck Chrissy Teigen, that bitch. Like, it would be crazy.
Did she go after you?
Of course she did. Now she's getting canceled. I'm sitting there like,
she's not just getting canceled. She's going
through a mental breakdown.
She might be irrefutably. What's the word? Irreparably? Oh, that's not a word. Irreparably. That's the word I was looking for. Okay, that's 3 Bud Lights and 2 shots of whiskey, folks.
Yes. St. Rogies has descended, dude.
She seems like a legitimately like mentally ill person.
Yeah, for sure. She was a model, and now she's fat.
She's fat?
No, she's not fat. I'm fat.
She's
chubby.
She's chubby?
She was like wasn't she a Victoria's
Well, if you're
Secret?
fat, you can call her chubby. Was she a
True.
I don't know anything about her. I know he's a musician. This is how out of the loop I am. I don't even know. I find out about good music from my kids.
Yeah.
But not really.
I think she was a Victoria's Secret model.
Yeah.
Toss that up. Yes, dude.
That's her? Okay.
And then she started dating or married John Legend, who's a hot guy.
Is he?
Yeah, he's a hot guy. And he
In what way?
He's just a good singer. Also, he's good.
I don't know any of his songs.
Banged up, dude. I shouldn't be speaking on these.
Yeah,
people.
you should. That's the best time to talk. Dude, 60% of my diet is old hip hop and classic rock. That's 60% of my diet when it comes to music.
Literally the only music there is.
Yeah, I love like old school, like Gangstar, like Eric D, Eric
dude.
B and Rakim.
Gangsta,
EPMD. I love listening to shit like that.
You know what's funny though is like when you get canceled or whatever, you get out of nowhere. Like there's like celebrities because I was fans of these people and they just fucking crushed me.
Who crushed you?
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar wrote an article on CNN. He was like, "This motherfucker stinks."
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar,
all-time leading scorer.
Oh my god!
I saw that.
He was in a movie with Bruce Lee.
Yeah, Kareem shit on me.
Oh,
Talib Kweli, he's a good rapper. They talked about it a lot.
I worked with him this weekend.
I like Talib Kweli.
He went after you?
He's got a lady on his podcast that hates me. But
he's a brilliant guy.
Yeah, he's awesome.
Talib is brilliant. He
But
really is.
like,
He's
I
a
was-
really good person. Like
Yeah.
you meet him, hang out with him, he's a great guy. And he did these shows with us this weekend. He rapped. Like it was part of the show. Like and it was a surprise musical guest. So like Friday night, DJ Trauma does a set, and then people don't even know Talib's going on.
Yeah.
And then he goes on. The place went shit house.
Yeah,
and
he's
crushed.
It was just funny, like sitting back and like getting crushed by people that I was like, damn, I was a fan.
Who else crushed you?
Well, think of someone. They did.
Really?
Name one person that tweets. They did.
I don't really pay attention to Twitter.
Yeah, there was a couple in common.
My diet of Twitter is about 10 to 15 minutes a day.
Yeah.
And I'm always like, what am I doing? And then I shut it off.
Yeah. I'll read something and then I'll read somebody saying some wild shit. And I'm like, I gotta get the fuck off here.
I want to take those
Gives
people
you
and
anxiety.
put them on a podcast alone.
Yeah.
And we'll just go over your thought process. You know, like, what are you doing? And what do you think when you release it? Do you ever feel bad? Like, once you say something, like, hurtful?
Yeah, that was
attacking
another thing.
people?
Like, I feel horrible after everything I say.
Yeah.
Everything I do and say, I'm like, who the
Me too.
fuck am I? Why would I
Yeah.
say this?
Yeah.
And then that was one thing. And this was a real weird moment of clarity I had while I was getting canceled by these people that have always gone after me. They've always, like in Philly, the alt scene we always had a problem, which was weird. Always.
They're nerds.
They are. They're fucking nerds. I played football. They hated me.
Huh.
And then I was like laying in bed at night, like really thinking about what I had said, why people were upset about it. And I was just like, I don't think they're doing this. I genuinely was laying there. I was like, I don't think they're laying in their bed. Like, maybe I'm being mean to Shane.
Right.
Meanwhile, I was laying up at night, like, maybe I fucked up. Maybe these people, you know what I mean? And that gave me some assurance of like, at least I'm second guessing myself. I don't think these people are second guessing themselves at all.
They will if they have to. And that's the thing. Do you know Jamie Kilstein?
Yeah.
You know the story with him? I've told the
Yeah,
story
I've talked to
100
Jamie a
times.
lot. Yeah.
Jamie was a super social justice warrior.
Yeah.
And he had like feminist on his, like, instead of his, back then you didn't have pronouns on your Twitter bio.
Yeah, yeah.
Nobody
Male
had
feminist.
pronouns. They didn't have pronouns.
True.
That's new. It's within the last 2 years.
How good is a he, him on a dude?
It's amazing.
It's like, what are you doing?
I'm going to start putting that on my shit. He, him. If someone does that seriously, unironically, I'm like, okay, cut the fuck. My favorite is like she, they.
Yeah.
Oh, you mixing it up?
Yeah.
You're making me comply. I have to say they. If I don't say they, if I don't say her, I'm a piece of shit, but I can say she.
Hold on,
What?
I'm going to say Marina Franklin. You know Marina Franklin?
No.
New York comedian. She's great. She has a joke about it. I'm going to ruin her joke. She has a joke about it. She's like, the they, them thing. She's a black lady, so she's like, makes me feel like a fucking slave. She's like, they's gonna be mad. It's like, dude, it's so funny.
That's perfect.
It's like, what, them down by the river?
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
That's very good. That's very good.
Yeah.
It's just a way for people to be special that they don't have to put in any extra effort. But it's also a way, legitimately, for certain people that don't feel like they fit in to any gender to try to like have like a path carved out. If you say someone's he, him, there's certain people that just, they don't feel like a he or a him.
Yeah,
they feel fucked up. They don't feel it because there's a fucking crazy spectrum of human beings in males and in females. And some people, they don't want to play the game. They're either asexual or they don't care. They don't feel like they fit into gender norms. Listen, when I joke around about shit, I still get it.
Oh, for sure.
I still get it. I couldn't imagine what it's like to be a biological male who doesn't identify with being a male, who doesn't want to be thought of as a female, and you want to be they, them. Can you just leave me the fuck alone? I don't want to be a part of your reindeer games.
Yeah, but then they're on fucking Twitter.
Well, okay.
So get off, you know?
But sometimes it's not even them. It's like other people that want to like reinforce them that are the most annoying.
Of course.
Because they're just doing it for brownie points.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
I get it.
Of course, you can't.
Even though making fun of it, I get it. But I make fun of everything. I make fun of my own children. I get it.
Yes.
I get it. But if you tell me I can't make fun of things, or I'm a racist, or a sexist, or a homophobe, or a transphobe, I say fuck you, because I know what you're doing. Yeah, fuck you.
Of course,
that's not real. That's not real. You can't. I make fun of everything, including myself. I love me, and I make fun of me. So what? So what are you saying? I can't make fun of you if I love you? I can't make fun of you, or I'm some sort of a person who is I'm in some way demeaning or marginalizing you. That's not true. I'm making fun of life itself. Life itself is a big, messy soup of crazy shit, especially being a person. We've got billionaires flying into space for no apparent reason.
I like
billionaire
it,
space
I
race.
like it.
One's gonna die.
Yeah, it's gonna be wild.
One's gonna blow the fuck up. 50,000 feet in the sky on the way up to space.
Their wives just sitting there watching them take off. Like, please be a challenger.
Yeah, they're just thinking,
give me this money, dude. Challenger off right now, dude.
Yeah, right. It's wild. It's a weird way to die. It's
What,
like
in space?
experimental spacecraft.
That's a good way to go. That's a fucking good way to go, dude. I'll have a heart attack in a hotel at like the Albany Funny Bone. Some dude's gonna launch into space. Be like, oh shit.
When a comic dies on the road, that's like for us, it's a little bit like he went out on a shield.
It's a Viking funeral, dude.
Yeah.
You died in Rochester?
Yeah. I think George Carlin died in Vegas at a hotel room.
Nice.
Where he's performing. See if that's true. I believe that's true.
That's still a little too glamorous. I'd like to die.
The places he was performing were not that glamorous.
I hope I'm in Flint.
He was like at the Stardust and shit.
Oh, really?
One of those places. Have you ever? There's something about like the Orleans.
Yeah.
He was in a hospital.
All right. Well, they probably
the legend was so much better.
Where was he when he got before the hospital?
I said heart failure at a hospital. So.
Did he have a heart failure? Find out if the weekend before that he was working.
How about the guys that die on stage?
No.
You ever see those?
He was admitted earlier in the afternoon with chest pains.
Damn, the lore was always that he died on the road. Like people say, he died in Vegas. He was working that weekend. He never stopped working. He was George Carlin. He had money in the bank.
I hope
he could have quit.
I hope I'm bombing. I hope a lady says something. I'm like, what'd you say, you bitch?
And then just grab his chest.
You got me. That was a good heckle. Just fucking die. Man, I should have showed up fucked up.
No.
1 week after his last performance in Vegas.
All right. There you go.
I'll take it as a win.
That is a win.
That's a win.
He had 1 week to sit on that and be like, that show sucked.
This feels his heart twitching every now and then. I bet before your heart gives out, it probably gives you a few warning shots.
I bet it gives you a warning. And like any man, you're going to be like, I'm not going to the fucking doctors.
Do you know when you're poor and you have a car and you're starting it and it goes,
yes.
Yes. And you know one day that is just going to be click, 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 click.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely everybody's heart.
But like, how else do you want to die? I mean, maybe it would be nice to die around your family, but wouldn't that be very traumatic for them? It's traumatic for them no matter what if you die. But you want to be in the room.
I hope I spontaneously combust. I hope it's at Thanksgiving dinner. I'm just like, hey, would you pass me that? And I just burst into flames.
I was as close to my grandfather as anybody in my family. And when he died, I remember there was part of me that we knew he wasn't doing well. So there was part of me that was relieved that he wasn't in pain anymore. But there was part of me that was, I don't want to be there. I don't want to be there when that happens.
Yeah. I watched my grandpa die. I was in the room. And he started, like, he was laying there and he just started like, and they had to like shove a tube down his throat and they pushed me out of the room.
Yeah.
And it was
Well,
just
it's like they know it's over, right? And so they have to do whatever they can to prolong life. Isn't that fascinating, like how we feel about life? Like even if a guy's 136 years old, if he's in the hospital, but you know what I'm saying, right? Even if he's like, he's done it all. If he's in the hospital twitching, they'll get clear.
Bro, give him heroin.
Yeah.
Give him something wild.
Give him some heroin.
Give him
a drip. Let him do it himself.
I did. My friend Spud, shout out Spud, shout out Billy.
Shout out Spud.
He took Molly with me for the first time, and he was like, "My mom died of cancer. I watched her get put on every drug imaginable." He's like, "Bro, if they would have just gave her fucking Molly, or like gave her like one of these drugs to just, you know what I mean?"
Mm-hmm. Yeah, give her something that makes her feel really good before she goes.
Oh, you'd like this. That night, the night we were talking about that, me and Spud, we took a couple hits of Molly, and then I ate. See, I'd always done mushrooms, but I always did like a little bit, like enough that like you'd get giggly. It felt like weed, almost.
Right.
It felt like weed without the anxiety. And then one night I must have eaten like 7 grams.
Ooh.
I mean, bro.
Ooh.
I never did that. So we're sitting it was my friend Matt's bachelor party. We're outside. We're at this fire. All of a sudden I blacked out. Like, dude, I couldn't see. I went like blind. I was sitting there. I was like, yo, guys, I'm blind. And they're like, you're all right.
You're not supposed to do 7 grams with a bunch of people around.
You were on Molly too?
I did do a little Molly.
So you started on that.
Started on Molly.
That seems like that's a little more too, right? Should I give you
Listen to Jamie.
It was a lot.
It's like look, you're starting like your precursor.
I haven't done drugs since.
Yeah,
it was that extreme.
100% right. Yeah, but it's funny the way you describe it. You'd be like cautious. Like it seems like
someone should have told you to.
That's such a crazy idea. First of all, it's a crazy idea to do Molly and mushrooms together.
Look, it was the Molly. The Molly took over. Somebody dropped.
The Molly made you do mushrooms.
Ziploc bag of fucking mushrooms. Wow. And I was just sitting there munching as many as I could.
My God.
To the point like I was having trouble swallowing them.
Dangerous.
Is it?
No.
Yeah, it was. There was nothing actually.
You never really die.
But I did die.
McKenna thought there was a time
I did die.
McKenna did. I think he did some sort of an MAO inhibitor with mushrooms. And it was one of the few times, like I've listened to a lot of Terrence McKenna lectures.
Yeah.
Really interesting. Not really, there weren't lectures. It was like he gave these talks they would do in front of like a couple hundred people who travel around the country and do these. And he gave one of them about some combination of drugs. I'm not completely sure I remember, but I think it was an MAO inhibitor and a large dose of mushrooms together. And he said that he could feel like his thought process, his ability to think was getting erased. He could like lines of code getting erased. Yeah, that his ability to process thoughts and the ability to communicate was like he could watch it get erased. And he was like genuinely concerned that he was never going to come back from it. I'm not paraphrasing it. I haven't heard that in maybe 10 years.
The mushrooms thing
conversation, but
everybody talks. My friend Matt McCusker, he's all about the mushrooms.
Shout out to Matt.
Matt, the shaman, Matt McCusker.
Shout out to the shaman.
He's always talking about how it's like a religious ego death. Like he talks about the ego death. And I'm more of a Bud Light guy. You know, I'm like, dude, fuck, what are you talking about? I took that amount of mushrooms fully. Dude, I had a vision of, I kept dying, going to heaven, seeing my dad, who was still alive. I'd be in heaven with my dad, and then I'd get brought back to life with a paramedic shining lights into my eyes, like I was overdosing. It was crazy. I thought you'd be fired up.
Wow.
Wasn't it wild?
That's pretty wild.
And wasn't it wild for you?
It is. I know. I'm trying to absorb
Wasn't my story wild for you?
It is. I'm trying to absorb it.
And it was so vivid. I stopped doing drugs. I was like, that was an overdose. That was an overdose that I would have had if I kept doing drugs. I don't know.
One of the things that I think about with psychedelics is how much of the way you think normally plays a part in what you see. And if that's the case, what is happening? Like, what is happening? Is it that your anxiety and your fear and all your ego is interfering with your imagination and creating these nightmare scenarios that aren't real? Or is it that the way you think about life and the way you behave and the way you treat people changes the world itself, and it changes your world, and it's represented in the psychedelic world? That when you embrace a certain mindset and go into these psychedelic experiences and release yourself and allow whatever it is, the DMT or the mushrooms or whatever it is, to take a hold of you and take you on a journey, then those journeys are generally positive.
It was extremely negative.
Yeah. I wonder what that is.
Afterwards, it was great. Like, I woke up the next day like, bro, I got to change a lot of things.
Right. So that's the thing about negative ones. They're not really negative. They're just
it's just hard while you're in it.
It's just a hard lesson.
Yeah.
It's a hard lesson. I think when people struggle with psychedelic experiences, or people have legitimate mental illnesses that do psychedelics, that's never a good idea. You know, people that are like hanging on by a thread already and they eat 7 bags of mushrooms. Like,
bro, I was staring at people. Like we were outside by a campfire, and I'd be like staring at someone, and they'd be like, "What are you looking at?" Because their face would change. They'd have like 3 heads. I'd be like, "Dude, are you okay?"
So that makes me think, like, what is that?
You know what's weird is we all kind of see the same things.
That's a problem.
It's like, you ever have sleep paralysis?
No, I haven't.
I had sleep paralysis one night, and it was at the foot of my bed. Have you heard of sleep paralysis?
Yeah,
right?
yeah, for sure.
Foot of my bed, there's a long, spindly, shadowy figure just standing there. And it was fully real. It was real. And it walked along the side of my bed, like reaching its hand out at my face. And I woke up, tried to fight it. I thought it was so real that I thought it was like an intruder. You know what I mean? There was no part of me that was like, this is a demon.
I wonder what that is.
And then months later, I found out about sleep paralysis. I had never heard of it. Googled it, and there was a image of exactly what I dreamed on the internet. Like, I saw it.
Whoa.
And I was like, it gave me fucking chills.
Like,
I
it's
was like, holy
common.
shit. And everybody sees the same thing. Ooh, it's crazy.
But that's what I'm saying. What if
And
it's real?
that goes to the mushrooms thing with like the ego death or whatever the people, all those dumb fucking hippies want to call it. I did experience it, even though I'm like, these fucking dumb hippies. I literally experienced an ego death.
One of the weirdest experiences I've ever had is with 5-MeO DMT, which is a different kind of dimethyltryptamine. I think it has like a different molecule attached to it or something. And there's no visuals. With regular DMT, it's like these wild fractal psychedelic.
Looks like a video game.
Yes, it's super luminous, and then you have entities that are communicating with you, and these wild things.
I'm sorry to cut you off. What are the entities? Like,
I had a bunch of jokers the last time I did it. Give me the finger. They were all gestures, like with the bells.
Really?
And and they're like this.
Oh no!
And it made me realize instantly, because my first thought was like, "Hey, fuck you!
Hey, fuck you guys!"
My first instinct, like it was all laid out in front of me. They were saying, "You take yourself too seriously."
Really?
Yeah, and I was like, "Oh, you're right."
Damn, I wish everybody got to see you get that high. Get that high and be like, "Hey, fuck you!"
But it was a real lesson because it's true, and it changed the way. I mean, this was just a few years ago. The last time I did it, I think it was 2.5-ish, 3-ish years ago, and I still think of that as like that made me a markedly more relaxed person from that moment on. Like the way because I was realizing like there's this tension when you're worried about what people think about you, and there's like a thing if you take yourself too seriously, you don't want people to talk about you a certain way, and whatever it was, I'm doing this experience, and I'm also in the DMT world. And there's these guys going like this, fuck you. And I'm like, what? And then I'm like, oh. And I go like this, like, oh, I get it. Like it was instantly apparent. Like I knew I had, because you're managing a certain level of fame, and sometimes your ego gets in the way, or that your perceptions are off and you're not willing to readjust, whatever it was.
Yeah.
But these gestures giving me the finger, I realized exactly what it was about. You take yourself too seriously. I go, oh. And then I had to examine it. Really briefly, I'm like, you're right. And then they all started nodding like that.
Wow.
And then they went away. and then they went away, and then it became this beautiful journey. But it was an opportunity for me to have a bad trip, because not terrible. It wasn't like demonic and shit.
Sure.
I was just seeing. Fuck
it would have bothered me.
They were all giving me the finger. I was like, oh my God, there's so many of you. It was like fractal. There was like like who knows how many? Like there's no way I could count them. But there was a massive number of jesters giving me the finger. And it let me know, like, that shouldn't bother you at all. Like, that shouldn't bother you. You should embrace that. You have two ways to look at that. You could look at that and you could be bothered by it, and you could look at that and think that's hilarious.
Yeah.
If it's true. The only reason why you'd be bothered by it is you're connected to your own self-image, and you're connected to this idea that you want to project out to all the other people. And the jesters were right. I was like, you're right. It's a great lesson.
It is.
You're right.
You're like, you got a good point.
You're right. I was like, you're right. I don't know what to do, but you're right.
Isn't that this kind of goes back to the cancel thing, but same thing with like the mushroom thing I had, where like there's that trauma, the jesters, whatever, however you want to describe it, but there's like you wish you could keep it because eventually you start to lose it again.
Yeah.
You forget that low point where you have that moment of like, this is what I am. I fuck everybody. You know what I mean? That fucking who gives a fuck attitude. You do lose it.
You can,
and then you get it back.
You gotta reinforce it.
Yeah.
You know, and that's one of the good things about failure. Like failure forces you to reassess and also you can get too like with comedy in particular because it's so weird. Like there's no director, there's no producer. It's just you. You're writing it and then you're producing it, and then you're performing it in front of everybody. And you could get lost in what you're doing, you know, and you need a little failure. You need a little like slippage. You need a fucked up word. You know, the word comes out wrong. You stumble on your words. Those are good, man.
Yeah.
They don't seem like they are at the time, but they really are good because that's the only way you're going to like reignite your enthusiasm.
Yeah. That's kind of where I'm at, which is like, I just started doing the Cellar and everybody there hadn't seen me do stand-up. So then I was able to do my best material, my old material. I was killing it. People were like, damn, this guy's great. And now it's like, what do I have anything else? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where it's that moment of like, I got to start trying to do new at a club that I'm just at. Like, just film that special.
Places.
I got to do new.
Different places for different things, right? Like if you're just doing arenas, you're not going to write new material. You're just not. It's not right. It's just like it's a detached sort of feeling.
Yeah.
But there's a thing that's detached about doing a top level club like the Cellar.
Yeah.
The Cellar's, it's an A club.
Yeah.
You know, it's one of the best clubs in the world, and it's in Manhattan, and everyone knows it. Chris Rock goes up there occasionally. Yeah. Dave Chappelle shows up. And, you know, it's the best comics in the world. David Tell's there all the time. The best comics on earth. So there's a pressure to a place like that that's not necessarily conducive to creativity. Like it's good to do open mic nights. It's good to do shows where no one knows you're going to be there. It's good to do shows with small amounts of people.
Yeah.
You got to think about it like if you were a fighter.
Yeah.
Like you don't just box. You have to do jujitsu. You have to wrestle. You have to go to the strength and conditioning gym. And if you don't do those things, you won't get as good as if you did those things. Like you could be a successful fighter and just work on takedown defense and punching. And you maybe get pretty far with that. But you won't get as far as a guy who learns jujitsu and a guy who has amazing cardio. You need more weapons in your toolbox.
Who failed.
Yes.
Like we just saw.
Yes.
With Poirier.
Yes.
Wasn't that cool?
It was very cool. But that was an unfortunate ending.
Oh, that stunk.
Because apparently that was an existing injury. He had that ankle scanned. He had probably kicked someone really hard in training and created a stress fracture. And John Wayne Parr and then Eric Nixick from Extreme Couture, who's one of the top coaches in Vegas, they both put videos up on their Instagram. And when John Wayne Parr noticed that his leg was starting to buckle in a weird way after he threw one leg kick, kicked him in the thigh, because he apparently had a cracked shin going in there. And it was, it was of concern enough that they went to the doctor and got it scanned.
Yeah.
So when you see him throw a kick, there's one where he hits the elbow, and then he goes back to sit down, and his leg just gives out on him totally. That leg was already broken.
Yeah,
he's probably kicking him with a broken leg, and that's what you have to realize. That's what kind of a savage Conor McGregor is. He was kicking him with a broken leg, because he's a left-hander, right? So his left side is the power side. So his left kick's his big kick. and that was the kick that he was throwing, even though he had a broken shin. Pretty wild.
That fucking. I mean, it's insane. It's truly insane.
He's wild.
That video we were watching of him driving around on a scooter, dude, he's so funny.
Respect.
He's so funny.
Nothing but respect for that guy. And people are like, I did not enjoy the way people who are not MMA experts were talking about the conclusion of that fight. And they were saying that Conor is old, Conor's done, he doesn't have the anger anymore, or the drive to become a champ anymore. Horse shit. You people don't know anything about MMA. Let me tell you what happened. You got a guy who went out there, guns blazing, to give it his all with a pre-existing injury, and he got beat by a better man. He got beat by a guy who might have beat him anyway. But took him down, has a superior ground game. Dustin beat him up. And here's the thing that I was saying going into that fight. Historically, and this is never an indication of like what can happen in the future, because people can improve, they get better. But historically, Conor's really dangerous in the beginning of a fight. He's not as dangerous as the fight goes on. Dustin Poirier is dangerous for all 5 rounds, and that's a big factor. He relishes these combat, trench warfare type fights where like you're 5 rounds in with Dan Hooker and he'll win it in the 5th round. Like that's who Dustin Poirier is. And he's had these 5-round wars with like Max Holloway and Justin Gaethje. Like he's had savage fights and gone into the trenches. So he's like real confident he can get through those trenches and be victorious. So the problem with the fight is not just that Conor broke his leg. The problem was that Dustin dominated the first round. When Dustin
that was
if he dominates the first round, he's likely the favorite to win the second round, and then he's even more of a favorite to win the third round. And this is just based on historical moments and fights, what Conor has done and what Dustin has done.
Conor Diaz too, though.
Oh my God, that's
I remember
next.
thinking that but the second fight,
the third one's next. I guarantee you.
It's got to be.
That's it.
It's got to.
That's the fight. You can't go right back
How
to Dustin.
great is Nate Diaz?
Nate Diaz had fights with no time limit. He'd win them all.
Exactly.
He'd be undefeated.
That last one.
What the fuck? Crazy.
He was. I mean, that's my.
He
guy.
hurts Leon Edwards in the 5th
points
round.
at him.
Yeah, it's like I got you.
He didn't care about winning.
Oh my God, I had an argument with someone. They were like, "Yeah, he let Leon off the hook. You should have gone after him." I'm like, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. He did exactly what you're supposed to do. Leon's not dead. Like you don't just go after him. You go after him. You run into a straight left. Watch Pat Barry versus Czech Congo. Okay, watch Pete Sell versus Scott Smith.
Yeah.
When people go after people recklessly,
that just happened to Hardy. That just happened to Hardy this last weekend.
Well, yes, you're right.
He thought because what's his name?
He thought Tai Tuivasa was in trouble.
A misstep, and he tried to charge him, and he got fucking destroyed.
You got to be super careful when you're going after people you think are hurt. And people who don't know that, they should shut the fuck up.
How great is
the
that?
picture he points at.
Dude, how about his fucking? I don't know if it was this one or the last one. His post-fight interview, where he was like, "Yo, house party at my house." Dude, I would watch that. I was like, "This is the greatest dude of all time."
He's a gangster. Well, that was one thing that really popped up that I was trying to express after the first Conor fight. I was like, "You guys have to understand. I know you want to promote this one superstar. You got another superstar. He's a goddamn superstar." When I interviewed him after he chokes out Conor McGregor, he goes, "I'm not surprised, motherfuckers."
So look, I went into that. You asked me because I was wearing like a Notre Dame polo or whatever. You're like, you're an Irish fan or whatever, and you like Conor McGregor. I love Conor McGregor, but the Nate Diaz, the build up to the first fight, when Nate Diaz and Conor were doing interviews with each other, I was like, dude, Nate Diaz is the fucking man. Because Conor was getting into everybody's fucking heads.
Yeah.
Talking all that shit. And then he tried to do it to Nate, and
Didn't work.
There's one interview with like CNN Business or some bullshit where Conor's sitting there and he's like, you're skinny fat, you're like a gazelle, I'm a lion, I'll fucking tear you apart. And Nate just goes, no one even knows what a gazelle is, dude. This is and just immediately I was like, well, that guy's gonna win, dude. That guy. And in the same interview, Conor was like, probably knock him out in the first round. And he was like, he better. And I was just like, whoa. It's the meanest shit talk I've ever heard in my life.
I was telling people going into that fight because it was a last-minute replacement. Someone got injured.
Oh, yeah. He fucking... Dude, this interview is incredible.
I think it was Rafael dos Anjos, who was a dangerous fight for Conor.
He's like, Nate, go
Give me
get
some
her,
of this.
go get her a coffee.
And Conor, did you change your approach once it got named Nate for your fight?
The only approach I changed is I dug the grave a little bit wider, a
Skinny
little bit
fat.
longer for Nate's skinny, fat, long body. That's the only difference I made.
Nate Connor says this has been the easiest training week of his career. Do you think he's
Fuck
overlooking
him.
you?
Look at the lineups. He has fought little nobodies. Look at my last 20 fights. Better step it up for this one.
Conor, your response to that?
His last fight was a decision. I bounce heads off the canvas every time.
Against a normal-sized human being.
Connor, you said
I mean, it's a fifth
at the
grader.
press conference last
It's incredible.
week that you actually like Nick and Nate. Has your opinion changed about that now after this week?
No, there's no emotions in it. I have no problem with him. I'm going to slap the head off him. It's business as usual. I'll dirty him, and you know, I'll let his gazelle team.
You gotta recognize he knows what's real. He knows this is the real.
See, you know
it's
the real. It's the real. You know it's the real. You know it's the real, and you'll know Saturday night.
Yeah, right.
You'll know Saturday night.
You'll know.
Connor's gone on record.
Oh, it's
saying
coming.
that he's
The gazelle
going to
comment.
win by
It's coming.
knocking you out. What's your approach? How do you think this fight's going to go down?
Yeah, we're gonna see what happens on Saturday. We'll see. Better hope. He better hope.
Yeah, he better hope he gets that knockout.
Better hope he gets that knockout. Otherwise, it's gonna be a tough night for him.
Oh.
And Conor, if you don't get the knockout, is it a up night for you?
If he's still conscious when he hits the mat, I will crush his hips and pass his guard and mount him and
You got
strangle
tapped
him.
out by two
I'll
nobodies.
strangle him.
How are you the
Like
best?
a boa
if you ain't never
constrictor
heard of the
wrapped
guys who
around his
tapped you
long
out?
frame. A boa constrictor
No one
wrapping
knows
around
those
a
guys.
gazelle.
You were submitted by lames. Yeah, that was not even that long ago. It was like a week ago.
It's coming. It is coming. He goes, no one knows what a gazelle is. This is America.
That finally was a pound for pound number one at the time.
All right, rewind that to the way to the gazelle part.
It's all good.
Are you intimidated at all? There's going to be a massive contingent of Irish fans, just like there
hold
have
on.
been for
I don't know.
Connor's
Maybe
last
I'm
few
wrong.
fights. Are you intimidated at all by that?
No, never. Irish fans hit me up too. I got him out there.
He's a fucking gangster.
Conor, you mentioned you buried 3 bodies
That's
in
okay.
Vegas. Can you?
That's good.
That fucking that line when he was like, "Yeah, I'll probably knock him out in the first round." He's like, "He better fucking get that."
Can I just say
knockout."
something right now?
Ooh.
They should never do interviews this way. Is the dumbest, most
Yeah, they're trying
disconnected
to
way.
provoke these guys.
Well, not only that, there's 2 guys who I don't know if they're MMA fans. I don't know how much they know about MMA, and they have written questions on pieces of paper, and they're throwing it out at 2 guys who are literally about to engage in the most important fight ever.
Yeah, they're
in their
laughing.
lives. Yeah,
They're having fun.
These guys should be in a room somewhere together, and there should be a skilled moderator, like a Max Kellerman type dude, who can talk to those guys.
Well, that's
what
'cause-
they should have.
That's because that was 2015,
somewhere around
So it was right.
there?
It was right before
15, 16?
like that fight really made MMA. It's starting to get to the point where it's treated like the NBA or the NFL.
Well, the big
where, like,
thing
they start respecting it enough to not have guys on fucking Fox Sports, whatever.
What's up, Jim?
Oh,
the
nice.
lamest lineup of training partners I ever even heard of.
I'm just looking at your little frame.
Yeah.
And it just reminds me of an injured gazelle.
Yeah.
Strapped up.
People don't know
Take
what
your
that
top
means.
off.
No one knows what that means. It's
Take
in
your top
America.
off. Take your top off.
People don't know what that means. Gazelle. This is
Those
America.
2 guys in suits going. There's just those guys talking about MMA in that context. It seems so preposterous. With their little scorecards, like reading off like the little like gotcha questions. That's it's old media, man.
The money interview, the like CNN Business or whatever that was. There's a lady asking them questions, and it's just he's like, Nate, we're talking money. Get us some fucking coffee. And Nate's just like, takes the mic off. He's like, fuck this.
That's funny.
And she...
Did she know about MMA?
No, definitely not. She's talking to Connor, and she's like, what's your plan? He's like, my plan is to make $100 million. And she's like, how are you doing right now? And he goes, I'm steaming right along.
Steaming right along.
At the time, he was at fucking. I remember him saying, he said he wants to make $100 million. She goes, how are you doing right now? He goes, I'm steaming right along. So I Googled his net worth. At the time, it was like maybe $1 million. It was just very funny to be like,
that's his confidence.
And now he is. Now he is there. 5 years later.
Now he's worth like $500 million.
Now he's, yeah.
I knew that guy was special in 2013. I was watching him fight in England. I reached out to him on Twitter. Like we had a little Twitter back and forth in 2013. I said, I hope to be calling your fights one day in the UFC.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's documented somewhere. Him and I going back and forth together. Because I saw him fight online. I was like, this kid he's moving in a very special way.
Actually, you know what? There's a good example of, like, you know how I was talking about earlier about, like, when you see someone say something fucked up and your instant reaction is just like, fuck them.
Right.
His post-fight interview. That whole thing. It's like, bro, he just shattered his leg.
Right. Lost
what
a big
would you be saying?
rubber match.
I would be scream crying.
Yeah.
I'd be like, you motherfucker, you fucking like,
the amount of pain he was in right then too.
And he was like animalistically angry. You could see him like,
yeah.
I mean,
when people are like, why'd you interview him? He actually brought me over. He goes, come on over here, let's have a podcast.
He didn't fucking break my fucking leg.
He said, like, come on, Joe, let's have a fucking podcast. He asked me to sit down next to him. Like, I was like, how am I going to do this? I feel like I should just get something out of him.
No, it was good.
Because I knew, even if you recognize the fact that he's emotionally charged up like that, this is just him expressing himself while he was emotionally charged up.
And it was truly.
That. It says, me and Rogan framed this in the studio. By the way, Connor, I'm framing this in the studio. Dakota Meyer, our friend from the podcast and Great American Hero, is actually, he's got a company that does
look
that
at
too.
that fucking face.
We're framing that. That's going to be in the studio.
What an animal.
There you go, Connor.
What a beast.
As soon as you said that, I'm like, of course I'm going to frame that.
But he...
take that scooter down here, Connor.
Oh,
come on, man. Let's talk.
Yeah.
Let's have some fun. Come, let's do a podcast, Connor. He's a special person. You know, it's like it takes a special person to even want to fight the way he's fighting with $500 million in the bank. He's probably literally like the richest guy that ever really wanted to fight hard.
Yep.
You know? I mean, even Floyd Mayweather, as rich as he is, and he's one of the all-time greats, if not the greatest boxer of all time, he's fighting people that have zero chance of beating him.
Yeah.
Right? Because he's smart. Because, he's like, I'm just going to make a lot of money here. Connor is fighting Dustin Poirier. He's fighting Cowboy Cerrone. He's fighting Khabib Nurmagomedov while he's worth hundreds of millions of dollars.
How terrifying is that guy's responses to these things?
He's my favorite response ever.
It is the scariest. There's nothing like when Connor was like, I only count knockouts in my record. And then you just see like a reply from Khabib that's like, I take people into deep waters and they discover themselves. It's like, dude, what the fuck is this guy talking about? What's scarier than a white Muslim just talking shit? Dude?
I take people into deep waters and they discover themselves. That should be the name of his book.
Dude.
That should be the title of his book.
Social media. Khabib, today he posted a picture of like him with a bunch of figs. Or fucking, it's like, dude, this is the scariest guy on earth.
He's amazing. Look at him. What is that?
Dates.
What does it say? There's not even all the way from Dubai to USA. Thank you so much, brother.
These are my
favorite dates. These are my favorite dates. Bro, he smashed everybody. There's never been a guy like him. That guy made it to undefeated as a world champion, and the last guy he beat was what many people thought would be his most dangerous challenge, and he almost had him in the first round. He got him in the second. He's the greatest of all time.
That wasn't even close. Poirier came close.
Poirier came close. Poirier almost got him in a guillotine. He almost got him in a guillotine.
Yeah.
It was just like a few adjustments. And maybe if he was less tired, you never know. Like a human's a human, but
Yeah, but that guy.
Really elite grapplers, it's hard to submit them, man. They can get out of stuff better.
Good God, that guy's up there fucking wrestling bears in the mountains.
When he was a little kid.
There was one. I keep bringing up these fucking UFC interviews, but there's one with him, and I think it was Max Holloway. And Khabib's just like, you're American. Don't talk to me about fighting.
Wow.
And it was just like,
wow.
Terrifying, bro.
That fight never took place. They pulled Max.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Max was cutting weight, and the New York Athletic Commission decided he was too skinny. He couldn't make it. Couldn't make the weight. And he's like, I could have made the weight. He goes, yeah, it would have been hard, but I could have made the weight.
It's good.
They just stepped in and decided. I don't know, man. You know,
of course, that's how fighting goes.
Max was the problem was he's losing a lot of weight over a short amount of time. But when it comes to skill level, Max is at a very, very, very high level. Very high level. And he's also a very good grappler. And he's really good moving. So if he can keep the fight going, the thing about a guy like Max Holloway is like he never gets tired. So if he can get you into the 3rd, 4th, and 5th round, if you don't have the cardio to keep up with Max, you're fucked.
Yeah.
Because he throws crazy volume. Like the last fight that he had with Calvin Kattar is like literally one of the greatest performances I've ever seen inside the octagon against Calvin, a guy who's like really fucking dangerous, man. Like real scary guy.
No one is ever close to as scary as Khabib, though. Dude, that while he was fighting Conor and he was like, now we talk.
Yeah.
Come
on, we're talking.
Holy shit.
Let's talk now. While he's punched him in the face. The best thing he said during the lead up to the Conor fight, he goes, I want to change his face.
Think about seeing that. Like, I get upset about comments that like, he's not that funny. I'm like, what'd you say?
But I'm telling you, man, you don't make, like, those guys all need each other. As crazy as that sounds. Like, the sport needs a Khabib. You need a guy who's so ultra super dominant that he makes everybody else rise up.
Yeah.
They're all better because of Khabib.
Nate and Conor.
Yeah.
Nate's.
Even Khabib.
Yeah.
Conor needed Khabib. He needed someone who's a no-nonsense guy because he's all about all this style and all the, the fucking expensive watches and driving around on the rolls. Look at this. We're half a Billy. 3 men died making this watch. Yeah, exactly.
what a truly bad thing to say.
But meanwhile, Khabib drives a Toyota truck.
Yeah, bro.
And he lives in the same house he grew up in. Yeah. It's like that kind of a person. Like he's just about hard work.
Man.
That's a wild picture, man. It's a wild picture.
Now we talk. That had to be a bummer getting hit by somebody being like, now you want to talk.
It was a wild fight to call, man. Because then the melee broke out after the fight because Khabib wasn't done. People were talking shit on the side of the ropes. Or the side of the cage, rather. He jumped all over the cage and went after him. Like, that's a wild motherfucker,
That's the craziest thing ever.
Wild. Having a fight for 4 rounds with Conor McGregor and then jumping over the cage and fucking up people in the crowd. He's not playing. This isn't a game.
No, he's not.
He's ready to fight to the death.
Yeah. There's no business. Yeah. There was no business.
Yeah.
You know?
It's funny. Don't talk about fights. We live in America.
Oh, he was like, what do you know about fighting? You're from America. He's like, I'm from fucking Dagestan.
It's true, though.
Yeah, of course it is.
Hard places create hard people. That's a hard motherfucker. It's kind of incredible. People like that are so important.
Nate's the best.
He's one of the best, for sure.
No, I don't know about the best, like, at it. But
no, as a character,
just the best guy.
One of the best ever. Mm-hmm. But all of them. You know what? This is why I never got into pro wrestling. Like, these guys exist in reality.
Yeah,
they're not scripted. And I know people love pro wrestling. I get it. And I got into these whole A&E documentaries on pro wrestling recently. They were really good. I was like, oh, I get pro wrestling.
Yeah.
But for me, the real people are the fascinating ones. Like like Conor McGregor. Like, that's who he is, man.
Yeah.
Dustin Poirier. That's who he is. That's what's fascinating to me. Francis Ngannou. Talking about working in the sand mines when he was 10 years old, digging wet sand. What the fuck, man?
Fucking imagine.
Can you fucking imagine?
If you had to fight fucking Francis Ngannou.
Just the paralyzing fear you'd have leaving your locker room.
You're a firefighter in Cleveland.
But he's also the greatest heavyweight of all time.
Of course.
Francis fought and knocked out the greatest heavyweight of all time in Stipe Miocic.
Yeah.
Crazy. Francis is he's like when extreme determination meets massive character developed by ruthless path in life meets great technique and discipline and hard work.
Yeah.
And superior genetics. Like all those things collide to like this perfect specimen of a wrecking machine.
Stipe.
What happened?
I just Googled him to see what was up with it. He's going to be in Jackass 4.
Stipe
Francis Ngannou.
What?
Oh, no.
I want you to read this.
Jackass 4 will feature Francis Ngannou in nutshot scene.
Read his quote.
They're gonna let someone punch. Francis is gonna punch people in the nuts.
Yes.
No. Oh my God, my balls hurt. That's the crazy thing I've ever seen, man. I had to punch somebody in the nuts. I did it the first time, and they said, "Listen, man, we know you. People know that you're the hardest puncher in the world. It wasn't hard enough." I was like, "Are you kidding me? Like I can hurt this guy? Did he at least have kids or something?" Did he at least have kids or something? He's a nice guy. He doesn't want to destroy those nuts.
I love the fact that they are like, these dudes are such warriors that they're like, they speak in like, that's like, like tribal. Like, did he extend his legacy yet?
Yes.
Because I'm about to end it.
Exactly. Well, also he's well aware of what he can do to pulverize those nuts,
dude.
If he uppercuts you in the nuts, that's a wrap.
If a kid hits you in the balls,
it's not good.
You get socked by a kid.
No. I know a couple guys who lost a ball from sparring. Like they didn't have a cup on or did something stupid. One of the guys was fighting in the UFC. He got kicked in the nuts in a sparring session. He didn't bother putting his cup on. Thought he was sparring light. Ruptured his testicle. Lost it. Now he's got one nut.
He ruptured it?
Yep. Got kicked to the part where it got pulverized. And these are, 170-pound men. I don't know about the strength of a testicle. Does it get larger when you get bigger? I don't. But if a guy's a 170-pound man and he can crush your nuts, what does a 270-pound man do? And a 270-pound man is the most terrifying puncher, or one of, since, in the history of the sport. The only other guy as terrifying as him is Derek Lewis, who they were supposed to fight, but now it looks like Derek Lewis is going to fight Cyril Gane.
God.
The interim title.
If they made Derek, it's almost like they shouldn't have heavyweights.
Why's that?
It's so bad.
If they hit you?
Dude, it's so bad. Like Derek Lewis versus Ghana?
Yeah, that's going to be wild.
That's bad. We shouldn't do it.
It's like Russell Peters' dad would say, somebody's going to get hurt real bad.
One of those dudes is leaving bad.
But the first fight they were both very hesitant to pull the trigger. Because
somebody's going to die.
The repercussions are so extreme. Because both guys have super legit one-punch knockout power.
They need to let that fucking Matinho guy fight in Ghana.
Who's that?
The dude who was just swallowing everything O'Malley had?
Oh, Chris Matinho? Yeah, that kid. That's a tough fucking kid.
That's crazy.
That's a tough kid.
Fucking crazy.
Swallowed everything and was talking shit.
He's just getting popped.
And O'Malley is a sniper.
Yeah.
O'Malley had, I believe, I don't want to misquote this, but I believe he broke 2 records in that fight, or came close to 1 record of over a 3-round fight, the highest percentage of accuracy.
Yeah.
I think he broke
every
that.
jab.
Yeah, almost. I think it was in the 80% range, somewhere in 80% of all the shots he threw landed, and I think he landed the most amount of strikes, which is crazy too. That Matinho kid Chris Matinho is a monster. He's a monster.
Yeah,
he's coming towards.
You can't keep doing that.
No, you can't.
That's good. That was it. That was good. You were good for 1 on that one.
Look, he's a legend now.
True.
No matter what, if he retired for the rest of his life, that kid's a legend. I was really shocked they stopped that fight. I didn't know what to say.
It was 30 seconds.
Yeah, I think it was less. I think it was in the 20s. Yeah. But it's the thing is, Herb Dean is the best. If he stops a fight, I gotta go, man, maybe he's seeing some shit I'm not seeing.
I think he knew O'Malley had to finish him for O'Malley's sake. Sean O'Malley was gonna go for the kill.
Oh yeah.
And it was we don't even need to waste our fucking time on this. I understand he went the distance, but we don't need this certainly vicious knockout that is coming.
I think you're probably absolutely right. Especially a guy like Herb, who's super considerate and really he's about protecting fighters that aren't defending themselves. And he has hands up, but the thing is O'Malley was just sliding those punches straight through those gloves, around those gloves.
Yeah.
He was landing head kicks, body kicks.
He was going like this.
Yeah.
He was dribbling.
He's pretending
He was fucking
dribbling.
around.
Yeah.
He's like, yo, this fight's for the Phoenix Suns. I was just like,
He's amazing.
These guys are.
I love him.
Still, again, Nate Diaz, dude. Best post-fight interview.
Oh, yeah. I'm not surprised, motherfuckers.
I'm not surprised, motherfuckers, is it's the coolest thing you could ever hear.
Ever. Especially after you beat the guy who's favored. The guy.
Beat the guy.
Yeah.
You're bloodied.
Yeah.
Nate Diaz, you just shocked the world. How do you? I'm not surprised, motherfucker. It's like, dude, how about fucking house party at my house, though?
I know. No, he's real. He's a guy who's never changed who he is. You know, him and his brother are both like wild fitness for that. Oh, dude, his brother just signed to fight. Who did he sign to fight?
Robbie Lawler.
Oh,
that's right. Where at?
Nick Diaz.
No, it's 265.
What day is that?
266.
September?
I'm sorry, 266.
Oh.
September 4th.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be there for that one, unfortunately.
So you know Wolverine.
You ever watch? I watched Nick Diaz brothers compilations on YouTube.
Yeah, they're amazing
funny as it
characters.
gets.
And they're the real deal. Those guys do a lot of triathlons.
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons why they're so durable. They're always in insane shape. They don't get tired like everybody else gets tired. They have insane endurance. Like Nick, he swam back from alcohol. This is like from the last time I talked about this was like 4 or 5 years ago. But he swam from Alcatraz 5 times.
Yeah,
he might have done it more since then. Because I said 2 once. He goes, no, 5 times now. I was like, 5 times.
September 25th, actually.
September 25th. Yeah, I'm out of town that weekend, unfortunately. Look at that fight. That's a wild fight, yeah.
5-rounder, I believe.
And he hasn't fought. I mean, when was the last time Nick fought? I want to say it's Anderson Silva. That fight where he pretended to lie down.
Yeah, he kept laying down. Yeah.
It's going to be wild. Let's wrap this up, Shane.
Yeah, man.
I think we did more than 3 hours, right?
Nice.
Fun
Picked it up
times,
there.
buddy.
I got my flow there.
You got a little flow.
Yeah, got a nice flow.
Tell everybody how to get a hold of you on social media.
At Shane M. Gillis, Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast, and Gillian Keeves on YouTube. Check it out.
Gillian Keeves on YouTube, legitimately the best sketch show out there. It's fucking awesome.
Thanks
It's
a lot.
really good. You go for it. It's really
Yeah,
exciting.
yeah.
I'm excited to have people here and watch it. All right, bye, you fucks.
MGM area. Over there were shots coming from over there, and there were shots coming from over there. Every other person I've talked to that did get, unfortunately, as well. They all said the same things. They know that there were multiple shooters. Sounded like there were multiple shooters. New York, that television, it was right outside. It wasn't inside, it wasn't outside. We saw the muzzle flashes. Stages away from Mandalay Bay, and they were exchanging everywhere where we were. So I mean, because they were firing some line, and they were unloading clip after clip after clip after clip. He was assuring you, multiple troops, multiple shots, but it flew low, and I could see that there was a light that was open, and the pillar of Israel did fly right over our heads. As soon as it got in front of Mandalay Bay, it kind of rose up in altitude, and that's where we were gunshots. I turned to my left immediately and looked up at the helicopter. I was just like, what the hell? That was automatic gunfire. I'm thinking to myself, my girlfriend responds to me. She goes, babe, did you hear that helicopter? And I go, what about that helicopter? She says, it sounded funny. And I go, what do you mean it sounded funny? She goes, it just sounded weird. I go, there was a helicopter that was automatic gunfire. And then, as we were talking about it, I turn my head to my left again, and I look at the helicopter, and I see it circle around Mandalay Bay towards the back end of it, and there's no gunshots. As soon as it got back to the front of Mandalay Bay, you hear the again, and then it flies off again. And then even actually here in Canada, I was unbelievably excited. Yes, we have all kinds of help on the way, okay? Everything's going to be okay. We're getting officers out there. Today, and I can see the officers on the side flying in a helicopter. You think they did a helicopter? Yes. Confused people woke up the next day to find the news focused only on paddock and the closer. No reported evidence of anything else that happened on shore. So the beer cans, they're empty drink cups, and maybe a dozen really full brass, inch and a half, 2-inch tubes, spread out. As if someone was shooting right here. Yeah, I mean, they weren't in a pile. They weren't in a bunch. They weren't touching each other. They were spread. But yeah, on that road, she looks like an L. It says, oh, why are they telling you guys not to say so? He was like, I don't know, I didn't say so. She did. Point at me. So from that, I gathered that the employees that were even there at the time were threatening to keep their nails. Period. A whole lot of stuff. Yeah, almost. None of it is there reported on Main Street. Almost none of it. No explanation was ever given about any of them. Shots heard, casings found, guns found, helicopters that were supposed to be there, or any of them gunmen seen across the street that night. The LPD simply forgot like nothing happened. Which also meant they weren't pulling footage or actively investigating it either. To this day, it has been a constant uphill battle with law enforcement for the most simplest of answers. Officials had to be sued to reports, autopsies, body cam footage, and to this day, many journalistic reporters requested further evidence of what is supposed to be public information underneath. For some reason, officials have outright refused to be forthcoming about this investigation at any level. Police reports, listening to phone calls, police scanners, and hard saved every video I could get my hands on before the powers that be spread through the internet. After flip-flopping on timelines, refusing to answer basic questions, and raising public suspicion because authorities felt the need to be so evasive about everything, videos relating to evidence of ultimate shooters or alternative narratives were banned, censored, and suppressed on major social media platforms like Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. Because Lord forbid, people question the FBI's narrative of a 64-year-old man who 1,000 rounds in 10 minutes with absolutely no motive, no history of mental illness, and no political affiliation, and all the while shot to be able to cross the strip long enough to be found dead. He surely wants to see everything that happened on Richard Ford's helicopter company. Our hotel staff helped load all the gun cases and bring over to the facility. But they sure wanted us to know that he was dead and the case shut and closed by purposefully leaking out an immediate photo of a fresh blood stain on top of a driveway. And how did he get another gun? Or through the mystery supposedly was up and over so far behind his head. And was the blood stain on his chest about? And if you want to know, there's no forensics available on his blood splatter. He actually committed suicide at all. And the coroner who had examined him as the next day. So we have no idea when he actually died. That itself alone for declaring his final report that had died in a very specific to it, but no based off nothing. Although I did find buried in a report that the hints were starting to begin amazing at that time, which, considering it takes a body over 12 hours to change life, sort of implies he just lost himself in the internet. I guess I'm supposed to notice these things. I hope this video will break the media blackout and reignite the public's interest to start getting the answers to the questions we rightfully deserve. There were absolutely
it was by definition a terrorist attack. Even for domestic. It was purposefully covered up for reasons already good records. There's no conspiracy between the LBA, between LBA and the NGA. Nobody is attempting to hide anything. As much time as I put into this reveal, I know an immense gratitude for all the citizen journalists that came before me, searching for their own answers. Between the electronic hotel door lock information, the revealed forced to many friends opening for the inside at the same time that night, proving power was a need. Trying from the outside. You can't go with your outside. On examination of the gunfire by sound had over 20 plus years experience proving multiple guns were used at the same time. That's true. Shots coming from the same. A detailed breakdown of radar imagery from that night that shows covert actions by aircraft that the LVP never tried to explain or even acknowledge. Stop. Directly behind the Mandalay Bay. This first one covers right there, right over Mandalay Bay, right over the event center, shape. There comes the third. Notice that first color. What happened is it turned off its transmitter. These other two are able to do the same. They turn off their transponders as well. And they remain there for transponder signals to come back on for the duration of the shooting. So they turn off the transponders and that way to the transponders will appear in that area. What's interesting is that you have radar data showing flights in that area. It clearly shows flights being in that area. Watch it. This flashes in between that there's no airport. We've covered that much review quickly, and that night, if there were 3 women other than the girlfriend registered Paddock's Ring, they'll allow their ability to investigate, explain, or even publicly mention. Why is it documented, right? The 3 women were inside the room. They retracted their names from the document for some reason. Not only did they lie about Paddock being alone in the room, but they are hiding who these women are. And I think that we're going to really learn a lot more about what happened in Vegas once we learn the identities of these 3 women. In-depth interviews and autopsy reports that don't line up with Metro's conclusion of a single shooter.
Yes, we are the shooters. It's not going to why don't we see that aircraft and find out what's going on? This moment,
Anomalous is always occur with ricochets, etc. It doesn't explain how so many trajectories don't match up to a gun built across the street. Multiple witnesses stated in reports they saw people get hit straight up as the shots were coming from ground level, and how the shots sounded closer before they ran away from the building.
sitting here missing the eyes, and the bullets are just flying by him. When someone's coming up and down, or at least from a different angle, they're either gonna hit the ground, they're gonna do a lot of different things are gonna happen. When someone's shooting from straight horizontal, it's just gonna keep flying. As soon as we heard a little break in it, we knew we had to keep running.
So it's a little bit more detailed. Based on what I was able to match up to the victim reports, it's all low ground trajectory, with a difference of a half inch or less. While some can simply be ricochets, this seems more like a pattern, coming sideways and staying there shots off the main stage of the number. Certainly deserves more investigation than it. These 19 out of 50 autopsies appear to have parallel trajectories according to telephone reports. That blue circle, the second closest number in midline, he was hit almost vertically from the top of his head down. That extreme elevated trajectory happened to at least 3 other individuals that night. Speaking of rare coincidences, there's also been never reported on by mainstream news of a striking Brian Hodge, who claimed almost immediately with social media posts and interviews that he was the one staying over 32-134 next to the shooter. You know, the one directly adjoining the paddocks that Metro had a bomb in because it was locked to the other side. Where he would claim to be during the shooting would change several times, but he also unintentionally in those early interviews mentioned very specific details about the shooting that weren't known to the public at the time. He knew a special camera was used to bring the hurricane from Much like the FBI element came with false information, he also claimed Paddock checked in Natalie Bay on Thursday the 28th, which is interesting because, one, he supposedly just checked it himself the night before, so he ran into Paddock those days prior to the accident, and two, the real check-in date was actually on the 25th, which for some reason, Barton decided to lie to the public about during a press conference the next day, even though dispatch loggers showed 100% the check-in date was the 25th, and that there were 3 other vehicles that registered to his room. Hodge also saw the security guard that walked up the hall was shot and killed, which, even the bullets that came through the door, was shot and it wasn't. Hodge also manipulated the GPS on his phone that day to hide his whereabouts before and after the shooting. He lied about hiding in the bushes as officers claimed the area never saw anyone in them. He also posted a mini abductee trophy photo from the crime scene. Listen to this interview he gives to the Australian press less than 24 hours after the incident. He's so unwell from the narrative that making gun rights and interchange in America. They which really reveals almost exactly how many guns were made, even though news stations at the time were yes. There's 24 guns found between 2 years, 22 semi-automatic rifles, if you realize they all actually belong. How do you do that? And how do you His politics leaned left, if you can tell with his anti-gun rhetoric. And almost immediately, an Australian anti-gun group on Facebook took credit for the shooting, stating one of their own. Giving the attack on what was, a mostly Trump-supporting crime. Fact checkers deemed it fake, not because they actually checked it out, but because the account only had 800 followers, which sounds like 800 too many names for me. There are actually fake Antifa accounts out there run by right-wing trolls, some of my friends. But last I checked, even joking about a terrorist attack would get you a knock on the door from the police. We're actually trying to solve the crime. How Brian Hodge had so much insider information about the shooting before anyone else did, we'll never know. He's the FBI's top brass for anyone, including their own agents, for investigating him. And he's an object the country not even being questioned about his connection to Paddock. He's actually registered to 32314, not 32134, although you have to wonder why he called it the shooting over his own. 134 forward registering patents for Daniels using a comps and his fingerprints. The one he wired $100,000 to his fingerprints on the bullets inside the magazine. His girlfriend Mary Dan lazy in there, claims no knowledge of the shooting spree, has admitted now that her fingerprints are probably on some of the ammo because get this, she helped load the cartridges. I have other information on her too. I don't want to miss that one. Coincidentally, my college is also connected to the Gold Coast casinos in Australia. She shuts down her Facebook almost immediately, but not before people spotted the ISIS beheading videos her friends were posting. Funny how Facebook can't get sex trafficking and snuff films on their platform. They'll probably ban this video just for criticizing the narrative. LAPD also didn't think it was necessary to take witness statements from most of the people on the floor that night. Kind of hard to come up with a motive if you're not investigating any possible leads as to why. Speaking of reports the LAPD didn't want us to see, how did it get 19 guns in there? So why did he buy 23 in the beginning of the shooting? Does the FBI really want us to believe the majority of the shooting at everyone's first was automatic was done entirely by ARs or one-stars that magically never jammed with official notoriously institute? How does a bow stone compare to a standard rifle? So basically, it's using opposite forces. Put your finger there, pull forward, pull the trigger, recoil sends it back, and then you pull it forward. Because this pull the trigger again, recoil sends it back, so it creates both positions. But you have to get it just right, or else it's severely inaccurate. Standard rifle on the right, bow stone on the left, turn over and next. The bow fired malfunction on the first test. Here's the second. People started when they supposedly know how many times each gun was fired. So they had a man there who actually ballistics on 1,000 casings, but none of the bullets had been 58. And how do they know exactly what the shots were when the air was 15s? Is there footage that shows that we have all that? LAPD also states it had at least 15 different guns on there, and which didn't have scopes. To me, just reloading one of the guns that had a scope made with chilling loaded magazines laying around. He really didn't think he needed a scope for this shot. I'm down for a 64-year-old man that according to his pilot license was allowed to fly without corrective lenses. They claim the fuel takes us out of the house 200 times. Why is this falling a gun sale gone down? Why is it more protected in a main system so high? Why was the 24 hours after the incident there was overwhelming evidence to the contrary? Authorities so insanely insisted that there was only one shooter in his day. Quickness and strong for the media when they normally capitalize on tragedies like this for their political tells me they were worried that they would start connecting dots they shouldn't be, continuing to ask questions that authorities couldn't answer. At the end of the day, they should have a pro-secularism crowd full of country folk, veterans, and gun enthusiasts that I can tell by going through these statements they immediately recognize the sounds of multiple shooters and different calibers that don't match up with the single shooter narrative being force-fed by authorities. They recognize that shots were coming from all around them. It was a blinking strobe light planted halfway up Mandalay Bay that weekend, confusing people as to where the shots were coming from. And wouldn't you like to put that there, considering that could have been a purposeful distraction? Men shielding women from harm, civilians risking their lives to help strangers in the system of enforcement. At the end of the day, they didn't just give up and bow down to terrorism. They deserve to know what really happened that night. Las Vegas is one of the most surveilled cities in the entire country. So where is all the footage? Why are we stuck with such a half-assed, incomplete investigation with so many holes in it? One of the largest attacks in our history. This cannot be chalked up to pure incompetence or lack of resources. Something this poorly done has to be intentional. press conferences, not even knowing the most basic facts of the case, and misleading the public for whatever reason on purpose, by changing the timeline to either suit his poor reaction time or benefit Mandalay Bay and their legal liability. He's not trying to establish a case. Why just come out saying no attention to solving this? Why is his biggest concern calm? The public be more calm when the actual answer to this tragedy. And why is FBI agent Aaron's feeling knowing every type of murder? Why is this system done? Why can't he answer any of those simple questions? The contact contract for his Sir was an addict. He's dead on the floor. When your son was acting in holiday, so was that what was on the small margin? Why was Patty's house left unguarded and allowed to be broken into? Are we really supposed to believe the excuse that the police left my mom to get the wind to blow it over? Really? Why were officers told multiple times to turn their body cams off? Even my sheriff alert is not public. He's the same guy who lied under oath about what really happened at the Bundy Ranch standoff. He's the whole thing's a camera. Federal corruption and the martyrs perjury cost Clive Bundy 2 years of his life in jail. And that was after the feds tried to extort $1 million from the crazy fees for land that wasn't even theirs. And in Villario's friend, former Commissioner Steve Sisson, who was not governor at the time, but capitalized on the massacre against facing from the cameras to further his own career. Even going as far as to brand the recording and shooting generically as one opportunity, which was specifically done to help make people forget it ever happened. It's a term only law enforcement news channels really use. So most people outside the state who know what you're talking about unless you tell them you're specifically talking about the Las Vegas country concert shooting. Once he was the tragedy room governor, Sisson would go into a slow body direct Vegas. And put his good friend and campaign donor, the CEO of MGM himself, Jim Barber, in charge of the economy destroying the task force. It's a whole other expose for another time. Jim Barber, if you don't know, is a radical leftist that served on the National Infrastructure Advisory Council and donates to CARE, which has serious no ties to Islamic terrorism. And interesting, he also sold off 10 million MGM stock 3 weeks before shooting. And then MGM had to pay him $32 million to not talk about it. So instead of being punished for the extreme lack of security, he made out, but not afraid to have the terrorists to pay for it. Furthermore, MGM also had the audacity to sue 1,000 of the shooting victims and their families claiming the scene wasn't liable, and then ripped the rest of them off by only having to give out a fraction of the expected settlement costs MGM's insurance company used to anyway, which I'm sure has nothing to do with judging the case and also being the daughter of the current vice president of security of India at the time. Was actually opted out of the lawsuit and filed a lawyer. That one's by the way, can you tell me if you were and I was doing research and I said, please tell me if you're exactly out of it. Anyways, we got a decision. They asked you for contract. I said she's the cool person that should never be around this thing because there are others that he gets the requirements and that was production. And the title of that.
So let's break it down minute by minute. All the things that you don't want you to know about the Las Vegas revolution. According to LVPD's report on what was on Paddock's home computer, 3 months before the shooting, Paddock sent an email to himself about 3 random AR-1 stocks and lines. If you're thinking, that doesn't make sense, that can't be only found, and why are they some 6 bump stocks? Let me just get this out of the way right now. Nothing will make sense about the conclusions Bardo and the FBI come up with about the shooting. According to SEC filings in August, George Soros bought $42 million worth of put options on MGM. That means he's betting their stocks will fall. And when it does, only could kill him. Because is it even really a conspiracy theory about George Soros? Starting on September 10, 2017, 3 cryptic messages from the same anonymous user pop up on Reddit for seeing an upcoming planned false flag event in Vegas. He warns people to stay away from large crowds because the government is working on something called a high incident project to make the American public think places with security are safe enough and create more regulations requiring metal detectors in casinos, etc. He specifically states on the side the sure talker involved, although he's not certain of the exact date, that Vegas is on the map. What's interesting is that some scoffs at the messages are perfect, not because they couldn't prove they were false or true, but because they deemed them too vague to be taken seriously. Sounded pretty specific to me. If you don't know who Sure Talker is, he's Bush's former Secretary of Homeland Security, where despite the major conflict of interest, he's abandoned agencies and stole certain security machines, which he just so happened to be Republicans. He's better known as the co-sponsor of the Patriot Act, where he used the tragedy of 9/11 to push through legislation that allowed the government to spy on Americans to reveal to their peers without a warrant. If you're not familiar with Snowden, watch this for homework tonight, and you'll quickly understand how the deep state is able to blackmail and control everyone. It's also in September that MGM execs $4 billion share repurchase program. And despite that push, by the end of the week, Jack Murray would divest himself of 80% of his own MGM stock. Do you foresee something drastic happening down the road? Aside from Mandalay Bay, MGM Resorts also owns Luxor, Bellagio, New York, the Mirage, and the MGM Grand. Keep those in mind for later, despite overwhelming evidence including 911 calls made by their own security, they all deny shootings occurred on Friday. Here is also a member of the National Infrastructure Advisory Council. He advises how to implement security technology in public places. Does that sound familiar? And yes, increased security to the financial benefit of those investors in those products is exactly what ended up happening, just like those ominous Reddit posts said. It ultimately didn't work out because it turns out no one wants to be constantly radiated and go through TSA-like screening just to get to their regular dinner. They made money off trying, though, which is good enough for these kinds of people. On September 30th, the police reported taking after the shooting stated a witness believed they saw Paddock playing craps at a table with 2 Hispanic women. It could be something, it could be nothing. We'll never know. Because this is just one of the many possibilities the public is never made aware of and how it actually concluded, or if it was even looked into at all. I have to also mention that the day before the attack, the powers that be were running active shooter drills across Las Vegas, which added to the confusion, especially for people trying to find hospitals. It also fed into the hoax theory that no people died because they were searching for and hiring crisis actors for the same thing which was used as an excuse by the media to condemn and censor all alternative theories about the tragedy. People died there. That's not the conspiracy. The conspiracy is why so many government-run active drills turned real at the same time in the same year. Remember 9/11? There was a huge confusion going on with air traffic controllers because one of the drills they were running also involved hijacked planes going into New York skyscrapers. Or the Boston Marathon bombing. But yet again, the government was running a bomb drill that turned real, and instead of just addressing it, the feds decided to suspiciously and combatively blow up the person died instead.
Next question, please. Next question, please. Yes.
There's a lot more instances of that, and definitely more to it. But that's beyond the scope of this video. Let's just say if you hear the government's running terrorist drills in your area, leave town immediately. From 3:24 a.m. to 7:36 a.m., Paddock plays video poker on the casino floor. Then he returns to the smaller side room. I can only assume he took a nap after gambling all night or something because nothing really happens again until 12:03, when the doors to both rooms open from the inside at the same time, which means there were at least 2 people inside the room the entire time, and both guest cards were checked to see if they worked. Let's let the charade continue. Shall we? From 12:12 to 12:26 p.m., Paddock goes to the garage to put his car into LA. Apparently making it downstairs now that may end up getting his car to LA is the hardest idea for Paddock's getaway plan. Notice how Newsweek, who is only personal fact-check me, claims the getaway plan failed because SWAT moved in, which we all know didn't happen for a while. This fake getaway plan is necessary to explain why Paddock paid off all is the last time Paddock was captured alive on video as he returns with LA to his room. Since he has a joint room, it's going to get confusing. I'll refer to 135, the large suite he was found in, as his room, and the smaller 134 as the side room. At 12:23, a room service ticket is made for 134 for 2 entrees. At 3:35, a single gunshot is heard and reported by a guest staying on Paddock's floor. We only know about this incident because fellow 911 investigator Rabbi heard it from the witness themselves. Was this single gunshot an accident or discharge? Maybe even Paddock was actually shot. No, because like I said, the woman alive by the time of death and autopsy, it had been personally sued the police. The report contains such hidden gems like there being unexplained signs of uncaused trauma to Paddock's calves and knees. After that single shot is heard, there's a moment of inactivity followed by a series of clear hotel key testing that occurs to both doors 134 and 135. In what seems to be an attempt to capture and alter the electronic door system code. By the way, did the hotel ever investigate that complaint about the really gunshot? Or they cover it because it's not checking into it makes it even more reliable while the door? At 6:40 p.m., the door to Paddock's room is opened from the inside. Then the dead body is released, and then the door is closed again and closed again. Okay, how the hell did the door just open with the dead body stuff? It seems by now someone has figured out how to manipulate the electronic door locks, as impossible sequences and constant testing like this continue on both doors throughout the night. Around 9:20, about 45 minutes before the shooting begins, the Hispanic woman pushes her way to the front of the crowd at the festival, starts telling everyone in front of her she was going to die and that everyone around them was going to die tonight. It causes such a commotion that security has to come to her and the Hispanic male she was with. Did security get their info? This is ever investigated at all? At 9:29, both Paddock and the side room doors open from the inside at the same time again. Another possibility is to lose one other person in the room. And now it's 35 minutes till the shooting begins. There's also another weird instance where twins and the deadbolt security was closed. It seems important to someone to be able to manipulate the deadbolt security. Starting at 9:38, radar shows that 3 helicopters, supposedly registered to Mustang Leasing, depart from the vicinity of Mavericks and head off screen. Minutes later, at 9:45, the same 3 helicopters that left earlier begin to return from the north, head south across the street, and then stop and begin to hover above the Mandalay Bay area for several minutes. By 9:50, all 3 helicopters hover above Mandalay Bay, turn off their transponders 15 minutes before the shooting begins, and they do not go back on until after the shooting at the festival ceases. We know they're physically there because multiple eyewitnesses and videos catch them going back and then looks at Mandalay Bay throughout the shooting. At 9:55, the helicopter moves on screen with no call sign and heads up about the area, followed by another one about a minute later, also no call sign and open door. And then we see them again, the second helicopter. Never checks there again, heading up north, no call sign. At 9:59, security guard Jesus Campos is doing his rounds on door John Lawrence and that takes him. He couldn't open the stairwell 32, so he goes back down the floor to take the elevator up instead. He reports the barricaded door and hearing what he thought were rapid drilling sounds while checking in the other room, implying the shooting was already going on at the time. That's when bullets come down the hall to Paddock's closed door. Shots also come down the hall sometime during all of this when engineer Steve shut the stairs and checked on when the stairwell door was braced shut. Another excuse given as to why the LAPD didn't reach the ring right away was because of this impenetrable, mighty L-brick. Which, honestly, I feel like they might have kept it up. There's no proof of fingerprints or anything I can find that suggests Paddock put it in, although that didn't stop Metro from claiming maybe he did anyway. At 10:04 p.m., the 2 helicopters with no call besides your charge and disabled to multiple player and letting the airport. Mavericks is at the beginning of the runway in Mosul. These two lands here are the highlighted part of Sundance helicopters, which is now out of business. Funny thing is, that location will end up receiving multiple 911 calls throughout the night about shots being fired, a woman injured with a gunshot in the hangar, and people hiding from suspects on the premise in a possible hostile situation. These helicopters you see here are at least going back to the territory right away, but what the hell happens there later? Seems like it's at least worth looking into, but there are no records since it was never investigated. 10:05 and 27 seconds, the first scattered shots at the festival began, which many initially thought were fireworks or firecrackers. Several witnesses claiming they actually saw a man meeting with the crowd letting firecrackers be over this time. For obvious concerns whether it's providing some sort of initial cover, restricting bystanders into not hitting as much, or even gauging movement for snipers. And no, the police never looked for that suspect either. Metro also seems to be confused as to how many shots there were, which are according to them are either two undetermined, and I'll tell you why. Now, when I listen to the video, I specifically hear two very clear close rifle shots coming from the main stage area, followed eventually by a mixture of a couple of close shots and with automatic gunfire echoes. Multiple witness statements also mention hearing very distinct and different caliber weapons at this time. For instance, this witness not only heard the automatic firing from Mandalay Bay, but also something more like a handgun closer in the vicinity of the parking lot. This man staying in a balcony near a foundation room in the middle of Mandalay Bay heard automatic gunfire coming from his right and rifle fire from his left. Another man was revealed in the consequence he heard not reverberating outside shots, but closer, non-reverberating short-range bursts as well. This woman stated she heard the first two loud sounds that sounded like they came from inside the concert grounds. That sounded different than the rifle sound she hears a little later. This man staying at the Four Seasons also hears two different calibers going on. What's strange is that these handful of supposedly scattered test shots are responsible for at least one immediate fatality. Witnesses saw one go down before any of the major automatic firing began, and I can't tell if they're all talking about the same victim or different females. Even a third of the fatalities were headshots, it seems a lot more targeted than it was random. Here's a video when you tell me you can hear two separate guns. And also take notice from here on out in all the videos, all the helicopters flying around Mandalay Bay, in seconds, the first volley of automatic gunfire begins. An off-duty officer working the event stated things were report that it sounded like people were shooting at each other. His partner stated, as many others heard that night, that it sounded like the shots were coming directly from the main stage area. And it was so loud that his paycheck was At 10:07 and 21 seconds, the third volley begins. It was at this time another witness at the event, stated he tried to escape eastward of the parking lot, but like many witnesses stated before, the shots there seemed even closer. And people on the other side of the fence were screaming for him to turn back because there was a gunman on that side as well. People didn't just see someone with a gun in the parking lot that was not mistaken for an officer either. They actually saw someone firing toward the crowd. He eventually flees north out of the venue, passing bodies in the street there, and like many others, saw dozens of shell casings scattered near Tropicana near that black circle at the top. And yes, gunmen were spotted multiple times by multiple witnesses at Tropicana throughout the night where these casings were found. The close-up shots he heard coming from the parking lot near 8-7 will later be confirmed over the police statement. That second black circle, where Giles Valley Bottom, is not where casualties were found, but police would find several live rounds and a loaded magazine in the street. This is probably the time to mention that broken pieces of a firearm and 4 cartridges were also found on the 18 on the opposite side of the vehicle. We only know about this because photographs of it were buried in the police report as evidence. Yeah, one shooter. There's also the gun that guy finds in the street, which I can only guess is about judging on the video because, of course, that's never mentioned by the part of it. At 10:07 and 50 seconds, the fourth volley of automatic gunfire begins. At 10:08 and 43 seconds, 4 single shots can be heard closest officer to Angela Bay sees a man on a platform, more than likely the bed, firing on 134 in the side of the room toward the fiancés. Only 8 cases were recovered in that room, and only 2 hit the tapes. But one of the few ARs that were loaded were also found in that room, locked to the other side of the room. At 10:10 and 59 seconds, the 6th volume automatic gunfire. Starting at 10:12, we'll mention that a line of Navy helicopters start to take off from Mavericks, although not all of them will show up on radars and having actually left the main pad. This will play later as the helicopters had previously turned their transponders off, put them back on as they escape out the stars. At 10:12 on the rules scanner, there are now official reports of shots coming from Gate 7. Now, Gate 7 is interesting because whoever made the original graphic for the map of the concert venue doesn't have a Gate 7 listed, but has 2 Gate 2s. That'll look hard and pretty. But we know it was in the southeast corner because of witness statements, and it makes perfect sense. So I made the corrections here for reference. You might also notice there's an abandoned hotel in the middle of the venue, which any bad actor could have used to stage an attack from. And now, I don't see anything in the police reports about any forensics or investigation being done inside their home. Two separate 911 calls were done about suspicious men in the Oasis apartment, which, as you can see on the map, is right across from the Gate 7 we're talking about. And one call they even stated they can see 2 men changing their clothes in bushes. I'd love to see the security cameras from those apartments that night, but it doesn't seem as if the FBI or the LAPD did much of investigating into anything. At 10:12 and 8 seconds, the 8th volume automatic gunfire begins. At 10:12 and 35 seconds, the 9th volume automatic gunfire
Yo, how are you?
The only reason this video is known about is because it was centered around a victim's lawyer who then took it to tell the person. Being so close to the venue, the man didn't understand why the FBI knew that he hadn't reached out to him and asked if he had any security cam footage from that night. While Tucker is focused on why cops left the body there, what I found interesting is that you can clearly tell a helicopter is hovering extremely close and landing nearby between 10:14 and 10:16, and 10:16 is when the shooting was.
You can see a large amount of wind and debris that was doing helicopter hovering overhead.
This Mandalay Bay and flying east. Remember, the east side is where people report shots, seen gunmen, and where bullets, casings, and a magazine were also found. At 10:14 and 49 seconds, the 11th following days. Also at 10:14, Mandalay Bay security calls 911 and informs them that their security guard was shot and that it definitely came from 32135. There should be no confusion at this point where the shots from the hotel are coming from. Yet Metro will try to enter the room for another hour. I find it interesting they fired one call for calling home, but really they were all on standby orders with families supposedly waiting for SWAT. Not that a proper SWAT team ever shows up and not that it's ever explained why. It ends up being a mismatch for original responding officers at breach, including 2 K9 units without their dogs. It's also at this time that everyone was still saying that there were 3 shooters. At 10:15 and 15 seconds, the 12-minute final volley of automatic gunfire from Mandalay Bay begins. Between 10:16 and 10:18 is the 2-minute window according to Rabbi, matching the claims that Rabbi killed himself, whatever. And at 10:16, the same 3 helicopters that had disappeared earlier when they turned their transponders off in Mandalay Bay suddenly lit back up on the screen as part of that group of 8 that takes off up north. 2 of them pop up closer in the vicinity of Mavericks, while the third one blows up on screen between them in the air as they pass by the strip.
All 3 call signs from the original 3 helicopters that was behind Mandalay Bay have never returned. Show up there. Now I know what you might be thinking. Might be thinking about the helicopters that landed near Maverick helicopters. They did not actually land at the Maverick helicopters location that these aircraft took off. They landed near. So how did they get back over there? And they magically appeared back on radar just after the shooting stopped. Another interesting thing that I noticed was that the last helicopter in the original group of 3, call sign N8 or AMH, actually turns its transponder on and pops up right there. It just popped up. I'll show that to you frame by frame here. But it's like it never actually took off the Maverick helicopters, but perhaps left the shots and joined that formation. It turned its transponder on right when it got into that formation.
It's also at this time that a Southwest plane comes onto the radar with the call sign SW84. The problem is it takes a sharp angle turn over the airport, impossible for an airplane to do, and heads directly over the Mandalay Bay and hovers on the taller roof. It's only 2 minutes after firing the festival ceases. I shouldn't have to tell you this, but this has to be a helicopter masquerading under a false call sign, as the original number is registered to a Southwest Boeing 737, whose flight records have it landing later at 10:22. But both share the same call sign, and I would love to know what the radar controllers were saying about this the whole time. The other mystery Southwest plane on the Tarmax tail number was N227W9 and not WN419. That's a different aircraft completely. What the hell was going on with Karen Airport that night? This is the part that bothers me, because the only entity I can think of that did entering in heavily urban airspace, illegally turning off transponders, using fake call signs, and all the while being able to escape the notice of radar techs and employees at the airport, fearing government. I guess now we know why they keep refusing our FOIA request for the communications with Karen that night. Oh, sorry, did I say the Karen? I mean the Harry Reid Airport now, since corrupt Nevada politicians took it upon themselves without so much as even asking the people who lived here to rename it after one of the most divisive, hated politicians the state has ever known as their own vanity project. God love Las Vegas commissioners' priorities are in the middle of a huge economic crisis. At 10:21, the group of helicopters that previously took off the North start to return south, and they all landed Mavericks like nothing ever happened. At 10:22, after being removed on a roof for several minutes, the Southwest helicopter turns off its transponder. If you're wondering that despite all the distractions going on that night, if anyone happened to catch a helicopter, it wasn't a lot of them. Don't get too excited. Without a timestamp or a clear review, be careful to decide as being Metro since they do show up right in the appropriate leaves. And since Metro did take once from the rooftop radar at around 10:37 for some reason. This could all be solved by simply releasing the footage from the roof the entire day, but I will hold my breath waiting for the harder to be forthcoming about any information that might actually hold the case. It's now a good time to mention that the Lotto is also connected to the Mandalay Bay through a series of underground tunnels and hallways. It's also where a 911 call would come in later about two armed men in khakis firing off several rounds, which is something that would be backed up by other witnesses I heard into. At 10:24, Metro Fox helicopter finally arrives to the scene, 8 minutes after the shooting at the festival had already ceased. One thing Sheriff Lombardo was never able to explain was why he felt it was safe to make the break up. Why there were gunmen just magically stopped shooting for no reason, despite all the unused guns, extra ammo, and the fact that police weren't even at the story. Wouldn't it make more sense that what actually determined the length of the attack wasn't whenever the shooter randomly decided to give up, but how long it would take Metro to scramble a helicopter to the scene? All you would need to do is listen to a police scanner around the other way. Another helicopter on the scene would have blown whatever air maneuvers were going on that night and probably whatever else was really going on. Starting at 10:24 and again at 10:34, reports come in about two separate suspicious vehicles melting out and driving the wrong way down the strip. Suspects or just scared people trying to get away? I guess I'll never know. But don't tell me they couldn't pull those planes off security and traffic cameras. From 10:27 to 10:33, Metro Helicopter 5 starts hovering over the Karen's airport runway, looking for something. At 10:35, there's reports of an active shooter on the runway. Okay, I guess we know what they're looking for now. And McCarran makes the decision to turn the lights off on both runways. Why? Would that make it easier for a shooter to hide or get away in whatever vehicle or aircraft they're obviously heading to meet him? Did they miss their first team extraction? At 10:38, Metro finally sends out their first tweet about the incident, already strangely implying it's a shooter in the singular, even though everyone on scene still believes there are multiple shooters and shots are still being heard outside the venue. This is actually around the time where all hell breaks loose with the electric 911 calls by shots, seeing gunmen across the strip in a pattern that keeps heading north away from the festival. At 10:43, there's a report of a suspicious white male seen wearing fatigues and going into a motorhome at the Motel 6 in Tropicana. 6 minutes later, a 911 call comes in about seeing two more suspicious men wearing bulletproof vests and walking calmly away from where everyone is running at the same location. The motel is directly east of the venue, right between the Tropicana and the airport. There's a little circle right here. Also at 10:43 is when things start to get crazy over Sundance helicopters. A man calls about his girlfriend, who's the supervisor there, being pinned down with a bunch of people. He claims she heard shots outside and there's a girl with a gunshot wound entering the hangar. 15 minutes later, a woman calls in with her daughter because for some reason no one inside could get through to 911 like it was being blocked, and it also complained about hearing shots outside and a woman down with a gunshot wound. 10 minutes later, after the boyfriend calls back saying his girlfriend now believes there are multiple suspects on the premise and everyone there is trying to hide from him. How was this never looked into? At 10:45, according to reports, EMTs called complaining about being shot at the Tropicana. 10:51 is when the first report comes in, and the police department are hearing shots and seeing suspicious people there. A little while later, someone in the same apartment calls about two suspicious men changing their positions. The apartments are directly across from Gate 7, where shots were heard by multiple witnesses, and at least one gunman was seen firing into the crowd from the parking lot. It's also at 10:51 that officers confirmed over the radio that Mandalay Bay and the area of Giles and Alibaba was the second confirmed shooting location. I would love to tell you what the bullet forensics and the asphalt say about all this random trajectory, but as journalist Matt Couch knows when he went to examine the location for himself, it had already been tarred over and repaired, making that impossible. The 10:52 Metro 5 lands in the parking lot of Harley Davidson to look for two-man sniper team for the next 8 minutes. According to Lombardo, at 10:55, 8 officers finally arrived to the stairwell adjacent to Paddock's room. 2 minutes later, and 52 minutes after the shooting began, they finally reached the barricaded stairwell door. At 10:59, Metro Helicopter 5's transponder goes dark and is unaccounted for the next 5 minutes. At 11:02, a Metro officer calls in a report about a suspicious person heading toward the line. At 11:03, a report comes in of an active shooter coming down the escalator near the and no less than a minute later, 911 calls start pouring in about hearing shots there. One from security guard who specifically heard 5 to 6 shots fired in his immediate area. Which is interesting, because it would be someone from New York Road Security that would later deny the overt shots there at all. Less than a minute after that call, reports of suspects down and a gunman at the front desk of New York were coming. A minute after that, a woman calls 911 to describe the shooter she saw on the city floor of New York. Most of the reports in 911 calls would be corroborated and backed up by multiple witnesses like this throughout the night. Lombardo and MGM Resorts want you to believe that none of these things happened, but the fact they never released the security cam footage from any of the hotels that night to settle it once and for all tells me it's probably 1,000 plus witnesses telling the truth, and not hotels worried about personal tourism. 11:07, another shooter at the hourglass. People taking cover in a haze. At the same time, a report of a man getting out of a vehicle, particularly running rifle purposes. At 11:08, a man calls 911 at room 3135, which is only 2 floors down and directly below Paddock's, reports hearing a single gunshot that was also heard by his manager staying alone as well. It's been 10 minutes since Swamp reached the stairwell and 12 minutes before they opened the door. So, what do they hear? It's also at 11:08 that a possible bomb threat comes in a black body that looks like wires coming out of it. Something fake fact checkers will later claim was false, even though the bomb squad had to be called in to check for clearance. 11:20, calls 911 to report 2 bodies thrown in Savannah. This matches with the 911 call made by security earlier. Now 11:11 has another wave of calls from Charlotte including reports of 2 gunmen were raped. Somewhere between all these reports, each security camera operator catches 2 people on the back.
The suspect would be very likely coming through that field of view. So probably a couple of camera operators communicating with one another.
11:17, someone's mother calls 911 to report that her daughter was shot at that burger, and that there are shots being heard at that location. At 11:18, an employee working at a restaurant inside area reports hearing a gunshot, which is quickly followed by a series of calls from other people hearing shots there as well. A moment after that, a man staying at the Cosmo reports seeing a man outside his window going batshit crazy with a gun on the walkway bridge right underneath the Arias. 1 minute before Paddock would be found dead, shots rang out at Bellagio. What follows would be a flood of 911 calls about shooting at their entrance. A Canadian man claimed he and his wife were at the Bellagio taking photos when panic broke out in the hotel lobby just before 11:20. He heard someone yell, "There's a shooter," right before hearing 5 to 6 shots ring out. Renee Downs also witnessed and documented her experience there.
We went to get a drink, and then all of a sudden, this huge crowd came rushing through the doors, and blocked, and took the stand out in the front, the red rooms,
Officers will constantly told throughout the night to turn their body cameras off. Reasons I'd like to know. LAPD officers were under the impression that SWAT took out the shooter. CNN coverage cars that claim that Paddock tried to fight his way through officers and shot him before they were forced to kill him because so apparently everybody's body cameras and the LAPD had to stick to the police staff. Let's see why. Now the fire alarm goes off, but not 1,000 rounds are getting shot off. Okay, let's do videos where we can. The officer is standing right where the broken window. He's stepping and punching down hundreds of shell casings on glass and identity crimes and years. And why the curtains damaged down the pigs? Perfectly fine in that video. And for the record, this particular camera window footage was edited out when mainstream media outlets like the Associated Press and other footage. Why? What's going on? I can find footage of the very few times shots were fired out of 134, but I'll be damned if I'm able to find footage of muzzle fire out of 135 anyway. Metro 5's helicopter was also unable to find a broken window on their first move. I've sat through the footage myself, and weirdly enough, I can't find it either. It does magically appear in helicopter cam after 11:56 and instantly blatantly visible by morning. But those moments in between not seeing it and seeing it are censored out of Metro helicopter's footage from midnight. Why? To make it even more interesting, a 911 call coming from a man staying below Paddock, complaining about hearing an explosion going off and hearing glass fall outside his window at 11:32. Either someone sent a charge out to the open window at the same time they reached one. So they claim they got the shooter and calm the public. That's how the curtains get glass material. Or the charge of reaching 134 should be negative chunk of glass loose, making it hard to notice slightly where the window got visible and obvious, which for some reason shooting a 1,000 rounds out didn't shake any notice. This is why the taxpayers pay for valuables, so you can use them. I didn't know how body cam footage does pick up officers reading codex anywhere on the scene. I understand officers are more challenged and my country. Where are you fucking kidding me? It was as if his down with the trouble can, by the way. Like a complete shit show of investigation. Anyway, the two officers were looking for the broken window they cannot live. Let pass the hit over relentlessly. This day, in the final report has been, which makes me feel real good about Metro's record skills. At least now we know how hard drives are built on the crime scene, and evidence as important as the door locks get to them.
reason we're not looking for everyone else is because the doors are really right. This is the entire case. Everything else is this is the status of the extent, which means the door will breach in that first same photograph of the door
There's a huge issue here where the paddocks dead bones belong to the insider. Since Melanie managed those pictures of an unlawful preliminary and locked in the final. Considering the murders of Tyler, we don't have to investigate anything further in the case of Paddock being the lone shooter, resting solely on barricading himself inside his room. This is a very important and suspicious detail. Now it's probably a good time to mention that many LAPD officers working that night were forced to sign non-disclosure agreements, barring them from ever talking about what happened. Why? Does that sound like the Marta was running an honest, transparent investigation? As much as it seems that I'm bashing LAPD's handling of the case, it's really sure if the Marta was to blame her, as he handicapped his men from doing the truth himself. Your job, Sheriff Marta, is to serve and protect the people of Vegas, not cover for the FBI who clearly screwed up here somewhere. Orchestrated it all together as it's been discovered they want to do. It's remarkable for us to know what actually took place that night. Until the 29th first. We had no idea it was 20 organizers who participated in this. Despite the nationwide dragnet there. This is interesting. No one knows exactly those people are, but has refused to trust the crime. Why is that? Well, because it seems like they may have had some connection to the government. Some of the people who went into the Capitol committed crimes from inside and encouraged others to do the same. Here to have made contact with the FBI before the event. Let that sink in. The events of January 6th that you keep hearing about endless events that Democrats in Congress describe as active carried out by white supremacists as dangerous and historically significant as World War I and 9/11. Those events, apparently, were at least in part organized and carried out by people connected with the law. Also going on at 11:20 as Paddock is being found dead, a woman calls 911 after hearing a single gunshot inside the nearby wine shop in Planet Hollywood. She claims others there heard multiple. Other witnesses also start calling in about hearing shots there, two of which specifically mention that they heard them at Blondie's door. At 11:21, a weird call comes in from a very unemotional woman claiming they were gunmen holding up a hostage at Brixie near T-Mobile, and 20 people were shot there. Whether it's fake or not, did anyone look into it? Because calling it a fake report to 911 is not really a crime in itself. Some of these more bizarre and random claims might be done as distractions to spread methamphetamine and later discredit all the corroborated witness claims that were put in. It's in between 11:23 and 11:56 that Metro 5's helicopter footage is redacted and edited out. At 11:23, calls about the shots heard at Bellagio continue to pour in from people who had to run to safety. One call was even from a Bellagio employee who was working at her station near the front entrance when it happened. At 11:26, a man calls 911 with the son on the line, saying there's still scattered shots going off from the camera. Remember, EMTs also complained about getting shots fired out there, so you can't just be chalked up to civilians being scared. Also at 11:26, a man calls from inside the chandelier room in the console, claiming to have heard gunshots go off there, which was quickly followed by other corroborated witness calls. The console was next to the Bellagio. A later call from security where they deny hearing shots on their own premise. They were deflected and blamed the console as to where people had heard them. But you heard them, right? 11:26 is also when SWAT officers blast their way to the adjoining site on 134, and one of the cops shoots. The 3 accidental rounds in succession. Also, how is the artist narrator having to play back and forth between the brains work? Obviously, someone left with a 134 on the other side. He's gonna blow it to hell to get it open. So I didn't panic lock him and magically transport someone from 135 to dire before. This is the only other available camera. What did they just reach? Because it sure doesn't match what 194 looks like in our evidence numbers. This one's got a shopping bag and 2 other things inside. This is not this. This is not this. Did they just take on a mass shooter without clearing the adjacent rooms of innocent civilians before barging in and shooting accidentally used them? Considered like a deceitful excuse of Lombardo fans as to why officers were around for the going in, that they were clearing rooms nearby. Obviously, that's not true. The other excuse Lombardo gave for why the bridge took so long was that he was reading for SWAT. I don't know if you noticed here, but this is not a SWAT team. It's 1 SWAT officer, 2 canine units, and a bunch of regular patrol officers. It could have been for going in, but where's the rest of the 40-plus man SWAT team and all their gear? What are they doing that night? They're not anywhere. A 20 officer calls one possible suspect out of a trash can. He arrives the guy in a trash can. Was hiding from shots, and he sees something. At 11:30, a CBS employee near the Bellagio reports hearing multiple shots at midnight. At the same time, a woman calls to say her wife was hiding from gunshots at the Bellagio. She claims she heard about 4 or 5, which corroborates with only a witness statements from the incident. A man calls 911 to say he heard a single gunshot and saw people running at Excalibur, followed by the first of many calls from people hearing gunshots and ready for a shooter on the Paris casino floor, which is corroborated with a scanner by a female officer on the scene. An officer takes 3 suspects into custody, including 2 possible victims. What happened with that guy? 11:32 is when that guy calls my number and blasted down inside his window. And where women stay on Paddock's phone calls and worry about a fire because there's smoke coming in through the door. A minute later, another woman staying on the 33rd floor called about an explosion. It's strange because why would they notice a complaint about the second breach and the first? At 11:33, another corroborating call comes in hearing gunshots going off in the Paris casino. At 11:35, the officers who had experienced wonder out loud how these reports of shots are coming from. It looks like he's been dead while he's sick. And you're wondering what all these other shots are that people's calling in about? Me too. It's also 11:35 that Metro Hours are going to drop a camera a little bit and flies away up there. What? How is it that you were pressing what's going on in Vegas right now?
11:31. He's going to spend a minute or 2 there. And he's going to head to Las Vegas. Las Vegas summer in the area presents another signing. I don't know whether they're signing possible on a night like this. So there he is again, locked up like right before 11:35. So he spent about 2 minutes there. Presumably off the week. I don't know why else he plans. But he makes a brief stop dropping here. And see, he has near the summer here.
machine guns, all in black, posted the stratosphere of the Green Collection. 2 minutes later, the Enterprise police scanner dispatcher put out an office report of 5 snipers on the east side of the venue, and a team headed there with rifles. I have no idea if they're talking about the same 5 individuals, because that's literally all that exists publicly about it. What the hell was that about? And don't tell me a strip club doesn't have cameras. At 11:37, a German tourist hiding in the laundry room calls 911 to report the shootout at Bellagio. Also at 11:37, a man calls 911 who was huddled with about 100 other people in a break room at Planet Hollywood to report hearing gunshots there. When people with someone else right next to them is calling 911, they generally don't also call the same thing. So just imagine how many witnesses beyond all these calls there was called. At 11:40, Metro had a man call 911 to report a deceased woman in the parking lot in the Catholic Church. As I mentioned, there were several fatalities that occurred outside of the venue that the LAPD never released non-forensic film, and which prevents us from knowing if these victims were hit from any of the crossfire shots that people heard coming from the east side near Gate 7 or north and east at Tropicana. Either they have the forensic reports and need to be forced to release them, or everyone involved from top to bottom needs to be fired and replaced for not doing their job. It's also about this time a call comes in about a man with a rifle that everyone keeps seeing get out of a white pickup truck at Bellagio. Thanks to active listeners to the police scanner that night, the gunman's license plate was transcribed and recorded as 444 XLM. So, law enforcement at the least knows whose truck this is. So where's the report for that investigation? Doesn't the public deserve to know who that man is? A minute later, he only calls about people running into Hammer and saying there's a shooting outside there. People call were only about hearing gunshots, but seeing a shooter. At 11:43, it's discussed that the officers who reached Paddock's room leave to assist with all the other calls coming in the strip. After K9 Officer Itzko turns his body camera on, it's the last time we ever see inside Paddock's room for the rest of the night. It's also at 11:43 a man calls saying he heard multiple shots from the distance from his room in one of MGM Grand's towers. At the exact same time, a couple calls 911 about hearing shots fired at Caesars, and a man sheltering outside of the garage when people calls 911 to report gunshots there. The garage is right next to Caesars. At 11:47, his new Flamingo security calls 911 about hearing shots fired in their back parking lot and someone returning a gun to officers near Ballet. If you're keeping track, that's now 2 guns found on the street turned in by civilians. Either they should trace back to someone and garner an explanation, or these didn't trace back to anyone on purpose because they were meant to cause distractions and be thrown away. It's also at this time that a man calls 911 about hearing shots and having to hit the deck 30 to 40 minutes ago at Bellagio. The 911 operator confirms to the man that there have been multiple reports of shootings in that area. Why did Sheriff Lombardo want everyone to think this entire town just imagined this? Metro finally tweets out almost 2 hours after the first shots were fired that one suspect is down, but not totally sure. Thanks. It's also at this time officers find Mary Lou Daly's credit card. Wait, she left the country without a credit card?
Keep in mind, there are still multiple reports of people seeking gunmen at the Rothschild at this time. I guess now we know why Lombardo fought so hard to keep that body cam footage from being released. At 12:11 in the morning, a woman calls frustrated that her husband has been sheltering in the garage because he heard shots fired there earlier, but that the casino's management is denying having any knowledge of a shooting there at all. The 911 operator confirms to the woman that there were indeed reports about shots being fired in the garage. Why isn't security calling in to lie about things after the fact, especially when many of the initial calls were made by their own employees? At 12:12, an officer gets a report of a white male wearing a black t-shirt going into clubs and clearing around with a gun. All the manpower and surveillance in the city really couldn't track this guy down. At 12:14, reports of a possible suspect on the 4th floor of Mandalay Bay comes in. At 12:20, reports come in of gunshot victims at Reno Gunhouse. It's been 2 hours since the shooting at the festival ended, and they're just finding these people now. And then there's a report of one in custody at the Motel 6 where people had called in about suspicious individuals there earlier. And that's about all I can find out about that situation. At 12:21, a woman calls 911 stating a friend is an armed security guard at Harris just had an active shooter run through his shin. A few minutes later, a man would call in about hearing a gunshot go off there. At 12:23, things escalate from suspect to an active shooter situation somehow on the 4th floor of Mandalay Bay. Is there any reason Mandalay Bay wasn't forced to hand over all their footage from that night? At 12:31 a.m., Metro tweets out that they do not believe there are any more shooters. Really? A minute after claiming there were no more shooters, an officer requests a strike team to assist with apprehending a suspect on the east side of the venue. I'm certainly glad patrol officers didn't just give up looking at any point in night. It's very clear at this point that Lombardo obviously knew there were still other possible suspects, but knowingly chose to mislead the public. At 12:35, Valley Security detains a suspect who claimed he wasn't involved. Was he part of the people causing distractions? Where's the report on this? I don't care if he's crazy as hell. I want to know what this guy has to say. At 12:46, more reports of shots were lit from New York again. At 1 a.m., Metro reports the suspect's name is Stephen Paddock, even though his ID is been laying on the counter this whole time according to the crime scene photos. And why would they have his photo ID if they insist on using this useless picture all over the news? Did they not want people to recognize him and offer him more info for some reason? We later find out that this is also when it's discovered that there were 3 other female suspects registered to the room and sent to check out the next day. A fact that was kept hidden from the public and never, ever explained. Everything is redacted except their first names, Joanna, Lori, and Katie Whiskey. Are they accomplices? Are they witnesses? Even if they're just hookers, wouldn't you like to know what they have to say about all this? I can think of no good reason that the FBI would choose to protect the people staying in Paddock's room for one of the largest mass shootings in America, unless they're hiding their own screw-up or protecting their own people. It is absolutely inexcusable that this much information has been kept from the public for a mass shooting they want us to believe there was no motive.
in which we're supposed to just live in fair for everyone and get along right. At 1:04, the bomb squad finally clears a suspect vehicle in Luxor. It turns out it was just one of those weird electronic self-driving cars. At 1:25 a.m., a man calls 911 about seeing two men dressed like military contractors firing off rounds down at the floor. Contacts police about catching a shooter on video. So, where's this video? Was it scrubbed off the internet like all the other ones I can't find anymore? Where are all the surveillance videos from casinos happening? You mean to tell me there's no camera on Delano's roof or Tropicana's roof? No, you're just limited to what we can scrape together from the body cam footage from Forest Metro and citizen cell phones that they were nice enough to post. At 3:49 in the morning, officers recover a casing in the bathroom in Paris. Considering people also saw them, they're going to go into Luxor's bathroom. Is this maybe where the distraction shooters were going to change? Is that how a case could fall on the floor? And if so, where's the videos of people entering and exiting both those bathrooms for the night? This is the most insulting excuse for an investigation this country has ever seen. It's sometime during the night of the shooting of citizen journalist Shepard Amos noticed that the public access to the camera facing Bellagio had 2 hours of its imagery spread from the website. It was later replaced with imagery, but of course, showed nothing. On the morning of October 2nd, thousands of people woke up to the confusion of a complete media blackout of anything that happened outside of the festival grounds. By midday, authorities quickly announced panic is the issue and never, ever explained anything further beyond that. I've talked to everyone who's in our there was a universe at that time. And I also talked to my friends of mine recently. Everyone that was on the ground, I've spoken to. There's a difference between having different firewall. And with all the gunshots and stuff, I said, you guys just counting bullets. You know, like piano like this. And she looked right at us and she there was no good word else in the country of hotel last night. And I was like, really? Okay, well, let me show you the videos of where we were all blocked off and security. When I didn't even have to show it to them. She said, hold on, walks in the back, comes back out, slides our receipt over, and says, there you go, you guys have a good day. And the receipt had 0 percent. I did not see one truck. I did not see one CNN, one ABC, one nobody. No box, no nobody. Okay? They weren't asking us anything. It's everybody else who wasn't there. Armchair guessing what's going on because it's obvious that they're being lied to. But they don't even know to the extent to which they are being lied to. I'm here to tell you the extent to which you are being lied to. Everything that we know that night didn't exist the next day. Everybody knows that they're lying. Everybody.
It's also pretty interesting things here. Some things that warrant an explanation from people that were in these helicopters. Why have not used that question? Why is it going? Why does the media care about this?
The facts and details I've just laid out, just tell me I will debunk me, please. Show me the missing footage. Show me how these instances were resolved, because everything I'm looking at screams under the cover. And then sadly, only the worst has completely back statements and videos were made after the fact. For days after the event, testimony from witnesses and survivors were rolling and almost none of them matched the normal narrative for 30 seconds. Witnesses recalled hearing multiple calibers from multiple directions, parallel shots from ground, seeing people with guns that weren't dressed like policemen firing into the crowd. In one report from a victim struck in the arm, she stated after running up the back gate at the festival on the east side, she heard gunshots there, and people were saying there was a shooter in the as well. So her and her sister ran back to the other side, only to be stuck in the middle of it. Someone eventually kicked down the gates of the airport to escape, her and her sister in the trailer for the next 3.5 hours. As they hid, they could hear gunshots coming from all around the top, the side, and specifically from the direction of Reno Street near Tropicana. In one redacted statement, a stagehand who's used to loud sounds said they thought the shooter had to be close by because the sound of the gunfire was so close it affected their hearing for the next few days. If you remember, in front of the stages were several fatalities suffered perfectly parallel trajectories. Despite all the evidence and despite not even having any preliminary investigations done, Lombardo somehow officially announces that the shooting was the work of a single gunman only 3 hours after the tragedy occurred. And he doesn't care if he cannot answer questions. He's just not going to answer them.
This is true. Given its closure, this is suspicion that people are monitoring.
Almost on cue, HG Media fell into lockstep and dropped the story completely after only 2 weeks. And then the fake fact checkers came out and forced to run defense for their manufacturer of shooter narrative. Not by actually debunking anything, but by simply declaring them to be false. Because Lombardo said so. I kid you not. The one where the Huffington Post debunked multiple shooters while their own interview witness claims that there were more than one is my favorite. Speaking of bullshit, these are the 3 separate timelines that Lombardo makes up. The first has Jesus campus interrupting the shooter and saving the day, which is also Lombardo's excuse as to why he's never ordered a lawyer in the hallway to do nothing for right now for no reason. All 3 versions would claim that they were evacuating the other rooms on that floor. We already know that's not completely true. The second timeline Lombardo makes up has campus getting shot at 9:59, which MGM doesn't like because it makes them look like they didn't call it in fast enough. The third timeline, which Lombardo compromises on in that, has campus getting shot right before the shooting begins, like, that's why it started, like, that makes no sense at all. Helicopters were already in place, lights out, and random security guard would have been the initial catalyst for an event like this. For everything I've looked at, and people I've talked to that were there, campus was shot somewhere during the middle of the shooting, which is why he heard drilling sounds. Also worth noting is that rounds came down the hallway, not just on campus, but later the engineer showed up above the door barricade. So, clearly someone's watching the room service camera in the hallway while the shooting is commencing. I don't even think Jason Bourne could pull off the maneuvers Lombardo was claiming on an out-of-shape 64-year-old man with 0 military experience. Then the FBI instantly declared that there was no evidence it was an act of international terror, even though ISIS took credit for it immediately, claiming they had converted Paddock over their official channels, which, according to experts, they rarely did unless it's actually true. Now, there's no tangible evidence that Paddock suddenly became an angry Islamic terrorist overnight, but if he was working for the feds in an illegal gun sale to them, well, that just might be the cover story to be easily going for. On October 4th, in crumbling under public scrutiny and refusing to answer the public's questions, Lombardo feels the need to announce that there is no conspiracy between the FBI, LVP, and MGM. It's also on this day that Mandalay Bay employee leaks a receipt from September 27th, showing Paddock had been there too. 5 days after the shooting, no answers being given to the public. YouTube starts banning videos that would lead to multiple shooters and an FBI cover-up. On October 9th, one of the most compelling and local witnesses against the whole gunman narrative, Kimberly Zuckerberg,
dies unexpectedly in her sleep at 28. She had spoken publicly about seeing and hearing multiple shooters during the attack and had made it known on social media that she was organizing survivors groups of others like her to confirm the truth. Here are some of the excerpts from her lately archived Facebook post. Bullets were coming from every direction. Behind us, in front of us, to the side of us. But I just knew that there was someone chasing us. The further we got from the venue, the closer the gunfire got. I kept looking back, expecting to see the gunman. And I say men because there was more than one person. 100% more than one. The first place I remember getting to was the parking lot. I told Cassie, we need to get under one of these trucks. She turned to me and started her way back to me, and that's when the gunfire got even closer than before. It was right there. It was within the parking lot. Everyone around us was panicking once again. The second place I remember going by was Hooters. We ran toward the entrance thinking we could take cover there, but as we got closer, a stampede of people ran out terrified. We could only conclude that there was another gunman inside that hotel. At some point, we ended up here. I've been watching movies nonstop since I brought back home to my family, and it just doesn't make sense. The story they're feeding everyone doesn't add up to eyewitness accounts. There were multiple people stating that there was a lady toward the beginning of the evening who had made her way to the stage warning people who were all going to die. Why has she not been mentioned by authorities? Every single survivor I've talked to also remembers multiple shooters, and at least one from the ground. Why are we being taken more seriously? Tons of things to think about. On October 13th, Izzy's campus was scheduled to have 5 different reunions to straighten out the ever-changing timelines of the bombs manufactured. But instead, it disappears without explanations in Mexico. 5 days later, Izzy's campus would reappear in the very unserious and degenerate show, where she leads him through an extremely controlled narrative of the reporters of MGM, who feared he would crumble and reveal their liability if he were ever interviewed by real reporters. Ellen decided to announce for me that this would be the only interview he will ever give on the topic. I should mention that Ellen's show is sponsored by MGM through slot machines that apparently make her millions because, I don't know, I guess people just like really weird stuff. MGM slapped campus with the gavel and paid him off in the form of 2 properties in Las Vegas, according to his own brother-in-law who he had lived with and confided in about now. MGM never explained my campus was hired as a security guard without being licensed to be there. Odd, considering they would be sued for their own lack of security. On October 11th, Paddock's home was burglarized, even though it should have been guarded. Reno police were blamed the irresponsibly unlocked door and the wind. On October 21st, people started coming forward about how the FBI handed back laptops and cell phones to workers and consequences that were taken as evidence and then given back like clean. Fake fact-checker sites like Snopes, who just got busted this year for plagiarism and not actually fact-checking anything, declared it to be unproven. Not because they actually looked into it whatsoever, but because they deemed it unproven, because it was based off unsourced Facebook posts, even though the claim itself was made by at least 2 locals from their personal accounts. On October 25th, Lombardo reveals the hard drive from Paddock's laptop went missing from the crime scene. Mainstream media wants you to believe Paddock removed it himself, but doesn't feel the need to explain where it went since he never left the room. On October 28th, Danny Contreras, another survivor from 91, was found shot dead in a vacant lot in Las Vegas. He had taken to social media the day after the shooting in a tweet, which were posted hundreds of times about being chased by 2 gunmen at the concert. The censor Nazis at Twitter felt the need to suspend his account for somehow violating terms of service from being on the grave. While Danny can believe all the remaining survivor passings after the incident could be chalked up to suspicious dark coincidences, it's enough to make people fear speaking out about whatever they saw and heard that night. On October 31st, Sheriff Lombardo finally admits an officer fired his weapon that night at the crime scene an entire month after it happened. On November 11th, Newsweek comes out with an insanely fabricated story claiming that non-political Paddock was a Trump supporter, based off Sheriff Lombardo claiming he was, because Trump was good for the economy and the stock market, and thus Paddock must have liked him. Solid journalism, man. Now, since Newsweek has felt the need to fact-check me personally in the past over things they've written in the article I was writing about, let me fact-check that. If Paddock was really a Supposedly, he still had an amber bruised himself that, the ATF frowned upon, and ended up taking a plea deal. He was sentenced to 13 months in prison for conspiracy to manufacture and sell armor-piercing ammunition without license. So, the FBI doesn't care about all the other people that were in paddocks for that night. They went hard after the guy that sold him bullets that he didn't even use. This isn't about gun control or anything, especially considering anti-gun activists want to repeal the entire Second Amendment. On May 2nd, 2018, Lombardo was called to release all the body cam footage from midnight, although he dragged it on for over a year fighting it, taking it all the way to Nevada Supreme Court. Now that you've seen it, I think you know why. On July 17, 2018, in one of those unbelievably disgusting moves, MGM sues over 8,031 victims claiming they're not liable and that their security was enough at the time. That explains why employees held paddock loaded multiple cars of gun cases and staff visitors 10 times over the weekend and didn't report any of them. In July, MGM Resorts tried to qualify the shooting as an act of terrorism, so they would have no liability to any of the survivors or the families of victims because, well, they're originally shootouts. On August 3rd, 2018, Lombardo releases his final report under 91, which answered none of the questions I posed in this video. In fact, I actually think it ended up creating some of them. Despite experts expecting the settlement to reach the millions, on September 20th, 2020, 3 years later, victims were finally awarded $800 million. MGM never admitted liability, and their insurance covered almost all of it. And from what I've personally heard from some of the victims, most of those funds ended up in the pockets of lawyers instead. The news also issued the $32 million raised on GoFundMe by Governor Sisolak and Sheriff Lombardo for the victims. Now, I can find articles on how they intended to disperse the money to people, but absolutely nothing showing that it was. When confronted about it, Lombardo claimed there was an audit done that apparently no one has ever seen and no one can find, and then goes on to ignore the person that asked. Is there any way that we can audit money? No, this has to do everything with the family ratio. We called the Secretary of State's office to demand they do an investigation. They stated it's actually no one's job in the entire state of Nevada to look at the charity fraud. So that's how they've been getting away with all that stuff. Steve Sisolak ultimately is the president of the massacre to win his race for governor. One of the first things he did in office was to make a recall against a Carter, which he faced too during COVID, when he decided to grant himself the emergency powers to illegally suspend Nevada's constitutional rights. He went as far as to even use OSHA to shut down events meant to gather signatures against him. He restricted the use of life-saving drugs, like vitamin B rations, while it was actually rewarded by our whole jail system here. He got busted for campaign fraud involving a cannabis company, which his friend, the useless Rhino Secretary of State, has yet to investigate or prosecute. Together, they solidified election fraud that she also refuses to investigate, even though she publicly admitted fraud occurred, but not widespread enough for her liking, whatever that means. Yeah, maybe people being accused of committing election fraud shouldn't be the ones in charge of investigating it. Meanwhile, his wife is winning no big government contracts that she then awards to her clients, which conveniently include his campaign donors to her consulting firm. Recently, he was also cited for causing a car wreck, and though he appeared extremely impaired on video, LAPD did not give him a sobriety test like the innocent guy he hit, and even let his CCP handlers remove mystery items from his car before they took it. He also sent Nevada schools communist-style fear-mongering propaganda about COVID. He gave away $1 million of our hard-earned tax money in the middle of an economic crisis to someone who's probably not that random for getting the job. He also legalized giving someone AIDS on purpose and held a racially segregated event. Sisolak is currently running for re-election, if you can believe it. Sensing that sinking ship and not being able to afford someone else coming in and building their giant cover-up, Sheriff Lombardo has now decided to run for governor against Sisolak as a Republican, because in order to keep corruption going in Nevada, you have to own both teams running. There seems to be more support against him than for. I mean, I'm sent to keep them calm, and I've been in permanent Facebook jail the last 4 years. Even I have 237,000 more supporters of him, and I'm not the one running for governor or paying for ads. Considering his refusal to uphold the Constitution, defend our rights, and the fact he had to cover up one of the largest mass shootings in history, we'll see if he's still running once people in Nevada know the full truth about him from this video. The judge that originally heard the case, and the door of the VP of security for the MGM at the time, Jennifer Tagliani, is now the chairwoman of the Non-Gaming Commission. You see, in Nevada, for some corrupt reason, it's the Gaming Commission that's in charge of verifying original Dominion voting machines. So yes, the commission the governor is in charge of appointing is in charge of making sure him and his people are cheating elections. Because that's not enough believable and moral conflict of interest to run. Now that laid out all the facts, they didn't want you to know that. This is the part where everyone's going to ask me now that I've looked at everything. What do I think happened? I honestly prefer people come to their own conclusions. I also understand I easily spend more time researching and putting this together than any other article I've ever written or anything I've done in college. For the record, this year I have nothing but a lot of researching and writing about subjects using stupid amounts of references, but at least it comes in handy for something. And while I'm not really satisfied with writing everything on the out on the street that night, with him using this like thousands of people who caught a video as distractions and he doesn't think comes to investigate, I think I can at least lay down a reasonable and plausible premise for that. Disclaimer, it's confident. If it seems as if I left something out, it's because I wasn't able to debunk it, there wasn't enough evidence for my satisfaction, or I've been swept from the internet and I couldn't either find it or verify it. I am praying more people come forward after this and find the missing pieces, or could they start asking someone learn about these casinos and releasing the missing footage and reports that could solve all this. There are also a lot of things I know but can't prove in a manner I can use yet, so I'm just going to keep this very conservative and stick to the facts of it. So, it couldn't be clearer that the FBI covered up the attack to pretend to whoever was really behind it. We don't know why. Now, I can't think of a reason for burying it so quickly and so blatantly, unless our government played some part in it in a way they shouldn't have. They just can't afford that people to know what they've done. If they wanted to solve it, they easily could, but they clearly don't want to, and they definitely don't want to give people the tools like me to do so for themselves. Now, I don't know if people were shooting from helicopters. People sure seem to think so. I think they at least played a role in providing air support, hospital drop-offs, and extractions of unemployment. Going off eyewitness accounts and village trajectories, I believe they were shooters triangulating the content to maximize fatalities and attempting to hide their own fire within the burst of automatic fire from Mandalay Bay. The amount of headshots and parallel trajectories tells me there's likely a sniper shooting from the main stage area, like many heard and suspected, a shooter in the parking lot that multiple people saw and heard, and at least a team or two over by the Tropicana and Catholic Church area, while shell casings and other casualties were found. There might have been specific targets in the crowd, or it might have all been a distraction for something else. It really wouldn't be that hard, though, to take off the casualty or pretend to take them to the hospital and then never account for the body later. No matter who else was involved or what the other targets and goals would have been, it still leads right back to our government and what they could have covering up the murder of 58 innocent, hard-working American patriots. It was still unclear. That reason has always been to push them forward, which in this case they didn't have foreign terrorism, so it can't be that. Or it's societies again, which are government keeps protecting and restoring. Or use it in the hopes that people will willingly forfeit their constitutional rights in the name of public safety, which has been used a lot these last few years. When Australia's Port Arthur shooting killed 35, our country ended up using it for a gun grab. Obama honestly praised Australian people for giving up their gun rights, quote unquote. When Australia had a mass kill, it was so shocking the entire country said, well, we're going to have to completely change our gun rights. Something I'm glad patriots to consider bowing down to. Something Australians will be regretting at this point. I think Paddock's real gig was more than likely selling illegal firearms, either for himself or the feds, and then laundering the money to gamble. Which Ann Coulter hit on the head by pointing out how ridiculous the media was, claiming that in the lone world of video paper, Paddock made millions. Illegal gun trading is the only thing that explains why he bought guns separate from his personal collection and showcased them in an upscale, albeit garishly decorated Las Vegas suite. His last real job was decades ago as an accountant for Lockheed Martin, when of the largest military-industrial complex and government contractors out there. Its complete lack of an online presence also makes it easy to abuse firefighters. The explosive targets I got in this car are the same ones I use at discount kids and watermelons or whatever to make things go on in the desert. Which also makes sense if he was planning on demonstrating them with a large gun set. If his plan was to murder as many people at a concert across the street for absolutely no reason, then why wouldn't he have scopes monitor all the guns the FBI claimed were used? They all have bump stocks because that was really important for one repair they set up for sale. But only half had scopes. He's worth over $1 million, and it was supposedly he wouldn't spend a little extra to go all out on his neighborhood. He also paid his taxes on his gambling wins before this happened because that's what someone does right before they go down in a place of glory. Especially if they're an anti-government nut like the leftist Reds trying to push. I love how the government considers Paddock far right based off a conversation I guarantee never happened with strangers about Ruby Ridge, Waco, and FEMA being used to push many world order, which he wouldn't be wrong about if he did. According to them, not trusting the government is a great thing. Yeah, most people don't trust the government these days. Probably a whole lot less after this year. I think whatever gun deal he was doing went sideways with whoever was in that room. You got Pops somewhere along the line in the taxi. I don't know, probably when they heard that 345 little gunshot and the warlock started getting messed with. And then whoever was shooting the gun could have just escaped out of the hotel. Yes, during the hour, officers were wearing a stairwell. Even a little SWAT officer was wearing the short seal in the rain because it takes so long to get there. The fact FBI brass instructed agents not to investigate that Aussie with a 3-1 Paddock's room tells me they were probably working for them in one form or another. We know Brian Hodge was a weirdo lefty, so going down with conservatives at a country music concert on events that push gun control is well within the realm of possibility. But it doesn't explain the 4 helicopters or that whole cover-up. That implies a much larger operation is going on. The fact helicopters turned off their transponders before the shooting tells me they absolutely played a part in it. And I think it was Metro's incoming helicopter that ended the time they were shooting it on Paddock just deciding to put it for no reason. One of the closest people in the video I've ever shown you saw 2 people in that room. We all know, beyond a doubt, that there were others in that room. And if you really want to have some fun, ask Lombardo if the DNA tested the dildo I know they found. I think certain individuals were tasked with causing distractions across the strip to spread Metro thin. And as long as they didn't hit anyone too far away from the festival, the powers that be could simply deny it ever happened, which apparently they could do. There also seems to be a pattern of distractions leading them up and away from the airport to the south, where someone might spot all these planecopters and suspects running around. Whatever the hell else was going on that night in the camera. And yes, there really is a secret airline close to the fuel tanks that might have tried to blow up that flies military VIP personnel to the base in Area 51. It's not just a conspiracy. And yes, Saudi royals do own the top floors of Mandalay Bay. We're very likely another high-level target, considering the arrest of deep state Saudi royals just 1 month later. Oh, and look who ended up buying them out. Yay! Conspiracy bingo card complete. The infamous footage of a tactical team going through the Tropicana has nothing to do with the Saudi prince, by the way. That's actually LBPD confiscating security footage from the Tropicana and taking it away. Specifically, they wanted the high-def footage that overlooked the venue and into Paddock's room. Gee, what do you think they wanted that all for themselves for? I'm hoping a revival of public interest will harass the answers out of what Nevada government, since national attention and embarrassment is the only thing these fragile, evil cowards care about. The fact this entire thing is politicized by government officials and pushing even more gun control is a more believable motive and narrative than no motive at all and none of the facts making sense. Less than a day later, they're pulling pro-Second Amendment bills and pushing for gun control, including the usual sellout gutless rhinos in the GOP. I think they made a mistake in heavily underestimating the weapons savviness of a country music crowd. They were quick to recognize that this was not one person. Hence, they were forced to bury the story instead of shamelessly pointing it out, as the news usually does with tragedies like this. I believe the CEOs of the hotel buried what happened because it was bad for tourism and thus bad for their own bank accounts. It doesn't hurt that MGM controlled most of them to win. Also doesn't hurt that MGM CEO had the psychic foresight to dump means that can expose the people paying them. Alternative news sources, investigative journalists have been exposing fraud for years. But getting all the facts all together and out to the masses is an uphill battle in a world where censorship has become as rampant as it is. Why? Because our government is corrupt, inadequate, and shitty. And they've been chiseling away our protected constitutional rights for decades. So tragedies like this don't line their pockets and serve their own political causes. It's not a right or left wing thing either. It's both parties. And they've been taxing us and pissing away most of the money in ways that always seem to pour in back into their pockets and kickbacks, money laundering to relatives, book deals, speaking engagements, whatever. Before social media, people only had the news. I don't think they censor journalists and websites harder than anything else on social media. Questioning the government is dangerous for the government. And if killing innocent American civilians to push political fear seems a little too crazy for you, let me fill you in on some background. First, people say Group 91 is the largest mass shooting in American history. That's not actually true. It's only true if you don't count the times it was a home government doing the shooting. Like the time they shot over 250 innocent Native Americans on purpose and 25 of them were Jews by accident at Rabbi. If that seems too far removed, then they also did it as recently as 1993 when the ATF shot and then burned 76 people alive in Waco, Texas, including 2 pregnant women and 25 children, all over suspected illegal weapons. Way to keep America safe now. It's not always accidental either. In 1962, the U.S. Department of Defense proposed a plan called Operation Northwoods, where the feds wanted to stage and carry out an attack on American civilians to blame it on a foreign enemy to start a very profitable, which at the time had no law. You can look all of this up. Our own Joint Chiefs of Staff concocted plans to blow up U.S. ships or stage riots. One plan to avoid spilling casualties in banks involved blowing up the passenger plane, giving people backstories and alien suits, unloading them, and then using an unmanned drone masquerading as that plane to be shot down, start a war, and then ultimately get Americans killed in a wartime anyway. And they wonder why people think certain things. Unbelievably, every chief of staff signed off on it at the time, except President Kennedy. And we all know what happened to him. Subsequently, President Johnson took over and within months used the Gulf of Tonkin incident that we already suspected was fake then, but now thanks to the Tonkin incident for sure, to leverage war powers from Congress to drive America into the Vietnam War. A war which benefited absolutely no one other than the military-industrial complex selling weapons of war, tanks, bombs, guns, and chemicals like napalm and Agent Orange that poisoned our troops, civilians, and everything in between. Let them sink in for a second. We lost over 58,000 service members in one of the bloodiest, most pointless wars of all time, over a lie pushed by a sitting U.S. president. It didn't end there either, I hate to tell you. Before Group 91 happened, Congress was set to vote through 2 pro-gun bills, one concealed carry permit reciprocity bill, and one loosening restrictions on suppressors to protect gun enthusiasts, law enforcement, and military communities. After the Vegas shooting, everything was shelved, and the feds, as an added bonus, got their undying wish to ban both sides. Both sides are crap and refusing to care, but I was looking forward to having read about a concealed carry with other states I traveled through, so I'm not theoretically an accidental felon for crossing state lines. It should be like a driver's license valid in all 50 states. Anyway, they clearly wanted more. Without being able to push the story, the media did all its levels. That's all they got. That and whatever money they made selling extra security devices. We'll never know what other underlying targets and causes they got or accomplished either. Now without severe public outcry to uncover the rest of the cover-up, which I hope happens with this video. I hope a lot of people wake up to what our government's capable of after this. Think about it, the last 2 years alone and how corrupt government officials got caught funding hate fires to make it more deadly to us, and then they used it to take away our most basic rights and freedoms. They're spending money and creating debt in a way that the next generation will never be able to get out from under. And all the while doing whatever the hell they want themselves, like the hypocritical parasites they are. The FBI, the government, our politicians, they are all out of control, and they have been for a while. We need to return to the original understanding of our Constitution and strip the federal government back down to only the powers of original unfortunately allowed to. Our founding fathers didn't trust the government either. Now we can see why. But most importantly, we the people should be mad as hell. We should be demanding the truth and ask for sharing the word of government system like FBI agent Airways. And if anyone's
Vegas is a world built on fantasy. But there's a dark reality just beneath the surface where good and bad guys battle every day. Yet house just usually the good guys win, but there are cheaters who are so accomplished at what they do, they can pay for millions. These are their exclusive stories told by the guys who took Vegas for a ride and landed themselves into the Cheater Hall of Fame. On gaming tables in Las Vegas casinos, there are golden chips of all denominations. Only a handful of companies make them, and manufacturing processes are kept top secret. So when two devious cheats successfully counterfeited chips, it catapulted them right into the Cheater Hall of Fame. Chips are cash in casinos, and Henderson, Nevada, just 13 miles from Las Vegas. Agents from the gaming control board bust a counterfeiting ring operating out of a garage.
the bust itself was the first of its kind, not just in Las Vegas. The gaming control agents say the first of its kind in the country. They've never really seen an operation like this.
In a makeshift workshop, agents find chips that are in the process of being converted from low denominations to high denominations. $1 chip. Hey, chip. Now you have $1 president.
It literally took some paint, some glitter, and a hair dryer, and a good idea.
Behind the scam is an unlikely pair, two former construction workers. The mastermind is 40-year-old Eric Morgan. In an exclusive interview, Morgan reveals how he created chips that looked so real they fooled the experts.
It wasn't that easy. But once it came to us, we figured out a way.
It came fast. The story begins in the late 1990s. Vegas construction is booming. Casinos are going up all over town, and older casinos renovate extensively to stay competitive. In 2000, small-time contractor Eric Morikawa of Southern California goes to Las Vegas to find work. Morikawa has more work than he can handle. He hires an additional help, including 20-year-old Jeremy Lewis.
Jeremy, I met at a bar. He was at work.
Morikawa's new employee has a checkered past.
Jeremy Lewis was a known bad guy. He had some drug and forgery warrants outstanding in California, and he also had multiple arrests here in the Las Vegas area.
Still, Jeremy's a good worker. For a few years, business is good. Then, in 2004, the economy crashes.
The construction industry took a dive and wasn't really there anymore. We were all in the same situation where the money started to deplete and we had to take care of the papers.
Morikawa and his crew started to move jobs farther and farther away. But on one of their return trips, Morikawa spots something on the side of the road that gets him thinking.
I said, Chip, I asked them, Chip, we all agreed to be adaptive.
In that moment, Morikawa and his crew decide to do what no one else has successfully done: counterfeit the currency of Vegas, casino chips.
We went to Vegas and we would get the chip from the table. We take it back to my garage and broke it in half. We tried to see what was contained inside the chip.
Casino chips are made out of clay, sand, and other earthen metals that are
chips must have the same weight, feel, and the hollow sound that real chips make when they're rolled. The team do their own sound tests. This is the real chip. And this is the imposter.
The chips that we made from scratch, and heavy something new that was
Weeks go by. The team still hasn't created a chip that will work. Discouraged, several crew members bail. Now it's just Morikawa and Lewis, but they're not ready to give up. Together, they spend hours studying the chips from the Green Valley Ranch Casino. Each denomination has its own colors. The $100 chip is black and gray, and the $1 chip is gray and teal. Morikawa suddenly realizes it would be easier to modify a chip than to create one from scratch. It's a huge breakthrough.
So he grabbed a sharp pad, and I just was like, well, we just need to be black.
It looks like they can take $1 chips and convert them into $100 chips with a little effort. First, they must remove the $1 inlay from the center.
We tried to heat it up to plug off, heat it up, and the chips. So we put it in like water, and it would penetrate the inlay.
The 212-degree water leaves the chip unharmed, but softens the inlay, allowing them to easily pull it off. Next step, duplicating the black and gray shades of the $100 chip.
We get our beads from an arsenalist. We sit there and just mix the colors, blend them in, and then put it on the real chip, and then wait for it to dry. And we both look at it under light outside, different types of light, and make sure they're all matched to it. It's
on to the painting. They start with the gray color of the accent strips, known as tips. Using an airbrush, they cover the entire chip. Once the paint dries, they block out the pips with painter's tape. Then airbrush everything else black. When the tape is removed, the colors on the counterfeit chip mirror the authentic one.
Jeremy Lewis really did a good job at matching the colors. That's not easy to do. See, colors are always very unique. You can't do it perfectly. They did it perfectly. They got it very well.
Once the colors in place, the next step is creating the phony $100 graphic inlay. They scan a real one into a computer and print it on clear plastic to give it a glossy look. Then the plastic is glued onto a white backing made of rubber sticker paper.
The inlays were kind of like a possible. And then you get the inside of the chip.
The chip is ready, except for one crucial detail.
If you're on this chip and in the black light, you'll see it glowing. Tell that we can't. That's one of their security features. I went out and got the same color bead in a pen form, and we went color the top hat, and we came in there. And we had black light set up so we could check the position. They're random. So we just went over there. This shows up to the black light.
After a month of work, they finally have 3 $100 counterfeit chips. Morikawa and Lewis had 10 minutes off the Vegas Strip to the Green Valley Ranch Casino in Henderson, Nevada, to see if they can fool the casino.
I'm a blind, so I can't walk into the casino and keep a straight face and go to the cashier cage and cash the chips. I feel guilty.
Jeremy Lewis takes the lead.
I'm sitting where he's in there trying to cash his chips. I'm looking for the
Moments later, Lewis reappears.
I have to try and hopped in instead of trying. And we drove. I thought security was chasing them, and I'm going to worship first.
But no one's behind them. And when Morikawa looks over, Lewis has 3 $100 bills in his hand. The counterfeit chips work.
They can come down into the garage, and within 5 minutes, you can have a brand new chip. It was just that stunning.
Morikawa and Lewis
deadly glitter in there and give it that delicate.
And has fraudulent chips at 8 different casino properties, including Caesar's Palace and Mandalay Bay. These guys were all down.
They are well on their way to the Cheater Hall of Fame, but they realize that sooner or later, cashing in chips without ever playing a single casino game is bound to arouse suspicion. To avoid getting caught, they need to change their game.
We had to find a way where it was conformed, where they wouldn't be able to immediately catch on.
To make the scam look legitimate, they start playing at the gaming tables, buying real chips from dealers.
We laid $2,000 on the table. They'd give us the chips, and the camera ran and seized them. So we used that to our advantage. And then we would exchange it in the bathroom or parking lot, and get the camera lines and camera lines. If you want to take cage, we're going to cash it out, and they caught it, we go raise your foot back to the night. That's it. Later on, taking back the real ones, they wouldn't question it because they were out.
Morikawa and Lewis begin spending more and more time at the casinos.
At the time, we graduated from the $100 chips to the $500 and $1,000 chips. Everything's coming out. Lifestyle is changing now. We're doing a lot of we found that nice restaurants.
Morikawa keeps the source of his newfound wealth a secret from everyone, including his wife.
At first, she was like, she was getting big purses, clothes, wearing probably 200 pairs of shoes, and boxes of clothes. She was
For 3 months, Eric and his wife enjoy their extravagant new lifestyle. But partner Jeremy Lewis heads down a much different path.
I found him at a $100 night suite at the bar. That's what made him he was there with a bunch of girls. He had his sleep. He was wired.
Lewis's lifestyle soon becomes a liability.
One day he was talking to one of the girls on the phone, and I couldn't hear him because he was loud. So I told me, "Hand me the phone. I want to talk to her." So I gave her the phone, and she said, "I know everything that you guys did." I looked down and was like, "Why would you tell her?" Why would you tell a stranger this? And now she wants money. Now we have to pay her.
For a few days, they pay her hush money.
And then she started going more, and then she was telling us that, hey, my man's in jail, put him out.
She threatens to reveal their scam to police in a bid to get her boyfriend's sentence reduced, so they pay her off again. A few days later, it seems like everything has blown over. Morikawa's wife leaves the country to visit her mother. As soon as she's gone, Morikawa and Lewis start planning a trip to Atlantic City to hit their casinos.
They can knock at a door. There's a guy at the door who says, "Hey, my son threw a ball in my backyard. Can you get in?" As I was turning around to get the ball in the backyard, he grabs me. Those men on the ground are two other agents of our missions. They're fully armed, and they're rushing into the house.
They are enforcement agents from the Nevada Gaming Control Board. Mrs. Blackmiller has apparently turned them in after all.
Enough information was developed to obtain a search warrant. And when the home was searched, every piece of evidence we were looking for was there. The whole center was found. The chips were such a quality that some of them have memories of having been
Stunned Las Vegas authorities must now deal with the fact that 2 construction workers have compromised the security of casino chips. Morikawa and Lewis are in jail. 3 days later, the pair are brought before a judge.
They were given $5 million bail, not for murdering someone, not for raping someone, for counterfeiting casino chips. Our state takes this stuff really seriously.
Since neither can make bail, Morikawa and Lewis are taken back to the maximum security jail. The hefty bail makes Morikawa a celebrity among the inmates.
I came in there, a bunch of people. They go, "Wow, your bill's $5 million." They called another guy over. He's all about business.
A few days later, Morikawa's attorney gets him a new bail hearing.
Lord, I've been for $5 million to
After ripping off the casinos for tens of thousands of dollars, Morikawa ends up serving just 10 days. Jeremy Lewis, his partner in crime, is not so lucky. His outstanding drug and forgery arrest warrants keep him behind bars. Morikawa is free, but deeply in debt. Desperate, he calls the Russian, who's also just been released from jail. The Russian wants Morikawa to teach him how to make counterfeit chips.
I was very concerned because I knew that if I got caught again,
Once again, faced with overwhelming debts, Morikawa looks to counterfeiting as a way out. But this time, he won't get his hands dirty. For 25% of the profits, he agrees to trade the Russians.
I would take millions out of the way time. I would constantly watch for it. In my beard,
Once the Russians are trained, they begin passing the phony chips at casinos. In Las Vegas, an alert casino employee spots a few of them.
They look a little different on red. And the other chips,
The investigation leads to the only two people who've ever made chips that can pass for the real thing: Jeremy Lewis and Eric Morikawa. With Jeremy Lewis still in prison, that leaves Morikawa, and agents are closing in.
I was training at the Russian embassy, and there's nothing to do. It's a place. They have all the ships that would be laid around. I'm looking at the ceiling and trying to figure out what to do. So as soon as they came in, I dropped to my knees and had to get my head. I was in jail. I think that's what
Eric Morikawa hires a shrewd Vegas defense attorney. It's a move that pays off in spades. In 2006, Morikawa makes a deal and pleads guilty to 6 felony counts. He walks with 5 years probation and community service.
Most times when I was a week and a half when I first got arrested. The second arrest, I was on a very comfortable, so
Still, Morikawa must make restitution for all the fraudulent chips he passed.
Restitution is everything. 6,000. It's easy money, and it's fast. There's no problem. Giving up your livelihood, your family, and your person.
Morikawa's counterfeit scam is a wake-up call for Vegas. Today, many casinos protect their chips using a high-tech device called RFID, short for radio frequency identification. And there's a small electronic chip embedded in the chip somewhere, and keep track of what the chip is and how many of them are on the table. That's an identifier. They use RFID scanners and both the gaming tables and the cage, making it impossible for a low-denomination chip to be mistaken for a high one, no matter what the face of the chip reads. Well, technology keeps chips safe from manipulation. Easy money is always a target for the broke Las Vegas cheater. One in particular stands out, both for the simplicity and sheer audacity of his run: Anthony Carleo.
One of the things about Anthony Carleo is he seemed to have this need to be larger than my finger. He had this sense of invincibility. So that's the way that I think we just kind of have this fearless this epic.
In an exclusive phone interview, Carleo tells us in his own words how he became one of Vegas's most notorious criminals.
I don't know if you've ever been on the gambling bed or
with those losses mounting, Engine running, Corleo walks directly to the cage. Dressed entirely in black with a motorbike helmet, he pulls a pistol from his waistband. No security guards tried to stop him. That's really the policy, is to let that happen. Because weapons are liability. You actually wrongfully shoot someone. So in the end, those police let them handle it. That's their job. That's what they do. In just minutes, it's over. Corleo heads into the neon night with almost $20,000. Corleo hits so hard and fast, Vegas is caught off guard. And since his bike helmet and visor make him unidentifiable, the police are left with no clues. Just 5 days later, once again, Corleo gets on his bike and rolls down the heart of the Vegas Strip. This time, he rolls into the opulent Bellagio Hotel and Casino. Corleo jogs into the casino, but the cage is too far away to reach quickly, so he heads to the high-end gaming tables. Straight from the high-dollar casino chips and $25,000. He also grabbed some white rolls, which will be $5,000. This time, Corleo takes off with more than $1 million worth of chips. Although the chips are embedded with RFID identification devices, they can only be tracked inside the casino. Outside, the tracking devices stop working. Corleo disappears into the night. In response to the robberies, casinos across town.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Before we even get rolling, happy 10th year anniversary to young Jamie Vernon. I saw that on his Instagram today. 10 years ago, the kid took a fucking one-way ticket to LA. Says, let's see what happens. You know,
Unbelievable.
He's young Jamie Vernon.
Still young.
He's younger than me. He's always going to be young. In that way. Hans Cam.
Hey, Jim. Good.
Feeling all right?
Yeah, I feel
Are you
great.
too high? Don't lie.
No, I only took 2 puffs.
Okay, that's good. Don't tell people about Detroit. And Tony Hinchcliffe.
Yes.
I'll see you, brother. We've had a fun few weeks.
Yeah. Like the craziest.
It's been pretty crazy.
Yeah.
This past weekend was bananas, though. So we do this show in Columbus, Ohio. Dave Chappelle comes, surprises the audience, goes on stage, and it's probably the greatest round of applause I've ever seen anyone get in my life. Not probably, definitely, 100%.
Ohio's own Dave Chappelle in the main arena of the main city of Ohio.
In the shots. Oh, we can play it on the big screen. Play it. This is nuts.
The whole thing is so spontaneous.
Now listen how long this goes. And this is a standing ovation. The standing ovation literally goes on for a minute. Woo. How wild is that? That was amazing.
So cool. And it's like it almost in a weird way makes me happy that the lockdowns and all that happened, because it made something like that much crazier. Like it's like I feel like people really appreciate live spontaneous insanity now more than ever.
Yes, for sure. They well, it was just an awesome moment. You know, it was just a great moment. Yeah. He just decides to roll in, come up, and then we all went to Vegas. So then we all went to see the Canelo Alvarez fight. You and I also saw Abu Dhabi, so we saw Gordon Ryan dominate at Abu Dhabi, and then we went to see 2 of the craziest fucking UFC fights I've ever seen. Gregory Rodriguez and Chidi Njokuani, which was a crazy fight that went back and forth until Rodriguez caught him. And Rodriguez had the worst cut I've ever seen in my life. And then Song Yadong, the guy who fights after him against Corey Sandhagen, also has a horrific cut.
And there was a massive cut in the fight just before that with Feely. And he had blood all over him just from choking out the other guy that was on top of him bleeding. There was blood the whole time.
Yeah, it was a wild 3 fights. That's right. We saw that fight too. We saw the last round of that.
Yeah. That cut that Rodriguez had was absolutely insane.
Insane. The thing about that experience, though, I think we did it in the wrong order. I think it should have, like, Abu Dhabi was amazing. Abu Dhabi you can kind of put anywhere, but you kind of have to put boxing before MMA or it ruins boxing for you.
Totally.
It just doesn't feel the same.
Right.
It's just, it's great. Don't get me wrong. I'm a boxing fan. I was super happy to be there. It was a wild fight, but it's just not the same.
Yeah, it's like getting a hand job after a gangbang. It's like, I didn't really need that. Sort of had that earlier, but better. UFC is just so advanced.
The other thing that boxing does is they play the national anthems. They played 3 national anthems. It's like, good Lord. So they play the Kazakhstan national anthem, and then the dude says, you know, go Triple G. And everybody's like, fuck you. This is Mexican Independence Weekend, man. and then they play the Mexican national anthem. Everybody goes crazy and they sing along, which was pretty dope. Because like when you're a place that's that big and it's all like, I mean, it had to be at least half Mexicans.
Oh, that's
right?
yeah, at least 70%. Yeah,
whatever the number was.
Yeah.
So when these songs were playing, like when Canelo has his walkout song, which is also in Spanish, or when they're singing the Mexican Independence Day song, they're singing this song, the Mexican national anthem rather. They're singing this song in Spanish all together. So there's thousands of people singing along.
Yeah. Before the fight started, I saw in the stands there was like 30 or 40 seats that were blocked off that were just completely empty in this sea of humans. And I'm like, the performer in me is like, why would they lose that many seats? Why would they possibly? Where are those people? What bus didn't make it here?
Exact same thing.
You saw it?
I thought they maybe could get burned by the fireworks.
Right.
That was my first thought.
Yeah. And then it's Canelo's entrance and the lights go off, pop back on. There's a whole mariachi band.
A full band playing for Canelo as he comes out. I legitimately thought that was probably where the fireworks were and people could get fucked up by those fireworks.
Yeah.
Because, people have been fucked up by fireworks in fight entrances before. Pretty bad. To the point where they got burns all over their body and they couldn't fight. I know that happened in Pride. In Pride, the dude got really cooked. He was a Brazilian guy. God, I don't remember his name. He was an early pioneer of MMA. And he was fighting in Pride, and he got torched by the fireworks. Is that here? Oh, yeah, this is the one from the fight we just saw. This is that's the mariachi band. See, I thought those seats behind them were like people could get hit with those fireworks. Because you see how they blew them off? They blew off a lot of all that shit. I was like, you can't sit under that.
Yeah, it would have been an obstructed view.
Yeah, it's not like that wasn't a sold out fight. That was a sold out fight. And so Chappelle and I were in the third row, which was amazing. We were like right there. And then this guy comes over and says, you guys have to move. These tickets are not yours. And Dave goes, I'm Dave Chappelle. I'm not moving anywhere. literally says it like that. He's wearing sunglasses. He's the coolest guy that's ever lived. And so the guy comes back and said, these seats are actually for Travis Scott, but we want to put you on the ringside. And Dave and I look at each other and we're like, okay. And so they take us from the third row to the no row. Like, it's not even a row. You're fucking right there, dude. We're sitting like where the officials sit. It was incredible. They were right there. It was really good. And we saw the last, I think 6 rounds like that. Something like that. But it was a good fight. It was a really good fight. I mean, Canelo Alvarez is a bad motherfucker. And Triple G tried to turn it on at the end. He just didn't have enough to take the decision. But it was still a good fight. And you got to realize that Triple G's 40 years old, too. That's so old for a world-class boxer. There's only a few guys who were able to pull that off. Like Bernard Hopkins and Archie Moore back in the day was an older guy who was really good. Dwight Muhammad Qawi, he fought well into his 40s. It's just like some of these guys, they just one day the wheels fall off. Might be you're 36, maybe you're 37, 38. Just one day the wheels fall off.
Like ADCC, everyone was so young. Baby Shark.
Well, how about Ruotolo? 19 years old and wins ADCC. Youngest guy ever. That kid's wild. He and his brother are so good. Those guys are so good and they're 19. It's incredible.
There were some times where it looked like he was in trouble. I mean, these guys they make it look so easy. It looks like they're just rolling around like it's an accident.
That's Gordon. Gordon makes it look easy. Yeah. Those guys are moving like ninjas.
Right.
They have a totally different kind of style. Gordon is just he just puts poison on people. Yeah. He just grabs and puts poison on them. They're fucked.
It's they're mentally compromised. It seems like they are all buying into the hype of him.
No. They just realize he's that good, so they're scared. But every